Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. $8,000 worth of Chinese jade has been stolen. The criminal is vicious. His weapon, a handful of buckshot in a handkerchief. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima is doubling and redoubling its smokers. So, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, December 1st. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 7:15 p.m. when we got to the police academy, the banquet room.
Where do we sit, Joe?
Lee Jones is holding a couple seats for us someplace. You see him?
Oh, yeah. There he is at Burn.
Well, look at him. Everybody's here.
Yeah, ought to be.
Hi, fellas. A couple of ringside seats.
Thanks, Lee.
Did you get it?
Yeah, right here.
Mind if I take a look at it?
No, go ahead.
How come didn't get wrapped as a gift?
No time.
A gift box would have been nice. No cotton, even? Beautiful watch. Radium dial?
Yeah.
Universal Geneva. A fine movement. He'll like it.
Look on the back.
Let's see. For Chief Ed Backstrand, a good cop, Detective Bureau. Not very good engraving.
No time.
I didn't think the old man really meant it.
26 years. You get tired after 26 years.
You've been at it 25, Lee.
Oh, don't look at me like that. I got a book to finish. 23 chapters.
How many chapters you got, Fanny?
2.
How long you been writing it?
2 years.
Well, at that rate, we'll be stuck with you for another 21 years.
If you're lucky. Excuse me, fellas. Gotta make a speech.
All right, Lee.
To get the proceedings underway here, before we introduce the man of the hour, I'd like to pass along a little story you might get a kick out of. I was driving down from Utah last year, stopped off at a hotel in Elko, Nevada. When I went up to register for my room, there was an Indian ahead of me. The clerk asked this Indian fella to sign his name, and the clerk handed him a pen. The Indian made an X on the book. The clerk looked at him for a minute and said, "Say, aren't you Chief Deerskin? Haven't I seen you in the movies?" The Indian nodded his head and looked a little upset. "Oh," he said. "Oh, you make a lot of movies in Hollywood." The clerk smiled and said, "A lot of people in Elko here like to get your autograph, Chief." Then the Indian grabbed the pen up again and he said, "Me no like a autograph, hunter. Me no want to be bothered." Then he drew a circle around the axe he made. The clerk said, "Why you do that, Chief?" The Indian said, "Me no use the right name."
Oh, hey, Joe. Yeah, there's Rogers over there. He's motioning to
Where? Oh, yeah, excuse me a minute, Dad.
The chief who's retiring tonight. He's been using his right name for 26 years, and he's proud of it. And we're proud to have been associated.
You want me, Rogers?
A phone for you, Joe. You can take it on the extension
After
outside.
26
Thanks, Pete.
years of service, he's retiring from the Los Angeles Police Department. We're going to miss him. Gentlemen, a fine officer, Chief Ed Backstrand.
Where's the phone?
Right over here.
Thanks. Friday,
Joe, this is Gonzalez.
Yeah, Jess.
Sorry to bother you, but Powers said I should call you.
Yeah?
I need some liquor.
Something big?
Pretty big, yeah. Too many loose ends. Pena and I can't pull them all in.
When do you want us?
As soon as you can get down here.
That important, huh?
A man may die, Joe.
Hi, Jess. Got here as soon as we could.
Sorry to pull you away. Hello, Romero. Gonzalez, what's up? Come on in here.
All right.
Here's a report. Not complete yet. Chinese fella. Name's George Kwan. He's a jeweler, gem cutter.
Yeah.
Jade expert. Knows as much about jade as anybody on the coast.
Uh-huh. Says it happened at 5:30 today on Alvarado near the park.
They weren't kidding, were they? They almost killed him.
Yeah. Any idea what the weapon was?
I'm not sure. Looks like some sort of blackjack, something homemade.
Yeah?
When they picked up Kwan, they found several buckshot pellets lying around and a man's handkerchief. Ray Pinker has the stuff over at Crime Lab now.
Where's Kwan? Have you talked to him?
Got in a couple of questions down at Georgia Street while the doc was giving him sedatives. Little guy's a mess, Joe.
Gonna be all right?
50-50 chance when I called you out of the academy.
Well, why did they beat him? Did he resist?
I don't have it all yet, but from what he said, he was jumped from behind, didn't have a chance to fight. Whoever it was kept beating him long after he was unconscious.
What'd they take him for?
A couple of pieces of jade, large ones, very rare.
Mm-hmm. You got anything else?
Yeah, we got a star witness, just one.
Did you talk to him yet?
Just did for an hour and a half. You want to crack at her?
Are you having trouble with him?
Yeah, little. All right, Pena. Send him in again.
Yes, sir. You want to talk some more?
6 years old, Joe.
His name was Norman Eugene Fisher, and he was 6 years of age last April. Like all young boys his age, his imagination ran away with him. What would be only a minor detail to an adult witness assumed tremendous proportions in Norman's young mind. He told us his story 3 times. Each time he elaborated a little more until what he claimed was the truth could only have been figments of a small child's imagination. Ben and I, together with Gonzalez and Pena, talked with the boy for another hour. We were getting tired, but Norman enjoyed his position as star witness.
Once more, Norman, please, try to remember it as it really happened.
It was just like I said.
Let me try, Jess.
Go ahead, Romero.
You did see it happen this afternoon, didn't you, Norman?
Yes, sir, I did.
Good. Now, you were on your way home from the store.
Oh, no, sir. I was running away from a man. He was chasing me.
But you just told us, Norman, that you were on your way home from the store.
Oh, no, sir. That was yesterday.
But you told us.
Just a minute, Ben. Norman, how old are you?
Next year, I'm going to be 21.
No, that's not right. 21, that's older than I am.
Well, when I am 21, I'm going to get a hot rod. Fastest car in the world. 10,000 miles an hour.
Sure you will, but how old are you now?
6, but I'm going to be 21 soon.
I remember when I was 6 years old, Norman. A lot of things I wanted. Electric train.
I got one.
Well, it must be something you'd like to have. One thing that maybe now that you don't have, huh?
Will you give it to me?
Well, if I can. What do you want?
I'd like your gun.
Well, what do you want a gun for?
I want to put people in jail like you guys do.
Sometimes it takes more than a gun, Norman.
What do you mean?
Just because you've got a gun doesn't mean you're a cop.
Well, what does?
Just a minute, son. Here you go, Norman. A good cop uses this more than a gun.
Gee.
It's a real police badge. It's mine.
Official?
Official.
Can I hold it?
Go ahead. It's yours.
When I wear this, I'm a real detective.
Well, that's part of it. The other part is to tell us what you really saw today. Now, how about it, huh?
There were 4 men, like I said, and they all had machines.
Now, wait a minute, Norman. I thought you said you were a detective now.
I am.
Well, a good detective has to remember exactly what he sees, not something he makes up.
It's not very scary that way.
No, it's no use, Joe. He can't get his story straight.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm a detective now, and I know what happened.
All right, Norman, you tell us, huh?
I was on my way home from the store. I saw this truck stop down the street.
What did the truck look like?
I don't know. It was a funny kind of truck. Had a wood back.
You mean like a dump truck?
Kind of, but it was a small truck. Old kind of car, like he took out the back part and put wood boards like a truck.
You mean whoever owned the truck cut the back end out and made it look like a truck, huh?
Yeah, that's the way it looked. Anyway, this truck stopped by this Chinese man, and the man got out, and the man started to hit this man. And the man fell on the sidewalk, and the man kept hitting him and hitting him as hard as anything.
Well, what was he hitting him with?
With his handkerchief.
There he goes again.
No, I don't know. How about that, Jess?
Could tie in.
Go on, Norman.
Well, that's all I saw.
No, I mean after the man hit him, what'd you do?
Oh, well, he grabbed a bunch of stuff from this man's pocket, and he went into the truck and he speeded away.
Norman, you're a good detective. I want you to think real hard now. Do you know what a license number is?
Yeah.
Good. Do you think you could remember the numbers on that truck?
If I knew what they were, I could. In school, we're just having numbers now. I only know up to 7, but there were 2 7s in it.
You getting all this, Jess?
Yeah, keep going.
Norman, you've helped us a lot. Can you remember what the man in the truck looked like?
He had a big head and he looked mean.
All right, just one more thing now. Can you remember the color of that truck?
It looked black, but the back part had black and white stripes.
I don't know how you did it, Joe.
Well, what do you think?
How about?
Me too.
All right, Norman. Your mother's waiting outside for you. You can go home now. You're a real detective.
Can I wear my badge now?
You bet you can.
Okay. Say,
Yes, sir?
as soon as I arrest somebody, will you put him in jail?
With the help of an outdated police badge, no longer official, we had the statement of a 6-year-old boy with a healthy imagination. We had an idea he was telling us the truth, but we had no way of being certain. Since he was the only witness, we had to accept his word and hope that he was putting us on the right track. The quickest way to make sure was to see if some of the details in little Norman Fisher's story would check out. Jess Gonzalez and Manuel Pena took the job of trying to locate a homemade pickup truck with 2 7s in the license number. They started by checking all the late 3.8 forms, the vehicle theft and impound reports. The next morning, Ben and I called the General Hospital and talked with Dr. Sebastian. He told us that the victim, George Kwan, had improved sufficiently to allow a brief interview. It was 10:14 a.m. when we got to Ward C, General Hospital.
Doctor tells you a little better this morning, Mr. Kwan.
Yes, sir. I shall be all right, although it is quite painful at times.
We're sorry to bother you, Mr. Kwan, but we've got to have a little more information on the robbery.
Oh, I will tell you all I can, sir. I should like to recover the missing jade pieces. It is a great loss to me.
Did you get any kind of a look at the man who hit you?
Oh, he attacked me from behind, knocked me to the pavement. I made an attempt to get to my feet, but he struck me again and again, here at the base of my neck.
You didn't see him at all, then?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you have any idea who could have done this?
Unfortunately, no. I cannot think of anyone.
What was stolen from you? We know it was jade, but can you give us a more detailed description?
Well, sir, I lost 2 thumb rings, very rare, collector's items.
Thumb rings? How much were they worth, would you say?
Well, I paid $8,000 for the 2 rings.
I wonder if you could describe them to us.
Well, both rings were relics of the time when the Chinese archer drew his hunting bow with a special thumb ring.
Any particular identifying marks on them?
Oh, they both have linings of fine gold to fit them to the fingers of the new owners.
Who were the new owners?
I had just purchased them yesterday before I was robbed. I was on my way to San Francisco to show them to prospective buyers.
Who did you buy the rings from, Mr. Kwan?
Mrs. Inez Curtis, a very reputable dealer. We have done business for many years.
I wonder if we could have her business address, huh?
She has her office at her home. It is 1957 Harper Annex off Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills.
How many people knew that you had the jade on you at that particular time yesterday?
Oh, let me see. There were only 2 other buyers present beside Mrs. Curtis. I do not recall their names. They were new to me. Mrs. Curtis would know.
Mr. Kwan, we know that you're tired. We have just one more question.
Certainly. I wonder if I might trouble you to hand me that tumbler of water with the glass straw.
Surely. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now, those thumb rings, Mr. Kwan, would there be any practical disposition of them other than selling them as they are?
Well, hardly, Sergeant. To anyone who really knows the value of jade, it would be unheard of to change them in any way.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Kwan. We'll do our best.
You know, Sergeant, we Chinese place a great sentimental value on our jade.
We'll do everything we can to recover it.
Thank you. May I tell you my favorite quotation on jade?
Yes, sir.
It is from the writings of Tang Jung-tso. He wrote, "The magic powers of heaven and earth always combine to form perfect result. So the pure essences of hill and water become solidified in precious jade.
Ben and I drove out to 1957 Harper Annex, the residence of Mrs. Inez Curtis. There was no one at home. We left one of our cars. It was 12:22 p.m. when we got back to Central Division.
Here's a phone message for you, Joe.
What's it say?
Call Jess Gonzalez. He's out the Wilshire Division.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Wilshire Detectives, Dillian.
Hi, Harry. Gonzalez around?
Just a minute. Take it on 3, Jess.
Gonzalez,
Friday, Jess.
we got the truck and we got the driver.
We'll be right out.
Something else, Joe.
Yeah?
The kid was right. There were 2 7s in the license number.
You are listening to Dragnet for the solution to an actual case from official police files. Now, here is a real solution to many of your Christmas shopping problems.
If your friends smoke a long cigarette, give the best of long cigarettes, Fatima.
Give Fatima for quality.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Give Fatima for flavor.
Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Give Fatima. They're extra mild.
Yes, Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos blended to make Fatima extra mild. Yes, extra mild.
So give Fatima for Christmas in the attractive golden yellow carton.
It's the long cigarette that has doubled and redoubled its smokers. More and more smokers every day agree Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Wilbur Rasmussen, white, male American, age 31, 5 feet 10 inches, 190 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. He was the driver of the truck. Gonzalez and Pena began by checking through all of the reports of trucks impounded during the past 24 hours. There were 23. Out of those 23, they narrowed it down to 4 possibilities. The third vehicle that they checked fitted the young witness's description of the holdup truck. We still could not be absolutely certain that the impounded truck was the one we were looking for. The same could be said of the driver, Wilbur Rasmussen. The net result of checking impound reports doesn't always result in the apprehension of a suspect, but in this case we were lucky. The driver had been picked up for drunk driving. It was 1:30 p.m. when we checked in at the Wilshire Division.
Hi, Jess. Where is he?
You're a little late.
What do you mean?
He's gone, released on bail.
Who furnished the bail?
The woman he works for, Mrs. Inez Curtis.
Well, that doesn't figure, Jess, or does it?
Why not? How many people knew Quan had the jade?
No, that's not my guess. Quan vouches for her. He's been doing business with her for years.
What do you think, Joe?
It's your show. I'm just tagging along.
Well, one thing's sure. Just a minute. Wilshire Detectives, Gonzalez. Oh, yeah, Pena. He did? No, meet me back here. Friday and Romero are here. Right. The Fisher kid just identified Rasmussen's picture.
The identification of Wilbur Rasmussen by 6-year-old Norman Fisher was far from sufficient to take the case to court. We had to have evidence, lots of it. Rasmussen had been given a thorough shakedown, his apartment and the truck. There was no sign of the stolen jade rings. Gonzalez told us that the truck had come from the U-Drive truck rental on Figueroa Street. We checked with Mr. Crockett at U-Drive.
Let me have another look at that picture, boys.
Yeah, here you are.
What'd you say his name was?
Rasmussen. Wilbur Rasmussen.
You want to know if he rented a truck from Miss Wayne?
Yesterday. Maybe the day before.
No, not this fella. Never seen him.
Before we left U-Drive, we checked over the rental contract on the truck in question. The deposit check for the truck was signed by Mrs. Inez Curtis. The truck was checked out at 6 a.m. The rental contract, the actual release form showing to whom the vehicle had been rented, was signed by a Harry Wilson. Rasmussen's name did not appear on any of the usual rental forms. The manager of U-Drive was positive that he had not rented a truck to Rasmussen. We drove out to 1957 Harper Annex. This time we found Mrs. Inez Curtis at home.
I'm terribly sorry about Mr. Corn. Does he have everything he needs in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you say this Harry Wilson had been working for you?
6 or 8 weeks. But I'm sure you're wrong about him.
We're not accusing him of anything, Miss Curtis. We just want to talk to him.
He certainly came to me well recommended. He was a nice man.
When's the last time you saw him?
Day before yesterday. He asked for his check, said he was quitting. Told him I was sorry to see him go. I'm anxious to get that guest house finished.
How about Rasmussen, Miss Curtis? How long has he been with you?
Wilbur's been with me for about 7 months. Good worker, but he drinks too much. Feel sorry for him.
You've rented trucks from the U-Drive company right along?
Oh, yes, from Mr. Crockett. We had to have a truck to haul our building supplies. I'm saving an awful lot of money contracting this myself. It's a great saving.
Yes, ma'am. The deposit on this last rental, did you give that check to Wilson or to Rasmussen?
I sent both of them down to pick it up. Like I say, Wilbur's been drinking rather heavily lately, and I think Harry's the better driver of the two.
Do you know which one of those men was driving the truck about 5:30 in the afternoon day before yesterday?
How would I know that, Sergeant? All I know is that I sent both of them down. I told Harry to drive.
Yeah, I see. Miss Curtis, were either of those men present the day you sold the jade rings to Mr. Kwan?
No, they have nothing to do with my gym business, whatever.
Did either of these men know about Mr. Kwan's purchase?
Well, that's possible. They knew he was here. I'm sure they saw him come in. It's entirely possible that they might have overheard something.
When did Mr. Kwan leave your house?
About 5 o'clock.
What time did the two men go after the truck?
Oh, they picked that up early in the morning.
Mr. Crockett down at U-Drive says that only Harry Wilson checked out the truck. Says he's never seen Rasmussen before.
That's entirely possible. Like I say, they might well have made other arrangements.
Were there any other people present when Mr. Kwan bought that jade?
Yes, there were. 2 other buyers. They were bidding for the thumb rings, too. Mr. Kwan had the high bid, so I sold them to him.
What if we could have their names?
Certainly, I'll write them down for you.
Miss Curtis, do you have any idea where we might locate Harry Wilson?
Well, he told me he was going to Mexico, said he had friends down there.
Well, thank you, Miss Curtis. You've been very helpful.
Are you sure there isn't anything Mr. Kwan needs?
Yes, ma'am. 2 jade rings. Mrs. Inez Curtis gave us a detailed description of Harry Wilson. She also gave us the names and addresses of the 2 other buyers who were present when Mr. George Kwan purchased. We checked them out and found them to be equally as reputable as Mrs. Curtis. They could tell us nothing of the robbery. We went back to the office and got out an APB and a radiogram on Harry Wilson from the description given us by Mrs. Curtis. Stakeouts were maintained at Wilbur Rasmussen's apartment and at the home of Mrs. Inez Curtis. It was 4:30 p.m. when we got to the 2nd floor of the old city jail building, the crime lab. Lee Jones had the evidence laid out for us.
Funny thing about the handkerchief, boys.
What's that, Lee?
The blood stains. Old ones along with the new ones.
How does that figure?
We know how the new ones were made when the handkerchief was filled with buckshot and used on Kwan. The old ones, hard to tell.
How old would you say they were?
Well, the handkerchief has been through the laundry a few times. Stains didn't come out. Laundry marks right here.
I don't see them.
Man used peerless laundry. Infrared marking system. Let me show you.
Infrared lamp, Lee?
Yeah. There's your marking. Pena, trace it down.
Who's it belong to?
Man used the name of Harry Wilson.
There was nothing to do now but wait for some word on Harry Wilson. The stakeouts continued. We re-questioned Wilbur Rasmussen, and we talked again with Mrs. Curtis and George Kwan. It was Tuesday, December the 8th. We checked in for work at 8 a.m. Morning, Jess.
Hi, Joe. Where's Ben?
Communications, getting the mail.
Any word on the new chief of detectives?
No, nothing.
What's your guess?
Oh, I think Thad Brown. A good man.
Maybe. Sloan's a good man, too.
When you come in here?
Not yet. Why?
Maybe you'd like to take a little airplane trip.
What do you got?
Cheyenne, Wyoming. They picked up Harry Wilson.
2 days later, Thursday, December the 10th, Harry Wilson was returned to the Los Angeles County Jail and booked on suspicion of robbery. We checked with Lieutenant Frank Cunningham in the Record Bureau. From Wilson's fingerprints, he ran a make on him. Harry Wilson was an alias. We found out that he had lengthy records of arrests and jail terms for robbery, burglary, and grand larceny. Mr. Crockett at U-Drive identified Wilson's picture. He was a 2-time loser.
It's up to you, Wilson. It can go hard for you or easy.
I'm in the spot, huh?
You're in the spot. Lay it out for him, Jess.
It's all stacked against you, Wilson. We know you rented the truck. You knew Kwan was at Mrs. Curtis' house. Your handkerchief was found at the scene of the crime.
You wouldn't believe me if I said I didn't do it?
With that kind of evidence, how can we?
I didn't. I don't know if I can prove it, but I didn't.
If you didn't, we'll help you prove it.
First, you gotta believe me. You know why.
Yeah?
I've had it twice. Once more, and I'm in for life.
All right, you got it figured. Now what do you got to say?
Rasmussen did it. He knocked Kwan over.
Where were you?
Buying my ticket for Cheyenne. I didn't want any part of it.
How do you account for that handkerchief?
It was mine, but Rasmussen had it. He cut his finger one day on the job. I loaned it to him.
Well, that checks. Old blood stains, new ones.
All right, let's pick up Rasmussen.
While you're at it, pick up the Curtis dame. She planned it.
Wilbur Rasmussen was picked up and brought in. After intense cross-questioning, we confronted him with Harry Wilson's statement. In the face of this testimony, he broke completely. He gave us a full confession implicating Mrs. Inez Curtis. He admitted beating George Kwan and taking the jade thumb rings. He said he received $200 from Mrs. Curtis for the job. He requested that he be allowed to turn state's evidence. Mrs. Inez Curtis was brought to the interrogation room.
Of course, you gentlemen have proof to substantiate all these accusations.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
It better be good. I have a fine lawyer.
We've got signed and recorded confessions of Wilson and Rasmussen, the two men who worked for you.
Shall we play the recordings for you?
That won't be necessary.
Miss Curtis, you got $8,000 for those rings. Wasn't that enough?
Not when I could make 16, no.
Where are the rings now?
I'm not going to get life for this, you know.
No.
Jade doesn't spoil. It'll still be good when I get out.
Yeah, but you'll be told to appreciate it, Miss Curtis. Okay, Penny.
That was a funny one.
Sure was.
How about it? Did you figure it this way, Joe?
You don't expect me to answer that, do you?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On March 2nd, 1949, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here are authentic reports from all over the country that tell the story of Fatima's sensational increase in popularity. New York Division.
Fatima sales up 132%.
Chicago Division.
Fatima sales up 453%.
Los Angeles Division.
Fatima sales up 545 cents.
Yes, more and more smokers agree Fatima is the best of long cigarettes. So enjoy Fatima yourself and give extra mild Fatimas for Christmas in the attractive golden yellow carton. Everyone who smokes Fatima says that this great new long cigarette is the best of all long cigarettes.
Mrs. Inez Curtis was tried and convicted of robbery and conspiracy. She received the maximum sentence as prescribed by law. In consideration for turning state's evidence, Wilbur Rasmussen received a minimum term. You have just heard Dragnet, a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police, W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet honors the city of Knoxville, state of Tennessee, and the men who make up the Knoxville Police Department, another of America's great law enforcement agencies. One of these men, Sergeant Joe H. Roberts, director of the Knoxville City School Safety Patrols, who dedicates his life to making yours more secure.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portion transcribed from Los Angeles. Let that merry tune remind you to get him the big Christmas humidor of smooth, sure, fresh velvet pipe and cigarette tobacco. It's a double pleasure to any smoker when you give this generous humidor of velvet. It smokes cool and sweet in both pipe and cigarette. In every way, the gift for him is a Christmas humidor of velvet, America's smoothest smoke.
Be sure to listen to Dragnet next week. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
That came from upstairs, Bill. Yeah, come on.
No, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Mr. and Mrs. North. Starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Brother Danny. A police car cruises down Burgess Street. Riding in it are Detective Sergeant Marty Lucas and his partner Harry Maddox. Lucas and Maddox of the 42nd Squad. Burgess Street, Lime Park, Stuyvesant Circle is their beat, and they know every inch of it. They were born here, raised here, and still live here. From every blazing neon sign over every shabby store to every shadow in every dark corner, they know it all.
Oh, 11 o'clock. Man, isn't this shift ever going to end?
Who cares?
Boy, oh boy, aren't you doubled over with laughter tonight. What's eating you anyway, Marty?
Nothing.
You need a little nightlife, boy. Hey, look, how about having a couple of beers when we knock off?
No,
huh?
thanks.
Ah, come on. I'm going over to Helen's and count the wedding presents. You should see the loot, and the wedding's still a week away. Come on, how about it?
No, thanks, Harry.
Marty?
What?
Hey, you're not sore about anything, are you? I mean, sore at me or Helen?
What makes you think that?
I don't know. You've been clouding up terrain for the last
Oh,
month.
for crying out loud, Harry, will you please stop? Hey, wait a minute, Harry.
Huh? What's the
Pull
matter?
up. Nightlight's out in Bruner's garage.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look.
Maybe it just burned out.
Maybe. So here's the office door.
Hey, didn't burn out. Look.
Yeah, Jimmy. Come on.
I'll grab the light.
Okay. Hey, a window.
Yeah, out in the garage.
Come on, let's get it.
There he is, Marty. Going out the side window.
Hold it, you. Stop or we'll shoot.
Yeah, he's gone.
Come on.
Hey, Marty, there's another one in here.
Where? Hey, you might be back. Careful, Harry. Watch yourself.
Oh, don't go yet, Bill. It's just a little after 11.
Yeah, let me at least fix you a nightcap, Bill.
Well, all right, but make it a short one.
I'll do it, Jerry.
You? Oh, Pam, dear, you've never mixed a drink in your life.
Well, that doesn't mean I can. You stay there and talk to Bill.
Well, okay. Now, as I was saying, Bill, this manuscript I'd like you to read was written by a retired police captain in the little town of... yes, Pam?
Which glasses do I use?
The ones on the middle shelf there. Well, this police captain had written a terrific...
Jerry?
Yes, dear.
Do I put the ice in first or last?
First. Now, as I was saying, this police captain
Jerry?
wrote... Yes, dear.
Do I put in one jigger or two?
One. Oh, now, where was I? Oh, yes, this police captain has written about two guys...
I told you I could do it. Now, what were you two talking about while I was gone?
I was telling Bill about the police captain who... Oh, well, it isn't much of a story anyway. Hello. Lieutenant Wagon? Just a minute.
Thanks, Jerry. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? Where? Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right down there.
Oh, what is it, Bill?
A detective on the 42nd Squad was killed breaking up a robbery in the garage on Burgess Street. Now, look, Jerry, I came over in a cab. Could you run me down there?
Well, of course, Bill.
Did you know the man who was killed, Bill?
Well, slightly. His name was Harry Maddox.
And we thought the guy getting away through the window was the only one, Lieutenant, but there was another one behind us. Over there on the other side of the garage.
You're lucky you didn't get it in the back, too, Lucas.
Yes.
Hey, Bill.
What? Well, Jerry, I thought Pam and you had gone.
Well, we were just leaving when Miss Chandler arrived.
Helen, here?
Yeah, and someone from your station called her. She's in the office.
I want to see her.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. We asked her if she had anyone she wanted us to call to be with her, you know.
Well, she hasn't anyone here. She's only been in town a few months.
So she said, and she shouldn't be alone, so Mrs. North and I suggested she come home with us.
Well, that's swell of you, Mr. North.
Well, come on, let's go see her. See you later, Bill.
Right, Jerry.
Helen.
Oh, Marty. Oh, Marty, they won't let me see him.
He's gone now, Helen.
I'll bring my car around to the door, Sergeant.
I'll come with you, Jerry.
Car's down this way. Well, come on down.
I'm sorry.
What in the world were you thinking about so hard?
The way Sergeant Lucas looked at Miss Chandler.
Hmm?
Darling, he's in love with her.
Oh, Pam.
He is, Jerry. I'm sure of it.
Ma, will you leave me alone? I said I don't want any breakfast.
But you can't go to school.
Leave me alone.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. I'm just not hungry. Marty isn't home, huh?
No, and I'm worried. He usually calls.
Forget it. He's a big, brave cop.
Danny, Marty's your brother, and you
Sure, I know. Blood's thicker than water and all that stuff. Well, here comes New York's finest now. I gotta blow. I'm going out the back way. See you later, Ma.
Marty?
Yeah, Ma.
Where you been all night? I've been worried.
I'm sorry, Ma. I should have called. Got some coffee?
Yes.
Ma,
Yes?
Harry Maddox was killed last night.
Killed. Oh, Marty.
Now, look, Ma, don't use this to tee off on me again about quitting the force. I know the speech by heart. Look what happened to Dad. It might have been me last night instead of Harry, and some night it will be me instead of the other guy.
And it will, Marty.
Please, Ma, let's not go through it again. Not now.
For 15 years, I spent every day waiting for your father to come home, wondering if he would come home. I'd watch him put his revolver in this drawer. And then one night I had to put it away for him.
It's been cleaned.
What?
Dad's gun, it's been cleaned, and just recently there's oil in the barrel, still fresh.
Well, Danny must
He was
have...
told not to monkey around with Dad's gun.
Yes, I know. I'll speak to him again.
I'll speak to him myself.
All right, Marty. Now, please, let me fix you some breakfast. Just a bite.
Okay, Ma, I'll go wash.
I'll have it ready in just a minute.
Ma,
What?
Danny go out to the movies again last night?
Red. Red, it's me, Danny.
Come in.
You seen the newspapers?
Yeah, I seen him.
Every cop in town's looking for us.
Including your big brother, I suppose.
Why'd you do it, Red? Why'd you plug him?
Shut up.
You could have gotten out of there without killing him. I shouldn't have let you have the gun. I should have...
Shut up. Now listen, you little punk. You gotta hang on to yourself. You understand? You gotta do just like I say.
Okay, Red.
Put the gun back.
Yeah.
Cleaned?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're going to school today.
I can't, Red. I can't...
Shut up and listen. You're going to school and I'm going to work. Just like nothing happened. Just like it was yesterday or last week or last year.
Maybe we ought to get out of town, Red.
Don't be a sap.
But if they'll send us to the sheriff...
Not me, they won't. No cop's ever going to take me. Not alive. If they come after me, I'll take a few of them with me before I go.
Red.
I mean it. I got nothing to lose. Not a thing.
Come in, Sergeant. I'll tell Miss Chandler you're here.
Thanks.
Sergeant Lucas is here, Miss Chandler.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. North.
I'll be in Mr. North's study if you want anything.
All right.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Marty. It's nice of you to come.
I thought maybe there was something I could do for you.
No. No, there's nothing. Is there any news? Have they found the men who...
No, but they will.
In a way, I hope they don't.
Why?
I think if I ever saw those men, I just got a glimpse of them in jail or in court or somewhere, I'd kill them if I could.
Helen, don't talk like that. You don't mean it.
I think I do.
Well, you've got to think of yourself, Helen. You still have a life to live.
What kind of a life is it going to be now?
A good one. It can be a good one, Helen. Look, I know it's a little too soon to say this, but, well, I want you to know that Harry wasn't the only one in love with you.
Oh, Marty.
Someday I...
Marty, please don't.
All right, Helen. I won't say any more right now.
I'll answer it. Hello? What? Why, yes, he is, Bill. Just a moment. It's for you, Sergeant. Lieutenant Wyden.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
Lucas, the temporary assignment to homicide you asked for has been okayed.
Good.
On one condition.
Yes, sir.
You're a cop, Lucas, and you don't forget it. What you do forget is that Maddox was your friend, that you ever knew him or saw him or talked to him. There's nothing personal about this. This is a murder case.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay.
Lieutenant, is there anything new?
Just one thing about the gun that killed Maddox. Ballistics hasn't finished running its tests on the slugs yet, but we know this much. They came from a .38 caliber police special.
Marty?
Yeah.
Did Lieutenant Wyden get in touch with...
Danny here.
Why, yes, in his room. Marty? There's something...
Danny,
What?
come out here.
What do you want?
Come out here.
Marty.
Okay. What's the...
Come on.
Hey, what's the idea? Let go.
Move. In the kitchen.
Let go of me.
Keep moving.
You gone nuts or something? Let go.
All right, get in there.
Martin, what are you doing?
You'll find out. Now open that drawer, Danny. Open it. Now pick up that gun.
No.
Pick it up.
I won't.
What's the matter, you rotten little... You afraid?
Go of me. Let go.
Okay.
What is this all about, Martin?
He killed Harry Maddox
Kill.
with Dad's gun.
Danny.
No, I didn't do it, I swear.
Stop lying.
No. Stop it, Martin. Stop it. Danny, tell the truth. Did you kill Harry Maddox?
No.
I want the truth, Danny.
I was in Bruner's last night, yeah, but
Danny.
I didn't shoot Maddox. It was Red.
Red?
Red Dublin.
I know Dublin. How'd you get tangled up with him?
I met him hanging around Murphy's joint on Burgess Street.
Oh, Danny.
Okay, Danny, get your coat.
What are you going to do?
I'm taking him in.
No.
Ma,
If he says he didn't kill Harry Maddox, I believe him.
whether he's the one who actually shot Harry's beside the point. He was robbing Bruner's.
He's
just
my
as guilty.
son. My son. That's all I care about. Will arresting Danny bring Harry Maddox back? No. And if it would, Martin, you wouldn't arrest him.
What?
You're glad Harry Maddox is dead.
Glad?
Because of Helen Chandler. You love her and want her, and you always have, and now maybe you can have her. And that's why you're glad Harry's dead.
Ma, you're crazy. Harry was my friend.
And Danny's your brother. Go ahead, Martin. You can prove I'm wrong. That down inside you're not glad Harry's dead. You can prove it very easily. All you have to do is arrest Danny. Well, Martin?
Thanks, Ma.
Don't thank me. I didn't do it for you. I did it for all of us. What's left of us?
Well, Bill, come on in.
Oh, thanks. Glad I found you home, Jerry.
Pam, it's Bill.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Looking for Marty Lucas?
Oh, he left here hours ago. What did you want to see him about?
We know whose gun it was that killed Harry Maddox.
Oh, and you arrested the man?
Oh, no, Pam. The man who owned the gun has been dead 12 years.
What?
He was a policeman. Marty Lucas's father.
Father?
Yes. Lucas's father and a man he was trying to arrest killed one another in a gunfight. And as a matter of routine, a ballistics test was run on Lucas's gun. Now, the slug taken from the man Lucas's father killed matches the slugs that killed Maddox.
Well, do you know what happened to the gun?
Well, I understand it was returned to Mrs. Lucas.
Gollies.
Oh, what's the matter, Pam?
Do you think it's possible that Marty Lucas killed Harry Maddox?
Oh,
Well, he could have been carrying his father's revolver instead of his own for days or weeks, maybe, waiting for the kind of situation where he could kill Harry Maddox.
But why would he want to kill Maddox?
Well, I don't know, except, well, he's in love with Helen Chandler.
Now, you're just guessing at that, Pam.
Last night I was, but today I heard Marty Lucas admit it to Miss Chandler. I didn't mean to listen, but...
But you did.
Well, not exactly.
Oh, darling, for a woman who never exactly listens, you hear an awful lot.
Is Miss Chandler still here?
Yes.
Well, I want to talk to her.
Oh, this is fantastic, Bill.
Well, perhaps, but it won't do any harm to ask Miss Chandler a few questions.
Miss Chandler? Miss Chandler? Well, that's funny. Why didn't she answer?
Well, let's find out.
She isn't here.
Well, she was just a few minutes ago, and she couldn't have gone without us seeing her.
Oh, yes, she could, dear.
The window.
Right. Out the window, across the balcony, and down the fire escape. But why?
I think I know. Come on, we've got to get over to Marty Lucas's right away.
Oh, here we are, Jerry. Pull up. Well, this may be a wild goose chase. I was here about an hour ago, and no one was home. Lucas lives here with his mother and younger brother. Upstairs, second floor rear.
Golly, I heard...
That came from upstairs, Bill. Yeah, come on.
Wait, listen.
It's Miss Chandler.
Miss Chandler, what is it?
It's Marty. He's dead. He's been stabbed to death. And then when nobody answered the bell, I tried the door. It was unlocked, and I came in, and I saw Marty.
And then you screamed and ran out of here and bumped into us.
Yes.
Mrs. Lucas, when was the last time you saw your son?
About 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I see. And where were you this evening?
I went for a walk.
And you, son, were you here when your brother got home?
No, sir.
Miss Chandler, why did you sneak out of the North's apartment?
I heard you and Mr. and Mrs. North talking.
I gathered that.
When I heard Mrs. North say it might have been Marty who killed Harry, I came over to find out for myself if it was true.
Why?
I don't know why.
Well, then maybe I can tell you, Miss Chandler. You came here, hid your suspicions from Marty Lucas, and then when the opportunity arose, you took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed him in the back.
Oh, no, that's not true.
And then when you started to leave, you heard Mr. and Mrs. North and me, and to try to divert suspicion from yourself, you screamed, pretending you'd just seen Lucas's body.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Mrs. Lucas, do you know of anyone aside from Miss Chandler who had a motive to kill your son?
Well, Ma?
No, Lieutenant. No one.
Oh, Pam, I'm so tired. I can hardly wait to get to bed.
Well, we have to take Miss Chandler's things to her. We promised.
Yeah. Well, then let's get the bag packed, get it down to headquarters, and get home. I'm dead.
Come on.
Hey, where is her bag?
In the closet.
Well, I'll get it.
Open it up on the bed.
Okay. Now, there we are, Pam. Well, hey, what have we got here?
What?
Hey, look on the suitcase.
Well, for heaven's sake, a gun.
Yeah, one of the cutest snub-nosed, pearl-handled automatics I've ever seen. Miss Chandler obviously didn't believe in traveling light.
Jerry, is it loaded?
Let's see. Oh, like the 5 o'clock subway.
Darling, this proves it.
Proves what?
That Helen Chandler didn't kill Marty Lucas.
Whoa, now wait a minute.
It does. If Helen Chandler had gone to see Marty Lucas with any intention of killing him, she certainly would have taken this, wouldn't she?
Pam, I think you're right.
Well, darling, we have to tell Bill about this.
He sent Miss Chandler down to headquarters with Sergeant Donahue, so we may still be at the Lucas apartment.
Well, on our way, let's stop there first. Come on, darling, and bring that gun.
Danny? Danny?
Come in, Mom.
Were you asleep, Danny?
No, I was just lying here, thinking.
I've been thinking, too, Danny.
You can't do it, can you, Ma?
How did you know?
I could tell. Even when you were lying to the lieutenant for me, I knew you couldn't go on lying very long. And even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. That's what I've been thinking about.
Oh, Danny.
I shouldn't have let you stop Marty from taking me in. I'm going to give myself up, Ma.
First your father, and then Martin. Now you.
Oh, don't cry, Ma.
Oh, what happened to us?
It's my fault. I kept thinking how you had to work, how we never had nothing after Pa died, and how we never would. You'd never get rich being a dressmaker, and neither would Marty being a cop. I figured it was up to me. But that was just an excuse. I wasn't thinking of you or Marty or anyone except myself. But look, Ma, I didn't kill Marty. I wouldn't have done it. You gotta believe me.
I believe you, Danny. I wouldn't have lied for you if I didn't.
Come on, Ma. I'll telephone Lieutenant White.
Put down that phone, Danny.
Red,
Put it down.
how'd you get in here?
First time I picked the lock on the back door. This time I used the key.
Martin's key.
I see you got yourself a gun of your own now, Red.
Put that phone down, Danny.
Why'd you kill Marty?
I found out he was looking for me. Maybe to arrest me. Maybe just to kill me. I don't know. But I had to do something, so I came up here and waited for him. It's either him or me.
What do you want now?
I just came up to see what the cops had to say.
It doesn't make any difference what they say, Red. I'm giving myself up.
No, you're not, Danny.
He is.
You want him to go to the chair?
He won't if he gives himself up.
You can't be sure of that.
I'll take my chances.
You're not getting any chances, Danny. Remember what I said. I got nothing to lose. You pick up that phone and you're dead.
Well, I don't see Bill's car around, Pam.
Well, let's check the Lucas apartment anyway.
Yeah, okay. I'll get the door.
Thank you.
We probably should have telephoned and found out.
Jerry!
A gunshot.
It came from upstairs.
Come on, Pam, let's...
Jerry, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Pam, turn off that light.
All right.
What the...
Jerry, it's a man. I can't see him, but...
Yes, and he can't see us. Shh.
Who turned off that light?
Get Helen Chandler's gun out of your purse, Pam.
All right.
Come on. Who is it?
Here, Jerry.
All right, now get back behind the stairs.
What are you going to do?
Quiet, Pam.
Listen. Whoever you are down there, get out of my way. I got a gun.
What do you think I've got?
You're cops.
That shot went into the ceiling, fella, but the next one will be on the level.
Jerry, he's going back upstairs.
You stay here, Pam.
No, I'm coming with you.
Stay where you are, Red. And drop that gun.
Danny.
Drop it, Red. I got Marty's gun. I'm just itching to use it on you.
Pam, listen.
That's Marty Lucas's
Don't
brother.
Don't shoot, Danny. There's cops downstairs. Don't shoot.
Then drop that gun.
All right, there.
Come on, let's get up there, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, Danny, you're hurt.
No, I'm okay. Red here doesn't shoot very good unless he's shooting a guy in the back.
What do you mean?
Go telephone Lieutenant Wigan. You'll hear all about it when he gets here.
You think it'll go hard on Danny Lucas, Bill?
Well, it won't go easy, Jerry. Reformatory until he's 21, probably, and then a few years of probation. Yeah, it'd have been a lot tougher for him if he hadn't turned against Red Dublin and actually risked his life to give himself up. Hey, gosh, look at the time. I'd better go.
Oh, wait, Bill. Do you have any plans for dinner?
Well, no,
Well,
but
then stay and have it with us.
Hey, that's a swell idea. And look, I'll be the chef.
You?
You? Well, what's the matter?
Well, I don't like to say this, darling, but you're not a very good cook.
Oh, no? Oh. Well, Bill can tell you differently. Remember the meals I stirred up on our hunting trip last fall, Bill?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, I'll make another of those hunter stews I cooked up. You remember that stew, Bill?
Oh, yes, very well. We had it for dinner our last night out.
Oh, that's right. Gosh, that was a swell trip. You know, it's too bad you got sick and we had to cut it short. I wonder what it was that hit you the way it did.
Well, I can't imagine.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Hello, Doc. How are you? What? In trouble? You?
More trouble. You attract trouble, Archie. Hang up.
It's our dentist, Dr. Thrumming.
Let him wait. We never can find him when we need him. Tell him it's after office hours.
Doc, Doc, you're talking so fast I can't make head and tails of it. Look, listen, Doc. Come on over here and we'll be able to hear you. It'll only take you a few minutes. Right.
You consistently disobey me. I want to work on my paper about odontocosms.
Doc Thrummig has a friend who's in some trouble, and he needs our advice. Besides, we owe Doc a fair-sized little bill, remember?
Money again, Archie. Money is the curse of our times.
Yeah, man. Bring on all the curses that is available.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This story is one we refer to as the case of the Midnight Ride. Oh, yeah, there was a ride, all right. But it would never have happened if we hadn't received another phone call a few minutes after our Dr. Thrummig phone. It was late in the evening, and Nero Wolfe was studying his paper on orchids while I was absorbed in playing some phonograph records.
Archie, not so loud. I can't possibly think when you play that infernal thing at such volume.
What was that you said, boss?
I said I can't understand why you can't get music from a phonograph without vibrating the top of the instrument.
That's right.
I can't understand why the neighbors haven't called the police. Do you hear that, Archie? Archie!
All right, I'll answer.
You're fired.
Naturally. Hello?
Hello. Is this Archie Goodwin?
I know, Mr. Wolf's... What? Me?
Archie.
Yeah, who is it?
I need help, Archie, please. Come at once. Please. Oh, please. You and Nero.
Who is this?
This is Gloria, but... No, don't.
Gloria who?
Ronaldo West.
Hello? Hello? Well, did you hear that?
Another female bar. What happened?
Boss, who do you know named Gloria?
Gloria? I know nothing about anyone named Gloria.
She said her name was Gloria something. I couldn't quite get the last name. But she did say Ronaldo Road.
Well, it's quite possible that she resides on Ronaldo Road.
First, she asked if this was Archie Goodwin speaking, and before I had a chance to say anything, she asked me to come to her at once. She needed help. And for you to bring me along. For me to bring Nero along.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, she said she was Gloria Bar or Mar or something like that, and then she said Ronaldo Road West, and then the scream, and that's all there was.
The usual pattern of your experience with women.
Sounded like a hand was slapped over her mouth, or she was grabbed by the throat. Bring Nero with you.
I am taking no more assignments this week.
Ronaldo Road West, where is it?
I don't believe there is a Ronaldo Road West. If I remember correctly, Ronaldo Road runs north and south and is approximately 12 miles long.
But she said west.
What she probably tried to say when she was interrupted was Ronaldo Road Westchester.
Westchester, of course.
Asked Inspector Kramer to try to check on that phone call.
I'll ask him to try.
By the way, do you expect to find this Gloria alive, Archie?
I certainly hope so.
And are you aware that if someone strangled her, then they must have heard her speak your name?
Yes, and yours, too. Shall I open it, boss?
Why not? Let us face it, Archie, huh?
It's me, Archie.
Wait till I slide the night chain off, Dr. Thrummig.
My nose.
I forgot all about you, Doc. Where have you been?
It's only been 3 or 4 minutes. I've never had such a disturbing night since I had my first patient. But at first I was afraid to leave the house.
And why were you so afraid, Dr. Thrummig?
But there were 2 men sitting in front of my place in a car. Oh, good evening, Nero.
Were they waiting for you, Doctor?
Well, why not? It's very likely. Since she called me, I've been so completely unnerved.
Here, Doc, here. Have some brandy.
Oh, no. You know, I never... well, that is... a small one. I am upset. You understand, Archie. Oh, well, that's better.
Just who called you and upset you so?
Oh, hello, Nero. Did someone call me? When?
You phoned me frantically that a woman called you. I couldn't understand you on the phone.
Oh, yes, poor Gloria. She was cut off.
Oh, Gloria. Did you say Gloria?
Well, didn't I? I thought I did. Oh, dear. What did you say?
I said Gloria.
Oh, my, isn't that strange? I thought that's what I said. No more, please.
We just had a call from Gloria. Who is Gloria?
Well, you remember. We all went to school together. That is... Oh, you do too remember. Gloria, you know, she was...
Just what is Gloria's last name, Dr. Thrumming?
Well, it was Gloria Barnsworth. I don't know what it is now.
That's what she was trying to say to me, Barnsworth.
Did she tell you where to find her?
No, she didn't. Oh, dear me. She was just about to tell me when I said I'd call you and Archie and get your help. And then she was cut off.
How do you know she's the Gloria Barnsworth you knew and I'm supposed to know?
My. Could you open the windows?
Why, yes.
Archie.
Oh, sorry, Doc. The air outside's contaminated.
Oh, is that so? With what?
Oxygen.
Oh, these factories. Oh, well, I found her picture in an old class photo. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. But, Doc, you and this gal were several years ahead of me in school. I'm not in this picture, so she must be about 40 now.
Well, gentlemen, you both seem to have the situation well in hand now. So, if you'll excuse me, I will retire to my room.
Oh, yes, but we don't have anything figured out yet.
But you will. Let me know in the morning how successful you have been. Good night.
Well, anyway, a woman called here, and just as she was about to tell me who she was and her address, she was cut off as though she was strangled.
Yeah, Archie, did you say someone strangled her?
I don't know, Doc. I hope not. Well, let's start our search along Ronaldo Road.
Archie, don't answer it. They're after me. The men in the car, they saw me come in here.
After you, nonsense.
They found out Gloria phoned me. Don't let them in.
Now, how could you know all that?
Oh, dear me. Do you mind? A short one? I'm so weak tonight. Please, Archie, don't open it. I warn you.
Now, just relax, Doc. I'll handle this. Good evening.
Evening. Are you Archie Goodwin?
No, he is.
Yes. No, I'm not. He is.
Put up your hands. Unhook the night chain. Now just turn off this light.
Oh, I told you.
Where's Wolf?
Oh, he's been in bed for hours.
And who is this little man?
Why, I'm...
Don't you know? This is my brother, Brother Cuthbert.
Yes, he's quite right. I'm a bit older than he is.
Shut up, Cuthbert.
All right, get your coats and hats off that rack.
What for?
We're all going for a little ride along the river, and it's a bit chilly.
Oh, dear me. I feel faint. I'm getting dizzy.
Get your hat.
Yes.
And put that bottle down.
Yes, but it's so cold out there.
Get along. Here's the car. Now, Mr. Goodwin, hand over that gun in your pocket.
But I haven't got... Okay, there you are.
Thank you. Now get in the car. You get in the front seat with the driver, Goodwin. Your brother can get back with me. Okay, you know where we're going, driver.
Yeah,
but what? Get going.
But do you know who this guy is?
I do. Why?
Well, now, look, Well, this guy is Archie Goodwin.
What if he is?
Well, this won't work. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be Goodwin. He's with Nero Wolf.
What's your name, pal? I can't see you, but I seem to recognize your voice.
Well, you see, it was like this. I was in on...
Are you going to shut up and start driving?
Okay, I'm going.
Now, see here, it's getting very late. I don't like this. Where are you taking us?
Keep calm, Doc.
Yeah, don't get excited. Just take it easy. Listen, Goodwin, I got a record
Shut
for
up,
you.
you two.
What's the idea back of all this, friend?
Pull off the road here, driver.
Yes, but we're way out in the country.
Now, we'll all get out here.
Now, wait a minute.
I said get out. You too, driver.
Oh, now, wait a second. What's the big idea?
Now, all of you start walking over to that clump of trees. Go on.
What's he going to do?
What do you think?
Okay, that's good. Just stand there. Now, get out your gun, driver.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This isn't
Get
the
out
way
your
you...
gun, and don't turn around, driver. Now, let him have it. Go on, or I'll kill you.
I don't go in for this kind of stuff. Besides,
Shoot and empty your gun into them. Go on. Now, just drop your gun on the ground. There. Now, I will take Goodwin's gun, and after I finish with it, I'll just toss it over beside his body.
You what? Hey, now, wait a minute.
You'll notice I have gloves on.
Hey, Doc. Dr. Thrumming. You all right, Doc?
Oh, Archie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got you into this. I can't last long.
Where are you hit?
Tell Nero I make him a present of his new bridge work I put in.
Let me have a look at you.
I wanted to die in my bed with my friends around me.
You're not bleeding.
I wanted the choir to sing. What? I'm not bleeding?
No.
Are you?
No. The driver was a bad shot. He missed both of them.
Then what am I doing down here on the ground?
You fainted at the first shot. I dropped purposely on the second shot. He missed every time. Come on, get up from there. We're very lucky people.
What became of them?
Hand me my gun.
Oh, is this your gun?
Wrap it in his handkerchief. Come over here. Yep. Here he is, the driver.
And he's dead. This is dreadful, Archie. What do we do now?
You got a lighter?
Here's my pocket flash.
Well, here's his gun beside him. Don't touch it. Have a look through his pockets. Wish I knew what he meant when he said he had a record for me someplace. A picture of a girl. Says, to Mike from Violet. Mike. This fellow's face is certainly familiar, but I can't... Hey, wait a minute. Mike Jordan, that's it.
Mike Jordan?
Yeah, Wolf cleared him on a frame-up 3 years ago, and this girl Violet is an entertainer in a nightclub downtown.
Violet, yes, but what does all this have to do with Gloria?
Strange, there's no other identification on him. Maybe the other guy took it off of him. Well, now we got to find Violet.
How? We can't even find Gloria.
I think now that this guy Mike Jordan missed us deliberately. Let's start hoofing it back to that last crossroad. There was a telephone there. I'll call Nero. So that's the story so far, Mr. Wolf. Sorry to wake you up, but we wanted you to know.
Yes, we did. Oh, such a night.
What was your reason for telling the man that Dr. Thrumming was your brother?
Well, I didn't want him to know that it was Doc because Gloria had called Doc, and he must have known about it.
And the driver turned out to be Mike Jordan. And what did Mike say to you in the car?
Well, he didn't finish, but he said, I got a record for you, Goodwin. And then the man shot him up.
And when you located Violet at her place, she was cataloging recordings, Bring it in here now, Archie. Sit down, Dr. Thrumming.
Yes, I am a bit weary.
Come in, Violet. Violet, this is...
Hey, wait a minute. You're Nero Wolf.
Sit down, Miss Violet.
Oh, what's the idea, Mr. Goodwin? Why'd you bring me here?
Will you look at this photo? It says to Mike from Violet.
Where'd you get this?
I got it, Violet. What we want to know is, where's Mike now? What's he doing? Can you tell us where he lives?
What's Mike done now?
Can you tell us his address?
Maybe.
Do you know who he has been working for?
Yeah. A guy with a big car and a lot of dough.
You've seen this man?
Yeah, kind of a good-looking guy. I think his name is Durant or something like that.
I understand you've been occupying yourself with cataloging some phonograph recordings.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when Mr. Goodwin came in. Mike's got a home recorder over at his place.
Do you have all the records that have been made on the machine so far?
No, just what we made in the last week. Lots more at his place.
Do you and Mike know of a woman named Gloria?
No, at least I don't remember.
It was on Rinaldo Road. Gloria Barnsworth was her maiden name.
Where is this Rinaldo Road? I don't know.
It's in Westchester, we think.
I've never been there. What has Mike done, Mr. Wolf? Is it bad?
As a matter of fact, Mike is in the clear.
Good.
There is no charge against him, and there never will be. You haven't seen him for a couple of days?
No. And I never go to his apartment unless him and some guests are there. Do you know where he is?
Will you give me the address of his apartment?
Okay. 324 East 35th Street.
Thank you very much, young lady.
What's all so mysterious? Oh, something's happened to Mike. I can tell by the way you talk.
Very well, Archie. You have a special visit to make. Look for the machine, and it's quite late, so you had best hurry.
Well, I'm going with you, Archie. Good night, Nero. Oh, I mean, good morning. Oh, I don't even know what day it is.
Come along, Violet. We'll drop you at your place first. Well, there we are, Doc.
Yes, has his name right on it. Mike Jordan.
Well, we're fairly certain that no one's in there. Hey, what do you know? It isn't locked. The lights are on.
I know.
Listen.
Yes, a light humming noise. Huh. But where is it coming from?
Over in that corner, those wall cabinets.
There it is. A radio. And a phonograph combination.
This and a recording machine. And the recording arm's still down on the record. Just lift it off and put the playback needle on. Yeah, there we are.
Look, I don't go in for that kind of stuff. You've been working for me for several weeks now, haven't you? Well, sure, boss, but I never went in for no kind of... We're going to pick this guy up and take him for a little ride. It ain't my line. All you do is drive the car. Okay, I'll take a chance, but remember, I'm just the driver of your car. If anything happens, I didn't know nothing. You'll do just as I say. Incidentally, I know a lot about you. Things the police would like to know. Okay, I'm working for you. I came out to Ronaldo Road to make an honest living. But I see I'm right back where I started. And worse. Guy just ain't got a chance. Oh, remind me. I've got to phone the place. Hello? How is it? I see. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight, just as planned. Oh, yes, he's all right. No, don't worry. Goodbye. Have you got a gun? Sure. I never used it. You won't need it. But I want you to bring it along just in case I do. Now, you've got nothing to worry about. I'll take care of everything. And nothing will be traced to either of us. You got your money? Let's go, Mike. It's getting late.
Well, Doc?
He did say Ronaldo Road.
And that's where our Gloria called from, so they're all tied in together. Come along, Doc. We're going back to Mr. Wolf again, and we'll just take this record with us.
Well, Archie, I guess this phonograph was worthwhile after all. Yes, indeed.
Don't you find this a very interesting recording, Nero?
I'm sure we're going to add it to our collection.
And these are the two men who took you on the ride.
That's right. But we're really no further along in our desire to help Gloria.
That's right. We're on Ronaldo Road. Boss, if we can find the address, will you go with us down there or over there or wherever it is?
I might. And you already have the clue to the address.
We have? Where?
In that phonograph recording. Play it again, Archie. Just the part where he uses the telephone. And slow the speed way down. Then take down the numbers I call off.
Okay, boss.
6, 5, 3, 2, 3. That's enough. By slowing down the record, we were able to count the clicks of each number he used on the dial. Now, there's the number the man called. We hope it is on Ronaldo Road. Have Inspector Kramer get the address of that number combination, and we are ready to make our assault.
I'll call Kramer, and then I'll get the car out. It hadn't been out for weeks. Maybe it won't start.
No such luck, Archie, I assure you. No such luck.
Oh, here it is. I think we must go through this big gate.
Yes, there's the number. 23 Ronaldo.
Slip up to the entrance as softly as possible. Turn out your headlamps.
Well, here we are, boss. Easy now getting out.
Don't pull, Doctor. Don't pull on me. There we are. Now come along.
Yeah, spooky sort of place, isn't it?
All big houses are like that. Must be 20 rooms.
Yeah. There's not a light in the place.
Use the knocker, Archie.
Uh-oh, stand back. Here comes somebody.
Yes?
Is Gloria in?
What? Gloria? And who are you?
We are here to see Gloria. Come.
It's this hour of the night? Certainly not.
Just a moment. She's an old friend of mine. Yes, and his, too. He's Archie.
My good man, what is your name?
Jennings, sir. And the household is in bed at this hour.
What is it, Jennings? Who's at the door?
They're asking for you, Miss Gloria.
For me? Well, come in, gentlemen. You may go, Jennings. Please.
Very well, miss. Just as you say.
Now, what did you want?
Say, Doc, is this the Gloria?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem...
Are you Gloria?
Yes.
Well, why did you call us?
Oh, then you're Archie Goodwin.
Yes, and I'm Dr. Thrumming. But you are...
I called you because I need your help. Desperately.
Gloria, what is going on here at this hour? Oh, and who are these gentlemen?
Well, you see, Uncle, Mr. Goodwin came...
Came to see you? Why?
Well, because
I think you'd better go to your room, my dear. Don't you think that is best? Your room and rest?
No, I don't want to. I won't.
Go to your room.
No, I won't. I can't. All those people walk in and out. They want to kill me.
Jennings, take her to her room.
Yes, sir. Come along, miss.
No, I won't. Let me go. There are hundreds of people. They'll kill me.
Come along.
No, please. No.
I'm so sorry, but there's nothing we can do with her. Now, Mr. Goodwin.
Yeah?
What is it you wish?
The girl called you Uncle. Oh, pardon me, I'm Nero Wolf.
How do you do, Mr. Wolf? Yes, she called me Uncle, but I'm not really a relative. I'm Dr. Gunther, retained by the family. As you can see, the girl is quite ill.
Oh, well, we're old friends of Gloria's, and we'd like to see her.
But you just saw her.
We don't refer to this young lady. We have in mind the elderly Gloria. Now, come, Dr. Gunther. You know to whom we refer.
What? You mean the girl's aunt? Well, it's very strange. If you are a friend of the aunt's, that you are not aware of her condition.
Her condition?
Yes. The aunt has been bedridden for nearly a year. Paralysis. And it seems to be most coincidental with your visit, but she passed away this afternoon.
Died? Gloria?
This afternoon? But how could that be?
We'd like to see the remains, Dr. Gunther.
Yes, we'd like to see the remains. Just where are they?
They are here, Mr. Goodwin. And if you and your brother and Mr. Wolf will step this way to the small parlor. There you are, gentlemen. I'll leave you alone. I'll be in the library.
Well, gentlemen, there she is. What do you say? Do you recognize this woman?
Well, yeah. It's been many years, but that is Gloria Barnsworth.
Well, good heavens, yes. It's Gloria, all right. Poor woman. I remember now. She married a very wealthy manufacturer named Kenton who died. She's remained a widow, I guess.
He said she died this afternoon. Are you sure it was an elderly woman who called you this evening? And by the way, just feel her forehead.
It's warm. She couldn't have been dead more than an hour.
She isn't dead. No signs of pulse. Your cigarette case, please. Very slight moisture. Respiration barely perceptible. She's under heavy narcosis. Been given a heavy dose lately.
Let's get out of here.
Wait. Do you recognize the uncle, Father Dr. Gunther?
No, do you, Thrumming?
No.
Does he look like the man who took you for a ride?
It was too dark, boss, and he was all bundled up in heavy clothes.
Let's get out of here.
The door was locked after we came in.
He's right. Come on, Doc, let's put our shoulders to it. 1, 2...
Go!
Well, gentlemen, what on earth does this mean?
Why'd you lock the door?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a spring lock. I had no intention of locking the door.
And I suggest, Archie, that you have it repaired. And now, Archie, will you step to the door and let Inspector Kramer in? He followed us up the driveway.
Yeah, about time. Getting cold out here.
Inspector Kramer, this is Dr. Gunther. In that room is a woman he claims is dead. She is actually under the heavy influence of narcotics.
Yeah? Well, who is she?
Mrs. Gloria Kenton, widow of the wealthy shoe manufacturer.
And this attractive young lady coming down the stairs is supposed to be mentally ill, which I do not believe. Her name is Gloria, too. A niece of the elder Gloria.
But Archie and I both knew Gloria Barnsworth. Kenton.
Yeah, I get it.
And I suggest that this man is not a doctor, but is young Gloria's husband, and they're attempting to force the Aunt Gloria to change her will in their favor.
This is utterly ridiculous.
The aunt was able to phone Doc Thrummig and me tonight, but she was apparently caught in the act.
And this man, who is posing as the uncle, hired Mike Jordan to drive his car while he picked up Archie with the intent of killing him.
Well, this is the same man?
The same. And if Mike Jordan hadn't recognized Archie, both of you would be quite dead. This man double-crossed Mike and killed him, believing that the whole thing would be blamed on Mike. Mike deliberately missed.
All right, so what's he going to do about it? Come on, let's get out of here fast.
Look out, he's a cop.
All right, now get those hands up and keep them up.
Come along, Archie. I have another appointment. The inspector can handle it from here on.
Oh, dear me. What happened? Am I all right?
Yeah, you just fainted again when the shooting started.
It's really quite fortunate that Mike Jordan recorded that conversation. Fortunate indeed.
How did you know this uncle was the same guy who took us for a ride?
First, by his speech pattern, he is undoubtedly a Canadian. But you must have missed the most important slip-up.
What was that?
When he escorted us to see the body, he said to you, Archie, if you and your brother and Mr. Wolf will step this way... Now, how would he believe that Dr. Thrummig was your brother? No one mentioned it.
Of course, the clue I planted and then missed myself.
Quite right, Archie, quite right. What time is it?
8 a.m. I certainly appreciate your coming out for me on this deal.
Oh, but I didn't do it just for you. There is an Orchid Lovers Convention this morning at 9 o'clock.
What? And you mean...
Yes. I'm sure you'll enjoy it tremendously. Both of you.
Oh, brother.
Uh-huh. What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Nothing at all.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin and Howard McNear, Gene Bates, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, Grace Leonard, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Final Page. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood, presented by the American Broadcasting Company. His office is high in the tower of a skyscraper overlooking San Francisco Bay. His name is Gregory Hood. By day, president of the Hood Importing Company. By night, criminologist and man about town. Tonight's story from out of his casebook, The Carnival of Death.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gregory Hood. Let's understand this from the start. I'm not a playboy. But when a hot blonde who's due to inherit a cool million suddenly writes me, "Be sociable, Greg. Drop around for a drink." It's 3 to 1 I'll drop around. That's how I got involved with Leora Thorne. I was in my office with Sanderson Taylor, my attorney, nose to the grindstone, sticking to business, when along came Leora's invitation. Excuse me, Sandy, but this letter's been lying on my desk all day.
Perfume.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Greg, just because an old flame has got herself happily married, that's no reason to cross her off your books. How's about dropping around for a drink tomorrow afternoon? I want you to meet Bradley, my new husband. You'll like him.
From quite a lady, Greg, judging by your smile.
Remember Leora Littleton? She's now Leora Thorne.
Oh, the one who's coming into old Colonel Littleton's money?
$1 million next year. She wants me to drop over this afternoon.
What for?
Just for Auld Lang Syne, I guess. Probably giving a big cocktail party.
Has she still got that big estate on Shore Drive?
Mm-hmm. Swimming pool and all the trimmings.
Oh, take my advice and you'll stay put.
I'm sort of curious to see Leora again. It's been a whole year.
Now, Greg, don't get involved.
Oh, nonsense. The gal's happily married. She says so.
Haven't you ever noticed, Greg, that your ex-girlfriends never invite you to their homes unless there's trouble brewing?
Oh, Sanderson, you're a cynic. I'll be back later to finish those contracts with you.
Greg, I'm warning you.
My attorney, Sanderson Taylor, is heap smart Injun. I should have avoided that perfumed billy do like rat poison. Because when I got to Leora's, there wasn't any party. There wasn't so much as a friendly Greg. How have you been? Instead...
Greg, you're just in time.
Hey, what gives?
This is Brad, my husband.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Hood.
I've been meaning to drop around ever since I read about you two getting married.
Never mind the chit-chat. Go into that small room over there.
And listen. Listen to everything that's said.
Wait a minute. All I came for was a nice sociable visit.
Greg, I need you. I'm desperate.
That's right, Mr. Hood. We're both desperate.
Before I could say, I'm booked for this waltz, thank you, and walk out, they pushed me into a small powder room. I watched them go into the library right alongside. I watched the butler usher in a little runt who wore a face like a dachshund plus a twitch. An unsavory type. I listened to Duckleface talking to Leora and Brad.
My boss says to tell you an old Chinese proverb. Confucius say, a Welsher gets it in the neck.
I'm not Welshing.
$3,000 worth.
I don't owe him a penny.
What about the IOU?
The game was crooked. I only signed it to get out of the place.
Better pay it, girlie, to stay out of a coffin.
Say, look, whoever you are, have a heart. That crap game was rigged. My wife was cheated into losing all that money.
Please, I need time. Tell your boss to give me time.
A week from today, my boss says.
What about a week from today?
That's how long you get. Or else. Girlie, that chassis of yours won't look so pretty with a bullet in the upholstery.
Brad, what am I going to do?
Oh, precious lamb, you've simply got to pay off.
I can't.
No, we'll sell your jewelry, rent this house, anything. Just so your life isn't in danger. No, please, precious lamb.
Now, look, you two. You've roped me into this, so you'd better give me the lowdown.
Greg, you heard that little man.
Mm-hmm. Where have you been gambling, Leora?
Out at Pacific Playland.
Pacific Playland? That's an amusement park.
I begged Leora to stay away.
You didn't drop $3,000 on ping pong and darts, did you?
There's a floating crap game out there.
People never tell me these things. Who runs it?
I don't know his name. They just call him the boss.
A rigged dice game at a honky-tonk carnival. Leora, have you lost your senses?
I can't explain it, Greg. Every now and then I get this itch to gamble. It just grabs hold of me and... Well, this time I got in too deep.
I tried to stop her, Mr. Hood.
Well, my advice is square up. I didn't like the looks of Jojo, the dog-faced messenger boy.
I can't pay, Greg.
What?
I haven't the money.
Leora Littleton, NG, on the credit?
I don't come into the bulk of Grandfather's estate for another year. You know that. Right now I'm in debt all over town.
Darling, we'll sell things off. It's the only way.
You're right, Thorne. Take that wristwatch you're wearing, for instance.
What about it?
I handle lots of fine Swiss watches at the Hood Importing Company, but nothing that unusual. I've never seen a heart-shaped design like that.
I had it made like a heart because I gave it to Brad.
As a wedding present.
Well, that watch alone at some high-class hawk shop.
Oh, no, I can't let Brad part with it.
But precious lamb, for your own safety and for my peace of mind.
Your husband's very sensible. Don't risk your life, Leora.
Well, then help me, Greg. Find out who's after me.
Well, I'll think it over.
Oh, you were the one person, Greg, I knew I could turn to.
If you help us, Mr. Hood, you'll never find two people more grateful.
Well, I have to go now, but you'll be hearing from me, Leora.
I'll show you to the door, Mr. Hood. This way. I'm so worried about her, Mr. Hood.
Naturally.
Sometimes I wish Leora didn't have, well, all this.
She's a swell kid. just needs taking care of.
I'm doing my best.
You know, I think you are. I think you have a pretty level head in your shoulders.
Thanks. Well, I'm so crazy about her. A lot of folks probably think I just married her for the money.
Well, anybody can see that isn't the case. Well, chin up. Don't let Leora get too upset.
Well, I'll try not.
Good meeting you, Thorne.
It was grand meeting you. And please, help us out of this mess.
Well, Greg, how was Leora's cocktail party?
What cocktail party?
I thought so. She only got you out there to rope you into something.
Put your hat on, Mr. Taylor. We're going places.
What about these business contracts?
They'll keep. We're going to Pacific Playland.
The amusement park?
What goes on out there, it seems, isn't so amusing.
What did you find out, Greg?
I've been pumping some of the concession owners.
Do they know anything about a floating gambling game?
They do. They're keeping mum.
What about the man they call the boss?
Couldn't learn a thing.
Oh? What about the little man who threatened Leora?
Dockleface? Yes, he works out here. They recognized my description of him.
Who is he?
Name's Benny Baker, known as Hot Licks Baker.
Hot Licks?
Used to be a trap drummer until he found an easier pitch.
Well, he sounds like a charming character.
They tell me he works at one of the concessions, some daredevil trapeze act, the incomparable Florette, whatever that is.
Yes, it's over there. You see that neon sign?
Well, hanging over that big tent. Well, come on, let's go visiting.
Watch her death-defying leap through the air. The trapeze act of the century. At 200 feet, with perfect precision, the little lady will defy gravity.
Buy 2 tickets, Sandy.
Greg, that Barker.
What about him?
I have a feeling he's looking at us.
No law against giving his customers the once-over.
No, it's just that, well, he kind of nodded when he spotted you. As if... Look out, Greg! That neon sign is coming loose! Greg, get out of the way! Are you all right, Greg?
Me? Sure, Sandy. You. Lucky thing you pushed me.
Oh, I had heart failure. You were standing right under it.
You had heart failure. Brother, I could feel the breeze as that sign went past me.
Everybody okay out there? Accidents will happen. We'll have the debris cleaned up in a jiffy. Meantime, just step up, ladies and gents. See Florette. Florette being comfortable. Florette, the Wonder Girl. Hurry.
Greg, that was not an accident.
Sure it was, Sandy. The sign just tore loose.
When you were directly under it, I think somebody wanted to kill you.
Oh, nonsense.
He's right, Mr. Hood.
Huh?
I said your friend is right. 200%.
She was dressed in a kind of spangled costume, a carnival performer. She'd inched her way to us through the crowd. She pulled Sandy and me over onto one side and talked in quick whispers, as if there wasn't much time.
He knows you're after him.
Who does?
The boss, the man I work for.
Who is he? What's he look like? Where does he hang out?
What's it worth to you, Mr. Hood? To find out who's threatening Leora Thorne.
Suppose you tell us first who you are.
What's a diff who I am? Make with the cash offer and you'll get what you really want to know.
50.
Oh, chicken feed, Mr. Hood.
100.
Come again. Double or nothing.
Step in, folks. Big show's about to commence. You will see Florette being comfortable.
Oh, that's my cue. I gotta go in the taxi.
You're Florette.
Yeah, for a crummy $65 a week.
All right, you win, Florette. $200. Let's have it. Where can I find this man they call the boss?
Well, he's always at the same place. You'll find... Oh, look, I ain't got time to talk now.
Why not? Wait, come back here.
After my act. Meet me back in the tent in my dressing room.
We bought our tickets, Sandy and I, and followed the crowd into the big tent. Pretty soon, the girl appeared and climbed a rope ladder, 100 feet up at least. 4 times a day she did this stunt. She must have had nerves of iron.
Ladies and gentlemen, mistake, ladies and gentlemen, will mean instant death.
I don't get it, Greg.
Get what?
Well, a trapeze artist, a honky-tonk character. What possible connection can she have with a girl like Leora Thorne?
That is what we're going to pay her $200 to find out.
Are you ready, Miss Florette?
Greg, she missed!
They're taking her to the dressing room.
She'll never live after that fall.
Quick, let's get out of here, Sandy.
Keep your seats, ladies and gentlemen, please. Keep your seats. It was an accident. Please keep your seats.
Excuse us, please. We have to get through.
Keep going, Greg. I'm right behind you.
This time I'll bet my most sincere necktie on it, Sandy. That was deliberate.
What?
Did you notice the fellow who was beating the tempo for her?
Oh, the little fellow with the drum?
Uh-huh.
Yes, what about him?
He took a powder as soon as she missed that second trapeze.
Well?
He was Benny Baker.
The man who went to see Leora Thorne?
That's right. And this was murder, pal. Deliberate murder. In her dressing room, the incomparable Florette was dying a death I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. We pushed our way through before anybody could stop us. An ambulance intern was already there, shaking his head. A policeman was there, too, making duck tracks in his notebook. I could see what was in the wind when I heard the copper say,
Open and shut case, looks like. Just an accident.
We may as well get out of here, Greg.
Not yet, Sandy.
But it's too late. The girl won't be able to talk to us.
Maybe she will. Look at her eyes.
Her eyes?
She's staring at us. I think she wants us to come closer. Can you speak, Florette? Try. Try hard. Who is he? This boss person. The man who made them do this to you.
Oh, Greg, it's no use.
Wait. She's moving her lips.
The death ride.
What's she saying? Something about death.
Something about a death ride. Shh. Listen.
Last boat on the death ride.
Come on, Greg. She's dead. Well, we didn't get very far, did we?
Not yet. But you may quote me as saying I'm hopeful.
Oh, Greg, for Pete's sake.
What?
Call Leora Thorne. Tell her you're washing your hands of this.
Not a chance.
But we have work to do back at the office. But this is ridiculous, traipsing around an amusement park.
I'm going to find out who the gentleman known as the boss is. He's responsible for Florette's murder.
What makes you so sure that Florette was murdered?
You'll see. Right now, I'm wondering what she meant by that death ride stuff.
She may have been referring to Leora.
Could be. But on the other hand, hey.
What, Greg?
Down there on the midway in colored lights a mile high.
The death ride. 25 cents.
An amusement concession. Well, things are adding up. Come on. We ran down the midway, past the bingo joints and frozen custard stands. For only 2 bits, the death ride looked entertaining enough. It was a long tunnel filled with water. Flat-bottomed boats chained together took you on a dark and dismal voyage. But we didn't go on it. Not yet we didn't. Because just as we got there...
What's the matter?
Did you see what I saw?
Where?
Over there, the ticket booth. He was buying a ticket on the death ride, then he spotted us and ducked.
Who?
Benny Baker.
There he goes up that alley.
Quick, Sandy, we can corner him.
Head him off, Greg!
I'm trying to. All right, slow up, Baker. Into the line.
Okay.
You're out of training, Hot Licks. It's the life you lead.
What do you want?
Hold him, Sandy.
Let me alone.
Quite a trick, Hot Licks. Who put you up to it?
Up to what?
Florette's belly flop.
That was an accident.
Slight correction, a murder.
You're wacky.
Listen, Benny, I know how trapeze artists work. They practice a certain beat till every muscle is adjusted to it. And when that beat is changed, even by a split second...
So that's how he did it.
That's how he did it, by changing the drum beat.
A couple of Weissenheimers, huh? Well, try and pin something on me.
We both heard that drum.
So did 100 other people in that audience.
You're cooked, Benny, unless you talk. Who put you up to it?
Suppose I sing. What then?
The deal?
Yeah.
I don't do business with rats, Benny. Here's what I do.
Hey, cut it out. I'm sick, I tell you, I'm sick.
Who's the man that hires you? Start singing.
All right. Only stop. I figure he's a middle-aged guy, maybe. Kind of fat, maybe, judging by his voice. I never actually seen him.
But he paid you to threaten Mr. and Mrs. Thorne and to take care of Florette.
Yeah. Only I never actually seen him.
Well, where is his gambling place located?
He ain't the gambler. He ain't the guy Leora lost the money to.
No?
He's only using that, see? To pull some other racket on Mr. and Mrs. Thorne.
Some other racket? What kind?
Don't ask me. I just follow orders.
Well, how, if you've never seen the man?
The boss gives me orders on the phone.
How does he pay you off?
Well, he meets me now and then, but always in the darkness.
In the darkness?
Oh, Greg, he's lying to us.
I ain't. I swear I ain't. Look, over there, where I'm pointing. That's where he meets me.
On the death ride?
Yeah, the last boat.
You believe him, Greg?
Could be. Remember the girl's dying words to us? Yeah. I think he's telling the truth.
What are you going to do to me, mister?
Until the police take over, I'm leaving you in the capable hands of Mr. Taylor here.
Greg, where are you off to?
A sudden yen has come over me, Sanderson. I haven't tried one of those amusement rides since I was a small boy.
You're going on the death ride?
If anybody wants me, I'll be in the last boat, keeping a date in the darkness of the tunnel. I strayed over to the ticket booth and put down my quarter. It was past midnight now, and I was the only customer. I waited by the entrance gates. The string of tiny boats emerged from the tunnel, slowed up, disgorged a load of giggling bobby-soxers. Then it was my turn. I asked the old geezer who was in charge, "Mind if I ride in the last one?"
Ride anywhere as you please, mister.
The death ride got underway, with yours truly as the only passenger. Suddenly, I felt lonely, as if I didn't have a friend in the world. The boats headed into the long, black tunnel. I couldn't see my hand 2 inches in front of my face. In the inky blackness, I lost all sense of direction. I felt stifled. Beads of perspiration collected on my forehead. But, so far, no fellow passenger. You know that feeling you get in a dark room? That a stranger is right alongside you? Well, suddenly I knew. I could sense him sitting behind me in that last boat. I waited for him to speak. But all I could hear was the water in that tunnel and his watch, the ticking of his watch. I remember how it echoed. Finally, when he talked, his voice was muffled. But when I answered, I tried to sound like Mr. Benny Hotlick's dockle-face Baker.
That you, Benny?
Yeah.
Take care of Florette?
Yeah.
Good boy. Got another job for you, Benny.
Okay.
Up near Tahoe. Gonna be an accident up there. Tomorrow morning.
What kind of accident?
Fallen rocks. Automobiles gonna get out of control.
Will someone get killed?
A girl.
Suddenly, a shaft of light. There must have been a torn place in the canvas that lined the tunnel. Suddenly, he must have seen that I wasn't Benny because...
Okay, one.
I couldn't turn around. His hands were on my throat. I still couldn't see who he was, and the hands kept gripping tighter. Tighter. And then Roman candles started shooting off in my brain. Bonfires danced before my eyes. And then I blacked out.
So long, Hood. Here's where you get off. Only 2 feet of water, but enough to drown you.
Greg. Take it easy, old man.
Oh, my throat.
Just lie on that bench for a while.
Where'd you find me, Sandy?
On the death ride. Floating face down.
You deserve a Carnegie Medal for life-saving. How come such perfect timing?
Well, he got away.
Baker?
I was running after him. Just as we passed the death ride, I saw a passenger climbing out of the last boat. It wasn't you, and I got worried.
That passenger? What did he look like?
I didn't wait to see. I grabbed a flashlight from the old man and went sloshing into the tunnel to find you.
I never saw that other passenger either. Too dark.
That was the boss.
Yes.
Any idea of his identity?
None. His hands suddenly... Sandy.
Yes?
I just remembered that fellow's hands, his left wrist.
What?
Never mind, it'll keep. We'd better get after Benny Baker. I've learned he's a professional killer with another job on tap for tomorrow morning.
Oh, and I let him get away.
Come on, we've got to stop him.
What are you stopping for, Greg?
We won't have to look any further for Mr. Benny Hot Licks Baker.
Where? I don't see him.
Look. Now do you see him?
Where you're pointing?
Yes. That concession over there.
Hilbert's Waxworks Museum.
Those figures on display outside. Look at those wax figures.
Oh. Greg. How fantastic.
Fantastic was the word, all right. 3 of them standing upright and motionless. Napoleon, Mary, Queen of Scots, holding her head in her hands, and Jack the Ripper, all built of wax. Alongside, slumped over and equally motionless, was Benny Baker. They made a lovely foursome.
Oh, that green spotlight on them, you'd almost swear that Benny was a wax figure, too.
Yeah, except for the bullet hole and the blood. Sandy, let's get back to the car.
Greg, where are you driving to?
You'll see.
This isn't the direction to my house.
I'm not taking you home, pal.
Oh, now see here, Greg. Enough is enough. I've got a home and a comfy rest mattress waiting for me. Yes, and a wife who's probably ready to divorce me for staying out all night.
Here we are. Leora Thorne's house. I know it's late, Leora, but I've got to see you. This is Sandy Taylor, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Come into the library, Leora. I want to talk to you.
I'll wait out here in the hall.
Yes, Greg?
Are you, by any chance, planning an auto trip?
Well, how did you know?
A little birdie told me.
In the morning, Brad and I are driving out of town for the weekend.
Up to Lake Towel?
Who told you?
You're not going, Leora.
But, Greg, Brad and I were
The
counting
trip is
on...
off for a very simple reason. If you value your life.
If I... Greg, what are you talking about?
Why, hello, Mr. Hood.
Oh, Brad, darling, you better come in and listen to this.
Oh, I woke up as I heard you going downstairs, Precious.
Greg insists that we call off our trip to Tahoe.
Oh? Well, why's that, Mr. Hood?
Falling rocks.
What?
There's to be an accident on that mountain road to Leora's lodge. Leora is scheduled to be a corpse.
Greg!
You mean they'd actually kill her because of that gambling debt?
That petty crap game operator hasn't been threatening Leora at all.
Well, then who...
Somebody who figures this is a perfect time to put you in a nice marble mausoleum, while he can use that gambling debt as a cover-up.
But who? I haven't any enemies.
But you're absolutely sure of this, Mr. Hood.
I've met the gentleman in question.
You've seen him?
I didn't say I'd seen him. We met in the darkness. He tried to kill me.
What?
Oh, he's a bad boy. He had 2 Confederates working with him. When they talked too much, he put them both out of the way.
It all sounds so fantastic.
Laura's right, Mr. Hood. Like a bad movie.
You don't care for melodramatic doings, eh, Thorne?
Well, I guess I'm just not used to them.
You like things to be calm and serene, eh?
Well, yes, I guess you'd call me the matter-of-fact type.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something, Thorne.
Yes?
Don't you ever get tired?
Well, tired of what?
Of playing cat and mouse, you filthy
Greg,
swine.
you're out of your mind.
He knows you love him now, Leora. He knows he's mentioned in your will. He also knows how changeable you are, and he'd rather be a rich widower than a poor ex-husband.
What? Get out!
I'm not listening, Brad. I'm just not listening.
You used to work in carnivals in the old days, didn't you, Thorne? With Florette and Benny. You knew they could be hired for a price.
Brad, don't let him say these things.
That's right, Thorne. Don't let me say them.
Okay, Hood. This is how you want it. Stand up.
Brad, that gun.
You too, precious lamb. You once told me you'd die for me. Here's your big chance.
Oh, no.
You see, he's right. You are too changeable, Precious. You'll be getting tired of me one of these fine days, and we mustn't have that.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Finish up what I started.
Okay, Sandy, you can come in now. Watch out, Sandy!
I'm okay. He's shot with wire.
Drop that gun, Thorne. Drop it. You dirty! Drop it. Drop it. Grab it, Sandy.
I've got him.
All right, Thorne. You coming quietly to the police, or do we play more patty cake?
I'll come. Quietly.
I knew it was you ever since that excursion on the death ride.
You knew? How?
Say goodbye to your wife.
Goodbye, precious lamb.
Now take off the wristwatch and give it to her.
I don't want it.
But your love gift to him is what put me onto him.
What?
In the darkness, Thorne, it was like an engraved calling card.
A wristwatch?
Heart-shaped. Extremely unusual. And you forgot all about the luminous dial.
You have heard The Carnival of Death, an adventure from the case book of Gregory Hood, written this week by Jerome D. Ross, directed by Martin Andrews, and produced by Frank Cooper Associates. Listen again next week at the same time over this ABC station for the story of the Mutton Jade Buddha, another adventure from the case book of Gregory Hood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. It was Gilbert and Sullivan who said, quote, "A policeman's lot is not a happy one," end quote. But tonight, just on the stroke of 8, Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite ferreter of felonies, is seated in his apartment. He looks down on the bay at the masthead lights rising and falling with the swell, as Phyllis, his easy-on-the-eyes associate, does things with eggs in the tiny kitchen. A kitchen which hangs like an eyebrow on the forehead of Telegraph Hill.
Mike? Yes, Angel?
How's the shoulder?
It's fine. That is... it's pretty good. Why?
Because I think you're using it as an excuse to get me over here every night to fix your dinner.
Well, Angel, some fellows have etchings. I use scrambled eggs.
Uh-huh. Well, from tonight on, if I come over to your apartment, it's to be as a guest. You're going to do cooking.
Oh, Angel.
I mean it. I'm through being a detective by day and a cook at night. All right, come and get it.
Oh, boy. Hello.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
What are you doing?
Well, I was just going to sit down to a plate of scrambled eggs. Why?
I got a body.
You sound like something out of a horror film instead of Inspector of Homicide. What kind of a body?
It's been in the water a week or so. It looks like an accident. Autopsy surgeon seems to think it was an accident. Sergeant here says it was an accident, but...
You think it's murder?
Could be, Mike.
Where are you?
You know where Oleum is? Right on San Pablo Bay?
Yes.
I'll have the police boat pick you up at the jetty.
Oh, swell.
The sergeant will pick you up as fast as he can get there.
Well, give me 2 more seconds.
2 more seconds?
Yes, Inspector. 1 second for each egg.
There she is. Pull alongside.
Are we going aboard that yacht?
Yeah, the inspector's aboard.
It's a trim-looking craft.
Yeah, about $200,000 worth.
Hi there. Can you make it up the ladder, or do you want a bosun's chair?
Oh, half an hour aboard ship and he talks like an admiral. We'll use the ladder, Inspector. Oh, what's the matter, Angel?
Can't cook his own dinner because of a bullet wound in the shoulder, but he can climb a ship's ladder.
Well,
Okay. You go first, Mike.
Okay.
Well, kid, you made good time.
Sergeant brought us up the bay as if he knew every wave.
He does. Born and raised at San Rafael.
Well, where's the body?
On the engine room hatch.
Any wounds?
One blow on the head, which could have been made if he had fallen off the rocks.
Water in the lungs?
Yeah, Phil.
Oh, so he was alive when he hit the water.
Yeah.
Dressed in sailor pants, a reefer jacket, scarf. Shoes don't look like a sailor's. What besides the shoes make you suspect murder, Inspector?
The dead man's hands, Mike. No calluses. And the nails have been manicured. Sailors don't have soft hands and manicured nails.
Oh, good work, Inspector, good work. But how come you're aboard this ship? Is the owner aboard?
No, Mike, but we've sent for him. We came aboard because the Bay Patrol found the body near the ship. And because of this. We found this note in the dead man's pocket.
The North Star, owner Nelson Carter.
And this is the North Star?
Yeah, Phil. Autopsy surgeon said the body has been in the water about 10 days.
Oh, it's pretty hard to identify him now. Any missing persons reported?
I don't know. The sergeant checked with the Missing Persons Bureau when he went back to pick you up.
Yes, sir. Nobody reported missing, Inspector.
Say, who's aboard? I noticed the anchor light is trim and clear. No smudge on the glass. Must have been lighted tonight.
That's right, Mike. Captain is aboard, also the quartermaster.
Oh, I don't see any cabin light.
No, Phil. The portholes are covered with heavy green curtains.
Did you question the captain and the quartermaster?
Yeah, Mike. Very non-committal gents. Said they didn't know the dead man. Never seen him before. Didn't know anything about him, and then they both retired to their cabins.
Well, that's a little suspicious, don't you think?
Not particularly.
Well, most people are inquisitive, Inspector, especially about anything that smells of murder.
Inspector, did you search the ship?
Yeah, they're doing quite a bit of repair work.
Huh?
Placing all the paneling in the stateroom and so on.
Oh, Inspector, did you take a look at the ship's log?
No. After all, Mike, we really haven't anything definite to go on, not even a legitimate reason to suspect murder.
I think we have.
Well, so do I. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent for you. But to try and tie the murder up with the captain or with the ship even.
But I do tie it up with the ship, in a way.
What do you mean, Mike?
Point number 1. We're agreed that this dead man isn't a sailor because of his hands.
Agreed.
Point number 2, we think that these sailors' clothes aren't his clothes, all except the shoes.
Oh, yes, Mike, but I still don't see how
Dead men can't change clothes, Angel. So that suggests violence. Now, take a look at the inside of that right trouser leg. You see that smear of orangey red?
Yeah, Mike.
So what?
Well, that was made by red lead. The stuff they use to keep iron and steel from rusting.
Go on, Mike.
Now, take a look at these stanchions on the port side.
Freshly painted with red lead. I didn't notice that before.
Well, neither did I until right now. But you'll notice, Inspector, that there's no trace of red lead on the inside of either of the dead man's shoes.
I see what you mean. To get that smear on the pants legs, whoever was wearing those pants would be sure to get some on their shoes.
Right, Inspector, if he were wearing them voluntarily. Now, that smear suggests that he was carried. So I give you a suggestion. The murdered man was stripped of his own clothes, then these sailors' clothes were slipped on him, and he was dumped into the bay.
And these sailors' clothes came from this ship?
Yes, Inspector, yes, these clothes are from this ship. And for that reason, I think we should question our 4 suspects.
4 suspects? I don't get you, Mike. 4 suspects?
Yes. The captain, the quartermaster, the owner.
Yeah. And the 4th?
The 4th is the ship's carpenter.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the news you've all been waiting for. Post-war gasoline is here. Right now, as we speak these words, Union Oil Company's huge new 100-octane refineries are shifting to civilian production after long months of exclusive military service. That means that within a very few days, you'll be able to buy a new 76 gasoline that will knock your hat off. As fast as this new super gasoline can be blended, our trucks are hurrying it to your Minuteman stations. Some have it already. If your Union Oil Minuteman hasn't received his first shipment of this powerful new gasoline yet, he will within the next 2 weeks. And just as soon as he does, he'll post signs announcing its arrival in his station. Watch for these signs to go up, and then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of the new 76 gasoline. Soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are still aboard the yacht North Star. The dead man's body still lies on the engine room hatch as Mike knocks on the captain's cabin door.
What do you want?
This is the inspector of homicide. I'd like to talk to you again.
Well, I won't say glad to see you because I'm not. I won't say sit down because I'm hoping you won't stay long.
We've sent for the owner, and I thought we could save time by asking you a few questions.
Who are you?
I'm Mike Shane, private detective.
I don't know that I got to answer any of your questions.
Oh, you don't, of course, but I'd like to ask one question anyway.
Well?
Where's your master's certificate?
Why, you went...
And don't tell us it's in the chart house, because we looked there.
Now, Captain, you may not like to answer Mike's questions, but I think you'd better answer mine. Where is that certificate?
Here in the drawer. I haven't had time to put it up yet. I only took over this ship yesterday.
Oh, only yesterday, huh?
Yes. I answered an ad in the paper. The man wanted a navigator to be captain of his private yacht. I got the job.
What about the crew?
Only need 3. I'll pick them up in San Francisco tomorrow.
What about your quartermaster? Is he a new man, too?
Yes, I hired him yesterday.
Ahoy there, North Star! Throw us a line! Here you are, Sergeant!
Who have you got there, Sergeant?
Ship's carpenter named Wilkinson.
What about the owner, Carter? Couldn't you find him?
No, he's down in South America. Been there for 3 months.
What's that?
I said the owner of the North Star's been in South America for the past 3 months.
But that's impossible. I spoke to him a couple of days ago when he hired me.
That's what Carter's secretary says, and he ought to know. I brought him along in case you wanted to ask any questions.
Mm-hmm. Who else is that in the police launch?
Well, the woman is Mrs. Carter.
Oh. Has she heard from her husband lately?
No, not for 3 weeks.
Mike.
Yes, Angel. You and I have the same idea.
I'm beginning to have the same feeling, kids. Well, let's have the secretary up first and have him look at the body. What's his name?
Jackson. Mr. Jackson, will you come up the ladder, please?
I wonder...
Yeah, Mike?
I wonder if the ship's carpenter is one of the old crew or a new man. Did you know him, Captain?
One of the old crew. I didn't hire him.
You wanted me, Sergeant? Yes. This is Inspector of Homicide.
How do you do?
Mike Shane.
Hello.
Miss Knight.
How do you do?
I wonder if you'd come over this way, Mr. Jackson, to the engine room hatch. Okay, Sergeant.
Oh, why, that's...
Mr. Carter?
Yes, that's Mr. Carter.
Inspector.
Yes, Mike.
I'd like to make a suggestion.
Shoot.
I think we should take the body back to San Francisco.
Yes?
Then we should take everybody, and I mean everybody, to police headquarters.
Sit down, Mr. Wright. You're carpenter on the North Star.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, how long since you were aboard?
Well, nigh 3 months, sir.
Not since Mr. Carter left. Is that right?
That's right, miss.
Mm-hmm. Now, take a look at this reefer jacket.
Hey, that's mine, sir. I left it in me bunk.
And these pants?
Mine, too. But there wasn't no red lead on 'em when I laid 'em on the bunk.
Did Mr. Carter say anything to you about redecorating or repairing the paneling in the staterooms?
No, miss, not to me, he didn't.
And you think he would have, if that's what he wanted done?
I think so. But Mr. Carter was always one to be full of surprises. He could have done it without saying anything to me.
You don't know of any reason why anyone should want to kill him?
Not me, sir. I didn't know anything about his private life, only as the owner of the North Star.
Did he and his wife use the North Star much?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. Sailed a couple of times to Hawaii with her, lots of trips to Vancouver, BC. He was in the shipping business, you know.
Yeah. Well, Mike, unless you have any more questions...
Yes, just one. Where was the North Star anchored the last time you were aboard?
She was tied up at her own jetty, 3 miles northeast of Oleum.
So she's been moved in the past 3 months.
Yes, miss, out into the middle of the bay and about 3 miles south.
I see. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Wright.
The sergeant will show you out. And bring in Mrs. Carter, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mrs. Carter. I know this has been quite an ordeal. You identified your husband?
Yes.
We suspect murder, Mrs. Carter. Have you any reason to suspect anyone?
No, my husband hadn't an enemy in the world that I know of.
You thought he was still in South America?
Well, yes, although I haven't had a letter for a month. I used to hear from him regularly every week.
I suppose you inherit your husband's property, Mrs. Carter?
I suppose I do. Half of it is mine anyway. I inherited it from my mother.
Did your husband say anything about repairing or redecorating the paneling in the salons?
No. But that reminds me of something.
Yes, Mrs. Carter?
Well, I heard Mr. Jackson talking to someone on the phone the other day about paneling. I didn't know what he was talking about, but then I paid very little attention to my husband's business.
I see. And you can't help us anymore?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid not. If I think of anything, I'll call you, Inspector.
Thank you. The sergeant will show you out. Bring in the captain, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We may be out to call on you, Mrs. Carter. It might be necessary to search your husband's papers.
Certainly, Mr. Shane.
Sit down, Captain.
Thanks.
I take it that if you only took over command of the ship yesterday, you haven't given any orders?
No, I spent yesterday and today checking supplies, looking over the ship's gear.
You knew nothing about the replacing of the salon paneling?
Oh, yes. The man I thought was the owner told me he was having it replaced, and the workmen already knew what to do.
And this man that you thought was the owner, what did he look like?
I don't know. I never saw him.
But you said you spoke to him when he hired you.
I spoke to him on the phone.
Aha. Now we get somewhere. What was his phone number?
I don't know. He called me. I wrote him an answer to his advertisement and put my phone number in the letter. Called me on the phone and told me to report aboard yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And that's all you know?
That's all I know. I saw the ad, answered it, and he told me the berth was mine. I came aboard, and that's that.
Well, thanks a lot, Captain. I guess you'd better get back aboard ship.
I'll wait for the quartermaster. I'm sure he doesn't know any more than I do.
As you wish, Captain.
You're quite certain that the quartermaster doesn't know anything?
How can he? I picked him up on the waterfront this afternoon. He's only been aboard a few hours.
I see.
All right, Sergeant. We'll see Mr. Jackson next.
Just a second, Inspector.
Yes, Mike?
I think maybe we ought to take a trip out to Mr. Carter's home before we talk to Jackson.
All right, Mike. Keep Jackson and the quartermaster till we get back, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Inspector.
Get out into the corridor and see if the captain and Jackson or the quartermaster get to talking.
Right, Inspector.
Attaboy, Inspector.
Are you serious about going out to Carter's place?
Well, yes, honey. Why?
Well, I've been following your advice, Mike.
Yes, Angel?
I've been listening to the tone of these voices.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
And I think the captain is lying. Or at least not telling the whole truth.
Why, Phil?
Well, he said he hadn't given any orders since he went aboard.
That's right.
Yeah. He said he'd been checking stores and looking over the ship's gear, but...
Well, then
why
who painted the stanchions with red lead? The captain? Those stanchions were still damp.
Well, it takes red lead quite a time to dry, but Angel, I think you have something there. I don't know quite what it is, but you have something.
Thanks, Mrs. Carter, for waiting up for us.
Oh, not at all. Naturally, I'm anxious to do anything I can to help find my husband's murderer. I'm afraid I hardly realize he's dead.
Yes, there isn't much we can say, Mrs. Carter, except that we'll get his murderer if anybody can.
This was my husband's office, his home office. Mr. Jackson always worked here when my husband was out of town.
Well, we'd better check the desk first. Bill, you take this drawer, Inspector.
I don't know anything about shipping schedules.
Say, Mike. Phil.
Yeah?
What is it? Here's the North Star's clearance to leave her jetty on an anchor in the bay. Dated the 26th of last month.
Well, it might mean something. We'll remember that.
Hey, what have you got there, Mike?
Well, something not quite on the up and up, I think.
In the fireplace there?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Burned envelopes and letters. Here, Inspector.
Yeah.
Here, if that isn't part of a Panama stamp,
Panama?
then I don't...
That's where my husband was when I last heard from him.
Well, this was mailed the 21st. Airmail.
The last I received was the 18th.
Mailed the 21st, and the North Star changed her moorings on the 26th.
Yes, Angel, yes. Just time to receive this letter and change the ship's moorings.
Does that mean something?
It depends, Mrs. Carter. It depends. Inspector.
Yeah, Mike?
I think we should pay a visit to the North Star's jetty, 3 miles northeast of Oleum, as I remember it.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who may have tuned in late, we are repeating the announcement made earlier in the program. Post-war gasoline is here. Union Oil Company's huge new 100-octane refineries have been shifted to civilian production after long months of exclusive military service. That means that within a very few days, depending on your locality, you'll be able to buy a powerful new 76 gasoline that beats all pre-war performance. As fast as this new super gasoline can be blended, our trucks are delivering it to your Minuteman stations. Some have it already. If your Union Oil man hasn't received his first shipment of this sensational new 76 gasoline, he will within the next 2 weeks. Just as soon as he does, he'll post signs announcing its arrival in his station. Watch for these signs to go up, and then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of the new post-war 76 gasoline. Soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Watch for it. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are facing one of their most baffling mysteries. A murder with apparently no motive and no clues. We picked them up at the jetty where the North Star is usually tied up.
Well, there's not a thing that I can see. Bare jetty.
Odds and ends of rope, freshly painted stanchion.
Yes. Everything connected with the North Star seems to lead to stanchion.
What is it, Mike?
Look.
A piece of red glass. Looks like part of a ship's lantern. Port lantern.
A natural deduction, Inspector, since we're on a jetty, but look again. Then look at the railing here.
A long scratch with paint rubbed into it.
Yeah. A scratch made by an automobile bumper and rear fender.
Yes. When the car was backed up to turn around, whoever was driving scuffed along the rail and broke this tail lamp glass. Sergeant.
Yeah, Mike.
Check with Mrs. Carter's car, Jackson's car, and the captain's if he has one.
Yes, sir. Mike.
But first get hold of Chips.
Chips?
The ship's carpenter, Mr. Wright.
Oh.
Get hold of him and tell him to meet us aboard the North Star as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And then?
And then bring everybody back out to the ship, but not before you've checked all the automobiles.
Yeah, Mike.
And what's our move, Mike?
Back aboard the North Star and lay a trap for a murderer.
Constant creaking of the ship gets me.
I think we're in luck. I don't believe the captain or the quartermaster are back on the boat.
No, Mike. Captain said he was going to wait for the quartermaster, so they're both back at headquarters.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot.
What are you looking for, Mike?
I don't know, but I'm giving these port stanchions the once over. Say.
What?
You see that dark stain on the deck?
Yeah.
Sure. What about it?
You know what made that?
No. Do you?
No, but I'll make a good guess. Fresh water.
Fresh water?
Yes. Decks should always be washed down with salt water. It leaves them white and sparkling. Fresh water makes them dark.
Yeah, but even so much.
Shh. I hope Mrs. Chips, our ship's carpenter.
Ahoy there! Oscar!
Yeah. Here's the line. Tie up and come aboard.
All right.
All right, mate. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me, what will dissolve red lead?
Red lead? Why, oil will if it ain't too old. And you've got to scrape it.
Take a look at the stanchion.
I'll wipe that off in no time.
You've got oil aboard?
Sure thing.
Okay, let's get going.
All right, sir.
Now for a quick look at the salon. You know, this was a pretty cleverly conceived murder. If that body hadn't been found for a week or two, there would have been no trace of this murder at all.
There isn't much trace even now, Mike.
Well, not enough for your district attorney or grand jury, but enough for me. And I think we can trap the murderer without too much difficulty.
Well, this is the salon in here.
Oh, what a beautiful place.
Yes. Doesn't seem to me that the paneling needs redecorating.
But I tell you what it does look like, Mike.
Yeah?
Looks as if the paneling had been torn out in the search for something.
The ship's safe, perhaps?
Could be, or something hidden behind the paneling.
There goes Chips.
Why do you call him Chips? His name is Wright.
All ship's carpenters are called Chips. At least in the books I read.
Well, here we are. I found these rags in the captain's cabin.
Good.
Look like they've been used for the same job before.
Let me see those.
Blood?
I think so. Here, use this one.
All right, sir. This is going to make a mess of the deck, though.
That's all right.
Do I hear a boat coming?
Yeah, I hear it too, Phil.
Hurry, Chips, hurry. Get some more of that red lead off.
All right, sir. I'm going like the roaring 40s, I am.
That's the stuff.
You got it down to the old paint there in spots.
Peels right off when it's still soft this way.
Ahoy, North Star!
Tie up and come aboard, Sergeant. Bring everybody aboard with you.
I think this ought to do it.
Hey, what's going on there? You'll ruin that deck.
I think this deck's already been ruined, Captain. But let that go for a moment. The inspector had you all brought out here to see what we were doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
We're taking off the last few layers of red lead that somebody put on this stanchion. Now, would you know who did it? You did it, Captain? You've been aboard 2 days, and this red lead was still soft and wet. Could it have been put on without your knowing about it?
Red lead often takes a week to dry. That stanchion hasn't been painted since I came aboard.
That stanchion is the clue to this killing.
What do you mean?
Mr. Carter was killed aboard his own ship.
On the ship?
He was probably hit on the head with a marlinspike, but that's beside the point. The main point is that while his killers were changing his clothes, putting the ship's carpenter's clothes on him, he bled quite a bit. Some blood was spattered on the deck. The killers tried to clean that with fresh water.
Yeah?
Then they were afraid that some of his blood was on the freshly painted stanchion.
So after they'd thrown his body overboard, they repainted the stanchion.
But not before they got a smear of red lead on the pants leg as they heaved him overboard.
Oh, but who would do such a thing? My husband...
The captain, for one, Mrs. Carter, and I think the sergeant has the answer to the other. Right, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Mike, we found the car.
The car? What car?
Yes, Captain, the car which was used to take Mr. Carter out to the jetty while the North Star was still tied up there. That car has a broken taillight and a badly scraped fender.
And it is where, Sergeant?
In Mr. Jackson's garage.
Jackson, you fool, I told you...
Shut up, you idiot. Cut out the arguing. You'll need all the arguments you can scrape together when you face the jury.
Okay, Sergeant. You can handle them.
This is going to taste good. Nearly 6 in the morning, and I'm hungry.
You know, I was afraid that the inspector wasn't going to get a confession from those two, the captain and Jackson. They were tough monkeys.
Oh, not so tough, really. They had just spent so much time plotting and carrying out this murder that they couldn't realize they were trapped.
Oh, such a senseless murder, too, Mike.
All murders are senseless, honey. But I don't think they started out with the idea of murder in mind. As I see it, the Secretary Jackson had made several trips on the North Star. He knew that wherever they went, Mr. Carter always had plenty of ready cash. He just got the idea in the back of his head that the money was hidden somewhere on board. He didn't know where, but when Carter went to Central and South America, he determined to make a haul.
So when the crew was on vacation, he got together with this man who called himself the captain. They started taking the salon apart, huh?
Right, Angel, right. Jackson needed someone who knew something about ships.
And then when he saw from the mail that Carter was coming home, he got panicky and destroyed the letters to Mrs. Carter?
Mm-hmm. He met the unsuspecting Carter when he arrived, took him out to the jetty where the North Star was berthed, set out into the middle of the bay and killed him.
Dressing him in the carpenter's clothes so if he were found, nobody could identify him.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Have some more coffee, Mike?
Sure thing, Angel.
How's the shoulder after the night's excitement?
Oh, pretty good, but I still think you'll have to come over for a few nights and fix dinner for me.
I will not. You can eat out if you're too lazy to fix your own dinner. You know, I've been thinking, Mike.
Yes, Angel?
Wouldn't it be nice to have a yacht like the North Star and go any place, anytime you wanted to?
Oh, I don't know. Look what happened to Mrs. Carter. She lost her husband on account of the North Star.
Of course, darling. I don't have a husband.
Well, don't give up hope, Angel. Now, if you were to fix my dinners for the next few weeks...
Mike Shane, I believe that's all you think about in a wife, a good cook.
Oh, no, Angel, not quite. But being a good cook is a good recommendation.
Before we sign off, I'd like to repeat the special announcement made earlier in the program. Post-war gasoline is here. As fast as Union Oil Company's trucks can haul it, a powerful new 76 gasoline is being delivered to your Minuteman stations. Watch for the signs to go up at all Union Oil stations announcing the first shipment of the new 76 gasoline. Then drive in for a real thrill. Your first tankful of powerful post-war gasoline soon on sale at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Watch for it. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Written and produced by David Taylor, tonight's story was based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Charles Dant. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Ketch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my off-sider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
Well, he's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes. I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the Jack that house built.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit. Let one citizen... Oh, no, not again. Never I'm alone. Catch investigation. I'm sorry Mr. Burke is not at the office today. Yes, I did hear the trouble, being his boss. Mr. Burke is confined to his bed with a chill. No, ma'am, I said a chill, not... It's a pleasure, you being the 10th inquirer. Marty Burke has more screwball ants.
Johnny, is Marty Burke been...
Marty passed away peacefully in his sleep at precisely 2:30.
Oh, then in that case, he must have just called me long distance.
He just rang you? What about me? Don't I count?
He tried 7 times, but said your line was busy. Women, he surmised.
Women? I've answered that phone 27 times.
Look, lover boy, I'm not interested in your batting average. All I came in here for... Oh. I see you've got Mr. Colon's file.
Huh?
That's what Marty rang about. Pietro Colon's file.
I knew his half-brother, Semicolon.
Comedy at your age. Is that wise?
What about the file?
Marty got it out yesterday after a Mrs. Grace rang and made an appointment for today at 11:30. Marty thought you might...
Who's Mrs. Grace?
She's the...
Hold it, Pat. Yeah?
Jack, Charlie on the desk. There's a Mrs. Grace to see Marty Burke.
Who?
A Mrs. Grace.
Yeah, what's this double talk?
That's what I wondered. I didn't know whether she was this Grace or that.
Charlie, put her in booth number 1. Oh, and Charlie...
Yeah, Jack?
Cut out the comedy.
Jealous.
Apart from the fact that her father was frightened by a double-barrel shotgun, what do you know about this Mrs. Grace?
Me? Not a thing.
Swell. At least it doesn't complicate things, does it?
But Marty says she's laying a complaint about this Pietro Colon. Something about a deal on a house that went haywire.
Why not go to a lawyer? What does she think we are?
Marty says she's a blonde.
Well, of course we'll help her. I might have known Marty Burke would be lying in his bed pretending to be a Black Widow spider. Mrs. Grace was a blonde. Once. As for that deal on the house, all Gracie needed was a house number, and she'd have made a swell Cape Codder herself, right down to the termites. So I shut my eyes and listened, and listened, and listened.
So you can appreciate, Mr. Ketch, I have nobody to turn to but you. I shall have to lean on you.
I'm kind of wobbly right now, Mrs. Grace.
Why not call me Grace?
I did. You know, I still don't see how we can help you. I mean, what's this, Colon character actually done?
Done? For Pete's sake, do I have to go over it a third time?
Unanimous. So you sold him a house for $20,000 and lost 10 on the deal. It happens. We can't get you your dough back.
I know you can't. The Pietro Colon can be made a chicken dinner another way.
I hope it tastes as sweet as revenge. There's enough gravy.
Get yourself a spoon. That house is worth every cent of $30,000, and Pietro knows it. Matter of fact, I refused $40,000 2 months ago.
Let it go kind of cheap, didn't you?
Well, I needed the money. So he'll sell it for $40 after paying $20.
So what?
So what'll you boys do with the $20,000 profit you make on the deal?
Not a thing, sweetheart, apart from a small penalty.
What about income tax?
Colon's a wine importer, not a real estate speculator or dealer. He buys a house, sells it at a profit, no tax.
But that's outrageous. It's almost criminal. No tax.
So it looks as though you've lost your dough and your revenge. Colon will pay tax on his income as a wine importer. The profit on the house is for free.
Is that so now? All right, Mr. Ketch. We'll see who comes best out in this deal. A fine thing. Allowing a widow to be robbed.
Thanks for calling. It was your deal. Don't blame us.
Thanks for nothing.
A real sweetie was Gracie. I wiped her from my mind quicker than a general wipes a private, and let the ensuing weeks drift by in orderly confusion. Marty Burke's cold got cured. The end of the fiscal year was coming up. It got very quiet. So very quiet, in fact, that one could almost sneak in a game of golf at the weekend. Marty and I did.
A 45-foot putt, and you missed it.
Can I help it if they don't make round balls anymore? Hey, Hey, where's the 10th tee? It used to be... Look out!
For Pete's
Hey! Sorry, fellas, but you did ask for it, walking right in front like that just as I drove off.
Our fault? Forget it. Marty, take that golf ball out of your mouth and smile for the gentleman.
Don't you know an Adam's apple when it's ripe? Why don't they put up a sign there? That hidden tea's downright lethal.
Oh, well, no great harm done. Could have been worse. By the way, did either of you see where my ball went?
You mean after it left my eye? Didn't your partner see?
Well, I'm afraid I'm having a solo round, just working up a 9-hole first. I'll tell you what, why don't we go round together?
And make it a 3-ball? Oh, why not?
Sure.
That way we don't get killed.
Swell.
Suits me. I'm Marty Burke. This is Jack Ketch.
Glad to know you. I'm Pete Colvin.
I know your half-brother. Pietro Colvin? Wine importer?
Yeah, that's right. You seem interested.
I am. But, let's shoot a little golf first while I think of another target. After that, my golf wasn't very good. I ask you, only hauled out and won twice during the next 9 holes. What way is that to play golf? After a shower, we went to the bar, and then I found what it is that the vintner buys that's half so precious as the wine he sells. It was whiskey. Pete Colon put away half a bottle while Marty and I were killing a couple of beers.
Oh, no. No more, fellas. You boys will be getting high. Look, let's eat someplace. What do you say?
Fine. But not here. This club is strictly for golf only.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's all go to my house and get the little woman to rustle up a plate of this and that. Huh? What do you say?
Will the little woman like that?
Are you kidding? She loves to have me bring my pals home. Come on, let's go. I'll lead the way in my jalopy. You guys follow.
Pausing only while I phoned Pat Frew to tell him not to wait dinner, Marty Burke and I followed this interesting character to his home. It was in a very expensive area and was quite a shack. Our 2 cars scrunched to a stop on the gravel drive, and we got out.
Hey. Some place you got here, Pete. Get a load of it, Jack.
You like it? Wait till you see inside. A sweet setup.
Very, very nice. And expensive, if I'm any judge.
Oh, fellas, you're wrong. Dead wrong. This was the cheapest house in the world.
My friend, there is no such thing these days as a cheap house.
No? Wouldn't you call a house for free and 20,000 in your kick cheap?
That sounds it.
How come you got yourself such a sweet deal, Pete?
Well, fellas, I'll tell you. You see, a crackpot dame owned this dump and wanted 30,000 for it. I gave her 20. Then, I sold it back to her for 40,000.
You what?
You said she was a screwball. Okay, so that gave you a profit of 20,000. But how come you've still got the house?
Don't be a dope. After the sale, I married the dame. Mama Company!
Mama was in bed. Mama stayed in bed. Well, I didn't need a lineup to know that Mama was the former Mrs. Grace Grace. And I didn't need the roof to fall in on me to tell me that somewhere in this deal there was a very smelly double cross. Can you guess who the victim was? No, you'd never guess in a million years. So I'll tell you. It was me.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the Jack That House Built in just a moment. Meanwhile...
return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the Jack that house built.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you learn a lot about people. You learn, for instance, that not one of the tens of thousands of callers we get each year is there without a motive and an axe to grind. With everyone on the make, why should Mrs. Grace have been any different? Well, I now knew that I'd been crossed up somewhere. But where? Set a thief to catch a thief, and get a dame to trap another dame. So I called on Pat Frew.
What do you say to more coffee, Johnny?
I'd spill. Make it a slug. Stiff.
You know, I ought to part your hair with a meat chopper, coming here at this time of the night.
And kill the goose?
You said it, not me. Here, try this for size.
Good.
Like to tell me about it?
Well, I didn't come here to catch a number 47 bus.
No, but you could have... Skip it. Talk, blast you.
I told Pat the score. She sat and smoked, looking at me the while with those shrewd green eyes of hers. No wonder I lost the thread of the conversation several times. You know, one of these days I'll have to marry this girl. And as soon as I make $1 million, I will.
I think you're wrong, Johnny. I can't see where the department's been gypped. How can it have been?
Me? I got a nose, and it's busy.
Forget that schnozzle and use your head. I figure that Gracie lost $10,000 on the deal so far.
And Pete Collins made a cool $20,000 tax-free.
So what? Isn't that what you told the old bag a couple of months ago when she came in screaming? Don't you start.
Yeah, I'd sure like to know why she came in at all. What was the racket? Sooling us T-men onto the guy she ups and marries a few weeks later. I don't get it.
Could it have been an act? Just to find out for sure that Colon's profit would be tax-free?
What would she care? At that time, she didn't know she was going to marry. Hey, wait a minute. What if they'd already fixed to get married?
That would mean that they'd cooked up a scheme, and I can't see the point. Sure, he gets $20,000 tax-free, but it's her money. She loses $10,000, maybe $20,000 if that house isn't worth the last price she gave for it.
Yeah, suppose it isn't. Suppose it's worth only $30,000. That'd mean she loses $20,000 on the deal.
Which $20,000 is in Colon's pocket. They're man and wife. They're square, as I say. Where does it get them?
Yeah, I wonder. Pat, first thing tomorrow, I'm going to get that shack valued. I'll bet you a night out with all the trimmings, it's worth only $30,000.
Chicken feed.
That's what I'll buy you for dinner. Next day, I had an expert go over the joint during the absence of the Colon couple. Opinion? It wasn't worth a cent more than $30,000. Gracie had done 20,000 cold, or she would if she tried to sell. Now, why would a smart woman do a thing like that? 2 days later, I knew.
Look, Jack, I still don't get it. Here we are, herring out to this legless penthouse, and for what? They can tell us to just go jump in the lake.
They haven't got a lake. Marty, I'm playing a hunch. People don't do peculiar things with no reason.
What about my Aunt Fanny?
You've got me. Oh, here's the house of mystery coming up around the next bend. Oh, you're right, Marty. There's nothing we can do except ask questions. Sometimes you get funny answers.
Silly ones, too. Hey, is this the joint with the signboard?
What the... Here, pull up, Marty, quick. Hey, will you get a load of that sign? Sold. Dew Point Real Estate Company. Now, do you think it's a screwball setup?
The birds have flown. But I can't think why.
But at least we know there's a why, so let's go find out.
Where next, bub?
You guess.
Dew Point Real Estate it is.
The real estate office was closed for lunch. Marty and I went back to the Federal Building. Promptly at 2 o'clock, I phoned through. Yes, the house had been sold. No, they couldn't tell me the buyer's name or the price. Where were Mr. and Mrs. Colon living now? I'm sorry, I have no idea, sir. Nuts. That dumb dame at the other end's as good as 2 men away with the flu.
Why didn't you ask to speak to the boss?
Because right at this moment, the boss is in free flight in an orbit round the moon. Don't you think I'd have talked to the boss if he'd been in? Now, what do we do? Until details of that sale are filed uptown and the deeds start going the rounds, we can't find out a thing.
But for Pete's sake, there must be somebody we can get some information from. What about the lawyers? Don't they sit in on deals like this?
And what do we do? Ring up every law office in the city and ask them if they handled this deal? You're slipping, Fatso.
Okay. Then how about this? Call in the cops to pick up the Colon couple.
On what charge? Setting fire to haystacks?
Make it murder.
Whose?
Yours. If you don't get off my back.
Oh, quit snarling, the pair of you. Look, what could be simpler than turning up the Dew Point Real Estate Company in a trade directory? Find out the manager's address, drive out to his house, and get the details of the sale.
Okay. You thought of it, you do it. Marty, get a bunch of telephonists ringing the hotels. Every darn one in the capital. And don't overlook the airlines. I got a nasty feeling something's being put over. And I want the Colon couple.
And what are you going to do, oh chief investigator?
Me? I'm going to sit here and let my mouth water. And so I did, for a while. There was a fine, overripe smell about that house deal now, and dead whales are very seldom found in these parts. Pat Frood came back from searching the trade directory. All she got was a wet thumb.
They're not listed, Johnny.
But that's crazy.
Unless they opened up after the directory was compiled.
Yeah, it could be. How are you going, Marty?
We've tried every decent hotel in town.
Wait on. What's the Colon's former resident's phone number?
Oh, it's there in my pad for all the good it'll do.
Depends. You never know your luck in a big city.
If there is anyone there, they won't know where the Colons are.
Hello? Is this Mrs. Colon? It is. Hold the line, please. Well, boss?
I hate smug women. But what could I do? Marty Burke and I were in a car so fast, it's not true, even though it is. 20 minutes later, we reached the scene of the crime. Now remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Kitch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my offsider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
He's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes. I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
Well, the boys in the golf club. Haven't seen you around lately. What about a drink, huh?
We're here on business, Colin.
Yeah?
Didn't your bride tell you we rang? We're T-men, Colin.
What you mean? Oh, everything's okay with my tax return, isn't it? I put it in yesterday, so it's well ahead of the due date.
I couldn't care less about that. What we're here for is to discover why your wife is so darn cheerful at losing 20,000 fish over the buying and selling of this house.
Well, she should care. She lost 20 grand, sure. But she lost it to me on those deals, and what's mine is hers.
That means that between you haven't lost a dime.
That's right.
Well, I guess it's your hobby. Come on, Marty.
Of course, Dew Point Real Estate's had a bad year.
Hey, what do you know about Dew Point? Wait a minute.
You. That's the racket, isn't it? You own that company.
Oh, sure. Any law against it? DuPont lost $20,000 on these deals because the firm owned the house.
I get it. Hubby here gets $20,000 tax-free, and the firm claims a loss of the same amount.
Which means that it can earn $20,000 to replace its losses and gets that tax-free. What a setup.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of smart myself.
Of course, the thing I like about it is that I can make a profit of $20,000 tax-free, and it's legal. Mind you, Mr. Ketch, if it hadn't been strictly legal, I wouldn't have had a thing to do with it.
Sure. I know how you feel. Tell me, Mrs. Colon, have you filed a current tax declaration claiming a loss of $20,000 on the real estate company?
Well, I most certainly have. But there's not going to be any trouble over it, surely.
From us, no. From the police, yes.
Well, for Pete's sake, why?
Tell them, Marty.
Conspiracy to defraud is an indictable offense.
And any capital lost as the result of a criminal act is not deductible for taxation purposes. Furthermore,
all traceable monies profited as the result of a criminal act are forfeit.
Oh, no. What does that mean?
It means that between you, you've lost 40,000 smackers and your house.
But don't worry about the house. We've a nice big house to take its place. And this'll kill you. We can get it for you tax-free.
The court ruled as I predicted. The Colons were lucky to get away with 2 years each. In all fairness, I should say that I believe they had no criminal intent when they cooked up this scheme. They saw what they believed to be a flaw in taxation law and tried to take advantage of it. Too bad they slipped up. If ever you get a brilliant idea to save on your tax, read the rules pretty carefully. You'll find that most times, where we can't protect the people, the police can. It'd be tough to go to sleep thinking you were on Easy Street and wake up on the rock pile like the Colons. This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running, and that's why we have taxes. Taxes are scale so that everyone pays a fair
share. You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The case of the Jack That House Built was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Harp McGuire speaking.
Donald, what's the matter with your appetite?
Nothing's the matter with my appetite, Mom. Ask me what's the matter with the stuff you've cooked. If you don't like what Mom cooked, don't eat it. Don't make any remarks about it either. Why don't you shut up?
Donald, don't talk that way to your brother. Kenneth isn't making any trouble.
He isn't making it any pleasant around here either.
Maybe you better leave the table, Donald.
I might as well. Don't let him upset you, Ma. He's just in one of his moods this morning.
He's always in one of his moods.
I don't know why I put up with you two.
You don't know why you put up with us. Well, I like that. I don't know how we put up with you. You refuse to work. You won't help me around the house. You won't do a thing ever. You let your brother support you and me wait on you.
It's a good setup, isn't it, Mother? Or do you want me to move out and do things my way?
Maybe that wouldn't be as bad as I've always imagined. Maybe I ought to let you.
You won't. You'll do anything to keep me out of trouble. By the way, I need $10 for this afternoon.
I won't give it to you.
All right, then. I'll better give it to him, Ma. Just go out and try and steal it if you don't. Thanks, brother. Sometimes you're almost a good guy.
You ought to be ashamed to take money from me, Donald. It's Kenneth's money. He works for it, and all you do is spend it.
That's the way it's supposed to be. He makes it, I spend it. Where's the $10, Ma?
I'll get it for you. But believe me, this is going to stop one of these days.
When it stops, I'll start. That's simple, isn't it? Keep me happy, I keep out of trouble.
I ought to let you go. You'll end up in just one place, the electric chair, and maybe that's a good idea.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I'm leaving now, Mr. Williams. Is there anything you want me to do?
No, Kenneth. I think you've seen enough of the office for today. You put everything in the safe, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Well, then, I guess that's all.
I guess that's all, Kenneth. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. Night, Miss Holloway.
Oh, good night, Kenneth.
There's a fine boy, Miss Holloway. Hard worker. He'll go places someday.
He's all right, but have you ever met his brother?
Once. That was enough. How two brothers can be so different. It's stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yes, it stopped about a half hour ago.
That's good. I hate to go home in the rain. Well, we might as well call it a day ourselves, Miss Holloway. Say, what's Kenneth using for a head this afternoon? He didn't put everything in the safe. Look at those ledgers on the table.
Why, that's funny. Kenneth never forgets those ledgers.
Well, he's entitled to slip up once, Miss Holloway. I'll put him away. Would you hand him to me?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Say, Kenneth really must have something on his mind. He left this office supply tray out of the cabinet. Well, I'll put it back.
Never mind. I'll do
I
it.
got it.
What?
Oh, Mr. Williams, I'm so
Oh, my
sorry.
fault. Always let a woman have her way, I always say. Guess I should have let you carry it.
Oh, well, I'll pick up the stuff that's spilled.
Oh, don't bother, Miss Holloway. Nothing but paper clips, thumbtacks, a couple of pencils. Leave them for the cleaning woman. And for Pete's sake, don't look so conscience-stricken. It wasn't
dear.
your fault.
Well, all right, I won't look like that anymore, but I better write a note for the woman who cleans telling her that...
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Williams, he has a gun.
Good heavens, man, no. Don't be a fool.
Yeah, who was it?
It's your mother, Donald. I want to clean up your room.
Okay, come on in, clean it. Who's stopping you? Why didn't you do it today while I was out? I'd like to be alone in the evening.
I like to spend my evenings doing something besides housework, too, Donald, but there's too much to do around here.
Not for me, there isn't. But I like it that way.
Donald, your dresser's a mess. Can't you ever put anything away?
Why should I? It's too much bother.
Everything's too much bother to you, isn't it? Did you go to see Harry Brown as you promised?
I saw the bum this afternoon. I went way across town to see him. All he wanted was to give me a job at his gas station.
A job wouldn't hurt you, Donald, and Mr. Brown's company pays well.
So what?
You didn't take the job, did you?
Are you kidding, Ma?
Oh, Donald, you're impossible. Look at these dresser drawers. No wonder your clothes are always in such a mess. Suppose one is worse than the other.
Hey, keep out of that drawer, Mother.
I'm going to clean this room of yours inside.
I told you to stay out of there.
Donald, where did you get all this money?
Money? There's no money in that drawer. There's no... Wow. Hey, that must be $25,000.
You didn't know it was in here, did you?
Well, no, Ma, no. I took a shirt at Ken's. I didn't want you to see it.
A gun. There's a gun in here. So you have a gun, too.
Ma, that money isn't mine. That gun isn't mine.
The money isn't yours because you stole it. But the gun is, and you got this money by using it. It's been fired recently. I can tell by the smell of it. Put up your hands, Donald.
Put that gun away, Mom. Warning you.
I'm warning you, Donald Carver. You do as I say, or when the police get here, they'll have to take you to the morgue.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. You sound excited. What's the matter?
Well, did you hear what was on the radio a minute ago?
No, I didn't. Mine isn't on.
Well, Inspector Faraday just solved a robbery and a murder in 1 hour and 30 minutes. And guess who was arrested?
Who?
Donald Carver.
Donald Carver? Who's he?
Oh, Blackie, don't you remember the woman who came to see you about a year ago? The woman with the son who needed a talking to?
Oh, yes, of course. My talking to him didn't take, huh?
Well, it took for a year and then wore off. Apparently, there was a robbery and murder early this evening, and Carver's mother found some of the stolen money and the murder gun in her son's dresser drawer and phoned the police.
His own mother turned him in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, must have been a pretty tough thing for her to do. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered something else about Mrs. Carver.
Huh?
She said if I didn't straighten Donald out, she'd do something drastic to get rid of him.
Yes, that's right, she did.
Mary, it's not like a killer to keep a murder gun in his dresser drawer. It can be found too easily.
Well, this whole case was over in 90 minutes.
I think the case has just begun, Mary. Who was killed and where?
A man named Williams and his secretary, Miss Holloway. It happened in Mr. Williams' office where Donald's brother Kenneth works. That's 18 Oval Square.
18 Oval Square, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to Oval Square right now. And I'll bet before long I have Faraday running around in circles.
While strolling through the park one day in the merry...
Very nice voice you have there.
Back up there, young fellow. You'll get your feet wet. When I scrub floors, I scrub 'em and everything on 'em. In the merry, merry month of...
I'm sorry to bother you while you're working, but I'm Boston Blackie. A murder was committed in this room this evening, I understand.
Mighty good understanding you've got. Month of May,
How long has it been since the police left?
Oh, about an hour. Take a look around. Ever see such a mess? Must have been some fight here before the killings. Taken by surprise
Apparently. Was that stuff on the floor there when you came in?
Yep, pair of roguish eyes.
Paper clips and thumbtacks and papers and all?
Yep. Cops figured out they got knocked on the floor during the struggle. What's it to you?
I don't know yet. Well, thanks for letting me interrupt your work. I'll be seeing you in the merry, merry month of May.
Blackie, are you sure this is Mrs. Carver's house?
I'm positive. Well, let's go in.
All right, I'm with you.
Careful, Mary. It's muddy.
Ooh. Oh, it was an awful rain this afternoon.
It's made an awful mess of the walk to Mrs. Carver's house.
I'll say.
And you can tell a lot of people have been here.
A lot of policemen, I know that.
I'll bet that's Faraday's print right there, the big flat one. That one there is probably Mrs. Carver's. And Mary, look at those prints going around to the side of the house, the path that leads to the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
There's an unusual design in one of the heels. See? A round indentation in the mud.
Yeah, I see it. But I haven't been interested in mud since I stopped making mud pies. Come on, let's go in and see Mrs. Carver.
Well, that is what we came down here to do, isn't it?
You go out there.
What?
Get away from here.
Wherever Blackie goes, there's trouble.
I said get out of here.
Blackie, he's holding a shotgun.
I know, and he's holding us up from going in, too. Hey, look, you. We want to see Mrs. Carver.
You heard me say to get off these premises, didn't you? Well, get and fast. Mom isn't seeing anybody. Now get out of here before I count 3 or I'll...
What's the trouble?
That's okay,
Put down
Mom.
that gun. Who is it out there?
It's me, Mrs. Carver, Boston Blackie, and my friend Miss Wesley.
Oh, Blackie, come in. Please come in. Kenneth didn't know you.
Well, Mom says to come in. What are you waiting for?
Never saw such a contradictory young man. Angry because we came here, and now he's angry because we won't come in.
I don't care how angry he got, as long as that shotgun kept cool. Hello, Mrs. Carver.
Hello.
Hope you don't mind a couple of visitors.
Come in, Blackie. You too, Miss Wesley. Kenneth, put away that shotgun.
Okay, Mom. Sorry about the gun, Blackie. Didn't know it was you. I guess you're here because of my brother.
Yes, we are. Mrs. Carver, it must have been very difficult for you to turn in your own son.
It was, Blackie.
But not so difficult to find some of the stolen money in the murder gun, huh?
It was in his dresser drawer. I was cleaning.
That late in the evening?
I had a lot of washing to do during the day.
You know, Mrs. Carver, I remember a remark you made about a year ago concerning Donald and his antics. You said you might not be able to stand them or him much longer.
Are you hinting that Ma killed those people and is trying to blame Donald? Where to knock your
Kenneth,
bluff?
don't.
You mean you ought to try? Why, I'll...
Blackie, please, now, don't hit him.
Whether or not he gets hit is up to him, Mary.
Get out of here, Blackie. Get out before I throw you
Come
out.
on, Blackie, please, now, let's not have any trouble. Please, Blackie.
Wait a minute. What time did you come home tonight, Kenneth?
At 5:45.
At exactly 5:45?
Yes. I left the office at 5:30, and when I leave then, I'm always home by 5:45.
How do you know it was exactly 5:45?
I looked at the clock just as I came in. That's one way of telling, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. If the clock was right. Where is it? I want to check the clock.
In the kitchen, right above the stove, Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
I use it to tell how long a roast has been cooking. You know, you've got to cook a roast.
Wait a minute, Ma, please.
All right.
Blackie, a little while ago, I told you to get out of here. What are you waiting for?
Nothing now, Kenneth. I just want to know all the facts, that's all. Well, good night.
Night.
Mary. Mary, where are you?
I'm out here waiting for you, Blackie.
Oh.
Well, seems to me the murder case is pretty much solved. Faraday has arrested Donald Carver, and you've found nothing to indicate that Donald didn't kill Kenneth's boss and the secretary.
You know, Mary, I like to agree with you. It makes things so much easier for the two of us. Only you've never been so completely wrong in all your life.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Mrs. Martha Carver has two sons, Donald and Kenneth. Son Donald is a ne'er-do-well, whose demand for money keeps the family broke. Shortly after son Kenneth leaves his office, his boss and boss's secretary are both shot and killed by a man who then robs the safe. Part of the stolen money is then found by Mrs. Carver in her son Donald's dresser. A recently used pistol is found there, too. So Donald is arrested. Boston Blackie, however, feels that Donald has been framed, but he can't prove it. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office seeking further facts.
Blackie, you have no more right in this case than I do in the Ladies' Aid Society.
You have no right in this case either, Faraday. No right answers.
Oh, I suppose you do.
Well, so far, I'm only guessing at things, but I've had pretty good luck with my guesses. When were Williams and the secretary killed?
None of your business. 5:30.
Well, at 5:30, where was Donald Carver?
He says he was with a man named Harry Brown.
Had you checked?
Sure, but Brown left town at 6:30.
Well, at least you tried.
I didn't have to. The gun found in Donald's dresser was the murder gun.
So what?
The money found in his dresser was part of the money stolen from the Williams Company safe.
Where's the rest of it?
How do I know? Maybe he spent it. Donald Carver has a bad reputation.
And you're going to have a worse one if you don't let him go.
I've already let him go.
What?
I had to, in spite of the evidence against him. Harry Brown called in from out of town, and he swears that Donald Carver was with him from 5 to 6. And Brown's office is 50 blocks from where the murder took place.
Well, with Donald Carver free, who are you going to get to take his place?
No one. I still think Donald Carver is guilty.
With a perfect alibi?
I'm going to prove his alibi isn't so perfect.
Don't bet. I could tell you where you'll find your killer, though.
He could tell me, he says. All right, tell me.
Well, if I were you, I'd invite me to go back to the Carver house. I think it would be a good idea if we had a good talk with Mrs. Carver.
Well, what are you sitting there looking at me for? The police let me go. They think I'm innocent. Is my own brother going to convict me? Why don't you get out of here, Donald? Want to try to make me? Yeah. You know, kid, I have an idea I was framed. And I got a very good idea who did it, too. Maybe you and Mom did this thing together. You never were much good, Donald, but just how low can you get? I ought to Why knock don't you try, Mama's boy? Scared? Not of you, and this'll prove it. So you do have a little blood in you, huh, kid? Well, I'm going to see just how much and what color it is. That's what you think. That's what I was waiting. Carver, relax. Fun's over. Come on, take it easy. Take it easy. All right. I should have killed the rat.
Are you all right, Kenneth?
Yeah, Blackie, I'll live. But get that guy out of here or he won't. I'll take care of you, brother. Let go me, Faraday. I'll let you all have it. Let go.
Let him go, Faraday.
Okay.
I've owed him a workout for a year. Where's your mother, tough guy?
Who knows?
Where is she, Kenneth?
I don't know. She left here right after you and Miss Wesley did. I don't know when she's coming back or where she went.
I think maybe you had the right idea about talking to Mrs. Carver, Blackie.
I've got another idea, only this one is a question. Kenneth, I went up to your office after the murders. The cleaning woman showed me a lot of office supplies. Thumbtacks, paper clips, pencils, the usual stuff. Only they were on the floor.
What am I expected to know about that?
Oh, I thought maybe it was spilled during the day. An accident or something, was it?
Not while I was there.
Blackie, I don't know what you're trying to prove. All I know is you haven't done it. Now, let's get out of here. I'm going to send out an alarm for Mrs. Carver. When we pick her up, this case will be over.
From the very beginning, this case has been over, Faraday. Over your head.
Stand right where you are, Blackie.
What? Well, Mrs. Carver, I'm a gun. What are you doing in my apartment?
You're looking for trouble, Blackie.
Looks like I found it. Why the gun, Mrs. Carver?
I don't want to hurt you, Blackie. But if you don't stay away from my boys and me, I'll kill you. I don't know who killed those people, but I don't want you to find out.
Mrs. Carver, be smart and put down that gun.
Why should I?
Because I think you trust me. After you put down the gun, you're going to do one other thing.
What is that?
Call your sons, both of them. They're at home. And you're going to tell them to meet you in Inspector Faraday's office.
Am I?
Yes. And do you know what you're going to do in Faraday's office?
What?
You're going to confess that you robbed and murdered Williams and his secretary and tried to blame it on your son, Donald.
Don't be funny, Blackie.
Mrs. Carver, your guilty son has succeeded in outsmarting the police so far. But you really want him caught. I know that. And I promise you I'll prove a case against him. So, won't you help me do it quickly and get it over with?
I shot and killed Mr. Williams and his secretary, Miss Holloway, and robbed the safe. Then I put part of the money...
A little more slowly, Mrs. Carver. This is being typed as you talk.
I'm sorry.
Are you even with her, Casey?
Yes, Inspector Faraday.
All right, Mrs. Carver, go on.
Mother, why did you let them talk you into this? You know you're not telling the truth.
I know what I'm doing, Kenneth.
And now I know what you tried to do to me.
I'm sorry, Donald.
Go on, Mrs. Carver. I know this isn't pleasant for you, so let's get it over with.
Finish your statement, Mrs. Carver. Never mind Blackie.
All right. Then I put the money and the gun I used in my son Donald's dresser drawer. I did this so he would be sent to the electric chair, and my son Kenneth and I could live in peace again. Donald made our lives miserable. I think that's all I care to say just now.
I think you've said enough, too, Mrs. Carver. Let's have it, Casey.
Here you are, Inspector.
Now you'll just sign this, Mrs. Carver, and we'll let you rest.
Thank you. Where do I sign?
There, just after the word signed. Blackie, you and Casey sign as witnesses, will you?
Yes. With pleasure, Faraday.
No, you can't do it. Now, wait a minute, Mom. Don't sign that. I won't let you. I'll admit it. I did it.
No, Donald, don't try to protect me.
No, Mom, I'm not protecting you. I'm just telling the truth.
Wait a minute. What is this?
This is what I've been waiting for, Faraday. Donald, I was hoping you'd confess. You just couldn't see your mother go to the electric chair, could you?
No, not for something she didn't do. Let her go, Faraday. I'm the guy you want. Ma, tell me the truth. Tell me you're lying.
I'm sorry, Donald, but my confession stands.
No, it doesn't. It's a lie. I know you hate me and I don't blame you, but you're not going to jail for something I did.
I killed those two people.
I'll take over from here, Mrs. Carver. Faraday, on my way back down here, I stopped and bought a large box of thumbtacks. Mind if I spill them on the floor?
Blackie, this is no time for fooling around. You've messed things up enough. What's the idea of the tax?
Well, pardon the pun, but it may tax your mentality to get the idea.
Now,
but if some people can sleep on a bed of nails and prove something, I can walk across a floor of tacks and prove something. Now, I want you to watch this, will you?
what are you trying to do, Blackie?
Trying to pick up a tack and pick out a killer.
Oh, stop wasting my time. Mrs. Carver just confessed to the crime. Now Donald Carver has confessed. I thought you had this whole thing figured out.
I do, Faraday. And I did when I came in. Now, look at the bottom of my shoe. There, what do you see?
Thumbtacks. So what?
Now look at the bottom of Kenneth Carver's shoes, and you'll see so what.
Are you nuts?
He didn't walk across these tacks.
No. But there were tacks on the floor of the Williams office, weren't there?
Yeah, but what is that? Let's see one of your shoes, Carver.
What for?
Just let's see one of them.
Okay. Hey, yeah.
And there you are, Faraday, a large-headed thumbtack. Look closely, and you'll find it's the same kind you found on the floor of the murder room.
A guy can pick up a thumbtack anywhere.
Not the kind you have in the heel of that shoe of yours, Kenneth. And I have further proof you murdered your boss and tried to pin the crime on your brother Donald.
Oh, you don't have any proof. If he didn't do it, Ma did. She wanted him sent to the chair.
If she did, she picked a very poor time to frame him. Your mother knew your brother had an appointment with Harry Brown, 50 blocks from your office. Mrs. Carver, you knew your son Donald was nowhere near the Williams office, didn't you?
Yes.
But you didn't know it, did you, Kenneth?
So I didn't know it. So what? What does that prove? Any more than the fact that I have a thumbtack in the heel of my shoe.
That proves plenty, that thumbtack, believe me. Kenneth, you didn't leave the building the night of the murders. You came back, shot your boss and his secretary, and stepped on one of the thumbtacks that were on the floor. How they got there, I don't know. Maybe there was a fight, or they were dropped accidentally.
Wait a minute, Blackie. Don't get me all mixed up. Suppose this Kenneth guy picked up the thumbtack on the street, any place at all. Just because it's in his heel doesn't mean he was in the office.
Oh, but it does. You see, it had been raining when he got home, and Kenneth, good son that he is, wouldn't go in the front door and muddy up the living room. He went in through the kitchen. Remember, Mrs. Carver? He told me he looked at the clock, and you told me it was in the kitchen.
He did come in through the kitchen that evening.
Sure. And the footprints leading to the kitchen had a small, round indentation in the heel. I noticed it when I came to the house with Mary. I could have accused Kenneth then, but I wanted the whole story first. Now I know he kept most of the money and put the rest of the money and the gun in Donald's dresser.
Tried to frame me, did he? I'll tear that guy up.
Don't bother, Donald. I've already done that to his alibi. Faraday will take it from there.
If a buddy meet a buddy, you better pull your shoes back, young fella. You'll get 'em soaked.
I didn't want to interrupt your song by telling you I was here.
I heard you come in and knew who you were without having to look at your face. I can tell by your shoes. You're the young fella, Boston Blackie, who came around asking questions the night of the murder. Coming through the right...
Well, I'm the same person, all right. I came back to thank you for your help.
Help? I didn't do nothing to help. If a buddy kiss a buddy... You did quite some helping, though. You practically made that brother Kenneth confess. I was reading about it in the papers.
Well, it was the supposed to be bad brother Donald that set up the whole thing, you know.
Should a buddy cry, every lassie has her lad... Say, one thing I never understood. Why did that woman, Mrs. Carver, come to your place with a gun?
Well, she came there because she knew it was Kenneth that did the killing. And she didn't want me to try to prove it. When I told her I could prove it, with or without her help, she agreed to my plan. She found Kenneth wasn't such a good son when he was willing to stand by and see her confess.
She sure did. None they have, say I. Say, what happened to Donald?
Well, he got a job in a gas station, and according to Mrs. Carver, he kind of likes the idea of honest work.
Never hurt nobody. And all the lads, they smile at me when
coming through the right.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Did you ever know a girl private detective? Perhaps not. They're pretty rare. Well, we've got one. Candy Matson is the name. And she's both pretty and rare. Figure, she picks up where Miss America leaves off. Clothes, she makes a peasant dress look like opening night at the opera. Hair, blonde, of course. And eyes, just the right shade of blue to match the hair. You're expecting more? All right, let's meet her. She's on the phone now, in her penthouse on Telegraph Hill in San Francisco.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Well, bless my ever-loving little old serial number, Candy Matson.
Watch out how you go tossing your serial number around, Pally. Who is this?
Candy, I hope you remember me. This is Sergeant Kenley down at Fort Ord.
Kenley the Galan, the GI who filled my slipper with beer and drank it.
That's me, the poor man's Diamond Jim Brady.
Sure, I remember you. I met you when I was down at Fort Ord with the USO. What's on your mind, Kenley? Wait a minute, I'll put it this way. What's new?
Oh, like this is new. We're having a big shindig at the Senior Non-Commissioned Officers Club tomorrow night. You were elected as the girl most likely.
Finish the sentence.
Okay, as the girl most likely to be the queen of our ball.
Oh, Kenley, you mad lad. I'd adore it. But what would I do for a chaperone?
What?
Don't play dull. You heard me.
Oh, sure. Well, why don't you bring your mother?
Wonderful idea. And I know just the fellow. Roger, Kenley. I'll report to the orderly room sometime tomorrow afternoon at Fort Ord. That's the way things happen with me, so casually. I'm at home on Telegraph Hill overlooking San Francisco Bay, polishing a few old sapphires, when the phone rings. Sounds innocent, doesn't it? But I ran into 2 rather grisly murders in Monterey. Want some details? Listen. When I told the sergeant I knew just the fellow to be my mother, I meant my old pal Rembrandt Watson. In former days, Rembrandt, an A1 photographer now that he doesn't imbibe, used to see double by noon, triple by 4, and complete darkness by 8. One night the darkness became too dense and he suddenly saw the light. That's when he threw all his bottles out the window. Of course, he was arrested for disturbing the peace, but he hasn't touched a drop since. And when I mentioned Rembrandt as my chaperone, I wasn't fooling. He's been like a mother to me many, many times. He was just back from his vacation, so I got in my car and drove over Powell and down California Street. At Grant Avenue stands Old St. Mary's, and on the bell tower just underneath the clock, there's a sign that says, "Son, observe the time and fly from evil." I'd seen it before, but somehow that afternoon it had an added meaning. I parked my car and went across the street to Rembrandt's apartment.
Candy.
Rembrandt, you old dear, how are you?
Wonderful, just wonderful. Darling, you're looking simply grand.
Oh, slice it thinner, Rembrandt. You've only been gone 3 weeks.
Sorry, dear. You'll come in, won't you? I'm just having some tea. Won't you join me, Candy?
I'd love it.
It's all ready. Oogly bleep, bleep, bleep. Bop.
Wait a minute. What was that again?
In case you don't know, Dove, that's Bob.
Where did you ever pick up Bob?
I was visiting a friend of mine last night, a professor of psychology, over at that institution across the bay.
California?
No, San Quentin. He's a penologist. He played some bop records for me.
Well, what do you think of bop, Rembrandt?
They say it's the latest thing. Why, girl, I can remember when they were playing bop back in 1926.
You can?
Certainly. Only in those days they called it vo-do-do-de-o, vo-do-do-de-o-do. Here's your tea, Dove. It's warm.
Thanks.
What brings you by this afternoon, Candy, dear?
You. I've got an invite to a ball for both of us.
How delightful. I'll get my Grand Marshal's uniform out of me trunk.
It's not that kind of a ball, Ducky. It's just a dance for soldiers at Fort Ord.
Fort Ord? That's down in Monterey.
That's right. And I want you to go along as my chaperone.
Candy, I'd really love it.
Good. I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have an appointment at 2. You run along, and I'll get the Del Monte special.
Okay, and I'll pick you up at the station in Monterey.
Splendid, splendid. Oh, by the way, dear, I'm just a little...
Oh, sure. Here, take 20.
Oh, no, not that much, Candy.
No. Yourself, I insist.
Oh, I'm so glad you're firm about these things. Thanks ever so much.
Not at all. Thanks for the tea, Rembrandt. I'll see you in Monterey. I gave Rembrandt a little chuck under the chin. He quivered his bushy eyebrows, and I left. If I was going to be queen of a military ball, I had to get some royal raiment. I picked up a mantilla and a strapless evening gown you had to hold up by sheer concentration and deep breathing. Then I had a quiet dinner for one, please, James, and went home and climbed aboard the Dream Express quite early. When I woke up, I had the nasty feeling that I had something to do. Then I remembered. I had a date that evening with Mallard. That's Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. The nomenclature reads 6'2", weight 190, nice features. Smart guy when it comes to solving a crime, but when it comes to talking about us and the future, he freezes up completely. I got dressed and whipped down to the Hall of Justice on Kearny Street.
Well, Candy, how's Telegraph Hill's greatest lady detective?
At the moment, Mallard, dear, I'm just between detectives.
Kind of slow, huh?
No, not slow. I just wrapped up a case. Now I want to take it easy for a few days.
I've got news for you, Candy.
Such as like what?
Such as like I can't keep our date for tonight.
Oh, Mallard, I'd been counting on it.
I know, Candy. I'm sure sorry. But how did I know this guy was going to do what he did out in the Taraval district?
Playing straight, I say. What did the guy do out in the Taraval district?
He parlayed a sudden impulse into a seat in the gas chamber.
How so?
He done in his old lady.
Mallard, don't talk like that.
Okay. He ostracized his wife from the world of the living. With a pipe.
That's better.
Over the head.
I get the picture. Anyway, I've got news for you, too.
And yours would be?
I'd have to break our date tonight anyway.
Uh-huh. I just knew I was going to get stood up. And tonight's the night that Tex Acuff is playing in Loves of Laredo. Candy, it's Acuff's best movie.
Acuff will just have to keep his chin up. You're busy in the Taraval, and I've got to be at a dance at the NCO Club at Fort Ord.
Oh, that's right. I am busy tonight. So you're going to Fort Ord, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Weren't you there a couple of times during the war?
That's right. With the USO.
That same sergeant still there?
The same sergeant. He's the one who asked me tonight.
Now, this calls for drastic action. Come here, Candy.
Mallard. It was one of those rare moments. Mallard kissed me. Part of me floated out of his office. Then part of me floated back in and picked up the rest of me. Then all of me floated out again. Then I realized I'd forgotten my hat. I went back and got it. Then I saw I didn't have my purse. I went back and got that.
Keep this up and you won't even get past Market Street, let alone to Fort Ord.
That Mallard, he can do the sweetest things sometimes. That was one of them. I got in the car, shifted into low, and that's the last I remember until I came to in front of the Rancho in Carmel. Obviously, one kiss from Mallard was better than a tank full of 100-proof octane. I registered, got a cabana out and back, showered, changed, and drove back into town. The drive down must have been dusty because I was extremely dry. So I stopped at Griff's, a cute little place with old theatrical pictures all over the walls.
Yes, miss. Would you care for something?
Oh, yes, a martini, please. Very dry.
Very dry. Righto.
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I started working here about 3 weeks ago.
I thought so. I was down about a month ago, but I don't remember seeing you.
No, the fellow who was here became ill. Mr. Griffin hired me.
Nice place to work.
Oh, yes. It's very enjoyable. Here you are, miss.
Thank you. I know you don't know who I am, but I'm a very good friend of Mr. Griffin's, and I came away without any money. Could you cash a check for me?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to, but do you have any identification with you?
Oh, yes, of course. Here, my driver's license.
Matson. Candy Matson.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know why I thought I recognized you. Aren't you presiding over the dance tonight at Fort Ord?
Well, yes. Why?
I saw your picture in the paper yesterday.
Yesterday? What? I only knew about it myself Oh, that Kenley, what an operator.
I'll be happy to cash your check, Miss Matson.
Good. I'm going to need it. A queen has to scatter a little gold amongst her subjects. The lad cashed my check and I left for the fort. I drove out past Seaside, then on past Ord Village and onto the reservation itself. The guard motioned me through the south gate with a wave of his hand and a... Yep, still the same old Fort Ord. I wove my way through the streets and finally pulled up in front of the senior NCO club. As I got out, there was my pal Kenley coming down the steps, in his fatigues yet.
Oh, Candy, you beautiful thing, you.
Don't you beautiful thing me, Sergeant Kenley.
What's the matter?
You know what's the matter. They printed a picture of me in the Monterey Herald yesterday.
Well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? When the paper came out yesterday, I hadn't even heard about your wing-ding tonight.
Oh, don't be mad, Candy. I've never seen you say no to a worthwhile cause yet.
This is a worthwhile cause?
That's right. Every cent we take in, we're turning over to the community chest.
Oh, well, that puts a different light on it.
Oh, I knew you'd see it that way.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. You don't charge for these NCO dances. How are you getting any proceeds out of it?
Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? Every half hour we're having a raffle. The highest bidder gets a free dance. With you.
Oh, that Kenley. Well, it was getting dark, and the Del Monte special with Rembrandt aboard would soon be pulling in. So I went back to Monterey. All of a sudden, I decided to play games. About a mile from town, the train stops at Del Monte itself. I thought it might be cute if I went back, got on the train there, and met Rembrandt that way. There she was, coming right in on schedule. I parked the car and went over to the little country-like station. The train wasn't in sight yet. It has to make the bend around Seaside. There it was. Now the headlight was sending its beam down the shining rails. It stood out like a beacon in the Monterey twilight. Then I saw it. The glare of the locomotive's light picked up the crumpled body of a man. It was stretched across the tracks in a grotesque manner. Suddenly my mind flashes signaled my feet, and I moved. It was a man, all right. The train was getting closer. I grabbed him by his lead-like shoulders and tugged. He wouldn't budge. I tried again, but still no luck. I looked down in desperation. That's when I saw that one of his feet was jammed between the rail and a tie. I gave a yank, and the foot came free. Then I grabbed him by the shoulders again. He must have weighed over 200, but little by little I was getting his body over the rails and off under the shoulder. Finally I made it, just as the Del Monte rolled by. The body had fallen over on top of me as I pulled him away from the rails. I shoved him to one side and he flopped over. As he did so, I realized my companion was very cold, very limp, and very dead. A card fell out of his pocket, and I did the natural thing and picked it up. By that time, the train was pulling out. I tried to catch it, but it was too late. It was only a mile into Monterey, so I left my cold friend and drove in after the train. I got snarled in a traffic jam just before I made the right turn into the station, so Rembrandt was waiting for me as I drove up.
Dove, how nice of you, right on time.
Never mind the salutations. Come on, we've got work to do.
Don't tell me I'm supposed to take your place at the ball tonight.
No. I've discovered a body.
Candy, dear, how occupational.
How irritational. Come on, let's go.
Where?
Monterey Sheriff's Office.
But you'll miss the ball, girl.
Not tonight, I won't. I darn near got killed myself. Tonight I'm going to have fun. Let's go. I went over to the sheriff's office. They have a staff of 9 men. I placed everything in their capable hands and drove Rembrandt over to one of the local hotels. I went back to the rancho, climbed into my strapless queen outfit, and went back to pick him up. He came out with a bewildered look on his face. I didn't say anything. We drove along through the Ord reservation, and finally I popped the question. Okay, Rembrandt, what's wrong?
Nothing, except this.
What's this?
A card. While I was dressing, a man knocked on me door, shoved this into me hand, and told me to tell you about it, and left.
Let me see it.
Here. Oh, careful, Dub. Don't go off the road. The military wouldn't like that. They dislike messy forts.
Wait a minute. Look through my purse, Rembrandt.
Precisely for what?
For a card that matches this one.
Lipstick, lighter, handkerchief. Oh, here we are. You're right, Candy. It matches exactly. Does it make sense?
Not yet. This is a warning, Rembrandt. A warning to keep my nose out of somebody's business.
Yes, but what's this on the card? I don't understand.
I thought you were studying the cello, Rembrandt, dear.
Oh, I am.
Then you should know what that is. That's the musical signature for F sharp. The gent who gave Rembrandt the card had obviously been following us since we left the sheriff's office. Now I knew I was in on something. But what? That body didn't crawl on the tracks all by itself. It was placed there deliberately in hopes the train would mangle all evidence. I'd have to worry about that later. I had a date to keep, and I was going to keep it. Once again, I pulled up in front of the Senior Non-Commissioned Officers Club. Rembrandt helped me out, and we went in. The joint was really jumping. As we went in, dear old Sergeant Kenley was there to greet us.
Oh, Candy. Oh, glad you're here. I was getting worried.
Ha, ha, ha. He's worried.
Yes. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. I don't get it.
That's all right, Sergeant. Kenley, I want you to know Rembrandt Watson, my chaperone this evening.
You're... glad to know you, sir.
You needn't talk down to me, Sergeant. I have campaign ribbons for just such battles as this.
Okay, Kenley. When do we start the raffle?
Right now. Come on, Candy.
If ever a girl gave her all for the Army, that was I. I danced until my insteps had insteps. Going on toward midnight, they started another raffle. A dark-looking sergeant bid $6, and I was to dance with him. Rembrandt was fighting the Boxer Rebellion all over again with some top kick, so I was stuck, but good.
Miss Matson, that was my last $6.
You shouldn't have done it, Sergeant.
Oh, it was worth it. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not dance.
Sergeant, for those kind words, I make you a lieutenant.
No, thanks. I'd rather be a sergeant. But would you mind walking outside on the terrace? It's awfully stuffy in here.
Sergeant, it would be a pleasure, believe me. We went outside. The night was strictly Monterey-ish, sparkling with stars, not warm, not cold, and a slight smell of sardines in the air. That's good. That meant the canneries were working. But speaking of the smell of fish...
Let's go this way, shall we?
Why?
There's a beautiful view of the entire bay from over here.
Look, Sergeant, I only came down here to dance...
I said come with me.
What? You're hurting my arm. Now, wait just a minute, Sergeant.
No, you wait, Candy Matson. I know who you are. You had to come down here where you weren't wanted.
You don't seem to understand that
I
was...
You had to go find a body on the tracks, and you ended up with 2 cards that were identical, didn't you? Give me those 2 cards.
I haven't got them.
Don't give me that. Where are they?
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't got any cards.
Okay, sister, you ask for it.
The sky was whirling. Time was nothing. I was in China. I was in Cuba. I was nowhere. Suddenly, things came into focus. I was out in back of the club, and Rembrandt and half a dozen GIs were standing over me.
There, Ducky. You're going to be all right. What happened?
I got slugged, that's what happened. And the rat only bid $6 for the privilege.
How do you feel, Dow?
Terrible.
Oh, Kenny, I feel terrible, too. I don't know how this could have happened.
Hi, Kenley. Oh, my head.
Oh, gee, I just can't apologize enough.
That's all right. I came down here to be queen of the ball. I got crowned, didn't I? I thanked Sergeant Kenley for the party. It was a nice affair. After all, it was no fault of the NCO club or Fort Ord that I got rapped over the head. So I got Rembrandt in the car, and we drove back into Carmel. Rembrandt was quite concerned. He suggested that we stop and I have a touch of brandy. I didn't argue. We went into Griff's.
Good evening. You wish something?
Yes, please. Brandy for the lady. Lemon Coke for me.
Brandy and... What was that again?
A glass of water.
A glass of water again.
Hold it. You weren't here this afternoon.
No, I work the evening shift. Frankie's here during the afternoon.
Frankie?
That's right. Frankie Sharp.
That's when Roman candles went off and bells started to ring. Thinking back to the afternoon, the guy who cashed my check had one slight characteristic. I remembered as he handed me the money, his cufflinks were stamped musically, F sharp. I must have had a funny look on my face because Rembrandt spoke.
What's the matter, dear? Doesn't the brandy agree with you?
No, it's not that. I'm trying to put 1 and 1 together to make 2, but it doesn't add.
Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to have company.
Pardon me, Miss Matson. I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, Corporal. Everybody's getting into the act tonight. Sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thank you. I just heard the regrettable news. You getting slugged at the club. I left just before, I guess. How did it happen?
He was a sergeant. He outranked me.
Oh, incidentally, my name is Case. Dave Case. 4th MP Company at the fort.
Glad to know you, Case. This is Mr. Rembrandt Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do, sir? Where's your accoutrement?
What?
Your billy club and pistol, your armband, and so on.
I don't wear them when I'm not on duty, Mr. Watson.
Well, you're in good hands, Candy. I've got to leave. Can't stand a place where they only serve you water.
That's what you asked for, Rembrandt.
I know. Yield not to temptation, I always say. I do bet you, Corporal Case. Yeah. Good night, Candy, dear. See you in the morning. You two just stay and talk over the Battle of the Bulge, that knob on Candy's head.
Good night, Rembrandt.
Does he always duck out on you like that, Miss Matson?
He's a man of whims. That's why I like him. This brandy isn't doing anything for me. What I need is some air. Corporal, do me a favor and walk me down to the beach and back, will you?
Why, I'd be delighted.
We left Griff's and walked down Ocean Avenue to the beach. There was a half moon shining down from the east and hitting the waves. It made the ocean look almost luminous.
Feel a little better, Miss Matson?
Yes. I wonder what that character hit me with. Come on, Corporal. Let's go along the beach a little way.
Aren't you cold?
No, this is fine. Wait. Wait a minute, Case.
What?
Down there. Right at the water's edge. Looks like the body of a man.
Why, you're right.
Let's go. We ducked around a clump of brush and hightailed it down to the water. Sure enough, it was the sprawled figure of a man. Every time a wave came in, the body would change position, setting new patterns of crumpled legs and oddly shaped arms. Give me a hand, Case. Help me roll him over.
Okay.
There. Hey, look at this.
What, Miss Matson?
Do you know who this joker is? This is the lad who flattened my skull at the dance tonight.
Yeah, I'll bet he's awfully sorry he did it now. He's quite dead.
The corporal and I pulled and tugged and finally got the boy high and dry up on the beach. Then we ran up to my cabin. Operator. They must have closed the switchboard for tonight.
Well, you wait here, Miss Matson. I'll run up into town. There's usually a prowl car there at this hour.
Okay, but hurry, Corporal. Case slammed out the door and I was left alone. I walked over to the cabinet, got a cigarette and lit it. Thoughts were going through my head like a roulette wheel, but none of the thoughts were dropping in the right slot. Then suddenly... Did you ever get the feeling you weren't alone? That a pair of eyes was watching your every move? I wheeled around. There he was, standing over by the closet door.
Good evening.
My bartender friend of the afternoon.
Enjoying your cigarette, Miss Matson?
Yes. Yes, I am, Mr. Sharp.
Fine. Drag on it. Drag deeply. The last drag always tastes the best.
What's on your mind?
You've been on my mind ever since you pulled that body off the tracks this evening.
Was that one of your jobs?
Oh, yes. Hadn't you surmised by my musical signature?
Wasn't that being rather dramatic?
I don't think so. All great artists sign their work. Why shouldn't I? I came here to paint. But they only laughed at me, jeered. So I decided to paint in a different manner. It was beginning to pay dividends, too. But you and the others, you had to spoil it. I could have been big. Do you understand? I could have owned this whole country.
Oh, no, Frankie. You leave too many of your cards around.
Recognition. There has to be recognition for everything done in this world. Look. Here. I've got another F-sharp card, Miss Matson.
So I see.
I made it especially for you. About an hour ago.
Is that when you held your pal's head under the surf down there on the beach?
Shortly after, yes. And now I shall have to work fast, won't I? Your corporal friend with the muscles will be returning with the police. Over there against the wall, Miss Matson.
You can't get away with this, Frankie.
I think I can. You see, everything I touch must either live or die. In your case, it's too late for the former. So die you must.
Corporal!
Get back, Miss Matson. This guy's nuts.
Looks like I'll have to add another.
Oh,
Corporal, you all right?
just got me in the shoulder. All right, Mac. Try this.
Hang on to his gun arm, Case. I'll try to get him with this lamp.
Never mind that. He's going to drop that gun right now. Oh!
Quick, Corporal, down the hall.
You better hold it sharp. I'm warning you. Okay, you asked for it. Oh.
F. Sharp was quite flat there at the bottom of the stairs. And Sharp, being flat, was a natural. He looked awfully good that way. All I can say is I'm terribly grateful for Fort Ord's highly efficient MPs. Case ducked out to get the police, but halfway down the stairs he heard Sharp's voice in my room. He tiptoed back and listened just long enough outside my door. Just as Frankie had leveled his pistol at my head, Case broke through and wrestled the gun out of Sharp's hand. Oh, the rest of the facts? Well, I've got the dissa and data right here. Frankie Sharp was a wise boy. He was dishonorably discharged from the Army in 1946. He came to the Monterey area with a complete load of Army uniforms, fatigues, and general equipment. He set up a little ring of other ex-GIs with bad records, all dishonorably discharged also, all professional gamblers. On Army paydays, he'd rig his mob out with GI uniforms. Then they'd gang up on the boys from the camp and take them for all their dough with marked cards and loaded dice. The gang was familiar with Army routine, so it was easy for them to make like real soldiers. But Frankie Sharp was keeping too much of the loot for himself, so he decided to set up a new gang. One by one, he had his boys marked for sudden and violent death. The first was the guy I pulled off the tracks. Sharp and the fake sergeant who slugged me were parked up on the highway watching to see the Del Monte Special put on the finishing touches. When the gag misfired, they followed me, found out where Rembrandt was staying, slipped in one of their business cards as a warning for me to stay out. But the fake sergeant turned chicken. He didn't want those F-sharp notes all over the area. So he came out to the NCO club, bopped me over the head, and got them back. When he returned, Frankie knew the fat was in the fire and that the time to strike was then. So he took his pal down to the beach, gave him a finger wave and a permanent, the kind you don't wake up from. Then he went back to my cottage to wait for me. Sharp was his own undoing. The poor guy was a megalomaniac and insisted on signing his works of art. His greatest masterpiece, though, was one he autographed. It was called Picture of a Corpse at the Bottom of a Stairway. Because when we went down to look at his body, he still had his own F-sharp card clutched in his rigid fingers. Corporal Case? Good boy. He's been studying criminology with the United States Armed Forces Institute. He was discharged about a month later, and because of his considerable amount of gray matter, was promised the first opening with the Monterey Sheriff's Office. Ah, me, it's beautiful around Monterey and Carmel. The soft ocean, the gently rising knolls, especially the one on my head. That's the last time I'm going to be queen of a ball.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were John Grover as Sergeant Kenley, Lou Tobin as the pseudo-sergeant, Kurt Martell as Corporal David Case, and Jerry Walter as Frankie Sharp. Henry Leff is Inspector Ray Mallard, and Jack Thomas portrays the role of Rembrandt. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. Eloise Rowan was at the organ, and sound effects were created by Bill Brownell and Jay Rendon. Corporal David C. Case is an actual person. Any resemblance to other people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
Now,
The Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Lloyd Nolan as star of 19 Deacon Street, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glass full would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Mr. Lloyd Nolan in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Oh, what a business, what a business. Do you know how it is? When you're keeping something to yourself, something that scares you, something that nobody else will believe. Well, if I tell you how it really happened, you'll say I'm nuts. But if I don't talk, then for sure I'll go nuts. Listen. Did you ever have a dame get under your skin till you were ready to hang yourself with your own belt just to be rid of her? Yeah. She did that to me. That blonde. That beautiful blonde. And the funny thing is, we never even met. Ties is my business, wholesale. I came to Chicago with a red-hot line and an exclusive to the Middle West, all sewed up. Now, all I had to do was find a place to do business and a place to live. You think that's easy, huh? You should see Chicago these days. Well, some ham actor on the train tipped me off to a theatrical rooming house at 19 Deacon Street. I only wished he'd broken his neck before he saw me. Anyhow, I go to this place, and from the outside, it looks all right. I wait a minute or two, and finally an old dame comes out, looking like a tired old duchess.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. I'm looking...
No vacancy.
Oh? Well, an actor on the train said that maybe it'd put me up.
Are you an actor?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, I do hate to turn you away if you're in the theater. There was a time when we catered exclusively to theatrical people.
Oh, any kind of a room would be okay.
Well, come in, young man. We'll see what we can do. We have a room that we don't rent. It's not really fixed up for renting, but I might...
Now, look, lady, I'm not particular. I'm away all day. All I want a place is to sleep, see?
Come upstairs. I just know I shouldn't. I promised myself that... Now, young man, I'm going to show this to you on one condition.
What's that?
This room belongs to someone very dear to me. She's away. I've never rented it because, well, I expect her back.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to promise that no matter what, you'll not move anything or ask any questions about her.
That's a funny thing to ask.
Some people wouldn't understand. Promise?
Okay, it's a deal.
I'll turn on the light. Well, do you like it?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of feminine, isn't it?
Yes.
Yellow fluffy curtains and costume dolls, cold cream, grease paint, dressing gown. Nice perfume. And hey, lady stockings. Say, ain't this a little unusual? I mean...
We haven't changed it at all. You don't realize this, young man, but you're standing at a shrine.
Am I? Oh, a what?
We haven't touched her room because someday she'll be back, and she'll find everything just as she left it.
Is this her picture on the mantel here?
Yes. Isn't she beautiful?
Wow, you can say that again. I never even saw such a beautiful dame.
And notice the long golden hair. Oh, if you could really see it. Long and shimmering like thin strands of purest gold. And she'll be back.
Well, when do you expect her?
I don't know.
What, didn't she say?
No, she didn't say a word. One day she was here, and the next day she was gone without a word.
How long ago?
In a few days, it'll be 10 years.
Well, I took the room. If I knew then what trouble it would bring me, I'd have slept in the park instead. When the landlady left, I went over to the mantel and I looked at the blonde's picture.
Yeah, she was really one beautiful dame. And there was something else about her. Some little thing I couldn't pin down. Well, I took the French doll off the pillow and flopped down. But from where I lay, I could look right at the picture. I looked, and I felt the back of my neck crawl. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. I jumped up and I turned the picture to the wall. And then I dozed off. And there she was, crying. Just her face, soft gray eyes, and her golden hair. Strands of pure gold, like the old dame said, yeah. Well, what was she crying about? What was wrong? I didn't get it. Laverne! Laverne! What's the matter, Laverne?
Mr. Swartz?
Laverne!
Mr. Swartz?
What are you crying about? Huh?
Mr. Swartz, are you all right?
Oh, yeah. Just a minute. I'm all right. It's just a bad dream, I guess.
But I heard you calling out. You were calling Laverne.
Who?
Laverne. That's who you were calling, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Laverne. Yeah, I guess I was.
How did you know, Mr. Swartz? How did you know her name was Laverne?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how I knew. I knew her name. I knew the name of the blonde, but I never met her. I pestered the landlady for details, but the old dame wouldn't talk. So I locked the door. I went to work to find out for myself. I emptied all the dresser drawers out on the bed. Plenty of nice clothes, plenty of shoes and dresses and intimate things, you know, but not one scrap of paper to tell you anything about the girl herself. Not a letter, not a card, not an envelope, nothing. Then I got my first break. In a little jacket, I found a key. It had a tag on it, and the figure 9 was written on the tag. There was nothing locked in the room, though, nothing the key should fit. But maybe someplace I'd find the lock it was made for. And later, high on the closet door, I found a telephone number, scrawled with eyebrow pencil. Briargate 1273. I went downstairs to the hall phone. No one was around. I felt like a jerk dialing a number that had been written more than 10 years ago, but I put the nickel in. I started dialing. B, R, I, 1, 2, 7, 3. A busy signal. That meant the number was still alive. And maybe, just maybe, somebody on the other end could tell me about Laverne. An hour later, I was still dialing that number and still getting a busy signal. So I finally give up and went to my room. What business was it of mine if some stale babe wanted to disappear? I had my own headaches. I had 400 dozen fancy neckties to get rid of. Laverne was... she was still in that room. I felt it in my bones. And I couldn't sleep. In the morning, I started out to look for a place to set up shop. Oh, I was plenty groggy, but I told myself that if I didn't sell those neckties, I'd find myself back in the bargain basement of Rosenblatt's department store, which was a sobering thought. So I started walking down to Madison Street. It's a warm day, and I'm walking fast, and suddenly I look up, and I'm on State Street. Now, I know that town pretty well. I don't have to go anywhere near State Street to get to Madison, but here I am. I'm on State Street, and I'm standing in front of an old building. All around me, I see hock shops, flop houses, tattoo joints, you know the kind of neighborhood. And right in front of me, this old building, all boarded up. Suddenly, I get the brainwave that this is the kind of a joint I need for my business. Looked like it hadn't been used for 50 years, so the rent couldn't be too high, and it's big and central. So I just ankle around to the alley, try the back door. Figure there must be a caretaker or somebody around, so I give a yell. Hey! Anybody in there? No dice. This is kind of funny because I can see a light shining through the crack in the boards. So I start pounding on the door. Hey, open up! Open up, will you?
What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Oh, hello, officer. Well, I just thought that there'd be a janitor around.
Does it look like there'd be anybody around with the doors all padlocked like this?
Yeah, but look, there's a light burning inside.
It's just a work light on the stage. It burns all the time. What do you want, mister?
I want to rent the joint. Where can I find the owner?
Rent it, huh?
Yeah.
You better get in touch with Jasper Florenz.
Oh, the big stage producer.
That's right. He used to run this little Burlicue house before he was in the Chips. Got his start here. You can probably get him on the phone at his office.
Florenz Productions.
Oh, hello. I'd like to speak to Mr. Florenz, please.
Oh, who's calling, please?
My name's Swartz.
What did you wish to talk to Mr. Florenz about, please? He's very busy.
Yeah. Now, look, I ain't no ham actor looking for a job. Tell him I want to rent some space from him.
Rent space?
Yeah, the old Florenz Theater on State Street.
Oh.
Well? Hello?
I'm sorry, but the Florenz Theater is not for rent.
Not for rent. But why? Well, okay. Have it your way. I burned up. The nerve of that guy letting his theater sit there empty while I needed it so bad. Well, I wandered back to the house a little later, and as soon as I got within sight of it, I got that queer feeling again. It was just like that blonde was standing there waiting for me. Well, I walked in and went to my room. I got out of detective mystery and tried to pass the time away, but it didn't work. I couldn't think of a thing, except Laverne. Then I lay back on the bed, and I must have been dead tired. Because in nothing flat, I was out. And there she was again. That beautiful girl sobbing. This time I was sure she was trying to say something to me, trying to get a message of some kind to me, but I just couldn't understand. What was she trying to say? Was she asking me to find her?
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Lloyd Nolan in 19 Deacon Street by Larry Marcus and Robert Light. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. This year, Thanksgiving is more than our traditional Pilgrim's Harvest Festival. More than thanks for the good harvest reaped from the soil of our great land. It's an humble thanksgiving that the world is at peace. Thanks for God-granted overseas victories. Thanks for cherished freedom at home. Thanks for loved ones with us again. Today, in many American homes, wine, Roma wine, is as symbolic of this day of thanks as the traditional turkey. As millions of Americans feast in hamlets, villages, towns, and cities, glassfuls of Roma wine are lifted in heartfelt thankfulness. How fitting, too, with Roma California Burgundy, a wine grown in the soil of America, reflecting the goodness of nature and the patient toil of free men. Roma Burgundy, a red, robust wine, truly delicious, delightful, distinguished in any company with any food. Serve cool. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at low cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Lloyd Nolan as Maurice Swartz, Thai salesman and raconteur in 19 Deacon Street. A play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After that, I was afraid to sleep. So I grabbed my hat and ran out of the house. I stopped at a joint down the street and ordered some coffee. And while I was sitting there, I all of a sudden remembered what my uncle, my mother's brother, used to say. He said, if you want to forget something that's bothering you, just concentrate on something else. Anything else. Well, but what could I concentrate on? And I thought. And then I thought of the theater, the Florence Theater. Other guys had tried to rent it for years and failed, but I needed it. And if I used my brain for that one thing, if I did nothing but plan ways of breaking Florence down, I might be able to level myself out and at the same time swing the deal. Later that morning, I got in touch with an agent I knew, and he gave me Florence's address. I took a cab out there. It was on Lakeshore Drive, and very hoi polloi. Florence was sitting in his study. He looked just like his pictures. Tall, gray-looking, with a nice sort of smile. But his necktie was lousy. Well, we had quite an argument.
Did I understand that you're interested in the Florence Theater?
Yeah, that's right. I tried to see you at your office, but I couldn't get past your secretary. That's why I thought I'd take a chance on seeing you here.
I see. You're rather persistent, aren't you, Mr. Swartz?
Well, you see, it means a lot to me, Mr. Florence. I understand it's been closed for years, but it's just what I need.
I believe my secretary told you I didn't want to rent the theater, didn't you?
Well, sure he did, but, Mr. Florence, did you ever have a hunch?
A hunch? Why, yes, of course.
Well, do you generally play your hunches?
Sometimes.
Well, I got a hunch about your theater.
I see. Well, I'd like very much to help you, but I'm afraid it's out of the question.
But why?
Well, it's where I produced my first shows. Has memories for me. Some pleasant, some not so pleasant. Reopening that theater would be like reopening a part of my past that I'd rather keep closed.
Oh, but ain't that kind of silly, Mr. Florence? I wouldn't put on shows there. All I want
I admire your persistence, Mr. Swartz, but the answer will always be no.
Okay. You win for now. But I ain't giving up. Because when I want something real bad, I get it. And I want your theater bad. For personal reasons. Now, here's my card. I've written my phone number on it in case you change your mind. And you'll change your mind, Mr. Florence.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. As you say, I'm persistent.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Bogart, yes.
This isn't Mr. Bogart. I was just kidding. This is Swartz again. Yeah.
Oh, you.
Yeah, you sure you don't want to rent that theater?
Still very sure, Mr. Swartz. Look, Swartz, I want you to stop hounding me.
It's not doing anybody any good standing empty.
That's for me to decide. I want you to leave me alone, do you hear? I want you to leave me alone.
Yeah, and that's how it went. And it worked at first. For a while, I forgot about Laverne. And I got Florence plenty nervous. But every time I went back to 19 Deacon Street, I wondered who was more nervous, him or me. And all the time I'm dogging Florence, I'm still sneaking in calls to that phone number I found in the closet, Briargate 1273. And I'm still getting busy signals. And then one night as I'm listening to the busy signal, I get mad. Hey, operator. Operator!
This is the operator, sir.
So what's been going on around here? For 3 days and nights I've been dialing this number, and all I got is a busy signal.
I'll connect you with my supervisor.
Well, what good's that gonna do? Now, look, is there any way of finding out who this number belongs to?
Surely, sir. Unless it's an unlisted number, you can get that information by dialing 2080.
You mean I can find out who's at the other end of this phone by dialing that number? Well, there's nothing like that back home.
Yes, sir. Chicago has that service.
And I spend 3 days listening to a busy signal. Say, lady, where can I dial for brains? So I dialed 2080, and that's how I found the place. It's a little run-down spaghetti joint named Joe's. Over in the corner, I see the telephone that's been giving me the busy signal, and no wonder. It's a public phone booth. Right now, one guy is in it and 2 others are waiting for it. I go over and climb on a stool.
What can I get you?
You, Joe?
Yeah, what can I get you?
How long you been in this place, Joe?
14 or 15 a year. Why?
Well, you've seen a lot of people come and go, huh?
Sure, plenty. Oh, what can I get for
Look, you got a good memory for faces?
Look, you see, I'm busy, mister. I got no time for games. You want something or you don't want something?
Here, Joe, take a look at this picture.
Sure. Yeah.
So
what?
You recognize her?
Yeah, she's been in here a long time ago.
What's her name, Joe?
I can't remember her name. She was a showgirl, I think. Is it Claire or something?
Wasn't it Laverne, Joe?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah?
Laverne Claire. She's always come in here with the big shot.
With the big shot?
Well, he wasn't so big a shot then, but he was going to places. And then she jilted him and run off with some other guy. I remember very good because he used to come in here after that and sit here alone all the time. Break him up pretty bad.
Hey, and who was this big shot? You remember that, Joe?
Oh, sure. The big producer, Jasper Florence. And now what can I get to you, huh?
Jasper Florence, the poor guy. Here I've been hounding him for that theater, and he's holding out because it'll break his heart to let it go. He won't rent because it's a chunk of his life, a bad chunk. And it's in that theater. Well, that's what a dame can do to you. But what a mean dame she must be. But anyway, I begin to feel better. Now, first thing tomorrow, I'd go out, find another place to do business, and I'd start selling ties. But when I get home, I was in for another surprise. On my door, there was a note from the landlady. Jasper Florence called. He changed his mind about the theater and will meet you there at 8 o'clock. Well, figure that one out. I looked at my watch and it was 5 after 8 already. I get to the theater about 20 past. Nobody's there. So I wait around in front for a few minutes, and then I look down at the front door. The padlock I saw on it the other day was gone. I give the door a little push. It swings open. Well, it's just like any other theater lobby. White tile, brass rails, cobwebs all over everything, of course. I go on into the house, and there in the center of the stage is that one big work light the cop told me they've been keep burning all these years. What a queer duck that Florence must be to keep electricity going for 10 years. And in the center of the stage is a big organ. And the light behind it sends screwy shadows up against the wall. I walk down the long aisle and up the stairs onto the stage. And as I walked across it, I could hear my footsteps echo. I never could resist listening to an echo, so I yelled, "Hello!" Acting like a kid whistling in the dark. Hey, look, Maury, you're all alone here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Well, then I see that organ. I walk over to it. Run my hand across the keys. Oh, I quit that in a hurry. Then as I wipe the dust off my fingers, I look up into the flies. I look and I see sandbags hanging. Whoa. They must weigh 150 pounds. I was just looking up at the catwalk, Then I see somebody move. I was sure of it. Just off stage. A guy moved in the darkness. Don't ask me why, but I started to walk toward him very quietly. Yeah, he was there. I could see him now. Hey, come out of there, you! He didn't move. So I walked over closer and... It was a dressing room. And the guy I saw reflected was Maury Swartz. That's right, me. Maury Swartz reflected in a dressing table mirror. Well, just then I saw a door to another dressing room across the hall. That door was closed, but something about it made me stare. It was the number on the door. Number 9. I remember the key I picked up in Laverne's room. And in a flash, I had it out of my pocket and was trying it on the door. Number 9, the tag said. And it worked. My knees were shaking and sweat was rolling down my face, but I opened the door as wide as I could. I stepped in. And then I stepped on something. It was dark. I couldn't figure out what it was. So I lit a match. There, on the floor, were the white bones of a skeleton. And beside them, long golden strands of hair. And then I knew. My heart was beating a mile a minute as I stole back to the stage. I got there and I started for the footlights. Suddenly I looked up. The master curtain was crashing down on me. I jumped back.
Got away just in time, didn't you, Schwartz?
Huh?
Too bad.
Florence, where are you?
Can't see me, Schwartz, but I can see you. I'm up here in the fly gallery in the shadows. But you're well lighted by that work light. You make a very good target down there. I wouldn't do that, Schwartz. If you make one move to put out the light or get away, I'll cut these conduits and you'll be smashed to nothing.
You killed Laverne, didn't you, Florence? You killed her, and then you closed your theater and locked it up so she'd never be found. No wonder you wouldn't rent.
And what are you going to do about it, Mr. Schwartz? You don't have much of a chance, do you? No, there's no way off the stage, is there?
Well, I can get out the wings, Florence.
It's a long walk, my friend. And before you make it, I'll drop these sandbags on you.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe in a minute or two I'll make a dash. Maybe I'll be faster than you will. Then what, Florence? Then you'll fry for killing that girl.
She had it coming. And so have you, my friend, for being a meddler. And you're going to get it. I'm cutting the weights loose now.
No, don't do that, please, will you?
Oh, that's a long way to fall. And an awful way to die. Even for you, Florence.
Well, there's the story. And if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Florence was leaning over, cutting those ropes, and the guardrail in that old theater gave away. And it was curtains for him. Well, I hope I entertained you. And, oh, by the way, if you happen to need any ties, I got a nice new line in. I hope you won't think it's sacrilegious, but these ties, and they come in all colors, they got a girl's picture on them. That's a cute idea, huh? I call it the Laverne tie. So don't forget, look me up. I got a little stand in Rosenblatt's department store. You can't miss it. Right in the bargain basement.
Roma Wines have brought you Lloyd Nolan, as star of 19 Deacon Street. Tonight's study in suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Welcoming guests with Roma California Sherry is becoming an American custom, says famed hostess Elsa Maxwell. Glorious gold and amber Roma Sherry, served cool, is a delicious appetizer before the meal, the perfect first call for dinner. Delightful later in the evening, too. Roma Sherry is a happy, mellow wine with natural fragrance. Cream-rich with natural grape sugar sweetness and nut-like taste. If you prefer a real dry sherry, get Roma Pale Dry Sherry. Like all Roma California wines, Roma Sherries are true wines, always unvaryingly good. You can now enjoy the taste luxury of Roma wines at the lowest prices in years, at savings as much as 1/4. Grown from choice grapes, unhurriedly perfected by age-old skill. Bottled at Roma wineries in California's choicest vineyards. Get your favorite Roma wines now for holiday entertaining. Insist on Roma wines. Roma wines offer you so much for so little. That's Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
Lloyd Nolan appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Film Corporation and can now be seen in their production, The House on 92nd Street. Next Thursday, Roma Wines bring you Miss Nancy Kelly in Suspense, radio's outstanding theater thrill.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. Murders are better than ever.
Mr. Diamond?
I stand condemned.
My name is Arnold Bryce. I'm an art collector.
Well, unless you're looking for empty beer bottles, I'm afraid you have the wrong man.
You're a detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, then you're the man I want. How soon can you come over to my home?
Well, that depends on two things, where you live and what you want me for.
I live at 9607 Riverside Drive. But I'd rather tell you the nature of your assignment in person, if you don't mind.
Well, that suits me, but my fee is $100 a day in expenses. Still want me to come over?
Money is no object, Mr. Diamond. Please hurry.
Yes?
My name's Diamond. I'd like to see Mr. Bryce.
Mr. Arnold Bryce?
That's right.
Oh, come in, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryce is busy with an art dealer in the library, sir. You can wait in the gallery.
The gallery?
The art gallery. This way, sir.
He led me down the hall and into a room that looked like it was once a den. There was a piano in the room, and hanging over the fireplace was a large painting of the Mona Lisa. The other three walls were all covered with pictures, too. This, I took it, was the gallery.
Just make yourself comfortable, sir. I'll tell Mr. Bryce you're here when he's finished.
Thank you.
Beautiful room, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Lots of paintings.
I didn't mean the paintings. I meant the room.
Oh, I take it you don't like the art?
No, sir. I only appreciate what I can see in a picture. This room used to be a study until Mr. Arnold Bryce came.
And who had it before?
Mr. Jasper Bryce. He died 2 months ago and left this house to Mr. Arnold. Well, I must get on with my work, sir.
The butler gave a disgusted look at the paintings and took his leave. Come to think of it, I agreed with the old boy. Most of the paintings were what is called moderne, which is sort of a nasty poke at the present period.
Hi there. If you're a burglar, just help yourself. Take them all if you want to.
Well, I didn't know I had company.
That's because you're not a very good burglar. You should be more careful.
You, no doubt, are the local police force.
No, I won't turn you in. Oh, what's the use? Used to be I could joke. Used to be I liked to joke. Now it's no fun. Who are you, really? What do you want here? Can I fix you a drink?
Hey, that's a lot of questions for a little girl.
Little girl.
She staggered over to a couch and sat down while I took a good look at her. Beautiful is a word thrown around a lot these days, but it could only describe her. She had soft brown hair, big brown eyes, with a sort of a pleading look about them. She was wearing a pair of lounging pajamas, but her figure was nothing to speak of. When you found one like this, you kept the news to yourself.
Ugly.
What's that?
I said ugly.
Oh.
Meaning those pictures. You like pictures? Oh, you look like the type who would like pictures.
Well, I'm flattered.
Look at that one. You ever see such a mess? That's night chasing away the morning in September.
Well, you could have fooled me.
That's my husband's favorite. You a friend of my husband?
No.
Neither am I. All he does is buy paintings. He's a nut about paintings. He should have married one.
You must be Mrs. Bryce.
I must be. Then that's life. Oh, who'd you say you were?
I didn't, but the name's Diamond.
My name's Della. You know...
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Bryce will see you now.
Oh, get lost, Timothy. Mr. Diamond and I are just getting acquainted.
But Mr. Bryce said...
Mr. Bryce. All right, you better go and see him, Mr. Diamond. My husband hates to be kept waiting. Me, I'd rather be alone anyway. I'm going to sit here till I figure out just why in blazes night is chasing morning away in September.
I left Della Bryce staring at the picture and followed Timothy to the library. Inside, I met Mr. Arnold Bryce. He was a big man and looked old enough to be Della's father. On the desk lay another modern painting, and he sat admiring it like it was the deed to the Taj Mahal.
Look at it, Diamond. Look at it.
Yes.
A masterpiece. Masterpiece.
Well, it's original, all right.
Of course. I buy nothing but originals. Can't stand copies, can you?
Well, I really haven't thought about it lately. Tell me, is this masterpiece what you wanted to see me about?
No. Just thought you'd enjoy seeing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that we've had our kick, suppose we get on to business.
Fine. Mr. Diamond, I'm number 34 on this city's social register. Do you follow me?
No, I'm about 6 millionth.
Please, sir, I'm very serious.
Sorry.
Now then, one in my position must be discreet. Divorce, heavens knows, is scandal enough, but, well, to have a roust about for a wife, that I cannot tolerate.
Heavens, no.
I was married a little over 6 months ago, and, to be frank, Mr. Diamond, my wife doesn't like me.
Go on.
That's all. I want to get rid of her.
Mr. Bryce, I'm a detective, not an assassin.
Of course. I want you to help me find grounds for divorce.
Oh. Well, a case like this can take a long while. At $100 a day, that can add up to quite a bill.
I hired you because I've heard you're the finest detective in New York.
Oh, well, thanks for the flattery, but the fee is still $100 a day, and...
I told you over the phone money meant nothing to me. Here. Here's a check I made out to you. It's for $500. That should serve as a retainer.
Well, yes, that's,
Now then, we can get on with this. I think my wife is in love with another man.
No.
Yes. And I think that... I keep forgetting these walls are soundproof. We've only lived in this house a few weeks. My Uncle Jasper left it to me.
Yes, your butler told me.
Timothy? Queer duck, Timothy. Uncle Jasper left me him, too.
Oh. Well, let's get back to your wife.
Oh, yes. Mr. Diamond, when I married Della, I thought we'd be well suited. She's very beautiful. And, guess where we met?
I have no idea.
In an art gallery. Naturally, I thought Della would be an art lover like myself. I could just picture us sitting in front of the fire on cold winter evenings, gazing at my originals.
Thrilling thought.
Yes, but it wasn't to be. Della deceived me. She hates my paintings.
Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yes, but my world is art, Mr. Diamond, and Della is no part of my world.
I see, but that hardly sounds like grounds for divorce, Mr. Bryce.
Oh, I realize that, but maybe this is. You see, Della used to date a boy named David Tharp. Now she's been going out a lot lately, and I think she may be seeing him again.
Mm-hmm. You think? Well,
I know it really may be nothing, but if she should be seeing him and we could prove it, wouldn't that be grounds?
Well, possibly.
Now, this boy used to work for the Gorman department store, and if he's still in town, I want him watched.
All right, I'll check with the store and report to you later.
Good. Timothy will show you out, Mr. Diamond.
I left Mr. Arnold Bryce admiring the monstrosity he had purchased earlier. On the way out, I took another peek into the gallery to see if Della Bryce was still around. She wasn't. And then I noticed the Mona Lisa again. Somehow it seemed so out of place. I was staring at it when Timothy came up behind me.
I see you admire the lady.
Say, don't you ever make noise?
Beautiful, isn't she?
The Mona Lisa?
Yes. Look at that face. The most lovely face in the world.
I thought you didn't like art.
Not what Mr. Bryce calls art. Only that picture. Do you know about it?
Do I know about it?
Oh, so many things. It really has a colorful history. Da Vinci painted her over 400 years ago.
No.
Yes. Zenobia del Giocondo's wife posed for Leonardo 4 years before it was finished.
My.
Everyone loves it. Francis I of France paid 4,000 golden florins for it.
You really know the facts, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I've read many books about La Gioconda's history. I come here often and just stared into her face. Do you know that men have stared into the mystery of that face and then killed themselves?
You don't say.
Yes. But I'm probably boring you. This way, sir.
He took a last tender look at the picture and then led the way to the door. It was a crazy house full of crazy people, and felt good to be outside again. The job I had was strictly routine, but as long as Bryce paid for my services, he'd get them. I took off for lunch, then went to the Gorham department store to find David Tharp. There I found Tharp, had joined the Army 6 weeks ago and was now stationed in California. That meant that Bryce's suspicions about his wife were unfounded, at least as far as Tharp was concerned.
Hello?
Let me speak to Mr. Bryce.
Who's this?
Oh, that worn-out voice sounds familiar. Walt?
Yeah, is this Diamond?
Yeah, but what are you doing there? Or did I dial the wrong number?
You calling Arnold Bryce, Rick?
That's right.
And you have the right number. Was he a client of yours?
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said was.
You guessed it. Better get over here, Rick. Arnold Bryce has been murdered.
In my pocket was a check for $500 signed by one Arnold Bryce. This same Arnold Bryce was now dead, according to Lieutenant Walt Levinson, who was very reliable in these matters. I took a cab to the Bryce home on Riverside Drive. Timothy, the tall, gaunt butler, again let me in. His expression hadn't changed since I'd seen him earlier. Well, Timothy, a lot of excitement around here, huh?
Yes, sir. The police are in the gallery. So is Mr. Arnold's body. Gruesome sight.
Rick.
Hello, Walt.
He's in there. Want to have a look at him?
Why not?
The boys from the lab are all finished. There he is.
Head bashed then, huh?
Coroner says he's been dead for about 2 hours. That places the time of the murder around noon.
Found the murder weapon?
Nope. Figured it must be the missing poker from this fireplace set. Got the boys upstairs now looking for it.
Who found the body, Walt?
Mrs. Bryce. Otis is in the library now taking her statement. What's your angle in this?
Well, Bryce hired me for some stock investigating. He was thinking of divorcing his wife.
Well, at last we've got a motive. She finds out he's getting rid of her and knocks him off.
Maybe. Who else was in the house?
It's the butler, the maid, and Mrs. Bryce. Otis is sure the butler did it. Been reading murder mysteries again.
No. How about visitors? Anyone come to see Bryce around noon?
No, apparently not. Looks like an inside job, Rick. We've got 3 suspects, and all we can do is grill them till one of them breaks down. So we might as well start on the wife.
Mind if I sit in?
No. Come on.
We left the gallery and walked down to the library. Inside sat Della Bryce, patiently answering the questions of that master detective, that super sleuth, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Hello, Lieutenant. I got a statement down on paper, and I'm asking some questions on my own. She's, Oh, Diamond.
Don't look so happy, Otis. Hello, Mrs. Bryce.
Well, you come back. That man, Lieutenant, he's the one who saw my husband earlier.
Yes, we know that, Mrs. Bryce. This is Richard Diamond. He's a private detective.
Oh. Well, what would Arnold want with a private detective?
It seems he was planning to divorce you. Or didn't you know that yet?
Divorce me? You're kidding.
You want to tell us the joke, too, Mrs. Bryce?
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, come now.
Maybe it's Otis, Walt. After all, she's been looking at that face of his for an hour. Can you blame her?
Hey, I heard that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that just struck me funny. That worm of a husband was going to divorce me. Well, I've already talked to a lawyer about getting rid of him.
I take it you and Mr. Bryce didn't get along?
You said it. I married Arnold because I thought it'd be fun to have a big home and a nice car. All those things money can buy.
Go on.
Well, the money part was okay, but Arnold... Well, a girl can only take so much.
It's a nice, respectful way to speak of the dead.
All right, so he's dead. So now I get all that money and don't have to put up with Arnold. I should cry?
Maybe a jury will think you picked up a poker in order to get that money.
Now, look. Just because I'm not crying and moaning about how much I loved Arnold doesn't mean I killed him. I didn't.
We'll decide that.
And will you please tell this baboon to stop asking me questions? Another hour in here with him and I'd confess to anything.
Good old Otis, the traveling third degree.
Now, look, Shamus.
Take it easy, Otis. Now, Mrs. Bryce, you say you were upstairs fixing your hair around noon?
That's right.
What about your lunch? Don't you eat?
I'm on a diet. Look, it's all there in my statement. Around 1 o'clock, I came downstairs and found the body. I called the police, and that's all I know.
Well, then, if you're innocent, you won't object to answering questions. So make yourself comfortable.
Walt kept asking questions, and Della kept answering them. Half an hour later, Walt was getting tired. Della was getting tired, and I was already tired. Grilling a suspect is the most boring thing in the world, and it was a relief when Walt sent the girl upstairs.
Otis, you see that she goes to her room and then bring that maid in here.
Right, Lieutenant.
Well, Rick, what do you think?
I think she's innocent, Walt.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because she leaves herself wide open. She admits she's glad the guy's dead.
So maybe that's all a front to throw suspicion off her. She makes everything point toward her, and she thinks we'll figure she couldn't be that dumb.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think Otis was right.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, you said he thought the butler did it. So do I.
Rick, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Look, Walt, the guy was bashed in the head, right? The top of the head. Now, Bryce is close to 6 feet tall. So is Timothy. Della's too short. She couldn't hit him on top of the head unless she stood on a ladder.
Yeah, I thought of that. But you can't convict the guy because he's tall enough to hit Bryce on top of the head. Besides, maybe Bryce stooped over to tie a shoelace. Any number of reasons.
Maybe. But I still bet Timothy killed him.
Okay, Sherlock. Tell me one more thing. Why? Why did he kill him? He'd only worked for him 2 weeks. No money's missing. Where's the motive?
I'm not sure, Walt. But I think it's in a picture.
Huh? Oh, now, Rick.
Walt, when I was here earlier, I talked to Timothy in the art gallery. We talked about the Mona Lisa.
Well, what about it?
He knew everything about it. A lot of its history. Now, here's a guy who hates all these paintings around but one. The Mona Lisa. But what's it doing here?
What's what doing here?
The Mona Lisa. Bryce told me himself he only collected originals. But the Mona Lisa hangs in the Louvre in France. That picture over the fireplace is only a copy, and Bryce hated copies.
Go on.
That's all. I don't know exactly why or how all this happened. I only know things don't add up. Timothy's admiration for that one painting and what's it doing here.
And somewhere in there you think there's a murder motive.
Why not? Sure, Della might have killed him for the money. That's a nice, big, fat motive. But, Walt, how many murders have big, fat motives? Darn few.
Well, you're right there.
A girl kills her sister because she called her fatty. A man shoots his wife for nagging. A woman poisons her neighbor for gossiping. A lot of little things can turn a twisted mind into a murderous mind.
Okay. But this picture angle doesn't impress me. Where's the motive, even a small one? I can't...
Here's the maid, Lieutenant. In here, miss.
Lieutenant, I am so sorry about this thing. I am feeling to cry. Please, you can't think I have anything to do with it. I hardly know, Mr. Rice.
Just sit down, miss. We just want you to answer some questions.
Now, don't be frightened, dear. We don't think you killed Mr. Bryce, but you might help us find out who did.
Oh, well, I'm glad to help.
Good. Now, how long have you worked here?
Oh, well, let me see. It has been 5 years. 5 years they have been here. I worked for Mr. Bryce's uncle. Then when he died, I stay on.
Oh. And Timothy, how long has he worked here?
Oh, goodness. Timothy has been here all his life. He has told me about it. His father worked for the old Mr. Jasper Bryce and his mother, too. Timothy, he grew up in this house. Then when his father died, he'd take over his job.
I see. Now, about the young Mr. Bryce, Arnold. Was he easy to get along with?
Well, I don't know him so well, but they have no trouble with him. Timothy does not agree with him at times, but they have no trouble.
Timothy doesn't agree with him? What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Arnold changed a lot of things. Moved furniture and such. Timothy thinks they look better where they have always been. Just this morning they argue. Mr. Bryce wants Timothy to get rid of something, but they do not remember what it is.
Oh. Then one more question. The room with all the paintings. Do you remember that room before Mr. Arnold Bryce came here?
Oh, yeah. He used to clean there. But there was not all the paintings there then.
No painting?
Not all there is now. Just the one. The painting of the pretty lady.
The Mona Lisa.
What did you say?
The Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that's it. That is what Timothy and Mr. Bryce was having words about this morning. The Mona Lisa.
That was it. I looked at Walt, and I could see that he was interested. Now there was a motive. Oh, not the big headline motive, just the kind you'll read on page 6 of your local paper. The kind of story that usually says the murderer is now undergoing sanity tests. Otis showed the maid out and left Walt and me with our little brains racing a mile a minute.
I don't know. We still haven't got anything to convict him.
Walt, he's a psycho, that's for sure. Now, the way I see it, he's crazy about that one picture. He grew up in the house. Maybe it means something to him. Then in comes Bryce with all his modern junk and orders Timothy to get rid of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. But Timmy argues and Bryce insists. They were both in the library, so maybe Bryce was even going to take it down himself.
Could be. Then our boy gets mad, grabs the nearest thing, which happened to be the poker.
Okay, so it fits. We have a theory. But we still need one thing to convict him. A confession.
Yeah. Maybe we can use the Mona Lisa.
What?
He killed for it. He may talk for it. I outlined my plan to Walt. Timothy was a psychopathic, and I knew we'd have to get him in the right kind of mood. Walt agreed with the plan, and we headed for the gallery. They had removed Bryce's body from the room, and only a deep red spot in the carpet was left. Walt went looking for Timothy, and I moved over to the piano.
In here, Timothy. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt. Just thought I'd pass the time at the piano.
It's all right. Just sit down, Timothy. I want you to wait here where I can locate you. We'll want to question you later.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you if I need you, Rex.
Okay, Walt. My playing bother you, Timothy?
Oh, not at all, sir. I like music.
Oh, me too. You know, that painting up there reminds me of a song I heard not long ago. Pretty thing. Went like this. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile? I watched him carefully as I sang. At first he stared at me with a strange look in his eye, but gradually he settled back in his chair and listened to the words. His eyes rested on the beautiful painting over the mantelpiece. This was the mood I'd wanted. Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there, and they die there. Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art? Well, did you like that? Hey, Timothy. Hey.
Huh? Oh, the song is very beautiful. It's fitting of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'd better stop fooling around at the piano and do what I came here for. His eyes were on me as I got up from the piano bench and walked over to the fireplace. I tried not to look at him as I reached up for the picture, but I heard him jump from his chair.
What are you doing? Leave that alone.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Mrs. Bryce is all upset about her husband's death. She asked me if I wouldn't carry out his last wish and get rid of this. Clutters up the other pictures, you know.
Leave it alone. Take the others, but leave that alone.
Sorry, but out it goes to the trash pile.
No, it belongs here. The living part of this house. Put it down, I said. Put it down! I warned you.
Now, Timothy, take it easy. Put on that shovel.
When you put down the picture.
Oh, and if I don't, you'll swing that shovel at me just the way you swung a poker at Bryce.
He was an idiot. Throw it out, he said. Throw it out and leave that other trash on the walls. Now you want to throw it out, too. No, give me that painting.
All right, Timothy, you've got it.
Rick, are you all right?
Yeah. See how Timothy is.
He'll come around.
You heard from the door?
Yeah, enough.
Imagine. All this over a picture of a dame.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am The Whistler.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. A friendly case of blackmail.
In this world, there are two kinds of people. Those who do things and those who dream about doing them. That was the philosophy of Albert Goodman. At least, that's the way he explained it to his old friend George Wilson. It was the night George came over to Albert's apartment to ask for some money. A loan.
Yes, Al, a couple of $1,000.
A couple of thousand? What in the world do you need that much money for, George? You never had that much money in your life.
I know. Well, you see, I want to get married.
Married? Why, George, after all these years, I thought you were a confirmed bachelor like me.
Well, I've just never been able to afford to before.
No, I suppose not. Still, George, maybe having a wife will inspire you. Help you make something out of yourself. Start a new career, perhaps.
Oh, I couldn't leave Shannon and Reed not after all these years.
No, why not? You're still on the same job you were when I left there 18 years ago, aren't you?
Oh, I've had some raises.
Well, that's something, of course, but you haven't advanced your position.
No, I'm still a bookkeeper.
Well, I understand many bookkeepers are married and quite happy. But some women want a lot, you know. A car, clothes, jewels.
Oh, no, Ethel's different.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. Anyway, it's your business. You do what you want to do. But the $2,000 you're asking me for, George, that's a lot of money. If you don't have it as a bachelor, I don't see how you expect to put away enough after you're married to repay me. I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
Al, I thought...
I know. We've been friends for a long time, and believe me, George, I'm refusing to lend you this money as your friend. Borrowing that much money to get married on is a big mistake.
But Ethel doesn't want to wait.
In that case, you'll just have to make the best of your present situation. Then start doing something to better yourself. It's time you did anyway.
I don't exactly know what you mean.
Well, I'll tell you, George. There are two kinds of people in this world. People who do things and people who only dream about doing them. Now, take us, for example.
Us?
Sure. 20 years ago, we were both in the same spot, bookkeeping for a second-rate investment company for $100 a month. We both had the same chance to get ahead. Today, I have most of the things I want. Money, position. I've earned them, George. And you?
Me. I have to come to you for money to get married on. Yeah, I think I see what you mean.
No, don't get me wrong. All I'm saying is that you've got to set your sights high and then work like the very devil to reach your goal.
Sure. Well, Al, I guess there's nothing more to say.
Believe me, George, I'm sorry, but honestly, I think you'll thank me someday for not lending you this money.
Maybe you're right, Al. I don't know. Maybe you're right.
Well, George, your old friend Al doesn't think you're a good financial risk, does he? And in the name of friendship, he's given a very unflattering description of yourself as a person. A dreamer, he called you, not a doer. And you know how right he is. You're afraid right now, afraid that Ethel won't wait. That all the dreams you've dreamed will fade into ashes just as they've always done. You have to do something, don't you, George? Especially after you talk to Ethel that evening.
Well, of course I love you, George, but we have to have money to live. We want a home at least.
I just talked with Al.
Al? Oh, he's your friend with lots of money, isn't he? Say, maybe he could help us out at the start.
That's what I talked to him about.
Oh, did he say he'd help you?
He said he'd do me the biggest favor a guy could do.
Well, then what are we worrying about, honey?
He didn't give me any money.
Huh? Oh, well, why not?
Oh, it doesn't matter. But he did do me a big favor. He gave me an idea. An idea about what to do.
Yeah, what?
Ethel, do you love me?
Oh, you know I do, honey.
And you don't care too much where our money comes from? I mean, as long as we have plenty?
Well...
Enough to buy you everything you want.
Oh, gee, honey, what you do is your own business. As long as you don't get into trouble.
Okay. Well, Al reminded me of something today. You see, Al left Shannon and Reed about 18 years ago, and no one heard of him for several years. Al doesn't know it, but I know where he spent those years.
Where was he?
In prison.
In prison? Why?
Embezzlement. Old Mr. Shannon told me before he died. Oh, the whole thing was handled very quietly. Al replaced the money he'd taken from the firm, served his time. And since he's been out, he's been a model citizen, made good in a big way.
Don't other people know about it?
I doubt if anyone does. Mr. Shannon kept it pretty quiet, kept it out of the papers. And nobody in the organization knew what happened. We all thought Al had gone east. And now he's sitting on top of the world.
That's a nice spot to be sitting in.
Yeah. Most of all, Al's proud of his solid position, his good standing in the community and all. You know, I wonder just how great a value Al does put on his position in life.
George, you don't mean...
I mean blackmail, Ethel. Oh, let's say a friendly case of blackmail.
Are you the kind of motorist who gets fun out of driving? Then just for the fun of it, here's an experiment I'd like for you to make. Try just one tankful of Signal Ethyl, the premium quality of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline, engineered to bring out the best in any car. Yes, if you like fun, you'll get sweet satisfaction out of the prompt obedience with which Signal Ethyl makes your motor respond to the starter. If it's fun you like, it's fun you'll have when the traffic light goes green and your Signal Ethyl pep makes other drivers turn green. And if it's fun you like, you'll still be having it, as Ethyl signals Ethyl's power whisks you effortlessly down highways and up hills, with the hushed purr of your motor echoing your own feelings of relaxed contentment. Yes, driving can be fun, and you'll be sure you're having all the fun your motor has to offer if you just fill up next time at a Signal service station. Fill up with Signal Ethyl.
Well, George, you're really taking Al's advice to do something, aren't you? The next day, you carefully print a note to Al on a plain piece of paper demanding $5,000. There'll be no telltale marks to identify you. Then you send Ethel down to Phoenix for the weekend with explicit instructions about how to mail it from there. Then you wait. Al will get it when he gets home Monday evening. Then the fireworks will start. After all, George, you're his best friend. If he talks to anyone, it'll be to you. So you sit around your drab little apartment and wait. Finally...
Why, Al! Well, this is a surprise.
I gotta talk to you, George.
Sure. Come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thank you. George, do any of the old gang from Shannon and Reed live down around Phoenix?
Gosh, I don't know, Al. I haven't kept track of any of them, except you. Why, you going down there for a vacation or something?
No, I got something in the mail today. Here, take a look at this.
This is strange. It's printed.
Yes. Go on, read it.
Good one. Understand you're doing very well for an ex-convict. If you want to keep the past dead, you'll have to pay me $5,000. If I know you, you won't want your present friends and business associates to know that you served time for embezzlement. Why, Al, that's blackmail.
Yes, blackmail. Yes, blackmail.
Al, surely it's not true.
I'm afraid it is, George. Mr. Shannon was a right guy. He kept it very quiet. Even let me tell everyone I was going east for a few years the day the auditors caught up with me. But I really went to prison. George, if this gets out, it'll ruin me.
Oh, you paid for your mistake?
Yes, I know I have, but apparently I haven't paid enough. People are funny about ex-convicts. I just can't let this get out now, George. It would kill me. You're my best friend. Maybe you can help me. Huh?
Well, I'll do anything I can, Al.
Good. Now, I'm supposed to leave the money in small bills in the shoebox on the top of the mailbox on the corner of Franklin and Hudson tomorrow at 3 in the morning.
But you're not going to do it.
I tell you, George, I've got to. But I want you to be there, hiding somewhere, to see if you can see who picks it up.
You mean you're going to try to track down who this blackmailer is?
Of course. I'll pay this time, but I'm going to find out who's doing this. And when I do, well, that guy, whoever he is, will be in for plenty of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure will.
You're frightened, aren't you, George? Al was right about you, wasn't he? Inside, you're a weakling. Still, you're determined to go through with it. And Al's making it easier for you, isn't he? He wants you to watch the blackmailer's pickup. That will make everything much simpler. And the following morning at 2:45, you're standing in the shadows across the street from the mailbox. The street is deserted, silent. Soon, Al walks past you, nodding silently. Then he crosses the street, places the shoebox on top of the mailbox, and goes on. A minute before 3, the lights of a car swing into the street. Ethel's right on time. As she pulls to a quick stop, rush across the street, pick up the shoebox and toss it into the open car window. Then Ethel steps on the gas. She's out of sight in 10 seconds. Everything's perfect. You slip out of the shadows and head for your rendezvous with Al. Halfway down the block, you pass an alley and...
George.
Oh, Al. Oh, I thought you'd be down the next corner.
I doubled back, hid here in the alley.
Did you see anything?
Just the car pulling away and turning up the side street. I couldn't see what kind it was. Could you?
Well, just it was a sedan, about I think a 46. But I did get part of the license. 6I42. That's something, Al. And you can check up on that tomorrow at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yes, I will. And the man, did you see him?
No. I guess that's why they wanted to put on top of the mailbox. They just slowed up and scooped it in.
They? There were more than one?
Well, I think so. I'm not sure. Gee, I'm sorry, Al. I guess I wasn't much help.
Oh, that's okay. We got part of a license number. I think you were more help than you realize.
What did Al mean by that, George? The pickup went all right, didn't it? He couldn't have seen you go over and toss Ethel the shoebox, could he? Well, it's done now. And you're sure that phony license number you told him about will take Al off on a wild goose chase for a while. He's checking it himself. And you're jittery the next day as you wait for him to get back from the license bureau with the news. Then finally, when he comes...
Well, what'd you find out, Al?
One thing, that you slipped up, George.
I slipped up?
Yes. You see, there are no licenses in this state that use the letter I. 6I42, you said, wasn't it? And it's a wrong number.
Oh, well, I...
Oh, yeah, sure, I know. You just made a mistake. It was dark, the car was moving. Everybody can make a mistake like that.
Yeah.
It's too bad, though. That license number was our only clue.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Al. Well, it looks like we're up a blind alley.
Oh, no. No, I've got a couple of ideas. I'm going to Phoenix for the weekend.
Phoenix, George. You wonder if Ethel could have left a clue behind her. If anyone saw her in Phoenix who could connect her with you. But all you can do is wait over the long weekend. On Monday, Al is back. But you don't hear from him all day. By nighttime, you're jittery. And when Ethel stops by and wants you to take her out, you tell her you have to wait for Al's phone call. Both of you wait nervously until it comes.
Uh-oh. I think this is it. Hello?
George?
Oh, yes, Al. Any luck?
Yes, a little. I checked all the hotels and tourist camps for people from Los Angeles who were in Phoenix the day the blackmail letter was mailed.
Yeah?
And I found one.
Oh?
A girl named Ethel Martin lives on Orange Drive. I'm just going over there now to look her up.
Oh, I see. Well, good luck.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know what I find. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye.
George, what's the matter?
He found out you were in Phoenix.
What? Oh, we got to get out of town.
I guess you're right. Well, with that $5,000 we got from Al...
That $5,000 won't go very far.
But that's all there is.
We can get more. The same way you got the $5,000. Only this time, we'll get a big stake and clear out.
Oh, no, honey, it's too risky. Al's too close already.
Not if he doesn't find me. Why, it's even riskier not to send another letter, especially since you asked him to lend you money. He's got to get another letter, or he'll figure the blackmailer was just somebody that knew him and needed a few thousand. And that's you, George.
Golly, maybe you're right. I never thought about that. Yeah, this time we'll ask for $25,000. I don't know just how we'll do it, but I'll figure something out.
Well, George, you're finding out something that Al didn't know. That weakness can make people do things, too. You're frightened, but you can't turn back. Next day, you try to figure a smart way to send the next letter. And you get the idea when you go up to meet Ethel for lunch. She works in a big office. And just outside the door, you find the cleaning man has left the trash basket to be picked up. Right on top, George, staring you in the face, is an open envelope, postmarked San Francisco. It's just what you need, isn't it, George? You reach down and pick it up.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, nearly knocked you over.
That's all right. I shouldn't have been standing in front of the door.
Looking for something?
No. I just wanted to write a note. I was just picking up a piece of waste paper.
I see. Well, I guess nobody will miss a piece of waste paper.
No, I guess not.
Still a weakling, aren't you, George? Frightened because a man sees you take that envelope out of the trash barrel. And he'll probably forget it in a matter of minutes. But everything frightens you now, doesn't it? That afternoon, you take some ink remover and carefully remove the address from the back of the envelope and the return address from the back. Then you print Al's name and address carefully, slip a new blackmail note into it, and place it securely in your pocket. You'll take no more chances with Ethel. This job you'll do yourself. Early that evening, you walk to Al's apartment, and after making sure there's no one in sight, you hastily slip it into his mailbox and return quickly to your apartment, certain you'll hear from Al as quickly as he finds the letter.
Al, what's up? Why all the noise?
George, it's another blackmail note. Look.
Well, I'll be.
This time they want $25,000. Pick up in the same place Friday night. It gives me 3 days to raise the money.
Well, are you going to pay it?
Oh, I don't know. Also gives me 3 days to track down the blackmailer.
Yeah. Any ideas?
Yeah. This envelope's postmarked San Francisco, but that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, no. Why not?
Because this wasn't delivered by mail. I picked up all of my mail when I got home this evening. Then I went out to have dinner, and while I was gone, somebody slipped this in my box.
Oh, what makes you think so?
There's no special delivery stamp on it. This envelope's been used before.
Oh, no. How do you know that?
The original address was removed with ink remover. You can see the yellow stain, you see? Now watch while I hold it in front of the light. You see those pin scratches?
Yeah, but you can't tell what they are.
No, the new address written over has obscured them. But you can make out something of the name. You see? It's Rafferty. Yeah, that's it, you see? Rafferty. You can make out part of the return address, too. San Francisco 14.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right.
No, I've got something. Rafferty, San Francisco 14. I'll go up there tomorrow, and if I can find out who that letter was written to down here, then I may have the trail. And believe me, George, if I find this guy, he'll wish he'd never started this.
You already wish you hadn't started it, don't you, George? And all the time Albert is in San Francisco, you're jittery. Even though you tell yourself that no matter what he finds out, he can't connect his findings with you. But as one day passes and then another, your fears grow. Finally, the next day, you can stand it no longer. You decide to leave town immediately. Hurry to Ethel's office, and you walk in the door.
Oh, hello, darling. How nice. Just in time to take me to lunch.
Yeah, come on, hurry.
George, what's the matter?
That man in your office in the brown topcoat, that was Al.
Al? You mean...
Yes. What's he doing here?
I don't know. He came in a few minutes ago.
Thought he was still in San Francisco. Who was that other man, the one he was talking to?
The man he asked for? Jim Rafferty.
Jim Rafferty?
Yes. Oh, what's the matter, George?
That man Rafferty. He's the one who saw me pick up the envelope in the trash barrel, the one I put the blackmail letter in. It was his envelope. Come on, honey. We've got to get out of here fast.
Well, George, Al was a much better detective than you even suspected, wasn't he? It's all quite clear, isn't it? Just returned from San Francisco, and while he was there, he found the Rafferty family. Then learned that the envelope you'd found in the trash barrel had been sent to Jim Rafferty, employed in the same office with Ethel. Now it's a race to get away. You're certain he's on your trail. You and Ethel, hurry out of the office. No time to wait for the elevator. Take the stairs, race down, but not fast enough. Just as you get to the bottom hall, the elevator door opens, and out steps Al.
Well, hello, George. Oh, Al. Oh, hello. I didn't expect to see you here.
No, and I didn't expect to see you either. Shannon and Reed haven't moved to this building, have they?
Oh, no. I just came over. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't introduce you. This is my fiancée, Miss Smith.
Happy to know you, Miss Smith.
You remember Al, honey. I've talked so much about him.
Yes, of course. How do you do?
George, I want to talk to you. Suppose we could make it dinner tonight at my place, just like old times?
Gee, I'm sorry, Al.
This is important, George.
Well...
And I'm sure that Miss Smith won't mind one night.
Oh, no, of course not.
Good. Then 6 at my place, George. Just the two of us.
Well, George, you have to face him, don't you? Flight now would mean confession. And wherever you went, especially with Ethel, you'd be found. So at 6 o'clock, you're at Al's apartment. Al is jovial, friendly as you eat dinner. You just play along with him, watching for anything, waiting, afraid, just as he said you were. Then after dinner, he fixes 2 drinks and places them on the table. One at your place and one at his. This is it. Your drink is poisoned, you're sure of that. You can tell by the careful way he mixed them behind your back. The way he sets them down, carefully, not spilling anything. So you have to act fast.
Oh, say, Al, I forgot my cigarettes. Do you have any?
Sure, of course. I'll get you one.
Okay. He turns his back for a minute to get the cigarettes. With one quick movement, you switch the 2 drinks. Then he's back.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, thanks.
Now, how about a toast, George?
Sure.
To friendship. There's very little of it left these days.
Yeah, I'll drink to friendship.
Yes, there are very few friendships like ours, George. That's why I wanted you here tonight. You see, George, one of those drinks we just had was poisoned.
Yes, I know that, Al.
You know?
I'm not as stupid as you think. I know that you found out I was blackmailing you. And I knew you'd planned to kill me. It was the only way you could keep your past covered up. If you'd had me arrested, everything would have come out. But I fooled you, Al. I fooled you because while you got the cigarettes, I switched the drinks.
No, George.
Yes, Al. That's right. Turn white. Now it's your turn to be afraid. Go on, Al. You said you were different. A strong man, a doer. All right, now let's see how strong you are.
To be sure that the automobile battery you buy today will last a long while, you want to be sure you're choosing a good one. And you can be sure if you choose a Signal Deluxe, the battery which embodies what has been called the greatest battery improvement in 20 years. I'm talking about Signal's microporous all-rubber separators. Because they hold twice as much acid solution between the plates, Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power. Plenty for extra quick starting, plus the many electrical gadgets on today's cars. As a result, these super-powered batteries stand up so well, Signal guarantees them a full 30 months on a service basis. That's up to 2.5 times as long as many ordinary batteries, which means that all the while you're enjoying its dependable trouble-free performance, a Signal Deluxe battery is actually costing less per month. Less than you think, because your Signal dealer will not only trade in your old battery, but has liberal credit terms available. So when you need a new battery, play safe. Get a good one. Get a Signal Deluxe battery at a Signal service station.
So, George, you've outwitted Al at last. You didn't get the 25,000, but you're certain you'll be free, and no one will ever know about your blackmailing your friend. Al is pale, trembling. You're sure he'll be dead in a very few minutes. He can't even phone a doctor, can he, George? Not while you're there to prevent it. You smile at his first words.
George, you don't know what you've done.
I think I do. I've simply outsmarted you. You told me how you were the kind who did things, that I was the kind who just dreamed. Well, this time I've switched things on you, literally.
On yourself, George.
What do you mean?
I mean, you'll be dead in a few minutes.
I?
Yes, I didn't intend to kill you. It was my drink that was poisoned.
Your drink?
Yes. I told you I was the kind who did things. Well, I simply followed out my own philosophy. I've spent too many years building myself to lose everything, so I decided to end things deliberately, rather than have my life ruined by a blackmailer I couldn't trace.
You couldn't trace?
That's right. That man Rafferty was my last chance, and when he told me how the trash barrel was accessible to anyone, that he'd seen a man pick an envelope out of it but didn't remember what he looked like, I figured my situation was hopeless. There wasn't any use going on.
You mean you didn't know about me?
I didn't even suspect you. But you've settled the score for me. You've brought on your own punishment.
Al, look, do something.
No, it's too late, George. Much too late. No one in the world can help you. And the funny part of it is I was doing everything for you. You were getting the big favor you asked.
I don't get it.
I knew you were a weakling, George, that you'd never do anything on your own, but I liked you in spite of your weakness. So when I decided to take my life, I wrote out a will. A will leaving everything I have to you.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. This month, throughout America, churchmen of all faiths are calling special attention to the part religion plays in building and preserving our American way of life. Religion is one of the freedoms our forefathers fought for, one which today, more than ever, needs not only our protection, but our active support. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Joseph Kearns, Joe Gilbert, and William Conrad. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Everett, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Got an old corpse kicking around you want identified? Know of any good murders you want solved? We've got just the girl for you. Her name is Candy Matson. Mighty cute, too. She fills out a size 12 suit to just the right proportions. Soft blonde hair, 2 sparkling blue eyes, and all in all, she looks as though she might have stepped right off a Varga calendar. And what's more, she's a private eye. You scoff? You ridicule? I'll let you see for yourselves. Listen, she's talking on the phone right now.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Hello, Miss Matson. I'm afraid you don't know me.
That makes it even. You don't know me. Let's go from there.
I've read about you in the papers, Miss Matson. You handle confidential cases.
That's right. However, there's a little matter of a fee involved.
Yes, I know. I can pay.
That's item number 1. Now to item number 2. What's the confidential case?
I can't possibly tell you on the phone, Miss Matson. I said it was confidential.
Okay. Where do you want to talk?
I am the proprietor of a restaurant, the Charlemagne in North Beach.
Oh, yeah. I ate there once.
Oh, that's nice.
No, it wasn't. I didn't like the food.
Oh.
However, I'll overlook it. Do you want to talk in about an hour?
That will be fine, Miss Matson.
Good. And your name would be?
Martinello. Carlo Martinello.
Okay, Mr. Martinello. And have some ink in your pen. It costs money just to talk. I probably sounded rough and commercial, but you have to be in this racket. Most people look on a private eye as a musician. They invite you to a party and expect you to bring your harp for free. But I learned the hard way a long time ago. So now they pay in advance and take their chances later. That's the way it was with this Martinello. I was at home in my penthouse on Telegraph Hill out on the porch taking a sunbath when the phone rings and it's this Carlo character. That part was all right because I can always use new customers. But what made me mad was the fact that I had to stop listening to the 49ers belt the bejabbers out of the Cleveland Browns at Kezar Stadium. But I followed through and uncovered a couple of very done-in bodies along the way. Do you like the grotesque in your whodunit? Then follow me and we'll tiptoe lightly through the Tibbets, the Ponds, and the Baccalonis. Because part of the story unfolds at the Opera House. Reluctantly, I dressed into something Charlemagne-ish, turned off the 49ers Cleveland game, and went down to talk to Martinello. His place was typical, located on Paul Street, a garish neon sign, and as you walked in, the place was air-conditioned by eau de garlic.
Yes, miss. You wish a table?
I wish a table, yes. With the right party. I'm looking for the owner.
I am the owner.
I am Candy Matson.
Oh, Miss Matson. Walk this way, please.
If I could walk that way, I'd revive vaudeville.
Pardon?
Where is your office?
Right over here. Allow me. After you, Signorina.
Thank you, Signor.
Here, sit down, please.
Thanks. Now, Martinello, what's on your mind?
Always, all my life, I have run a very nice, respectable place.
Mm-hmm.
Until this morning.
What's with this morning?
I go down to the basement. My icebox is down there. That is where I keep all my meat.
So, you wanted some ground round?
Oh, no. Perhaps I'd better show you. Please, you will come with me.
Martinello led the way out of his office and down a flight of stairs. A cold blast hit my face. A musty aroma smothered my nostrils, and if I had had a phobia about darkness, I'd have ducked out then. But I followed the guy, and we ended up in front of a refrigerator about the size of an Inquisition chamber. He opened the door, and it was the usual restaurant icebox, choice legs of lamb hanging from hooks, potential fillets, and thick New York cuts. The box was cold, and I started to shiver. Not from the refrigeration, though, because over in the corner was a man. He looked like something out of a long-lost Arctic expedition. He had a long, flowing mustache, every bristle of which was coated with ice. He was quite frozen and quite dead. I slammed the door shut and reeled out. The sight had staggered my thought processes. Martinello reached over by a salami-slicing table and turned on a Mazda. A weak affair that cast dim shadows about the damp basement. Is that your little surprise?
Yes, Mr. Matson. That is what I was greeted with this morning.
Have you notified the police?
Oh, no.
Why not?
As I told you, I have run a very respectable place. And, too, that is why I am hiring you.
You can get in trouble, you know.
Yes, that is why you must help me. Please, Miss Matson, say you will help me. I will pay you anything you say.
I stick my neck out in the strangest places. Now it's a refrigerator. Okay, Martinello, $2,000.
What?
Make up your mind. Either I freeze your assets or the police find your frozen friend.
Yes. All right. Come. I give you the money now.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What about him?
Oh, he'll keep. He's on ice. Well, this was one for the books. Refrigeration the Ugly Way. I had to ask a few questions if I was to get anywhere, such as like, do you know the guy?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
Who was the last one to close the icebox last night?
I was.
Does it lock from the inside?
Unfortunately, yes.
I was getting places like Wiley was with Hauser. It was inevitable. I had to take my courage in my hand and go down and look at that thing again. There it was, a male Mona Lisa etched in ice. This time I looked closer. I had to. And as I did, I realized I wasn't going to get any identification because this guy was a study in crimson. Underneath all that coating of ice, he was dressed in a devil's costume. I slammed the door once again and went upstairs. There I gave Martinello strict orders not to do a thing. Usually in cases like this, you have to wait for a break. They come along like a forcing hand in poker. So I went home to do some thinking. As I arrived, there was an old friend of mine, Rembrandt Watson.
Hello, Dove. I'd almost given up.
Rembrandt, how did you get in?
Your door was open, dear. I took the liberty of coming in.
Oh, sure, that's okay.
How are things, Candy?
All right, I guess. I'm kind of bushed, though. I feel about as devaluated as a British pound.
You look wonderful, Dove. What's wrong?
I've got a deal, but I don't know where to start.
Anything I can help you with?
No, thanks, Rembrandt. If I told you about it, you wouldn't believe it.
I've never doubted you in the past, dear.
I know. Well, I was just called in by a minestrone merchant in North Beach. The guy is stuck with a corpse.
That's about par for the course.
The deceased had been sealed in the icebox overnight. I've never seen one like that before.
That's the way it is, dear. Many are called, but few are frozen.
Oh, get out of here.
But, Dove, I just got here.
I know, but I've got to change and get down to see Mallard.
I'll wait for you, Candy. I haven't seen the gumshoe since before me vacation.
All right. I'll be with you in a few moments. I did a fast change, and Rembrandt and I climbed into my car, and we dropped off Telegraph Hill on Don Kearney Street. The Hall of Justice, where Mallard hangs his star, is only a few blocks away, so we made it in about 5 minutes. Inspector Ray Mallard, Homicide, San Francisco Police. A lovable, shaggy dog type of character. Very keen with the crime, but dumb with the dame. Me, for instance. If I want him to say yes, he says no, and vice versa.
Well, my ever-loving Candy. What's new in the private eye business?
Very little. How's the legitimate Flatfoot racket?
Oh, we're holding our arches up. Well, and Rembrandt. I haven't seen you since Pup was a Hector.
Please, Inspector, you're metting your mixer-paws.
Who writes this dialogue?
I'm pretty weak, I know. What's on your mind, Candy?
A character named Carlo Martinello. Have you got anything on him? What's so funny, Mallard?
Nothing, except I eat lunch there about every day of the week.
Well, answer my question.
Well, there's nothing on Martinello. Arrested a couple of times during Prohibition. He was dabbling in grappa a la under the table. Have you got a case against the guy, Detective Matson?
Oh, cut it out.
No, seriously. Why do you want to check on the guy, Candy?
No reason, just thought I'd ask.
Uh-huh. Well, Martinello's okay. Just trying to make a living. Only thing I don't like, he loves to sing to his customers.
That'd be enough to bankrupt him right there.
Anything else I can do?
No, that takes care of everything.
I tell you what, I'm through in about an hour. I'll take you up to Martinello's for dinner. You can see for yourself.
No, that's all right.
Okay, Candy. Give.
Why, Mallard, dear, what on earth do you mean?
You know something about something. I want in.
Mallard, and I want you to believe this. I mean it sincerely. If I knew something, you'd be the last to know about it.
He's got something there. Come, Dove, leave us a while.
I hate to do things like that to Mallard. He's been of great help to me in the past. More than once he's saved my life. But on a deal like this, you have to play it close. After all, a girl has to make a living. For the first time in a long time, I was completely baffled as to where to start. Something had to be done about that cadaver in the icebox, but what? While I was beetling my eyebrows, Rembrandt invited me up to his place for tea. He lives on California Street, just down away from Old St. Mary's, and only a bail bond broker's reach from the Hall of Justice. So I accepted.
Do forgive the looks of the place, Candy, dear. I had a meeting my philatelist group last night.
Philatelist?
The stamp collectors, dear.
Well, I know what they are, but I didn't think they could make such a mess.
You don't know philatelists. Sit down, Dove. Make yourself comfortable. I shan't be a moment.
That's all right.
Candy, dear, why the wrinkles?
I've got cause for wrinkles. This chap in the icebox, Rembrandt. There's something I didn't tell you. He was dressed in a devil's costume.
There, dear. Your tea will ready in just a minute. You'll feel better.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
What are you going to do, Candy?
I don't know. I can't leave him in that refrigerator forever.
We'll get him out, dear. I hate to think of a corpse catching pneumonia. Oh, excuse me, Candy. Help yourself to the tea.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do, Rembrandt Watson Enterprises? Quiet down. Who? Oh, hello, Templeton. How are all your steamships? Oh, that's good. What? Could I use to what? To the opera? Of course I could. Righto, I'll pick them up at your office. Thank you, Templeton. Goodbye. Candy, dear, do you like the opera?
I can take it or leave it. Why?
It suddenly develops that I have 2 tickets tomorrow night for Tales of Hoffman.
Oh, Rembrandt, I don't think I can go.
Come, Candy. It'll do you good. You've been working too hard. You need a little relaxation.
Tales of Hoffman, Okay. Who's the pal who gave him to you?
An old friend of mine, Templeton Woodruff. He runs a steamship to Java and other places Ezio Pinza sings about.
I finished the tea and left. Right then, the only opera I could think of was the one going on in an icebox at Martinello's. I've always tried to play straight with Ray Mallard, so I decided to tell Martinello my plan.
Miss Matson, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Good evening, Carlo. I want to talk to you.
That's what I mean. There's a gentleman here who...
Well, you've got a gentleman. That's fine. 3 more and you've got a crowd. What I want to talk to you about is this.
You don't understand. The gentleman I'm talking about is from the police.
The police?
Yeah. Hello, Candy.
Mallard.
How about some scallopini?
Well, up jumps the... Hello, Mallard, dear.
I had an idea you'd like dinner here tonight. Do you know my boy, Carlo?
Yes, we've met.
How do you do? The signorina wish something to eat?
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, though, Mallard.
Sure. Come on into my booth. We'll share some salami.
No, thanks. I want to see you downstairs.
I don't think the food's as good down there.
I agree, but it isn't the food. I'm talking about murder. Once again, I headed down into the catacombs of the Charlemagne. This time the act was a double. Mallard was right behind me. Then I looked around. We were a trio. Martinello was right behind Mallard. This is it.
This is what?
This is an icebox. Inside, you'll find a body dressed in a devil's costume.
Okay, Carlo, let's humor the lady. Open the thing, will you?
Yes, I'll open it.
Lovely view of the beef.
It's gone. The body's gone. Okay, Martinello, start talking and make some sense while you're doing it.
Please, Miss Matson, I don't know anything. I haven't been down here all day.
Get rid of those arched eyebrows, Martinello. You know something. What is it?
Wait a minute, Candy. I'll do the questioning. In the first place, Carlo, was there or was there not a body in here?
Well...
Sure there was. He can't deny it. Here's a check for $2,000 signed by Martinello himself.
Well, Carlo?
Yes. There was a body, all right.
Who was it? Friend of yours?
No, Inspector. I never saw him before.
Why did you call Miss Matson? Why didn't you come to see me about it?
Well, you know, Inspector, the police...
Just because you were once arrested for bootlegging, Carlo, is no reason to be afraid of the police. Well, I'll put a couple of my men on the job and see what we can turn up.
What? Is that all you're going to do, Mallard?
No. Right now, I'm going back upstairs and have some of Carlo's scallopini.
Mallard, are you out of your head?
Look, Candy, in order to have a murder case, you've got to have a body. Obviously, we're fresh out. And until your pal with the devil's costume turns up, I intend to live my typical everyday life. Don't forget the mushrooms, Carlo.
There are times when I get so mad at Mallard I want to scream. I didn't, though. I only scrammed. I hung on to the $2,000, however. I felt I deserved it just for getting my curiosity aroused, and it was aroused plenty. Corpses don't get up and walk out of iceboxes by themselves. But after all, Mallard had a point. There was nothing to be done without a body. So I went home and waded into a stack of dirty dishes that had been piling up. Then I fixed dinner and started a new stack of dirty dishes. Got a book and ducked into bed. In the morning, I had an idea. After breakfast, I went down to the corner of Broadway and Columbus. That's where North Beach does a neat blend with Chinatown. On the corner was a Joe who sold newspapers. I'd known him for some time, and he seemed to like me. Hiya, Butch.
Well, hello there, lady. How are you?
Good, can't complain. Who won the football game yesterday?
Yeah, funny thing. I got all the news right inside here for 7 cents.
I get your point. Give me a chronicle, will you?
Sure. Here.
Thanks. Who do you like in the feature at Bay Meadows?
A goat named Candy.
What did you say?
There's a pig named Candy running in the 7th. Take it or leave it.
What a tip.
I don't get it. Well, what's really on your mind, lady?
Here's a 20. You can play it on Candy all for yourself.
Well.
Do you know a gent named Martinello, Butch? He owns the Charlemagne down the block.
Sure. What about him?
That's what I'm asking you. What about him?
Oh, he's all right. A little screwy, but he keeps his nose clean.
Is that all?
Yeah. Should there be more?
I don't know. Thanks, Butch. I hope Candy pays off. I was getting nowhere, that was for sure, and the rest of the day went the same way. Dead ends, blind alleys. I checked as many loose ends as I possibly could, but I was still stuck in a quandary. But the Crusher claimed late in the afternoon when I got a copy of the late paper and read where Candy came in at Bay Meadows and paid $32.20. And I hadn't had sense enough to get aboard. When I got home, the phone was ringing. Hello, Candy Matson.
Oh, you're Candy Matson. I should play a fanfare.
Oh, hello, Rembrandt, dear. How are you?
Like an October morning. Every single one of me pores is breathing great, huge gulps of air.
What?
I just had a facial dove. Most invigorating.
Oh, what on earth for? I loved your old pores just the way they were.
Candy, you've forgotten.
I have? Forgotten what, Rembrandt?
We're going to the opera tonight.
Oh, Ducky, I'm sorry. I had forgotten. I'm afraid I'll have to renege.
Now, Candy, you promised, and I don't care what you're involved in. It'll do you good.
But, Rembrandt, I'm working on it. Perhaps you're right. Okay, I'll get ready.
Wonderful, dear. Pick me up about 7:45, will you?
Pick you up 7:45. Yeah.
Oh, and another thing, Lamb. We may have to do some entertaining afterward. Do bring some cash, will you?
Mm-hmm.
That's the girl.
That Rembrandt, always stony broke. I guess photography isn't what it's cracked up to be. I didn't mind, though. He's been a friend to me on more than one occasion. Well, if I was going to the opera, I had to start thinking in operatic terms. I fished around in the closet and came up with something that would have done any woman's heart good. One of those strapless affairs that you can't stop breathing in for one moment. Otherwise, the opera is no longer the main attraction. I powdered, perfumed, pouted, and rouged, and took off after Rembrandt. But just as I started to leave... Just a moment.
Well, get a load of the Duchess.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be Halloween for another couple of weeks yet.
Oh, very funny. Come on in, Millard.
What are you decked out for, Candy?
Something you wouldn't understand. I'm going to the opera.
Oh, I love the opera. Any horse opera with Tex Acuff in it.
That's what I thought. What's on your mind, Millard? I've got to pick up Rembrandt in 10 minutes.
I was just driving by, so I thought I'd stop and tell you the news.
News? About what?
We found El Diablo.
The guy in the icebox?
Yeah. Martinello identified him. He was floating in the water off Aquatic Park.
Any lead on him?
The best. He was Salavini, the second baritone with the opera company. That's all, Candy. I hope you enjoy the performance tonight.
A baritone with the opera company. Well, that explained the costume, but it didn't explain a lot of other things. I walked down the stairs with Mallard. He got in his squad car, flicked on the flashing red light, and with a burst of his siren, rolled down the street. I'd have to speak to Mallard about that. All the neighbors had their heads out of their windows as I climbed into my car and followed. What an exit. I picked up Rembrandt, and we drove up to the Civic Center. I found a place to park. A minor miracle. The last time I went to the opera, I had to drive almost to Palo Alto and come back by train. Rembrandt's friend must have been very influential. We had seats in the Diamond Horseshoe. They were presenting Tales of Hoffman, and a friend of mine, Dorothy Warrenshold, was singing the role of Antonia. It was a fine performance, and after the last curtain, I took Rembrandt, and we went backstage to see Dorothy. This is her dressing room, Rembrandt.
Yes?
Hello, Dorothy. This is Candy Matson. I have a friend with me.
Oh, do come in, please, Candy. Candy, how are you?
Couldn't be better. Dorothy, may I present Mr. Watson? Rembrandt, this is Miss Warrenchold.
I'm delighted. You're in magnificent voice tonight, dear.
Thank you. Sit down, won't you? I've only a moment. We're rehearsing some of the scenes in Faust tonight.
Rehearsing after a full evening's performance?
It has to be done, Candy. Our baritone disappeared. We've had to replace him with a new man.
Yes, I know. By the way, Dorothy, I heard you on your Standard Hour broadcast a few weeks ago. It was a wonderful performance.
I'm glad you liked it, Candy. I always look forward to those.
What are your plans, Dorothy?
Well, the season closes here, and then we open in Los Angeles.
Oh, yes, of course.
Excuse me. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests.
That's all right. Oh, Candy, I'd like to introduce Rolf Herbert. This is Miss Matson and Mr. Watson.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Herbert is our new baritone.
Oh, yes.
That's why we're rehearsing tonight.
I won't take any more of your time, Dorothy. I just thought we'd save a few moments of rehearsal if I told you that I don't move in that last scene. I sing upstage. That will leave you free to take as much stage as you like.
Fine, Rolf. That will save time. Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Glad to have met you, Miss Matson. Mr. Watson.
Nice to have met you, sir.
See you on stage, Dorothy.
Yes, Rolf. Rolf has a wonderful voice, and he's a good actor, too. You know, I think he'll be even better than Salavini.
I've seen him before.
Oh, yes, he's been in pictures and on the concert stage, and in opera, too, but he's never really had a good break. This might be it. Uh-oh, that's it, Candy. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave.
Certainly, Dorothy.
Say, why don't you stand in the wings? You can watch the rehearsal if you'd like.
Oh, I'd love it.
Come on, then. Follow me.
All right, to places, everyone. Places.
This is all right, Candy. You can stay right here.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Watson.
Also, as we used to say in the theater, go out there and kill 'em.
See you later.
Where is Miss Warrenshaw? Ah, there you are. Herbert? Where's Herbert?
I saw him just a moment ago in the dressing room.
Well, it's late. We've got to keep moving. Please, somebody find Herbert.
From way up in the heights of the stage, the opera house was pierced with a blood-curdling scream. That was no ordinary scream. It was the scream of death. You wait here, Rembrandt. Keep your eyes open. I'm going up to have a look. That scream wasn't in the score of Faust. I punched the button for the backstage elevator. It's a good thing they work fast and are speedy. Once inside, I pressed the button for the fourth gallery. I got out. This was the top of the opera house. The place was loaded with old sets, props, papier-mâché alligators, gold goblets. Then, over on the other side of the catwalk, I saw it. The body of a man all crumpled and distorted. I hit the catwalk and ran over. It was 100 feet above the stage, and as I looked down, I could see a score of strained faces looking up through the darkness. I got on the other side and bent over the body. It was that of Rolf Herbert.
Candy, down here. I think your man just dumped down underneath the stage.
Again, I did a Mel Patton. The elevator shot me down to the stage level, and there was Rembrandt, wild-eyed.
He came down the elevator on the other side, Candy. Then he cut across the stage and down those steps.
Come on, Rembrandt, follow me. I may need help. We ran down the steps and into the bowels of the stage. It looked like a nightmare, a myriad of cross beams of steel for the rising stages. We cleared those and went around by the chorus dressing rooms. There was only one out. I remembered it. A door over in the corner, very seldom used, but it was open. It led into a long tunnel with giant steam pipes running overhead and to the right. This went underground over to the Veterans Building. Down by your feet, there's a stream of water flowing in a trough. It's the old Hayes Valley Creek. Our killer decidedly knew his opera house. As we entered the tunnel, I could see him up ahead running like crazy, so we took off after him. We made the other side, and it breaks into a big engine room. As we came into the opening, I looked around. The engineer was lying on the floor out like a light, blood spurting from his scalp. Then I glanced up. There was another door. This led into the Veterans Building itself and an avenue of escape onto Van Ness. I ran up. Then as we got into the long corridor, I saw Martinello breaking for the door. Stop! Stop, Martinello!
Stop! You think I am a fool?
I do if you don't stop.
Try and get me.
Okay, pal. You asked for it. was the first time I had ever shot a man. It didn't feel good. But he lived, and later the doctors of law gave him a little pill. The cyanide kind they dropped inside the gas chamber at San Quentin. Martinello paid his debt. Details? Sure, I'll fill him in now. Martinello loved to sing. Ray Mallard had told me that. For years, Carlo had been hanging around the opera house hoping to step into a role. This season, a director had jokingly told him that if he ran out of baritones, he'd let Carlo take over. Carlo took him seriously. He lured Salavini down to his restaurant on a fake emergency call, costume and all, and did him in. But then he became frightened. That's when he called me. It was worth $2,000 to have me hush things up. But I don't operate like that. He had a hunch I was going to tip off Mallard. That's when he removed the body from the icebox and dumped him into the bay. Carlo had also been at the performance of Tales of Hoffman. That's when he learned that they'd rustled up Rolf Herberts to sing in place of Salavini. By this time, Martinello was obsessed with the idea of singing in the opera house and wouldn't stop at anything. Right after Herberts left Warrenshold's dressing room, he managed to get Herberts into the elevator and up to the fourth gallery behind the stage. That scream was produced by a 6-inch stiletto through Herbert's heart from the hands of Martinello. And that's when our chase began. I hope I never see that tunnel under the opera house again. That Mallard and his sentiments. It was he who gave me that gun a week before, for my birthday. He said I needed protection. Well, darn it, I do. But I can't get Mallard to believe me. Instead, he just gives me guns.
Listen again at this same time next week. For excitement and adventure, just dial
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Harry Bechtel as Rolf Herberts, Jerry Walter as Carlo Martinello. Henry Leff plays the role of Inspector Mallard, and Jack Thomas is Rembrandt. Dorothy Warrenshold, star of the Standard Hour and the San Francisco Opera Company, was heard as herself. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. With the exception of Miss Warrenshold, any resemblance to actual people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. Candy Matson comes to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
That's 8 to 60 out of 10, Miss Cronin.
That's right.
Here's your change, Miss Cronin.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Cronin. I hope your dad likes the ties you bought.
Oh, he will. Oh, he's there again.
Miss Cronin, what's the matter?
Oh, for weeks and weeks, there's been a man staring at me everywhere I've been. He's everywhere I go, and he's standing out there now across the street, staring at this door.
Having a nice time, Eva?
Don't you remember me, Bob? I'm Eva Cronin, the girl who always has a nice time. But this is special because you're here.
Oh, well, thank you. By the way, you seem to have another admirer sitting at that table in the corner there. He's been staring at you for the last...
Bob, let's get out of here.
What?
It's that man I've been telling you about. Everywhere I go, he goes and stares at me. There he is again.
Oh, that you, Eva?
Yes, Dad.
You're home early this evening.
You're up late, Dad. Composing?
No, just killing time. Have a nice time tonight?
Yes, till that man showed up again.
Now, Eva, you know it's only
My
your...
imagination. Oh, no, it's real. He's real. Some night I expect to find him staring at me through the window here.
18 stories above the street. Now you're being a little ridiculous.
I'm nervous. I can't help it. I look out of the window expecting to find... Oh, Dad!
What's the matter, Eva?
It's that same man again in one of the windows across the street, staring at me.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good morning, Inspector Faraday.
Goodbye, Blackie. This is police headquarters, not a day nursery.
That's right, but who told you?
Have your mother put a tag on you and somebody will take you to school nice and safe. So long.
After so short a visit? Faraday, if you'll answer a few questions, I'll be out of here in a few minutes.
Well, that's the best news I've heard since you came in. What do you want, besides to make a nuisance of yourself?
I want to make a good cop of you. Is there any trace yet of the stalking killer?
No. And the guy has to be more than a good cop to catch that guy. He's got to be a wizard, a genius. He's got to know something.
Well, that lets you out. Well, where was he last seen?
Over on the north side. That was about a week ago. Since then, he's disappeared. But we're still looking for him, and we're going to catch him. Why do you want to know about him?
Because he hasn't disappeared. Eva Cronin, a friend of Mary's, saw him just last night staring at her from a window across the street from her apartment on Elm Street.
He's stalking a new victim, huh?
Miss Cronin says he's been watching her for 2 weeks now.
For 2 weeks? Why didn't she come to us?
Why? You know what happens when the victim is given a police escort. The stalker just fails to show up.
I know. Then after we drop the escort, the stalker comes back. And a few days later, the victim's dead. What I don't understand is why does this guy stalk his victims?
It's a psychological effect, Faraday. That constant leer of his doesn't only annoy, it drives people half crazy. They'll do anything if he'll just disappear. That's when he asks for money, and he gets it.
And if his victims pay off, he has no reason to murder them. But he does. He's no shakedown artist. He's a killer.
He's a killer so he can continue his shakedowns. With his victims dead, if he's ever caught, he can deny he's the stalker. None of his previous victims is around to identify him. Faraday, I went in on this case. Maybe I can grab the stalker.
Go ahead. See what you can do. At least you won't be bothering me.
Thanks, pal. You know, I'm always willing to go out of my way to keep out of yours.
You know the way I feel, Eddie? I feel like I want to meet up with that stalker right this minute. I feel like I want to bend my nightstick over his skull.
You're getting nerves, Marty. Trying to find a guy we never saw is making you jumpy.
You're not kidding, I'm jumpy. Watch the Cronin dame's house, Faraday tells us. She's next on the stalker's list. Okay, so we watch. So the stalker don't show.
And the dame ain't been hurt either, Marty. Remember that. Whoever the guy is, he's smart enough to lay off when we're around. Now, the chances are, if we'd been tipped off to the others, he'd never have knocked off the 3 dames he's conked already.
All I know is I got a gun, I got a nightstick, and I got a great big yen to use either one or both on that character. Now, there's the call box. Report in, will you?
Yeah.
Anybody asks for me, say I'm sitting on the curb waiting for the stalker to show up.
Okay.
I'll light up a smoke. Maybe that'll help.
You don't need help. You need action. I'll see what headquarters wants us to do. I'm in favor of giving up this job, right?
Headquarters, Hogan?
Hogan, this is Clancy. Give me Faraday in homicide.
Hold it.
Faraday.
Clancy, Inspector.
Yeah?
No news on the stalker. Miller and I have walked ourselves weary patrolling Elm Street where that Cronin dame lives. He ain't going to show, Inspector.
How do you know what he's going to do? How does anybody know? If I pull you off the Elm Street assignment where he was supposed to have been spotted, he'll knock off somebody there, sure as anything.
We're supposed to stay here?
Where do you want to go? Home?
Well...
Now, look, Clancy, I'm on a spot. You and Miller are 2 of the best cops I've got. Come on back here. We've got to get a break on this case. The stalker's got to open up soon. Maybe you guys ought to be here when he does.
Okay, Inspector. If that's the way you want it. So long.
So long.
Well?
Let's go, Marty. No more walking around waiting for the stalker. This time we sit around waiting for him.
Blackie, what are you doing with that sheet of paper?
I'm studying the past performances of the stalker, Mary. I might figure out a way to catch him.
Oh, I'm getting sorry I told you about Eva Cronin. We were supposed to go out this evening. Remember?
I know. You want to go to the movies, don't you?
Well, at least when we go to the movies, you don't have to solve the mystery.
The greatest mystery about some mystery movies is why they were made.
Well, there's the phone. Are you in?
Oh, I don't know. I'll look. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, do you want me to take you?
I'm near it. Thanks, anyhow. Hello.
Boston Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, this is Eva Cronin.
Oh, hello, Eva. It's your friend Eva, Mary. Yes, Eva. What can I do for you?
Blackie, he's here. I mean, he's across the street watching me.
The same fellow?
Yes, I'd know him anywhere. He's across the street watching this house, waiting for me. I just know.
Just a minute. We're in luck, Mary. The stalker's watching Eva now.
Oh, golly, I don't know whether I'm glad or scared.
Eva, where are you?
At 3232 Easton Road.
3232 Easton Road.
I'm at a party here, Blackie. I was about to leave when I saw him.
Stay right where you are. I'm coming up there. The fact that the stalker is waiting for you is just what I've been waiting for.
Eva, where in the world have you been?
Missed me, Bob?
Now, Eva, please don't be cute. Where were you? You disappeared 10 minutes ago, and nobody knew where you went.
I had to make a phone call.
Who'd you call?
Bob, stop asking me questions.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. It's just that I was worried.
I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. I went to make a phone call. Is that such a crime?
I know, but this is a party, Eva. Besides, you don't have to get so excited. I wasn't trying to pry.
Then don't. Oh, Bob, can't you see I'm nervous? I'm upset. I don't know what's happening to me, and I don't want to guess.
The man who stared at you in the restaurant last night?
Yes. I just called Boston Blackie to tell him that the same man was across the street staring at me when I went to the window a few minutes ago. Oh, Bob, what am I going to do?
Call the police. They'll know what to do.
Oh, it's no use. I'm going to wait right here until Boston Blackie comes to pick me up.
We're in the 3200 block on Easton Road, Blackie. You better slow down.
All right. 3232 will be on your side of the street, Mary. Watch out for it, will you?
Uh-huh. I don't see anyone standing on the sidewalk in this block. I'm afraid we're too late to catch the stalker. I'm glad to say.
I'm afraid you're right. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, here's 3232 right here.
Thanks.
Blackie, that house is almost dark. Doesn't seem to be a party going on in there.
Well, it's late, Mary. Maybe most of the guests have gone home, but I'm sure your friend Eva waited for us. She sounded scared to death on the phone.
And she certainly had good reason.
No doubt about that. Well, let's go up to the house.
Okay.
Come on.
Blackie, maybe the stalker's hiding around here somewhere.
Maybe. If I thought it'd do any good to search for him, I would. But our best bet is to get Miss Cronin and stick to her till the stalker shows up again.
Well, you stick with her, Blackie, and I'll go home. On second thought, though, maybe I'd better not go home. Eva is a little too good-looking.
How can a girl be too good-looking?
I hope you never find out. There's only one light on in this house, Blackie.
Yeah, obviously the party is over and the other guests have gone home. Yeah. Eva's there, though. I'll bet on that. Mary, maybe we'd better take Miss Cronin to your apartment tonight.
Okay.
She certainly can't be stared at there. You're 22 stories up, and there isn't another building that high for 8 or 9 blocks. Oh, there's someone's coming at the door.
I was beginning to think there was no one home.
What do you want?
Is Miss Eva Cronin here?
Who? I never heard of no Eva Cronin.
Well, she was at a party here tonight.
A party here? There ain't been a party here in 30 years.
Well, this is 3232 Easton Road, isn't it?
Look, if you can read signs and numbers, you'd know that without asking, mister.
Well, I can read, but I can't understand why a Miss Cronin isn't or wasn't here. She phoned me from here about an hour ago.
Not from here, she didn't, mister. There ain't no phone in this house. There ain't been no party here, and I ain't heard of no Eva Cronin. And I ain't in the mood for talking to you or anybody else this time of night. So beat it, mister, beat it.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Young, beautiful, and wealthy Eva Cronin is being constantly followed by a man Boston Blackie and the police believe is the notorious stalking killer who already has extorted money from 3 victims and then murdered them. Eva phones Blackie to say the stalker is watching her at the moment. And Blackie and his friend, Mary Wesley, rush to the address to find that Eva has never been there. The house has no phone. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Eva's apartment with the father of the still missing girl.
I don't understand how you can sit there and play the piano, Mr. Cronin, when your daughter's missing.
Playing the piano helps me think, Blackie. And besides, I don't think Eva's missing. What's more, she's not really my daughter. I adopted her some years ago.
You're not trying to say that you don't care if she's in trouble, are you?
Of course not. When her father died, I promised I'd take care of her, and I've taken good care of her. There's her father there, that center picture on the piano.
Look, Mr. Cronin, I didn't come here because I thought you could help me track the stalker. You couldn't know anything about him, I know. But I'm going to stay here until your daughter shows up.
Well, you may have a long wait. I still don't understand what brought you here.
Mr. Cronin, your daughter phoned me from 3232 Easton Road that she was being watched by the same man who's been watching her for 2 weeks.
My daughter has a fantastic imagination. And if she keeps using it, she'll imagine herself into insanity.
I don't get you, Mr. Cronin. The stalker's real, too real. He's killed 3 people already. Eva may be the 4th. She isn't in trouble right now. Why wasn't she at that Easton Road address?
I don't know. I didn't even know she'd gone out this evening until you came here looking for her. She must have slipped out with Bob.
Bob? Who's he?
Her fiancé. He's the fellow in the picture to the right of her dad, right here on the piano. He's a fine boy, but I'm afraid he wants to marry Eva for her money.
Your daughter is wealthy?
Very. She inherited several $1 million from her father. She was her dad's pet. She has 2 other sisters and a brother somewhere, but, well, they got nothing.
They got nothing, and I'm getting nowhere.
It might help a little if you knew where you wanted to get.
Look, Mr. Cronin, doesn't it mean anything to you that your daughter might be dead?
It means nothing to me that you think she might be, no.
You're taking this awfully easy. She's been threatened by a murderer. We know he's a dangerous killer. Your daughter called me and said she was being watched by him tonight, an hour or so ago. When I got to the address she gave me, she wasn't there. Doesn't that add up to you?
All it means is that there's a combination of circumstances which it isn't my business to explain. Eva will show up, Blackie. I'm sure she will.
No, you are. Well, I'm sure she won't. I'm more sure now than ever. She's the latest victim of the stalker, Mr. Cronin. Your daughter is dead.
Am I?
What?
Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
Hello, Eva. Eva, where'd you come from?
My room. I came home while Daddy was playing. Didn't want to disturb him and went right to my room. What happened to you, Blackie, after I phoned you?
What happened to me? What happened to you? I went to that address you gave me. There was no party going on there.
There most certainly was. A dozen people can tell you that. When you didn't show up, I got Bob to take me home. Well, good night to you both. I'm going out.
Where do you think you're going at this hour?
It is rather late, Eva. Perhaps you ought to take Blackie with you.
It's impossible. Please, Blackie, stay here. Don't try to follow me. It'll only mean something we'll both regret if you do.
Okay, hold it, Miss Cronin. Recognize me?
I should, don't you think?
Uh-huh. Nice of you to meet me out here in the country like this.
Oh.
When I wrote you that note, I wasn't sure you would.
Why not?
You're a brave girl. You know, I've killed 3 people.
I know.
But they paid me well before I killed them. You're going to pay me, too. Only more than they did, because you have more. I'll take $50,000 from you.
Then will you leave me alone?
Pay me the $50,000 first.
I'll have it for you by tomorrow. How will I get it to you?
I'll let you know. Tomorrow. You'll see me sometime tomorrow. You know that, don't you?
If I pay you, you'll leave me alone, won't you? Please, when I pay you the money, go away. Go far away and leave me alone.
You know, I may do that. I have another young lady to call on, a lady on Brewster Road. After she pays me, maybe I'll leave town. Maybe I'll kill her. Maybe I'll kill you.
Oh, no.
I don't know why I don't.
I can tell you why, pal.
Oh,
Blackie. So, I've been tricked, eh? Well, it doesn't matter. I can handle 2 like him. Like this.
No.
I'll see you later.
Get to the nearest police box, Miss Cronin. I'm going after this.
No, Blackie, you don't chase him yet.
Cronin, let go of it. Oh, I'll never catch him now. Oh, why did I have to walk into that right hook?
That was better than going after him and running into a bullet.
I wouldn't have given him time to shoot.
Oh, Blackie, if he'd hit you, I could never have forgiven myself. Oh, please, I'm shaking. Take me home. Please take me home, Blackie.
All right. But you should have stayed there.
I couldn't. I had to meet this man. He sent me a note. Only you shouldn't have followed me. I begged you not to. The note warned me not to tell anybody. Blackie, I'm going to pay him what he wants. I've got to. Please don't interfere.
I can't promise that. Maybe you're going to pay him what he wants, but I'm going to see that he gets what he deserves.
Scott, take this report Blackie gave me.
Yeah?
It's got a description of the stalker in it, a good one. Flash it to all radio cars.
Sure, Inspector Faraday. I'll do it right away.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, my name's Hester Jones, and I live at 19 Brewster Road.
Yes?
The stalker just ran into 18 Brewster Road, right across the street from here. He was staring at me.
He's at 18 Brewster Road, huh?
Yeah.
We'll be right there. Scott.
Yes, Inspector?
Get me a squad car and flash all radio cars. We're going to grab the stalker.
Yes, sir. Don't try to call Blackie. Let him know.
Definitely not. I can handle this alone. Now get me a squad car and a dozen men. All right, men, quiet. This is the place. And stay just as quiet as you can. Quieter, even.
We'll catch this guy here, Inspector Faraday. The city ought to make a monument out of 18 Brewster Road.
Yes, Scott, and bury the stalker under it.
Yeah, we've got the street roped off. There's a high wall back of the house. It's too high to climb.
Okay, then we've got him trapped. Everybody in position?
Yes, Inspector. What position am I assigned, Faraday?
Oh, no, Blackie. What are you doing here?
The same thing you're doing here, closing in on the stalker.
But you had no way of knowing he was holed up here.
Oh, yes, I did. The woman who called you called me first, and I told her to phone you.
Oh, you did. What's the matter? Is the stalker too tough for you? That's right. He did clip you, didn't he?
Sure, but don't forget, he was the one who ran away.
You guys out there, get away from here.
What was that?
It was the stalker's voice, as I remember it.
Came from inside the house, Inspector
I know it, Scott.
Beat it, all of you. I'll start shooting. I'll kill the first one that moves toward this door.
Hear that? We've nailed the stalker, all right.
You heard me. Get away, I told you. I'll kill you all.
Uh-oh, this guy's going to shoot his way out, huh?
And where's Saps if we try to break in? We'll get him, but he'll get a couple of cops before we do.
Don't you think I know that? Beat it, Blackie.
And let the stalker get away? Oh, no. I almost had him earlier tonight. This time, I'm going to get him.
This is my job, Blackie. I'll do it.
And you'll lose men doing it, Faraday. I've got an idea.
Whatever it is, forget it.
Listen. Let me borrow your squad car. I'll ram it through the door. If the stalker fires at it, the bullets will just bounce off. Then once I'm inside, I'll grab him.
That doesn't sound bad. Only you're not going to do it. Scott. Yes, sir. You heard what Blackie said. Now go on. Get in that squad car.
Oh, no, he doesn't, Faraday. It's my idea, and I'm going to carry it out.
Blackie, you crazy fool. Come back here.
Sure, but I'll have company when I do.
Think you'll make it, Inspector?
I don't know. I wouldn't bet against Blackie. There he goes.
Heading right for that door, full speed.
Come on, you guys, let's get moving in case Blackie needs help.
Where were you, Inspector?
I don't hear any shots. That's a good sign.
Come on through the door. You see how good a sign it is. There, Inspector, there's Blackie, struggling with that guy.
Let's grab the stalker first. Good guy, Blackie. Okay, stalker, cut it out. Hold him, Blackie.
I got him. Let go. I got him. Good. Come here. Stalker, meet my friends, the police.
The police? No, wait a minute. What's this all about?
This is about the last time you'll see the outside of a prison cell. You're wanted for 3 murders and for planning a 4th.
Are you crazy?
No. We're not crazy. But that better be your plea when you come to trial. Only a whack would stalk his victims the way you have.
You think I'm the stalking killer? You're crazy.
If you aren't the stalker, why did you fire at us just now?
Because I didn't know you were the police. I just heard the whispers, and I saw people snooping around outside.
Yeah? Then why did you run in here after staring at that woman across the street?
I didn't stare at any woman. I went in here because this is where I live.
Those are pretty fair alibis, except that I saw you with Eva Cronin earlier tonight, and you were demanding money from her.
Why shouldn't I ask her for money? Eva Cronin's my sister.
Your sister?
Yes. Now, why can't I ask her for money? I'm broke. My father never left me anything. But Eva's still rich.
Blackie, what's going on here? This guy isn't the stalker. He's just a dumb, frightened guy.
He's not dumb, Faraday. He's smart. Maybe he's the smartest killer we've ever run across.
We can't prove he's a killer. The stalker's victims are all dead. And if this fellow is Eva Cronin's brother, she'll admit it. And that'll mean he isn't the stalker.
Come to think of it, Eva Cronin never said this guy was the stalker. But what are you going to do, let him go?
Of course not. I can hold him on suspicion for a while.
Do that. I have something on the fire that may cook this guy's goose. Hang on that extension phone, Faraday, and don't say anything.
I want to say something right now, Blackie. You're wasting my time.
You're wasting your breath. Shh.
Hello?
Miss Cronin, this is Blackie.
Oh, yes, Blackie. What is it?
The police have caught a man they think is the stalker. He's the same guy who slugged me when I followed you last night, only he says he's your brother.
Well, he is my brother, Blackie. He's not the man who kept staring at me. He's my brother, and all he wanted was the money. That's why I didn't want you to follow me. This was strictly between him and me, don't you see?
What did he want the money for?
Well, he had none, and I have plenty. Why shouldn't I give him money? He's my brother, isn't he?
He's your brother, but he isn't broke. The police found thousands of dollars in his house, money he took from his victims. He's the stalker, Miss Cronin. We know that, and so do you.
Yes. Yes, Blackie, I knew it all the time. I tried to help him, but I guess it didn't work. Only you can't hate a girl for trying, can you, Blackie?
To protect a killer, you most certainly can. That's all, Miss Cronin. I'll see you in the morning in jail.
Miss Cronin's in cell 3, Blackie.
Thanks, Scott. Any time limit on my visit?
For most people, it's 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not most people. I may take a little longer than that.
Suit yourself. Yell for me when you're leaving so I can lock up.
Okay. Hello, Miss Cronin.
Oh, it's you. What do you want here, Blackie? You caught my brother. You had them put me here. Isn't that enough reason for you to leave me alone?
Perhaps, but there are some things I don't know, and I want to clear them up.
What, for instance?
Where did you fit into all this?
I knew my brother was a stalker. I wanted to help him, so I pretended I was being stalked. Then if the police arrested my brother, I could deny he was the man who was following me. Girl's own brother wouldn't be stalking her, would he?
In this case, yes. Incidentally, what you told me was exactly what I'd imagined. When you gave me that phony address on Easton Road, I figured you were in on this somehow.
That address wasn't phony. I told you where I was, 32 Easton Road.
You said 3232. That was very clever of you, now that I think of it. Later, you could have said all you were doing was repeating the number.
The police hadn't found that money in my brother's house. That's what I would have said. I wanted you to be under the impression someone else was the stalker. I had to protect my brother, don't you see, Blackie?
No. He was trying to get $50,000 from you, as I remember it.
I would have been glad to give him that money. I would have done anything to get him out of town. I knew he was a stalker. I knew he must have had some money. But I thought the money I gave him would be enough to make him quit killing.
I honestly don't know how much money he did have, Miss Cronin.
But you said the police
That the police found it? Yes, I said that. But I did it only so that you would talk. And you did.
Oh,
You're in jail, Miss Cronin, but you shouldn't be too unhappy. After all, you're practically the only living member of the Stalk Club.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Paul Henry, star of No More Alice,
a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant. As Roma Wines bring you Paul Henreid in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Driving along there, I had the radio on, but I was thinking of Alice. A few more miles and I'd be home with her. I was thinking how her teeth gleamed through her twisted smile she'd got in the habit of wearing, how white and inviting her throat was. I was thinking of her voice when she accused me of being in love with Elisa Waters. Cold, shrill, full of bitterness.
Your attention, please. A prison break has been reported by Warden J.G. Johnson of Greystone Penitentiary. At 9:15 tonight, less than 1 hour ago, the notorious Frankie Tatum shot his way out of the death house at State Prison, killing 2 guards and wounding 2 others. All state and local police, as well as all motorists in the vicinity of Greystone, are warned to be on the lookout for this escaped convict. Once again, the name is Frankie Tatum. He is armed and dangerous.
I was just entering Greystone. Somewhere in these mountains was that escaped convict, a condemned murderer. It seemed such a cliché somehow. I've heard that situation worn threadbare on cheap mystery broadcasts. The escaped murderer announced over the radio, the innocent listener. But I began to think about it, and all at once Alice got mixed in those thoughts. I slowed down the car and pulled over to the side of the road. I kept the motor running and the lights on. Just sat there. I don't know how long I waited there. Maybe 15 minutes, maybe an hour. All I did know was that so long as that siren screeched, Frankie Tatum was still at large somewhere in these mountains. I was in no hurry. Finally, someone was coming. I sat very still and kept my eyes focused on the overhead mirror. The figure was materializing out of the thick brush that lined the road, moving stealthily toward the car. I waited. Presently, the handle on the door nearest to me turned.
All right, don't move, you.
I had no intention of moving.
Shut up. Get out of the car, and don't try anything.
The car isn't going to do you any good, Tatum. The highway is patrolled and blocked off for miles.
I told you to button up and get out.
2 motorcycle troopers just went by here, looking for you.
I said get out of that car.
But I want to help you, Tatum. Why do you think I sat here with the lights on and the motor running?
Huh?
I knew the lights and the sound of the motor would attract you.
God, don't give me that. There's miles of country here. How could you tell I'd come this way?
This is the shortest and safest route to the old stone quarry on the other side of the mountain. If I just escaped from prison and wanted to hide out until my pals could get to me, that's where I'd head.
Yeah? Hey. Cops.
Yeah. There's a rope on the back seat. Get in. Lie on the floor and cover yourself over, quickly.
What kind of a shot do you take me for?
You haven't much choice in the matter, Tatum. In a few seconds, that trooper will be here. If you pull that trigger or try to get away without pulling it, you won't get 20 feet in those bushes. Now, get in and fast.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what this is all about, but it better be on the level, pal.
Get in. All right back there?
Yeah. And don't forget this gun.
What's going on here?
Having trouble with my motor, officer. Keeps heating up on me and stalling.
You got it running now for if it's overheated.
Just started it up.
I see your license.
Oh, gladly. Here you are.
Warren Rice. Warren... Oh, Dr. Rice.
All right.
Gosh, Doc, why didn't you say it was you?
Probably because you didn't ask me.
Hey, you better watch it, Doc. Frankie Tatum's escaped from the death house up here.
Frankie Tatum?
Yeah, you must remember him, the bank robber and killer. Papers were full of him a while back. Bad guy. Shoot you in the back quick as he'd breathe.
Did you say shoot me in the back?
Yeah, he's loose somewhere in these mountains. You better not hang around any longer than you have to, Doc. He's a bad actor.
Thanks very much, officer. I'll get started right away and see if I can make home without stalling again.
Yeah, well, good luck, Doctor.
Good luck to you, officer. Hope you'll find Tatum. All right, Tatum. He's gone.
So you a doc, huh?
Hmm?
Sawbones?
No, I'm a doctor of psychiatry.
Yeah? Well, let's see what I'm going to do now.
I'll take over from here.
You'll take over. Look, Doc, you seem to forget which one of us is holding this gun.
Look, if I figured out you'd head for the quarry, eventually the cops will, too.
I ain't afraid to shoot it out with no cops.
But there is no profit in shooting it out with them.
You got a better idea, I suppose, huh?
I think so.
All right, what's this all about? You waiting here for me, hiding me under the robe, now figuring out an escape for me. It don't add.
We'll talk about that on the way.
On the way to where?
On the way to my home. You see, Tatum, a psychiatrist every once in a while comes upon a subject so interesting.
In other words, Doc, you're trading me a safe hideout and a chance to make a clean getaway for the opportunity of using me as a guinea pig.
That's right, Tatum. I want to study you for a while.
Yeah? Well, you've fronted for me all along the line. And if I can make a clean break out of town in a few days or so, well, I guess I can stand being under glass that long. Okay, it's a deal.
All right, Tatum. Follow me.
Wait a minute. Hey, we going to the front door?
No. There's a side entrance. Leads to the left wing of the house. That's where I have my office.
Okay.
This is it, Tatum. Wait till I get my keys out. This is the one. There is a light switch right where your hand is, Tatum. Click it on, will you, please?
Okay. Well, this is quite a layout.
Yes, I had this annex put on the main building so I could have it private. No one uses it but me.
Yeah? Where'll I stay?
Well, there's a little room back of the office. It has a bed and everything else you'll need. I use it sometimes for patients I bring home and sometimes for myself when I work late and don't wish to be disturbed by my wife.
Yeah? Well, it's not bad.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Just make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Okay. Hey, Doc, bring some grub with you.
All right, I will. As soon as I've had a little talk with my wife. Good evening, dear.
So you got home?
Yes, Alice, I just got in.
I didn't expect you until morning.
I finished the case earlier than I thought.
Had anything to eat?
No. I'll call Greta.
It's her night off.
Dooley, too?
Yes. I'll get you something myself.
No, Alice, don't bother.
Bother? Why, it's a pleasure, darling.
Thanks. Oh, yes, I almost forgot I have someone with me.
Not Lisa, by any chance.
Alice, I'd hoped you'd forget about the other night and all the disagreeable things we said.
Disagreeable? I found them rather enlightening.
Did you?
Yes. It isn't every wife whose husband is so honest, telling her that he's in love with someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Alice. I didn't mean to say it, really.
I can believe that.
I mean, it isn't true. I'm not in love with Lisa. I've never been.
Is that why you wanted a divorce?
I said that in the heat of the argument, Alice. I've no reason to want a divorce.
Especially since I told you I'd never give you one.
I'm not going to argue with you anymore, Alice. I told myself that on the way home. I'm going to try to make our marriage the way it was 10 years ago.
A very pretty speech, darling. But I'm afraid it will take a great deal more than the power of words to convince me of that.
Oh, I think I convinced you, Alice. If you'll give me time. I'm sure I can convince you.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Paul Henreid in No More Alice by Martin Ryerson. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. What to serve when friends call during Lent? Millions of Americans answer this question by serving Roma California wines. Yes, Roma wines, delightful any time, are especially appropriate during Lent. Roma wines offer you a traditional beverage of moderation. Delicious, easy to serve, inexpensive. You're ready for guests or pleasant family evenings at home with a small selection of Roma sherry, port, muscatel, or Tokay. And remember, only Roma offers you such taste luxury for so little. Yes, because Roma wine is America's first choice. Roma brings you superb wine for only pennies a glass, just about the cost of a soft drink. With Roma, you enjoy true wine, nothing but the natural, juicy goodness of tender grapes, grown in California's finest vineyards, every drop carefully, unhurriedly guided to taste perfection by the ancient skill of master vintners, then bottled at the winery to seal in unvarying goodness always. Get Roma wine tomorrow. Delightful any time, ideal during Lent. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Discover why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Paul Henry, who, as Dr. Warren Rice in No More Alice, continues a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
One might suppose there are no particular advantages to hiding an escaped convict in one's home, and a convict who is a murderer at that. But there are, under certain circumstances, sometimes. The morning after, I began the procedure of winning his confidence, making him believe I'd really brought him there for the purpose of using him as a guinea pig. It was an interesting deception.
School? Yeah, sure. I went to school. Reform school for 6 whole years. How long did you bury your nose in books?
About 20 years.
20 years?
Mm-hmm.
What's there to learn that would take 20 years?
I went through college. Then I took several postgraduate courses.
You sure had plenty of time to waste.
What did your father do for a living, Tatum?
He was shot in a Chicago stick-up when I was 2-year-old. How about yours?
My father was the president of a bank.
Bank? Blank check, huh?
Yes, Tatum. I never really wanted for a thing in my life that I couldn't have.
Well, we sure came out of different baskets, didn't we, Doc?
Yeah. Tell me, when you robbed a bank or killed someone, was it premeditated?
You mean, did I plan them?
Yes.
Sure. Sure, you have to lay out a bank job. But killing, well, that just happened. Somebody just had the rough luck to get in my way.
Did you feel you had the right to take the life of another human being?
Why not? Somebody tries to take something from me, so I nudge him out of the way. But you, well, you wouldn't understand that, Doc. You just said you never wanted anything you couldn't have.
Ever feel remorseful when you killed someone?
Remorseful? What's that?
Well, did you ever regret it? Did it ever bother your conscience?
No. Why should it? Why, I'd kill my own brother if he ever got in my way.
It went on like that for the next 3 days. I kept Tatum in that little room and had Dooley, our butler, bring his meals to the office. No one saw him. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day...
Look, Doc, how much longer are you going to keep me holed up in this room? I'm starting to get punchy.
Maybe tomorrow you'll be able to leave, Tatum. I've contacted your friends.
What'd they say? What'd they say?
Well, they said, as soon as I get a definite answer from them, you'll be on your way.
Well, look, Doc, I don't want you to think I don't appreciate all this, see, but staying cooped up in this 2x4 room is almost as bad as being in stir.
Except that you know you're going to get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
It's funny. You know, I had you pegged wrong at first, Doc. I thought you was just using me, and that sooner or later I'd have to bump you. But I guess that won't be necessary now, eh, Doc?
Yes, Stanton was getting restless. So was I. I couldn't keep him hidden out much longer. The rooms were getting dirty and had to be cleaned by Greta. Alice was getting a little curious as to who my patient was. If he stayed there too long, there would be questions. It was time to act. That evening it rained, came down in torrents. But it was mild compared to the storm that surged inside me. I walked into the drawing room and saw Lisa Waters sitting in front of the fireplace alone.
Alice asked me to drop over and said you'd be furious if I didn't stay for dinner.
Hello, Lisa. Where is Alice?
Hello. She went to see Greta about dinner. Well, Warren, aren't you going to sit down? Hey, no. You're beside me on the divan.
Thanks.
My. It's been a long time since I last saw you.
Does that mean you missed me?
But of course. Did you know by this time that you're my favorite husband?
Am I?
Uh-huh. I've often told Alice that if I ever get married, I'll try to find a husband just like you.
Well, hello, Doctor.
Hello.
You finished your work rather early this evening, darling. Or did you happen to see Lisa's car in the driveway?
Alice, anyone hearing you would think...
Think what, Lisa? Warren isn't early for dinner very often. Come to think of it, he hasn't been early since the last time you were here.
Doesn't she tease something awful, Warren?
Oh, no, I'm not teasing. Don't you know, Lisa, that the other night Warren confessed...
Alice, please.
What's the matter, darling? I was only going to say you confessed that of all my friends, you prefer Lisa.
That was sweet, Warren.
Mind if I sit between you two?
Well, you'll be breaking up a very handsome couple.
Yes, I know. By the way, speaking of breaking up, we had a most interesting discussion the other night about divorce.
Alice, must you?
Certainly not you and Warren.
Oh, no, Lisa, darling. I don't believe in divorce. I told Warren that no matter what happened, I'd never give him a divorce.
I don't imagine you would.
After sacrificing and working with him for 10 long years, I'd never step aside for anyone. Not even if that anyone was you, Lisa. My best friend.
That's how marriage should be. Till death do us part.
At 10 o'clock, Lisa left. It was still storming. As I walked her to the car under an umbrella, I fought the desire to take her in my arms. Tell her that after tonight she would be mine and I would be hers. And there would be no more Alice. But she seemed so young, so far from the thought of murder. Suppose I were wrong and took her into my confidence, tell her about my plan to kill Alice. It could mean the end of everything. No, I must wait. It wouldn't be long now before there'd be no more goodbyes like this one. I watched her car crawl down the driveway into the rain and the darkness. And then I went back into the house. Alice was in the drawing room. I didn't have much to say. She did all the talking. She still goaded me about Lisa, asked if I kissed her goodnight, if we made a secret tryst. Well, finally, I told her I had to get back to my patient in the office outside. I watched her turn out the lights and climb the stairs to her room. It was the last time I'd ever see Alice alive, I told myself. But I didn't feel badly. I felt good. Very good. When I got to the office, Tatum was listening to the radio.
Hard left and across to the
This
jaw.
was it.
And Dugan is down.
All right.
McCoy is going
All
to
right,
the corner.
Tatum. Better kill the radio.
Three is
Huh?
counting over Dugan.
Yes, sure.
Looks like a knockout.
What's up?
My wife.
What's the matter with
She found out you were here and who you are.
her? Hey, that ain't good. What's she gonna do?
Call the police.
One side, brother. I'm on my way.
Wait a minute. I've cut the phone wires.
She's got legs, ain't she?
She can't get out of the house without us hearing her. We've got time. Let's try to think this thing out.
You think it out. I'm the one that's on the spot.
What?
Hey, wait a minute. How did she find out?
Well, I don't know. Just put two and two together somehow. What's the difference now?
Plenty, because from the way it looks here, nobody could have tipped her off but you.
Ah, don't be a fool.
Come on, talk fast, Doc, because if you cross
Put
me,
that gun down. Why should I cross you? How do you think I stand in this?
I don't know. How do you?
Shielding an escaped convict. I'd go to prison for that.
Some kind of a trap. This is what you've been leading up to. Why, you...
All right, Tatum. Now, you stupid fool, listen to me. We're together in this. Do you understand that? We're together in this. You can't kill me, and I can't turn you in.
Yeah, that's right. You and me are kind of in the same boat, ain't we, Doc?
I'm glad it's penetrating finally, Tatum. Now, we've got to do something quickly.
You sure your wife can't leave without us hearing?
No, I have the car keys. Anyway, it's a mile to the nearest phone. Of course, she's up in her room now.
Look, Doc, look. She must have known the spot she'd put you in. Why does she want to pull a thing like that for?
Because she hates me.
Yeah?
She's hated me for years.
Yeah?
I'd have killed her long ago if I had the nerve.
I've never killed a dame, but I would if...
If what?
She got in my way.
Where do you think she's now?
I'm thinking.
I'd say somebody broke in, a burglar. You could take my other car. You could be half a way across the country.
Yeah, unless you had me picked up.
And make myself an accessory to murder, huh? How could I? Oh, we've gone all through over that before.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You really are in this, ain't you? Any way you play it.
The only way, for either of us. Pick up your gun.
Yeah. 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 Okay, Doc. It's a deal.
Slowly, Tatum opened the door and slipped into the hall. I waited a few seconds. Then I walked to the desk. I unlocked the top drawer and got out my revolver. Cautiously, I opened the door and moved into the hall toward my main building. As I reached the foot of the stairs, I heard the door to Alice's room squeak open. I went up the stairs, quickly, without a sound. As I reached the stop step, there was a muffled scream, a slight struggle, a single shot. And then a terrible silence. I crept to the door of the bedroom. Slowly I opened it. And in the dull light from the bed lamp, I took careful aim with the revolver at Frankie Tatum's broad back. Four bullets I pumped into him. A wave of conquest swept through me. For this was perfection. This was the difference between a crude killer like Frankie Tatum and me. This was exactly as I had planned it. In a moment, Dooley, our butler, summoned by the shots, would rush into the room. He would find me standing there with a gun in my hand. The way I would disarrange the room in the next few seconds would convince him and the police that Frankie Tatum had broken into my wife's bedroom and murdered her. And I, the gallant husband, had rushed to the scene and blazed away at him. It would look awfully nice in print. I would be quite a hero. And no one would know that I had carefully planned this murder step by step, from the moment when I first heard the prison siren on the mountain road. Yes, now at last, I was free to marry Lisa. Already I was busy turning over the furniture, disarranging the bed, reaching to tear the robe from the brogue figure on the bed. And then...
Warren!
A voice. A woman's voice!
Warren!
I spun to face the doorway. I could feel the blood drain from my face. A terrible coldness reached out and grabbed at my heart. Alice! It was Alice! Framed in the doorway. Fear smashed into my brain. I turned toward the figure on the bed, turned it over. A scream choked in my throat. There, before me, lay the lifeless body of Lisa.
He's the man who escaped from Greystone Penitentiary. He's the man you kept locked in your office, isn't he?
But I put her in her car. I saw her drive away.
You planned to have him murder me, but he killed her instead.
I saw her drive away.
She came back.
I saw her.
Landslide blocked the highway. I told her to spend the night. She could have my room. You planned to have him murder me, didn't you? You planned to have him murder me, didn't you?
She spoke. She gloated. Alice moved into the room. I circled to the doorway. The revolver was still warm in my hand. As I reached the doorway, I raised the gun. My finger tightened on the trigger. And then something came down out of the blackness and washed away every thought from my mind.
And that, gentlemen of the jury, is the true confession of Dr. Warren Rice, told you in his own words. Ironically, the very person Rice expected would be his chief collaborating witness turned out to be the man who trapped and convicted him. I mean Dooley, the butler, who, summoned by the shots, hurried to the door of Mrs. Rice's bedroom, found Rice about to kill his wife, and struck him down. The state rests.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Paul Henreid, the star of No More Alice, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. If meatless Lenten meals fail to intrigue that family of yours, just serve a fine Roma table wine with tomorrow's dinner. Yes, the simplest meals become more flavorful, more exciting with Roma wine. Plain baked beans or spaghetti are royal treats when served with red, robust Roma California Burgundy. And your favorite fish or omelet will taste better than ever with a glass of pale gold Roma California Sauterne. And listen to the praise you get for the extra appetizing goodness, the cheerful warmth, the air of friendly companionship that Roma wine adds to your dining pleasure. For an adventure in good dining, try delicious Roma Burgundy or Sauterne with tomorrow night's dinner. You can enjoy Roma wines often, for they cost just pennies a glass. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Paul Henreid. Next week, I know you will want to make it a point to hear a suspense show that promises to be really something. It will star Gregory Peck in a remarkable study of the mental breakdown of a man who brings himself to the very brink of murder because of a woman. I know you won't want to miss hearing Gregory Peck in The Lonely Road. Thank you.
Paul Henreid will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Devotion. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Gregory Peck as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Suspense is broadcast from coast to coast and to our men and women of the armed forces overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense, which is usually heard at this hour on Thursday nights, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air 3 weeks from tonight on Thursday, September 1st.
You are with 3 men on a jungle plantation on the rubber coast of Borneo. You know that one of the men is a desperate criminal whom you've come to arrest, but you don't know which one. You have to find him before he can save himself by killing you.
we offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight, we escape to a Borneo jungle in a tantalizing search for a murderer, as L.G. Blockman told it in his famous story, Red Wine.
As the rusty little tramp freighter bumped against the rickety wharf, I dropped from the rail onto the planking and for the first time felt the humid heat roll out of the jungle like steam from the back door of a Turkish bath. I'd come a long way. 6 days before, I'd stepped off a float in San Francisco Bay, climbed aboard a Pan American clipper headed for the South Pacific. 2 days later, I'd boarded the mailboat in Batavia. And now, Tanjong Samar, sweltering and half forgotten, last outpost in the rubber coast of Borneo. Yes, a long journey, but here would now mark the end of it. I'd come to arrest a murderer. I crossed the beach and walked up the path of crushed shells leading to a low bungalow at the edge of the jungle. The freighter would lie at the wharf for 4 hours, plenty of time for me to get the thing over with and be back aboard when she sailed. I was expecting danger, of course, but no real trouble. I'd done jobs like this before, so I stepped confidently up on the porch and met Herr Kurt, controller of the Tanjong Samar district.
Yeah, I am Meneer Kurt, the controller. What is it I can do for you?
I have a letter of introduction here from the Governor General. Here you are.
Yeah. Mr. Paul Vernier from the United States.
The governor promised me your cooperation.
So I see. Cooperation. That's good. But he doesn't say cooperation in what?
Well, I've come here after a killer, Mr. Kurt.
Oh. Dayaks, maybe? Headhunters?
No. This one's a civilized killer, an American. Wanted in San Francisco for murdering his wife. His name is Jerome Steeks.
Oh, I see. Won't you sit down, Mr. Vernier?
Yes, thank you.
Wonkin, bar coffee.
That's one, I bring right away.
We will have coffee in a moment.
Oh, that's nice of you, but maybe I'd better pick this guy up first. I'd hate to miss the boat and have to lay over 5 days.
You are acquainted with this Steeks, Mr. Vernier?
No, I've never seen him.
But you do have photographs.
No, I'm afraid not. This was a very clever killer. He apparently took great pains to see that he was never photographed. He carefully eliminated all the fingerprints as well. What are you driving at, Mr. Kurt?
Well, simply this. There is no one in my district by the name of Steeks.
Oh, no, of course not. He wouldn't be using his own name. There is an American here, though, isn't there?
3 of them, Mr. Vernier, employed as foreman on the Cotta rubber plantation.
Well, according to my information, Steeks came here from Batavia about 6 months ago.
We all arrived 6 months ago on the same boat. The Cotta Company is just going back into operation.
I see. Well, according to the people who've seen him, Jerome Steeks is a man about 35 years old, of medium height and slight build, pale complexion with black hair and mustache.
Amazing. Any one of these men might fit the description, except that all are clean-shaven and heavily tanned from tropical sun. Furthermore, Mr. Vernier, all 3 of the men have light blonde hair.
Coffee should have seen it, Wamasa.
Good. Pour out 2 cups, Wong. I'll have Wong bring your baggage up from the wharf, Mr. Vernier.
Yeah, thank you, Wong.
It appears your business may take a little longer than 4 hours.
I'm certain of the information I got in Batavia. I know the man's here.
Then the problem resolves itself into a matter of identification. Bolipiki sekarang.
Saya, Wamasa.
No, an hour's talk with the 3 of them ought to do that.
I doubt it, Mr. Vernier. The swamps here at Tanjong Samar are infested with fever. It's always hot, like now. And the jungles back there swarm with long-tailed true snakes and deadly cobras. In the rivers, crocodiles.
So?
Men rarely come here unless they're running away from something, trying to lose their past. I think you'll find all 3 men have manufactured stories. So, how is one to choose?
Well,
Moreover, according to this letter, I'm authorized by the governor to assist you in arresting and extraditing Jerome Steeks. 1 man, not 3.
So it's up to me, huh?
Oh, do not misunderstand me, Mr. Vernier. I will cooperate with you in every way. But I think it will be a very hard thing to identify this man you have never seen when he doesn't wish to be identified.
I don't know. Sometimes it's easier to identify a man from his personality than from his physical appearance.
And the personality of this man Steeks is something out of the ordinary?
Yeah, for a foreman on a rubber plantation, yes. Yeah, I doubt if all three of these men can be aristocrats. And in a sense, that's what Steeks is, a cosmopolitan. Lived all over the world, always associating with top society. He's a lover of fine foods and wine, speaks French and German fluently. He's a gourmet, a bon vivant, a man of perfect taste in clothes and manners.
And a murderer.
Yes, and a murderer.
When the three men return from the clearing this evening, I shall be happy to introduce you to them, though it's quite probable they are aware of your identity already.
What do you mean?
Jungle Grapevine. Before you stepped off the wharf, my houseboat told me that you were a detective. Undoubtedly, the same information has reached the clearings by now.
I see. So, in other words, the murderer probably knows who I am and what I'm here for. But I haven't the slightest idea who he is, huh?
Exactly. It's quite an interesting thought, isn't it? More coffee, Mr. Vernier? Mr. Vernier, I would like you to meet Mr. Doran.
Hi, Mr. Vernier.
And this is Mr. Wilmerding.
Pleasure, Mr. Vernier.
I'll save you the trouble, Kurt. My name's Prale. Glad to meet you.
Same here, Mr. Prale.
You might as well drop that mister. We don't use it much around here. I'm Prale, that's Duran, and Wilmerding, and you're Vernier, if it's all the same to you.
Sure, Prale. Why not?
Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I have a number of things to do. Bring Mr. Vernier to my bungalow for dinner. We'll celebrate having a guest at Tanjong Samar.
Oh, sure.
We'll see you.
Well, Herr Kurt tells me all three of you are Americans.
Well, I don't know whether I'm still one or not. Haven't been to the States in 7 years.
7 years, huh? Then you're an old-timer here, Duran.
Oh, not here, Australian.
Oh, don't let Duran get started, Vernier. He'll spend 2 hours telling you how he lost his shirt trying to raise sheep down under.
Well, if I had either money or sense, I wouldn't have come to this stinking hole.
Oh, I wouldn't say you fellas had it too rough. I've been noticing those empty bottles there in the shop.
What do you mean, Vernier?
Well, here, Piper Heidsieck, 1936. That's good champagne. You boys are living like gourmets, connoisseurs.
Oh, you're overrating us, Vernier. Those empty bottles were already here when he came. Just never got around to throwing them out.
Prale here's the only connoisseur in the bunch. He can tell you anything you want to know about wine.
Yeah, or about anything.
Oh, dry up. Just because a guy happens to know a little more than somebody else, there's no reason to keep riding him all the time.
I wish you knew some way to make ice. I'm getting plenty fed up with warm beer day in, day out.
Yes, that would get pretty tiresome. I think I'd switch to Chambertin or Chablis or something.
Come again?
Well, Wilmerding, I didn't necessarily mean those in particular, but there are quite a number of wines that are even better warm than they are chilled.
You're in the wrong place, chum. We wouldn't know what to do with them if we had them. This is strictly a beer and gin crowd.
There'd be no kick on that if we had some ice to go with it. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a cold, frosty
Oh,
bottle.
relax, Wilmerding. You make me thirsty.
Oh.
What do you say to some music, huh?
Oh, music? Does one of you play some instrument?
Sure, Prale. He's terrific on that phonograph over there in the corner. Only trouble is he thinks 3 o'clock in the morning is the greatest song ever written.
Well, I can see that leading to quite an argument, Duran, particularly if you're a lover of the classics.
Oh, no. I don't go for that long-haired stuff. But I would like to hear a fast number once in a while. It's less than 10 years old.
Yeah, you ought to see this collection Prale dragged up here from Batavia. Strictly from the gay 90s.
Prale, you don't by any chance have a number called Il y a un meurtrier dans cette maison?
What's that, some Italian opera?
No, it's French, approximately.
Well, come on, Prale. Translate it for us. You claim to be an expert on the French language.
Well, it's worded kind of funny. It's like poetry.
Oh, sure.
That last word, though, that maison, that means house. I know that.
That's too bad. I thought maybe Jerome Steeks might translate it.
Huh?
It refers to him, of course.
Steeks?
What are you talking about?
The sentence reads, "There's a murderer in this house."
Well, so you're finally coming out in the open, huh?
Yeah, we heard you were a detective.
Yeah, that's right. So what about it, Steeks? You want to give up now or try to go on with your act?
Wait a second, Vernier. I get it now. You're after some killer you've never seen named Steeks, and you figure one of us is it, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Prale.
Then the guy you're after is Wilmerding.
Are you crazy?
Who ever heard anybody with a name like Wilmerding unless they made it up?
Made up nothing. I got a passport to prove it. What are you trying to do, Prale? Turn attention away from yourself?
I got nothing to hide. It's either you or Duran.
What? Listen, you can leave me out of this right now. There's plenty of people in Australia that can tell you who I am.
Unfortunately, though, there's nobody in Tanyong Samar who can tell me for certain who any of you are. But one of you is a murderer. And by the time the boat gets back here, since I'm obviously not going to be able to leave with it when it sails in an hour, I'll know which one. Now, either I'm going to take Jerome Steeks back to San Francisco with me, or I'm going to kill him trying to. You can count on it. Well, what do you say we go on over to Kurt's bungalow and have dinner?
That's Wilmerding's room there. Duran sleeps here, and Prale on down at the end.
Oh, yes.
And this is the guest room. At least the only guest room that's usable at the present.
It looks all right.
Well, it's yours for the time you're here, Mr. Veneer.
Do all of these rooms open out onto the porch?
Yes, the veranda, as we call it.
And there's no way to lock this door, I suppose.
Unfortunately, no. And anyway, the windows are covered only by mosquito netting. It makes another interesting situation, does it not?
Yeah, I suppose interesting is the word for it.
I assume, Mr. Veneer, that you have not been able to identify your man by his personality.
No, whichever one is Steeks is putting on an awfully good act.
Most likely they're all acting to a greater or lesser extent, which of course makes your problem exceedingly difficult.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Kurt. You did say a man rarely came here unless he wanted to lose his past. And yet you're here.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. But then, I am only a servant of the government and have little choice where I am sent. Well, good night, Mr. Veneer.
I sat there in the lamplight for a long time after Kurt left, trying to figure things out and getting nowhere. Gradually, the night breeze brought the smell of the jungle into the room. Rich, exotic, fragrant as a midnight orchid, as disturbing as the scent of danger. Or maybe it was danger itself I was smelling. The heavy knife missed my throat by 2 inches, thudded into a bamboo partition and stuck there, quivering. I dropped down on the floor and slid my .38 out of its holster. I could hear nothing but the rustle of palm thatch along the eaves, low creaks from the pilings underneath the bungalow, and the soft night sounds from the jungle. Finally, I slipped my shoes off, pulled the knife out of the wall and dropped it in my pocket, moved to the door and stepped quietly out into the veranda. It was empty. Across the railing, the fringe of undergrowth was dappled in silver moonlight, and nothing moved. I paused quickly at the 3 doors, and from each heard the sound of snoring. One of the men was faking, but which one? I'd reached the end of the porch when my eye caught a slight movement in a banana clump a few yards from the steps. Someone was hiding there. I moved swiftly, holding the gun ready, and came within a few feet before I could make out a shape in red and white sarong. And shape was right, complete with dark, tumbled curls and a flower behind one ear. It was a girl.
Please, Tuan, the gun. You're going to shoot me?
No, relax, honey. I was looking for somebody else.
And now you have found Nilana, so you are disappointed?
Pleasantly surprised. Nilana, huh?
In your language, it means flower of love.
It's a perfect fit. Are you, blooming out here all alone?
I do not understand, Tuan.
Did you see anybody moving around up there on the veranda a while ago?
Only you, Tuan. I became frightened and ran to hide.
Frightened? Why?
I should not be here. At night, let us talk of something else.
All right, Nilana. The moon, for instance?
Oh, yes. Look, is it not big and soft and warm?
Yeah, all of that.
Tuan, you like Nilana, perhaps?
Definitely.
Why do we not go somewhere else? Along the beach, perhaps? You would like that?
Well,
I'm afraid Mr. Veneer is too serious-minded for such things, Nilana.
Mynheer.
Well, Mr. Kurt, join us, won't you?
Thank you. Nilana, go to the bungalow at once.
Yes, Mynheer, I go immediately.
She has no business being out alone at night. But, Mr. Veneer, is something wrong with your room? Is it not comfortable?
It was, until this flew in through the window.
A knife?
Yeah, a throwing knife. You ever see it before?
Oh, yeah. It is one of the collection there in the bungalow. The 3 Americans throw them at targets every evening and wager on the results. I believe Mr. Durant taught the other 2.
Yeah, what about you, Mr. Kurt? Do you ever bet with them?
It would be too easy. Watch. Now.
Yeah.
I learned to throw a knife in Java many years ago.
And, Nalana, I suppose she's an expert at it, too.
Nalana knows nothing of knives. Her greatest accomplishment is that of making friends too easily.
I see. Just who is she, anyway? Does she live here?
Yeah, she lives here. She is my wife.
Your wife?
Exactly. My wife. Good night, Mr. Veneer.
I stood there in the moonlight and watched him walk toward his bungalow. My simple task was fast becoming involved. When I finally turned in that night, I undressed in the dark, pushed the bed up to block the door, and propped a chair against the windowsill, and lay down on the floor. I kept trying to fit some theory together to account for the things that had happened. When I drifted off to sleep, I was no nearer any answer than before. I woke up with the first light of dawn, and for a full minute was ready to predict a peaceful day. Then I turned my head slightly and saw it. On the floor, against the wall, 18 inches from my left hand, its eyes opening and unmoving, lay a longtail, one of the deadliest snakes in Borneo. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, ran into the corners of my eyes. Not daring to make any sudden move, I slid my right hand slowly up behind me, found my gun under the pillow. The snake moved slightly, and I froze for 1 long minute. Carefully, I brought the gun over until I had the ugly head centered above the foresight. Then...
Who fired that shot?
I did, Kurt, in here.
Hey, talk. What's all the shooting about? I found out now, Duran. It's Mr. Veneer who fired.
What's up, Duran?
Yeah, what was that noise? I guess Veneer's doing a little target practicing. Come on, guys.
Now, just a minute. Just a minute. I'll let you in. Yeah, there.
Mr. Veneer, you all right?
Sure, Kurt. Come in. I had an early morning visitor. There on the floor.
A longtail. Did he bite you?
No, he didn't.
What the devil's all the racket about? Oh, a snake, eh? That's funny. What's funny, Duran?
A longtail, Wilmerding. I just killed one here in my room.
Huh. Well, there's plenty of them around, but I never heard of one crawling into a room before.
I'm not sure it did crawl in. Got an idea it may have been dropped in through the mosquito netting there at the window.
Yeah? By whom?
By a guy named Jerome Steeks. You ever hear of him, Duran?
Oh, that again. Why don't you pick up Wilmerding? He's your man.
Oh, sure. I always carry a couple of snakes around in my pocket, just for luck.
Hey, what I want to know is who carries this around in their pocket for luck.
Hey, that's one of our knives from the living room. We throw them at a target.
Yeah, I know. Only last night I was the target.
Oh, then Prail's your boy. He's an expert. Wins every time we play.
Oh, dry up, Duran. One more crack like that.
Okay, relax. So nobody knows anything about these accidents. They just happen, huh? Well, here's a warning to whichever one of you is Steeks. The next time, you better cover yourself. I'm through being a clay pigeon. From now on, it's going to be a lot tougher. A whole lot tougher. That day passed, and the next, and I got exactly nowhere. And the third day, I managed to search the men's quarters and found nothing. Mainly, I'd hoped to find some kind of a bleaching agent. Steeks was described as having black hair, while all 3 of these men were blonde. Furthermore, I was convinced after 3 days of observation that all 3 were naturally blonde. Things didn't fit. They didn't add up. I saw Nalana several times, but had no chance to speak to her. When Herr Kurt was with me, she'd pass without a glance. But if I was alone, she'd manage a quick, provocative smile that sent shivers down my spine. By the 4th day, the tension among us was grown almost unbearable. Steamer was due the next evening on his return trip to Batavia. I needed a break of some kind, had to have one. And it came at dusk when I dropped in my room to change for dinner.
Close the door. Quick, Tuan. Speak softly. It is I, Nilana.
Alana, what in the devil are you doing here?
To see you, Tuan. Does that make you unhappy?
No, it doesn't. But I doubt if Herr Kurt would think much of the idea.
He must not find out. But I wish to ask you something.
All right, honey, shoot.
It is true that you look for a man who has killed a woman in your United States?
Yes, that's right.
A man who now names himself by another name?
Yes. Alana, do you know?
It is perhaps the same one who one night threw a knife at you?
Yes, I think so. Do you know who it is?
I saw the knife thrown, Tuan. I was outside by the edge of the...
Quiet.
It is someone?
Yeah, that's Herr Kurt. He's going in the living room.
I'm very frightened, Tuan. I must go.
No, wait. I've got to know what you're going to do.
There's no time now. Tonight, when everyone sleeps, wait by the towel palm at the edge of the clearing. I will come.
All right, I'll be there.
Nilana has done foolish things, Tuan. But tonight, she will fix it all good. You come.
I waited for a long time in the shadow by the palm tree and watched the moonlight sift down through the shaggy fronds. But 2 hours passed, and she didn't come. Waiting there, though, in the jungle night, a plan began to form in my mind. A long shot, true enough, but one with possibilities. It needed luck to work. But I'd come to the point where I had to count on a little luck. At any rate, I decided to start the ball rolling the next morning, after breakfast.
Now, wait a minute, Vernier. Let's get this straight.
Oh, I thought I put it straight enough, Duran. I said the hunt's off. The boat's due in tonight, and when it leaves, I go with it. You can relax.
Oh? What changed your mind? Our sweet dispositions?
Exactly the opposite, Wilmerding. Every one of you acts as guilty as the next one, and yet in 5 days I haven't been able to find a single characteristic in any of you that fits the description of Steeks. I don't think he's that good an actor. So I'm going back to Batavia and pick up the trail there.
Well, at least you finally got some sense in your head and decided to believe what we told you the first day you were here.
Oh, no, Duran. I didn't say that. Now, I doubt very much if any of you guys is who he claims to be. I wouldn't be surprised if Duran, Wilmerding, and Prail are all phony names, but that's not my business. Now, I came here after Steeks. I decided now I made a mistake, and that's that.
Oh, great. You come in here and push us around for a week and then decide it was all a mistake.
I'm sorry, Prail. And I'm going to try to make up for it this evening. See, I'm throwing a dinner party at Herr Kurt's bungalow before the boat leaves tonight. You're all invited.
Well, now, that's pretty decent of you, Vernier.
Yeah, I'll get some food and drinks from the captain as soon as he docks. If you're as fed up with Reistoffel and warm beer as I am, he'll be ready for a change.
Let me get to like you yet.
Good. Then it's all settled. And I can promise you at least 2 surprise dishes. Maybe 3, if you
I
care
beg
for...
your pardon, gentlemen.
Oh, Kurt, come in.
I was wondering whether any of you had seen Alana this morning.
Not me.
Oh, I haven't.
Why? What's wrong, Herr Kurt?
I'm rather concerned about her, Mr. Vernier. She hasn't been home since early last night.
I had a couple of ideas about that myself. Ideas I wish I didn't have. As soon as the rest of the bunch went about their business, I began my own search for Nalana. It was nearly dusk before I found her. And then I said nothing about it to anyone. But sitting at the table that night while the dinner party moved along, I kept thinking how she'd never smile again. How she'd never walk in the moonlight again. Because somebody had cut her throat.
I know a story along the same lines, but I never heard that one before.
Oh, what a dinner. Boy, after 6 months on Reistoffel, I could go crazy over food like this.
Yeah, when you throw one, Vernier, you really throw it.
No, save the credit, boys. This is only the beginning.
Beginning? Where can you go from here?
Well, right now, for instance, roast boar. All right, Wong, bring it over.
Right, Mama, right away. I bring. Look. You like me put here for you to carve, Thomas?
No, I wonder if you'd mind carving, Herr Kurt.
Not at all, Mr. Vernier. I shall be happy to. Place it here, Wong.
Boy, oh boy, I haven't had roast boar since Australia. You know, we used to go pig sticking all the time.
Even the smell's enough to drive you crazy.
Man, you said it, Prail.
You haven't seen anything yet. See, the boar's the main dish, so the 2 surprises go right along with it. All right, Wong. Now, bring it out.
Right, Mama, already I bring. Right away now.
Careful now. Don't drop it. Yeah, thanks. Well, there you are.
What is it? Some kind of wine?
Not some kind. It's Chambertin, vintage 1911. Unquestionably one of the finest red wines that exists in the world today.
Holy smoke, where'd you get it?
I found out on the trip in. The Captain of the steamer had a few bottles. Took a lot of talking to get one out of him, but here, I'll open it up one. Maybe the glasses?
Sire, Thomas, it's already here on sideboard.
Good. Well, boys, you may go back to warm beer tomorrow, but you've got the best tonight. All right, Wong. Now, show him the second surprise.
Here's one big bucket.
Ice.
Hey.
Real honest to gosh cracked ice. Boy, I haven't seen a chunk of ice for 6 months.
I thought you'd go for that one. All right, Wong. Serve the wine.
Sire, Thomas.
It was pretty amazing to find 1911 Samberton in a little tramp freighter down here in the South Pacific. Stuff's so rare, it's hard to get at any price now.
Maybe so, but that ice is what gets me.
Yeah, that's it, Wong. Dump plenty in mine. I want to freeze my top.
Hey, Wong, stop that. What the devil are you doing?
Rummerting, what's the matter with
Why,
you?
he's... I mean...
You mean you're well aware of the fact that ice kills the bouquet of Chambertin? Isn't that it, Steeks?
Steeks? You mean Wilmerding is...
Once a gourmet, always a gourmet. Now, you were very clever, Wilmerding. Clever enough to keep your hair dyed black for years so you could become a natural blonde if you ever had to make a getaway. Clever enough to permit no photographs to be taken. But not clever enough to keep still and let me ruin a bottle of wine. Easy with those hands. Don't try reaching for a gun.
Let him reach for it, Mr. Veneer.
Good, no. Put down that knife.
Look out, Veneer. He's going for his gun.
Good, I wanted that.
Ow!
Good Lord, Cut, you've killed him.
I'm sorry you do not have a prisoner to take back with you, Mr. Veneer. But I, too, found Nilana's body. I knew you had been there. I saw your footprints.
I'm sorry, Kid. Then
Yes,
she had...
Nilana had been seeing Wilmerding. I'd guessed it was one of the three, and apparently she found out he was Steeks.
Yeah, I know. That was what she was going to tell me. Only he didn't give her a chance.
She was young, Mr. Veneer. Foolish, perhaps. But I loved her very much.
Look, he knocked over that bottle of wine when he fell. It's pouring out all over the place.
Yeah, brother, what a mess.
Yeah, Duran. It's quite a mess. Only one thing, though. Not all of it is red wine.
Escape was directed this week by Richard Sanville, and tonight brought you Red Wine by L.G. Blockman, adapted for radio by Mort Lewis and Les Crutchfield, with Willard Waterman as Paul Vernier. Featured players were Robert Boone, Marion Richmond, Larry Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Wilms Herbert, and Clark Gordon. Music is conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Next week, you are standing at the doorway of a cabin on Cashier Creek. Up on the ridge, the bloodhounds have caught your scent. And between you and a fortune, between you and escape, yawn the white jaws of a deadly snake, a cottonmouth moccasin.
Next week, we escape with Irvin S. Cobb's ironic story, Snake Doctor. Be with us next week at the same time when once again we offer you Escape. Tip Corning speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. One puff won't tell you. One sniff won't tell you. It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test. The the 30-day Camel Mildness Test, and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Yes, and you'll find out why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Milton Berle of Homicide.
Pretty bad.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What are you doing?
Playing canasta.
Who's there?
Well, just me and that Japanese beetle I found hiding in my bills.
Japanese beetle.
Yeah.
And you're playing canasta?
Well, what do you expect us to do? I'm tired. He just finished giving me my judo lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you believe me.
Oh, sure I do. Who's winning?
I am. He can't speak English. Besides, I make up the rules.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to see you tonight?
Well,
You what?
I don't know. Something just came into my office.
Client?
I don't know. Here comes another one.
One what?
Well, beats me, but they're pretty strange. Hey, where'd you leave your saucer, fellas? Maybe they're shills for the beetle. I'll call you back.
Bye.
Bye. Well, what can I do for you? Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that was a peach, Salvador. Now pick him up, drag him over to the chair. Sure thing, Yuki. He is certainly very unconscious. He seems to be. See if you can revive him, Salvador. A pleasure. Would you mind holding my nuts, Yuki? I don't want I should break his jaw by accident. Ah, such a nice man. You are so considerate. I would be happy to hold your nuts for you, Salvador. Diamond. Diamond. He is very out. Well, here, Salvador. Try this pitcher of water. Wait. I'll remove the gladiolus.
I felt as if I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I had ever seen.
Look, he's twitching. You see, Salvador, it's just a little lazy. How do you feel, Diamond? Let us know when things start making sense.
What's going on? What happened?
He's confused. Yeah. I think maybe you sapped him too hard.
Yuki, I take that as an insult. You know how careful I am.
I apologize, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you monkeys get in here anyway?
Well, it sounds like he's collected most of his marbles.
Looks like a complete recovery, Yuki.
I want to know what this is all about.
Obliged to man, Salvador.
Sure.
But keep him with us.
Naturally.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
That's enough, Salvador. That's enough. Can you hear me, Diamond? It's going to be obstinate. I don't think he likes it. Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Can you hear me now, Diamond?
He's nodding his head. I guess he don't want to open his mouth and let the blood out.
Oh, that's fine. Now, listen, Diamond. In a while, you'll get a call from a Mr. Wharton. He'll offer you a job, but you will not take it. Do you understand? Salvador, please, see if he understands.
He says, yeah, he understands. But now he's got a sore arm.
Remember, Mr. Wharton, you don't want to work for him.
I think he understands, Yuki.
Yeah? But he looks tired from the strain.
He certainly does. Look at those dark circles under his eyes.
Well, put the man to sleep, Salvador.
Certainly. Night.
Diamond? Mr. Diamond, can you hear me, Mr. Diamond?
This can get monotonous. Go away, will you?
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Can you sit up?
I'll take a crack at it. I'll bet your name's Wharton.
Oh, that's right. How did you know?
Get out of here.
Well, I want to talk to you.
Well, I just had one long conversation. It was too one-sided. Now, go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up.
It might for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750.
Yes, so they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
Well, you're beginning to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Then you wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
Well, it's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so he can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Oh, sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Yeah, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond.
So you're chairman of the parole board?
Yes. Some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
Uh-huh. You think maybe your son was framed?
Yes. About a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's. When Roger went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he'd killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
They forget about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing, huh?
That's right.
Well, I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
You're the first one outside of Alter and his friends who knows anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
You think maybe they staged the killing, put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the dead man walked out under his own steam?
Well, that's what I want you to find out.
Uh-huh. The man your son thought he killed, what did he look like?
Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin.
Mm-hmm.
If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Well, here's a check for $1,000.
Thank you.
If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another $1,000 in your pocket.
Well, I'll sew up the holes. Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
Well, I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I grabbed a pack of Camels, looked at the $1,000 check, thought about the warning the two bruise artists had given me, and decided it was a toss-up. If I spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd wish it was dead anyway. So I left the building, grabbed a cab for the 5th Precinct. 10 minutes later, I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis, looking like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, Private Salute.
Well, Sergeant Otis, Private Sloth.
Huh?
Well, look it up. S-L-O-T-H.
I will.
Under S.
I know.
The three-toed variety. And get your uniform pressed, won't you? Looks like you've been hanging it in a taffy machine.
Oh. Well, hello, Rick. Hey, you must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
I've been catching up on my patty cake. Tell me, Walt, do you ever know a girl named Lenore Brown?
Yeah, sure. John Alter's expense account. They used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find her?
Alter's still got her staked out. When he gets out, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alter's boys are protecting it.
I know. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
Then listen to him. It's better watching the game from the bench.
Oh, you never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. But she used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. We heard Alder was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any line on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alter, you might spot her on a visitor's day.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of people who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you?
Oh, fine, fine. What's on your mind?
Well, I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't blame you.
Well, I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alder today, she should be downstairs right now. Like to take a look?
Uh-huh.
I'll have a guard take you down.
Good.
Well, on second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table, talking to Alder.
Well, now I know why Alder needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Well, the coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up if she was wearing a tent. How long has she got with Alder?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on the Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
You'd get tired of just talking.
I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, so I walked over to the car. Going into town?
Oh. Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
3, okay?
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that. Get in. Visiting?
Oh, yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the, almost?
It depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what's the idea?
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. And a nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm. And you've met them before, honey.
Well, it's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introduction. Those your friends driving up?
It should be. Now, you hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
When a gal's got a gun, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My 2 playmates were just pulling up, and I jumped out of the car.
There he is, Yuki! He's slugging the door. She's out cold. Well, shoot him, Salvador. Shoot him!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
One reason is flavor. Camel's costly tobaccos have a rich, full flavor you won't find in any other cigarette.
Another reason is mildness, proven mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible, thorough test. Not just a sniff of the tobacco. Not just a puff of smoke. Only by day in, day out smoking can you discover how well a cigarette agrees with your throat.
Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Salvador somewhere behind me, falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. But I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere, Suki. Well, come on, we're spread out, Salvador.
They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking now. So I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still unconscious, so I climbed in the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and drove off. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something lying on the seat beside the still sleeping Lenore. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy, but there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Yuki and Salvador?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Well, play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess.
I drove her to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Yuki, and after it, likes his work. And Salvador. And after his name, has own gun. And oh, yes, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for, but 3 other names and addresses put me in second gear. One was in the village, another down by the East River, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Wharton before I started hunting, so I called him at the Wentworth.
Did you find out anything yet, Diamond?
Not yet. Look, Mr. Wharton, you said the man I was looking for was dark with a scar,
Yes, from his nose to his chin.
Well, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
Well, so do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 30 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a shabby little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village.
You want something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Hey, you know anyone around named Lenore?
Sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in here about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Oh, well, thanks. You've been swell. I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address, down by the East River. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in, staked out a claim all the way to the Hudson. I stopped cold and looked down at 2 gleaming eyes like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. Steady, boy, steady. Steady.
Hold it, Lucifer.
Yeah, hold it, Lucifer.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
Well, think about it for a while, will you? I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
Do you know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come on up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, you know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther, come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yes?
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Man friends?
Yeah. Oh, you know a man with a scar?
Sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
I meant someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar now. You better beat it.
Yeah, get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets that looked like the inside of a grave. The sign above the door read Tangi, so I pushed open the door and went in. If I didn't find the man with the scar here, I was out on 2 strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a 2-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. She turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now Lenore will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Wharton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
The old man figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds the man with the scar.
Think he can do it better than you did?
I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come on in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's 2 big idiots out collecting blood? Where are your buckets?
He's bitter, Yuki. A peasant.
You've met Yuki and Salvador before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
Well, I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
It's too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you'd better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. Boys like to keep moving.
Sure. And so do I. I shot once and caught Yuki in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Salvador. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it and went down on his back. I didn't have to get up. I just shot him through the table. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony! Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and she started up. I saw him standing on the upper landing, scar and all. All meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. With both of us down, he was in a good spot to finish the job, but my arm hit the lower post of the staircase and swung me right into line. I just rested my elbow on the banister and let him have it. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. Walt, I'm bushed. Tell me, did Wharton's son identify the man with the scar?
Yeah, he was the one he thought he killed.
Mm-hmm. But the old man's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, just left. He's happier than Otis on payday.
Who was the guy with the scar?
A cheap hood. Record. Named Lucio.
The girl and Alter had him hidden out in that place so he wouldn't be seen, and
I don't think you're funny, Diamond.
What's the matter, Otis?
Yeah, what do you want, meathead?
I looked it up, the three-toed variety.
Oh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I called him a sloth.
Yeah, a sloth. You should see the picture in the dictionary. It's an animal.
Well?
It's funny looking with 3 toes on each foot.
Well?
And it's noted for its laziness. Okay, Lieutenant. Just forget it.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, buy your Camels the handy, thrifty way, by the carton. That way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels deem it a privilege to send free cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals Topeka, Kansas, and Oakland, California. U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia. More than 194 million Camels have now been sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack.
Men, for pipe smoking pleasure, get Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is rich and flavorsome. It's crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Your swan song, sweetheart, so you better start singing.
Don't try standover tactics, Catch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boy.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Why, you...
Good for you, sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk.
T-Men,
The true-to-life adventures of the men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the subtle approach.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit.
Malarkey.
Hmm?
I said that's a lot of malarkey. Taxes are scaled so that characters like you can squat in safe jobs. By the way, my name's Cromer, Public Relations.
Oh, sweet. You'll have sorrowing relations if you come busting into private offices that way, friend.
Your apology is accepted. Well,
now, just a minute, Elephant Hide.
I know you're now going to tell me that you're a busy man and you don't need whatever it is I'm selling anyway, but that's just where I'm going to fool you, Mr. Ketch. Oh, yes, I saw your name on the door, by the way. Yes, that's precisely where I'm going to fool you, because I have nothing to sell.
No.
No, Mr. Ketch. I have something to give.
I've a pair of them, and they're heavy brogues.
Mr. Ketch, how would you like to wake up in the morning and feel worth 10,000?
10,000 what? Usually, I feel like a 2-cent cigar butt. However, I mustn't keep you chit-chattering like this. Beat it, Buster.
10,000 of these.
Money? Now, why should you give me that dough?
It's quite simple. It's yours. As a bribe.
I slugged him. Yes, against all the rules, I slugged him. And then had him tossed out on his ear. What did he think I was, anyway? Well, I'd satisfied my lust for violence, but what about my curiosity? I'd flattened the clot before he'd told me what he wanted me to do. Marty Burke thought he could make a shrewd guess. He was 1,000 miles off.
Well, I just don't get it. I've gone through Cromer's file and he's clean. Not a query. Not a mark. Pays up his assessed tax on the dot every year.
Hey, he's a public relations man, remember? Perhaps he was acting on behalf of a client.
Aren't they all? But what a dope to go at it bald-headed. Why, it was almost as if he wanted you to toss him out a window.
Next time, I will.
Is there going to be a next time?
Sure there is. And if Cromer doesn't make it, I will. And soon.
Watch it, friend. Curiosity killed the cat, remember?
9 times. Well, there it was. A goon comes at me in a bare-faced way with a bribe. To do what? So we're both guessing. Actually, I didn't need to worry about Cromer's next approach, or to wait. It came at 10:30 that night. Pat Frood had a date with her cousin, she said. So I was home. All right, take your foot off that. Oh. So it's you again.
Mr. Ketch,
Come in. And sit down. That's the one you ducked out on this morning.
You'll be sorry for this, Slasher. I come to do you a good turn, or you're going to beat me up.
Cromer, you surely haven't come to renew your offer, have you? I hope so, because I'm very interested.
I thought you would be. But the price has gone down. 1,000 a punch.
Lovely. I've still got 8 for free. Tell me, what do I have to do to stop spending your money on athletics?
I want you to get me a certain file.
I thought so. Cromer, as an up-and-coming public relations man, you ought to know that stealing taxation files from the record section went out of fashion with button-up boots.
At the price I'm offering.
Whose file do you want?
Do I get it?
Tell me.
Glub Plastics.
Did you say Glub Plastics?
Bring me their file and you get the money.
Glub Plastics, eh? Fine. I'll turn them over in the morning and see why they wanted their file removed. In for plenty, I'd say. Well, we'll make them sorry they started this.
Oh, so you're crossing me up, are you?
Yes, sweetheart, I am. And starting with a right... The stairs to my apartment have brass edging strips to save the carpet. The blushing bribe didn't miss one of them. I got to the office next morning with a happy smile on my face and a song in my heart. I like bribers like I like death adders. And you can see me dating a death adder, can't you? Gaily, I buzzed records and asked them to slip a yellow jack in the filing cabinet and shoot Glub Plastics' file over to me. There were complications.
I couldn't call you back sooner, Mr. Ketch, because...
Never mind about that. Where's that file? I've been waiting nearly 20 minutes.
But I'm telling you, Mr. Ketch, you've got that file already.
Do you think I'm a dope and don't see straight? There's nothing on my desk but varnish.
Well, there should be, because you got that file yesterday, according to the...
What do you mean, yesterday? I didn't even know Glub Plastics existed until last night. Look at the right card, Sugar.
I have the right card, and it's got your signature on it.
Say that again?
It's got your...
Okay, I'll come over. This is getting funny peculiar. Marty.
Now what's wrong?
That file on Glub Plastics that Cromer wanted me to swipe. It's gone already, and marked out to me.
The bells are ringing, Johnny. Watch it.
You can say that again. Let's go across to records and inspect Exhibit A.
Wrong. Exhibit B. I've got a feeling that Exhibit A is your hide.
This started to look very interesting. My hair started to stand up at the back of my neck, and little chilly tingles played tag up and down my spine. It was my next move. I made it. I don't care if Cromer's as busy as a one-armed paper hanger with a 7-year itch. Get him on this phone. What? Well, tell him it's government business. Yes. Well, it's about time.
Yes?
Cromer?
Speaking. Who's this?
Ketch, Taxation and Revenue.
Yes, Mr. Ketch, what can I do for you?
You can grab a cab and be here in 5 minutes. That's what you can do. If you're a split second late, so help me, I'll take you apart.
Steady on, Johnny.
Now, what sort of a fool gag is this? Who's this calling?
Ketch, the boy that money couldn't buy.
You drunk? Talk sense, whoever you are.
Sense, is it? I'll give you sense. What about that little job you wanted me to do on Glub Plastics? What happened? Did you get yourself another boy?
Oh, go and jump.
Hey, Marty, he hung up on me. How do you like that?
I don't like it at all, Jack. You've got to do some fast thinking.
Some fast action, you mean? Where does this character have his office?
I was turning him up while I... here we are. Pioneers Building, 10th floor.
I'm on my way. The 10th, huh? Hey, Marty, 10 minutes from now, if you listen intently, you're going to hear a dull thud. Guess what it'll be? I made it in 8 minutes flat. Surprise, surprise. I'd never seen Cromer before in my life, or he me. My Mr. Cromer was a phony. Why? What was the racket? Why offer me 10 grand to swipe a file that wasn't there? When I got back to my office, I knew why.
Look, I tell you to keep your story until you hear mine. Your bank's been on the phone. They want you there right away.
My bank? Hey, I'm not overdrawn, am I?
I hardly think so, Mr. Ketch. They want you to sign the pay-in slip attached to the 10,000 smackers you banked in their night safe last night.
This was it. This was the last side of the frame being nailed on. File gone, the dough in my bank account. I was as good as behind bars already.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the subtle approach in just a minute. Meanwhile... we return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the subtle approach.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you should never be surprised at anything that happens, even to yourself. I've had people pull guns on me. I've had blondes say, "I think you're cute." I've had husbands say, "Hey, mister, that's my wife." In fact, I once had a character come in and say, "You haven't charged me enough tax." We had him locked up right away. But this is the first time I've ever been framed for bribery and corruption without my permission. The sad point is, how do I convince anyone that I am an innocent party?
Look, Jack, don't get me wrong. I'm on your side. I believe everything you tell me. You say this character pretended to be a public relations counselor named Cromer, and he's not. Okay, I accept that.
I've just seen Cromer. They're two different men. Now, about this dough.
Skip the money for a moment, boy, and get back to that missing file. Your Cromer offered to pay you $10,000 to swipe the complete taxation file of Glove Plastics. You say you refused.
Refused? I flattened him twice, didn't I?
Now, take it easy. Here's the way I see it, and the way the DG upstairs will see it, too.
The DG is not going to hear about this until I've thrown our friend into the can.
Are you crazy? Look, the longer you hold off telling the top brass about this, the more suspicious they'll be. Twice in one day, you're offered $10,000 to hand over Glove Plastics' file. You say you refuse.
Why?
Now, wait a minute. Yet next day, Glove Plastics' file is gone, and someone has mysteriously paid $10,000 into your bank. What are they going to think?
It's what they're going to do if I tell them now that's got me bouncing. I'd better get round to the bank and see what I can find out about that pay-in.
Do that. And when you get back, take my advice and go up top and see the Director General before it's too late.
Why? Is he ill? All the bank could tell me would fit on the head of a pin. The dough had been paid in through their automatic time-recording night safe at 8:10 the previous night. That was a couple of hours before the phony Cromer visited me. They showed me the deposit slip made out to my credit, but with a space for the signature of the person paying in left blank. So was I. I told them to hold the dough in suspense pending further instructions and gumshoot back to the office.
Only 2 messages here on your desk. Oh, and Pat Frood wants you to ring through about lunch. Doesn't that dame ever do anything but eat? How'd you make out?
So-so.
You better try to clean up this mess you're in on Glove Plastics pretty smartly, Johnny. I just had the tip from the top that Henderson Grant Building Cooperative is folding. It looks like being a big smell with us in the middle. Meeting of the stockholders tomorrow. Suckers, the lot of them, from what I heard.
Yeah, they've got their worries, I've got mine. I'm not kidding.
Hey, while you were out, I had an idea. Johnny, if you didn't swipe that file...
What do you mean, if?
Okay, you didn't. But someone did. And that someone must be employed in records right this minute. They swiped that file and forged your signature to the Yellow Jack check card.
Marty, really? Is that what happened? Now, who on earth do you think could have done that?
I'm only trying to help you. Listen, why can't we put the finger on the culprit through the handwriting?
A swell idea, Marty. The only catch is, by the time a handwriting expert gets through testing 300 clerks in records, I'll have served half my sentence anyway.
For Pete's sake, we've got to do something, haven't we?
Listen, Marty. That file was stolen for one reason, but I was framed for another. I've a hunch I'm going to be told why very soon. When I know that, maybe I'll know who knocked the file off. Right now, I'm going out to lunch with Pat.
In my day, it was always a hearty breakfast.
Luncheon was a bright, happy little event, with Pat and me snarling at each other as though we'd been married 10 years. I got up, tossed some money at the desk, and walked out on my heart's desire. Some picnic I was having. I hoofed back to the Federal Building in a murderous mood, which reached flashpoint as I went in through the doorway. And who should I meet but himself.
Hey, Ketch.
Why, what a pleasant surprise.
Throwing punches is beginning to get a habit of yours. I've got something here in my pocket to break that habit. Get the money?
Get the file? Hey, how about that? What was the big idea of paying me off to swipe a file that was already swiped by someone else?
Was it? How confusing. I've got you over a barrel, Ketch. How do you like it, huh?
How do you think you'll like 10 years in the can?
You can't prove a thing. And other people can. Meaning your bosses. A file's gone. You're 10,000 richer. It adds up, Mr. Ketch.
What are you really after, Buster?
After?
Look, I'm not such a dope that I can't put 2 and 2 together. You frame me, okay. Either I get out of it, or I don't. But where do you come in? Where's the payoff? Are you squaring accounts or what?
The payoff, friend, occurs right now, upstairs in your private office. We're going upstairs, Ketch, and you're going to swipe me another file.
Are you in the wholesale business? Whose file?
You'll get me the file, Ketch, or this bear trap you're in's going to snap your fat head off. You do what you're told, see?
Suppose I don't.
I'll tip off your boss about the glove plastics deal. As I said, I've got you over a barrel. Well.
Come upstairs. By the way, whose file do I have to swipe this time?
Mine.
We got to my office. It was empty. Marty Burke's never around when he's wanted. Now I really was in a spot. Well, now what, Buster?
Get me the file.
You won't get away with this, you know. The moment you try to leave the building with a file under your arm, bells will start ringing and guards
I'm not going to try and take it out.
No?
No. You're going to get that file from wherever it's kept, and then you're going to sit at your desk and you're going to tear it to bits. After that, you'll burn the bits in that metal waste bin you got over there.
So that you and all your records will vanish in the ashes, Well, if you feel confident, let's try it. You'll be sorry.
Let me worry about that. Just get the file.
Okay. And the name?
Henderson Grant Building Cooperative. I'm Grant.
Henderson Grant? Hey, wait on. Marty said... Yeah. You are folding. You've got into the stockholders' funds, haven't you, Mr. Grant?
Plenty.
Why didn't you offer your bribe for this file in the first place, instead of...
Would you have got it for me, for 10 or 100,000?
No.
This way you will. So my way seems to have been best. Now send for it.
Okay.
Records, Miss Grant.
Oh, Sugar, I'd like you to... get me...
Oh, yes, Mr. Ketch? You'd like me to get you what?
Grant. Don't bother, Sugar. Just come along to my office, pronto.
Yes, Mr. Ketch.
Now, wait a minute, Ketch. I want that file, and I want it now.
There's not going to be any file, mister, because now I can bust you wide open. Now I know who swiped the glove plastic file and who forged my signature to the card. What's so funny?
That's the pity of it. I can't tell you, you boob.
You wanted me, Mr... Harry.
You don't know me. You don't know a thing.
Yeah, I was right. Brother and sister, I'd say. Come in, Sugar, and tell us everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, not much. I ought to break your sweet little neck.
Oh, stop talking like a B-grade movie hero.
By the way, Sugar, what's your real name? I'll want it for the warrant.
It's Leda.
The Swan, hmm? Well, it's your swan song, sweetheart, so you'd better start singing.
Don't try any stand-up tactics, Ketch, or I'll make a hot curry for you.
Does she talk to me or to the cops? Take your pick. It's all the same to me.
You T-men are all the same. Think you're wonderful, great big heroes. Don't think I don't know.
Glamour boys.
She's the one I want to hear from, not you. What's it to be, Sugar?
I've got nothing to say unless my lawyer says so.
And her lawyer doesn't say so.
When I get through with her lawyer, Buster, he's going to need a lawyer. Now, why don't you both be sensible and admit it was a frame-up?
Prove it.
Dare me?
I defy you.
Okay.
Mr. Ketch, wait.
Pipe down, you pin-headed little... Oh, you...
Good for you, Sugar. I've been dying to take a poke at him, too.
Okay, Mr. Ketch. Now I'm ready. Now I'll talk. He made me do it. Said he was in too deep to get out. He wanted me to steal the Henderson Grant file, but I wouldn't. Then he asked me if I'd help him if it didn't involve stealing. And so I did. I made out that card on the glove plastic file and copied your signature. Well, there wasn't much harm in that, was there?
Oh, no. But why pick and choose? You wouldn't steal his file, but you swiped glove plastics. I don't get it.
He doesn't get it, he says.
I didn't take the glove plastics file, Mr. Ketch, because there wasn't any such file to take.
What do you mean, no such file? Didn't he offer me $10,000 to swipe it? Wasn't there a card showing my signature for it?
Part of an elaborate plan to make you jump through the hoop. I invented the name glove plastic and the file and the card to make you think you were in a jam, so you'd swipe the file I really wanted. Well, it nearly worked.
Well, I'll be...
What's going to happen to us, Mr. Ketch?
Not a thing. Is that right, Ketch?
Right, as far as the girl's concerned. But how about this? For you! Well, what could we do? What could we prove, apart from Sugar forging my signature? If I hadn't been such a double-dyed dope as not to check up on glove plastic's existence in the register, they wouldn't have got to first base with the scheme. We let them both go. Punchbag got his reward next day when irate stockholders had him arrested for appropriating their funds. Sugar? I couldn't care less. And the $10,000? Well, as there was no glove plastic file to steal, there was no bribe. So what else could it be but a gift? I gave it back to Grant's stockholders. Honest character, aren't I? This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true.
You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The case of the subtle approach was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Harp McGuire speaking.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Keep that baby on the tree.
Fix those dolly tracks.
And look out for that cable, it's hot.
Mallard, what in the name of the San Francisco Police Department are you doing up here on Telegraph Hill?
Working, Candy, in the name of the San Francisco Police Department.
Here, with these people who are making the movie?
Yeah, how about that? Me, a lieutenant in homicide, and I'm assigned to riding herd on these Hollywood characters.
Oh, it's better than murder.
I'll take murder any day. What are you doing around here?
I did some shopping at Speedy's this morning. While I was pinching the avocados, they told me that there was a Hollywood gang over by Coit Tower shooting some scenes for a movie with a San Francisco background.
They might just as well have stayed in the studio. They brought their own lawns, prop trees, fake bushes, the works. If it ever snowed up here on Telegraph Hill, they'd have brought some of that along, too.
You've never worked in Hollywood, Mallard. Only God can make a tree, but Hollywood presumes to improve on them. What are they doing now?
Just getting ready to shoot a scene, I think.
Oh.
They've been rehearsing it all morning.
What's it all about, do you know?
As far as I can figure, it's a story about San Francisco right after the gold rush. Look at all the costumes.
Very authentic. Looks like they'd been shipped around the horn. By the way, Mallard, do you know who's in the picture?
Some lush tomato named Cherry Dana and a Colorado boy, Buff Arnold.
Arnold? Did you say Buff Arnold?
That's right. Why?
Oh, forgive me, Mallard, dear. I knew Buff Arnold when he didn't have a place to house in. He professed to carry a very warm torch for me.
Aha. So that's why you so casually dropped by.
Oh.
An old flame, huh?
Don't be ridiculous. I didn't even know the guy was here, let alone still in pictures.
A likely story. Oh. All right, quiet, please. Let's have quiet.
Quiet. This is a take.
All set, Mr. Dix. We're ready.
Good. Okay, Cherry, we'll roll this one. Take a chance on it. Just remember to keep up against those trees. We don't want any shots of those modern buildings below the hill.
Oh, remember, Red.
Where is my old pal, Buff Arnold, Mallard, dear?
By me. Judging by what's been going on, he's not in this particular scene.
All right, stand by. Roll 'em.
Scene 47, take 10.
Wait a minute. Cut. Oh, where's that coming from?
Out on the bay, Mr. Dix.
A fine thing, a present-day steamer whistle in an 1850 picture. Hold it. Ames.
Yes?
Let me know when the fool ship is tied up. We won't shoot the scene until it's docked.
Yes, sir.
Oh, darn it. I was hoping I'd see some action.
Well, I'll give you some action. Come on, walk around with me, Candy. I'll show you all the sights.
Sights like what, for instance, Mallard?
Oh, all the lights they brought up here. They must have 1,000 of them.
Undoubtedly to wash out the wrinkles on the leading lady's face.
And talk about props. It must have taken a whole freight train to get them up here.
Well, I have to have them.
For instance, look, right up there.
Where, Mallard?
Up there, above. In that tree, hanging by their necks.
Oh, Mallard.
Don't jump like that, Cupcake. They're only dummies hanging from those ropes.
3 of them. They look so realistic.
I must admit, they really do. I understand they use them in a scene where they recreate a lynching in Portsmouth Square.
Recreate, did you say?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. Take another look, honey bun. A good look at the one in the middle.
What are you trying to... Fry me for lard. That one in the middle is no dummy.
You're no dummy either, boy mine. How many times have you looked up there?
Well, just a couple of times, but the last time I looked, the one in the middle wasn't an ex-human being.
With that, I toss the whole thing in your lap, Mallard. I promote you back to homicide.
Oh, why didn't these characters stay in Hollywood?
'Tis a bit of a shame, isn't it? Cluttering up our lovely Telegraph Hill trees with gently swaying corpses. Come on, Mallard. Let's give the director a slight touch of apoplexy.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
It's funny how sometimes when you're lazy and want to do nothing except live the good, pure life, trouble comes up and belts you over the head with a vengeance. Well, that's the way it happened to me. I'd just finished a deal that took me 3 weeks to crack. I made some good money out of it, banked it, and sat back to relax. But when I heard about the movie company on location on the other side of the hill, my curiosity got the better of me. As of that moment, my contemplated relaxation was at an end. Period. Paragraph. I literally walked right into trouble because there was Mallard and cut down.
Okay, Mr. Dix. Take a good look at him. You recognize the gent?
I recognize him, yes, but I don't know him. He was one of the extras we used in a scene yesterday.
Did he come up from Hollywood with you?
I'm pretty sure he didn't. I think he was hired here locally. Wait a minute. Who's this young lady? I don't want any outsiders in on this.
Don't fret your little head, Mr. Dix. Aside from being a material witness, she's a well-known private investigator.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't know.
That's all right. No need to apologize. Some of my best friends are movie directors.
Who would keep the roster on your personnel?
My assistant, Bill Ames.
Is he around?
Well, I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Can you give us any dope on this fellow?
Oh, golly, I'm afraid not. I've seen him, but I wouldn't know his name from Adam.
How about the payroll? When do you pay off the extras?
Ah, that's a thought.
We pay off at 5 o'clock tonight.
Why don't we come back then, Millard? We can check off the names against the pay vouchers. There's one thing extras like to do, and that's get paid. The name that doesn't show up is our friend the corpse.
Okay, we'll let it go like that. What do you pay off?
Room 873, Montfair Hotel.
Make sure everybody's there, unless they want a little trouble thrown at them. I'm sorry, Mr. Dix. You can go on with your shooting now.
No more today. It's too unnerving. Ames, knock it off. Call will be for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, sharp.
Right, Chief.
Break it up, everybody. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, in costumes, and that means 8 o'clock, understand? Morning.
You mind waiting here for a moment, Candy? I want to put in a call to the coroner's office for a wagon.
Sure, that's all right. Go ahead.
Good. It'll only be a few minutes.
Mr. Dix, pardon me.
Yes?
Can you tell me where Buff Arnold is staying?
What do you want with Buff Arnold, young lady?
I used to know him when he was playing bit parts in Hollywood.
Oh. Did you work in Hollywood?
I did a little time down there, sitting around in agents' offices.
You know, you're a sharp little cookie. Say, all of a sudden I've got an idea.
I'll bet.
No. On the level, believe me. I have a small part coming up that'd fit you to a T. Good-looking gal, wise, supposed to work in her father's store selling supplies to the miners. Can you act at all?
I used to shoot a fairly sharp mess of dialogue.
Do you live close by?
Right over there, 1 block. Penthouse on the top.
All the better. As soon as your policeman friend removes the deceased there, why don't we go over to your place and look at the script?
You know something? I've got an idea that's the idea you had the idea about. Okay, I'll look at the script. But for your information, Mr. Dix, I'm interested only in playing a part in your picture. Mallard came back, and I told him what had developed with Dix. He shot me a look that had more question marks in it than a government income tax form. I assured him I could handle the situation, and he left with the body, still clad in its 49er prospector's outfit. Dix issued some final orders, took me by the arm, and we strolled over to my place.
Charming, but positively charming.
Thank you.
What a gorgeous view. How long have you lived here, Miss... Oh, now, isn't that silly? I don't even know your name.
Matson. Candy Matson.
Candy Matson. Never have I heard a name match a personality so completely. I'm Reginald Dix. Just call me Reg.
As you say, Reg. Would you like a drink?
Oh, splendid. Soda highball?
I think I can scrape one together.
This is absolutely enchanting. I'm going to ask to make all my pictures in San Francisco from now on.
I don't think you'd go wrong. Of course, it'd be a little rough if you were making a picture with an Indian background and needed shots of the Taj Mahal and the Himalayas.
Oh, simple. I'd change it to the Ferry Building in Twin Peaks.
Very good. Here you are, Reg.
Thank you. I can use this after that messy discovery up there on that tree. Well, here's to crime.
That's a charming toast. Now then, about this part you were speaking of, I don't even belong to the Screen Actors Guild anymore.
Oh, mere detail. I'll call the studio tonight and have them arrange your membership.
As simple as that. You know, I think if some of your bright boys got together, you could win the war in Korea without half trying.
Let's not be snide, my dear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me a moment. Someone at the door.
Certainly. Whoever it is, though, send them away.
Yes, Master.
Hi.
Hi. But now that we've established our highs, is there something I can do for you?
I'm Cherry Dana. Is Mr. Dix here?
Oh, why, yes. Would you wait here, please?
I will not wait here. I want in.
Now, just a minute.
There you are, Ed. You have a short memory, haven't you?
Cherry, what are you doing here? I'm having a conference.
So I see.
I hate to mention it, but this happens to be a private home, Miss Dana. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Don't be boring. You lured my director up here, and I'm going to see that some little local wench doesn't put the squeeze play on him.
Why, you pampered brat. Get out of here right now, or I'll show you how a local wench can back up words with action.
Oh, now hold on here, both of you. Cherry, I resent this intrusion just as much as Miss Matson does, I'm sure.
I'll bet. What about me? You said you were going to drive me back to the hotel.
Very well, it slipped my mind. Oh, I'm sorry, Candy. I dislike scenes of this sort. We'll discuss our business later.
Good. I find now that I'm extremely interested. Good afternoon, Miss Dana. I'll see you later. I was so mad I was boiling. If I'd been a thermometer, quicksilver would have been streaming out of my ears. I did the most natural thing, took a shower, and little by little I simmered down. Actors and actresses are like anybody else. Most of them are darn nice people just trying to make a living, but one ham like Cherry Dana can ruin the picture. Just as I was getting dressed, the ferry building siren blew its top, indicating 4:30. I had to step on it if I was going to be at the Montfair at 5 in time for the payroll sequence with the extras. So I stepped on it and found myself in a minor mob scene outside room 873 at the Montfair Hotel. Mallard spotted me, grabbed me by the arm, and took me inside the room.
I really didn't expect to see you, Candy.
Why not?
I thought perhaps you were discussing contract terms with Dix by now. Big Hollywood star and all that.
Oh, Mallard, cut it out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. As I call out your names, step up fast and sign the voucher. Anderson, Robert. Apperson, Lou.
Yep.
Bennett, Bert, Beverly.
I studied the faces as they stepped by the cashier's table set up in the room. They were all types. Anyone could have been a villain, a dance hall girl, a hero, an ingenue, or just plain extra. The roll call droned on in the background. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. And suddenly we were alone. Ames, the assistant director, the girl who had done the actual paying, Mallard, and myself.
Well, that's it.
Who's missing, Ames?
You're in for a bit of a shock.
How do you mean?
Nobody's missing. Everybody listed on our payroll checked in and was paid off.
What?
That's right.
Did you recognize every person who had been paid off?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Well, this is a fine kettle of nothing. We have an extra who's working in the picture, and yet he isn't. So he ends up hanging by his neck from a tree on Telegraph Hill. Who was the Joker?
The Joker, the one you can play wild. Are you sure they're all paid?
Well, positive. Double-checked with their guild cards and signatures.
Well, isn't this cute?
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello? Yes, this is Ames. Oh, yes, Cherry. What? He's what? Great Scott.
What's the matter, Ames? What is it? You're white as a sheet.
Dix. He's just been found shot to death in his room.
From San Francisco, the National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Reginald Dix, well-known Hollywood director, shot dead in his hotel room. We were looking for developments. We got them, but not the kind we expected. Mallard led the way up to the suite that Dix had been occupying on the top floor. There was a mob around the door, and my boy Mallard soon dispersed them and instituted some semblance of order. Dix was sprawled out on the balcony overlooking the bay, and an ever-widening pool of blood showed that he'd been hit in the chest. Cherry Dana was pacing the room, smoking a cigarette. Ames stood in the middle with his jaw flapping. And who should be in the room, too, but my old pal from my days in Hollywood, Buff Arnold.
Candy Matson. What a place for a reunion.
Yes, isn't it? How are you, Buff?
Ill. Terribly ill. If I have to step into the other room, I hope you'll understand. Reg was a great friend of mine.
Sure. Sure, let's go in the bedroom. You look sort of green. Besides, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Buff.
It's a deal. Anything to get out of here. Let's go.
Wait a minute, Candy. Who is this guy?
Buff Arnold, Mallard, the fellow I was speaking about.
Where were you going?
In there, he doesn't feel too good. The closest he's ever been to blood is a bottle of ketchup in color.
Okay. Don't let him out of your sight. I have a flock of questions and need a flock of answers.
As you say, Mallard, dear.
And don't get carried away yourself.
This the bedroom?
Yeah.
Well, Buff, you seem to be doing all right.
A lot different than when I knew you in Hollywood, Candy.
You look swell, Buff. Too darn swell.
What do you mean?
You bring back too many memories.
You look mighty good yourself, Candy. You're no longer a plump little kid just out of high school. You're downright pretty, gal.
In the good old days, I'd have jumped through hoops to hear you say that.
Got any hoops handy? I'll say it again.
No soap.
Maybe we could revive some of those memories, Candy.
Not a chance, Buff boy. Things have changed. Hollywood and everyone in it, including you, are a part of a dim, sad past. And instead of just plain Buff, that's a rebuff.
Very cute. I haven't heard the gag pulled since yesterday.
Tell me, did you hear about the body that was found on Telegraph Hill this morning?
I sure did. Now, poor Reg. I told him this picture had a jinx on it before we left the studio. Little things that happened right from the start.
Like what?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't even supposed to be in the picture. They were going to give it to some new kid as a build-up. A week before the first day of shooting, he up and disappeared. He hasn't been heard from since. When they shoved me into the breach. Then the assistant director tripped and fell off a catwalk, broke both legs. He had to be replaced.
Anything else, Buff?
Yeah. About that time, Cherry Dana whipped herself into a batch of temperament and walked off the lot. Held up production a week. Then the luggage for San Francisco was rerouted somewhere else. Never has caught up with us. Now the body this morning and Dick's just now.
Certainly sounds like a jinx. By the way, how do you and the great Cherry get along, Buff?
Fine. I try not to see her except on the set. Come here, Candy. Just let me hold you in my arms once. Just once. I want the feel of someone who's truly genuine.
You're still just a little boy, aren't you, Buff?
Okay, Arnold, I'd like to, Well, pardon me. I hate to break this up, but I want to talk to you, Mr. Arnold.
That was a fine time Mallard picked to walk in. And then I got to thinking, maybe it was a fine time. He was due to have a little fire set under him. As I walked out into the other room, the boys in blue had arrived, and they were swarming all over the place. Ames was no longer present, neither was Cherry Dana. I wasn't going to give Mallard the satisfaction of an explanation, so I eased out the door and went down to the lobby. I asked where Ames was staying and went back up to his room, 672. A knock on the door produced results.
Just a moment. Oh, Miss Matson. Something you wanted?
Yes, may I come in?
Why, yes. I was just lying down. This thing about Reg has knocked me for a complete loop.
It seems to be quite a shock to everybody. You've been with Reginald Dix for a long time, haven't you, Ames?
Well, off and on, yes. A good number of years.
How about La Dana?
Cherry? Well, I've known her extremely well, even before she became a top-flight star.
Can you give me any idea who might have had it in for Dix? If you can, you better spill. The truth will come out sooner or later, Ames. It always does in things of this sort.
I've only one little thing I can tell. I've already told it to your lieutenant friend.
Oh? And what's that?
As I got back from Telegraph Hill, I dropped by Reg's suite. Wanted to talk about tomorrow's shooting. As I drew near his door, I heard loud arguing.
Arguing? Who were the opponents?
Reg and Cherry Dana.
Mm-hmm. And what were they arguing about, Ames?
You?
So that's it. Tell me, is Cherry the kind of woman who would turn killer on an impulse?
It's hard to say. She has a terrible temper.
Mm-hmm. Does Buff Arnold fit into the picture in any way?
I don't know. He's a sly one, that Arnold. He plays his cards in strictly a commercial manner. May fit into the picture. He and Reg were never too friendly.
I see. Oh, thanks, Amesy. I'll leave now. And you'd better lock your door. The way things are going, you might wake up to find yourself dead. I went up to Cherry Dana's suite, but I drew a blank there, no answer. So I went back to the scene of the murder, Dix's rooms on the top floor. Mallard was just leaving. He shot me a look that would have knocked out a North Korean tank at 1,000 yards and started to brush on by me, but I would have none of it. Now, just a moment, Boy Blue. Come on back to that over 21 level. Just because Buff had his arms around me is no sign we were playing a scene from Romeo and Juliet.
I don't think I've seen that close a grip even in professional wrestling.
Oh, cut it out. What'd you turn up in there? Anything at all?
No, not a thing. Can't even find the murder weapon.
Got any ideas?
Lots of them. We've already taken Miss Dana into custody.
I had a hunch it was leading in that direction.
Incidentally, did you ever hear of a Christopher Seema? He's been a bookie around town here for several years.
Christopher Seema? No, can't say I have. Why?
He was the boy who was hanging from the tree. Oh. According to our files, he dabbled in everything from gambling to blackmail.
Seema. Seema, that name rings bells somehow, Mallard.
One other thing. This isn't personal, you understand?
Yeah.
But stay away from Buff Arnold. We've got our eye on him, too.
Little things were suddenly clicking way back in my mind, awfully vague, but the old processes from years before were coming to life ever so slowly. Mallard had work to do, plenty of it, down at the Hall of Justice, work in which I was included out. I went outside on California Street, watched him get into a squad car with two of his men, and I waved him a goodbye. That was when I had another idea. Dix's suite. Cops were through with it. The body had been removed. But I had a hunch that was the key to the situation. Knowing the manager of the Montfair, it was no trouble at all to get a key to Reg's suite, and that's where I headed, up to the top floor. I let myself into the darkened room, closed the door behind me. And with the lights of the city way below seeping through the balcony window, I found a place in back of the settee and sat down to wait and think. The balcony window being opened, the roar of the city traffic underneath came gently through and helped my thinking. And that's when it hit me. Seema. Several years before I had served my term in Hollywood, there was an actress named Vivian Seema. The same face as that of Cherry Dana. Now the clouds were beginning to lift, and at the same time the door opened in the suite and the silhouetted figure of a man entered the room.
Blast the luck.
Okay, Buff. Relax.
What?
This is Candy. Come on over here by the settee. Hurry. I'm expecting company.
What are you doing here, Candy?
You've got the wrong page of the script. That's my line. What are you doing here, Buff?
Honestly, you've got to believe me. I left my lighter here this afternoon. I was afraid the police would find it. Naturally, I can't afford any bad publicity. It'll ruin my career.
I believe you, Buff. You always were fond of that career, weren't you? Don't answer. Just keep quiet.
What's up?
A guy named Seema, if I'm right. Since Reginald Dix didn't like him. Wait a minute. I think I hear someone coming along the hall. The door slowly opened and closed again. The dim light from the hall showed the form of another man. Then the dark figure moved slowly but surely across the room. It stopped for a second or two, as though listening for something. Then moved again to the balcony, out onto the balcony, and whoever it was grabbed the ledge above, hoisted his feet up onto the iron grillwork, and hung over the city. That's when I acted. Okay, Ames, stay right where you are, in that position.
What? You think I'm a fool?
Candy's out on that ledge. He's ducked around the outside on that ledge.
I'm a fool. Quick, Buff, go down the hall and get out on the fire escape. Cut him off.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Go out on that ledge after him. You better come back, Ames. You're cut off at both ends.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not with this gun I've got.
That's the same gun you killed Dix with, isn't it? Very clever hiding it up on this ledge out here. No wonder Mallard and his boys didn't find it. Look out there on the city, Ames. One misstep and you go off into space. Think it over. You better come back.
Not on your life.
I'm coming after you.
I'm down the other end, Candy.
Good. Now we've got him.
Yes. Yes, you have. Obviously, this is the end. Perhaps you don't know what it is to love. Perhaps you don't know what it is to be scorned. I do, painfully so. This is the end. But I'm not going to go alone. You're going with me, Miss Matson, like this.
No, the recoil. It'll knock you right out of the neck.
Oh!
So it was just a matter of jealousy. Is that right, Candy?
That's right, Mallard, dear. The same thing you developed when you walked in on Buff Arnold and me.
Okay, so I was burned up. Tell me more.
It was the name Seema that did it, Mallard. Do you know what that is?
All right, I'll play quizzies with you. What's the name Seema?
Seema is Ames, spelled backwards.
Uh-oh.
You see, that was Ames's real name. At one time, he had married Cherry Dana under the name of Seema. When she began to be big in pictures, she divorced him, but he carried the eternal torch.
Silly, she wasn't worth it.
Of course not. Because she collected men. Reginald Dix, not because she loved him, but because she was fading in pictures and because Dix was the only one who could keep her in front of the public.
Logical. But what about the Seema hung up in the tree on Telegraph Hill?
Uh-huh. There we have the plot. The Seema up in the tree was Ames's brother, a ne'er-do-well. The night that Ames arrived in town here, he looked up his brother, got a bit tight, and told him what he'd done. Caused the original leading man to disappear, shoved the original assistant director off a platform, breaking his legs. In general, did everything he could to sabotage the picture. Then he pulled the strings to get himself named as assistant director so he could be near Cherry.
Love and jealousy.
Mallard, I'll get to that in time. Cherry had vaguely promised that she'd remarry Ames. But when he saw his own brother was going to blackmail him, he went crazy. That's when he strung him up with the dummies in the trees. From there, it was just a step to knock off Reginald Dix and have a clear track for himself.
I'll go back to what I said to begin with. Why did these characters from Hollywood have to come up here to San Francisco and louse up our scenery, as well as our police department?
Oh, to heck with your police department. That's the last time I'm going to climb around a ledge hundreds of feet in the air.
Not so strange. Buff Arnold was out on that ledge, too, wasn't he?
Oh, Mallard, sometimes you make me so... That reminds me, I have a date tomorrow night.
Sure, with Buff Arnold.
No, that's tomorrow morning. I'm driving him down to the railroad station. Date for tomorrow night? With you, Mallard, dear. We're going to see a Roy Acuff movie.
Oh, Candy. Roy Acuff. Monarch of all the cowboys.
Yeah, monarch of all the cowboys. I'll see him with you. And if that isn't love, I don't know what is.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Hal Burdick as Reginald Dix, John Grover as Ames, the assistant director, Mary Milford as Cherry Dana, Kurt Martell as Buff Arnold, and included in the cast was Ken Langley. Henry Leff plays the part of Lieutenant Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and directed by Monty Masters. Sound effects are created by Bill Brownell, and Eloise Rowan is heard at the organ. The characters in tonight's play were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. Tonight's engineer was Clarence Stevens. The program came to you from San Francisco. Dudley Manlove speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hiya, Blackie.
Surprised to see me, eh, Joe?
Hey, what goes here? This is Blackie's apartment. Somebody called a little while ago and said Blackie wanted me to bring a canary from my shop up here. Was that you?
Yeah. Cute, don't you think? Blackie's out. Saw him go out with his girlfriend. Headed for your shop. Had a date with you. Thought I'd borrow his apartment. And you. Made the call because I wanted you here, Joe.
Look, I don't want nothing to do with you. I told you that in my shop yesterday.
You know that? Well, maybe you had sense enough to change your mind.
Well, I didn't.
Joe, I could make a fortune using the back room of your pet shop for a gambling joint.
I told you once, nothing doing. I've been in trouble with the law before, but no more. No more for me, Bob. I'm running that pet shop honest, and nobody's going to sell me on nothing else.
Right, you'd say that. That's why I got the idea of using Blackie's place to convince you. Nobody's going to sell you. That's what you said. But you didn't say nothing was going to sell you. This gun, for instance.
Hey, wait a minute.
Make your mind up quick, Joe. You with me?
No, and I'm going straight to the cops and tell them you figure on operating in this town. Give me that gun now. Come on. I'll take it. Give me that gun, will you? I said, come on. Come on.
Get it just
come
the
on.
same? Now. Nice and convenient. Cops in Boston Blackie's apartment. I think I'll pick up this canary, call up Inspector Faraday, and then call it a day.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, Blackie, look, that cocker spaniel's still in the window. Gee, I guess your friend Mr. Nelson really meant what he said when he told us to come back this morning.
Mary, my friend Mr. Nelson, or should I say the former number 847-8949, has always meant what he said, including the time he said he'd robbed the 4th Avenue Bank.
Well, now, Blackie, don't be too hard on him. After all, he has reformed since he got out of jail. He's running this pet shop now, and that's certainly behaving himself, isn't it?
If he's running this shop, he's doing it in a strange way. You can count on that. He's not anywhere in sight. Nelson? Hello? Hello, Nelson? Hey! Nelson!
Oh, Blackie, there doesn't seem to be anyone here.
Well, maybe he's in the back. Hey, Joe! Joe Nelson!
There's the phone, Blackie. If you can't bring Mr. Nelson out, that phone should.
Mary, there's no one in the back of the shop either.
Oh, that's funny.
I wonder if it's funny ha-ha or funny peculiar. No, there's nobody else to do it, so I'll answer the phone.
Well, if there's someone asking about that cocker spaniel, tell them it's sold.
Mary, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Hello.
Boston Blackie?
Yes, this is Blackie. Who's this?
Not important.
Hey, wait a minute. How'd you know I was here?
Know a lot of things, Blackie.
Oh, and you want to tell me one or two of them, huh?
Guessed it. Know where you can find Joe Nelson?
You do? Where?
In your apartment.
In my apartment? What's he doing there?
Nothing. Just lying nice and still. Better hurry home, Blackie. Just called Faraday and told him to rush up there, too.
You called Faraday? What for?
Joe Nelson's met with a little accident. He's dead. Been murdered. And I imagine Faraday wants to see you. That's what for.
Faraday, if I killed Joe Nelson, you know I wouldn't leave his body right here in my apartment.
I didn't say you killed him, Blackie, even in self-defense.
Why would I kill him even in self-defense?
You got the dope on him that sent him to prison. Guys like Nelson here get a little peeved at guys who do that to them.
But Nelson wasn't sore. I saw him in his pet shop yesterday, and he told me so.
Yeah, you saw him in his pet shop yesterday, and today he turned up in your apartment, dead. That doesn't look good for you, Blackie.
It doesn't mean a thing, Faraday, except that Joe's killer saw me in Joe's pet shop and saw a good chance to commit this murder and frame me. That's the only explanation for that phone call, too.
I know. The phone call you got clears you. You are being framed, Blackie. I'm convinced of that. I just wanted to tease you for a while.
Well, you got your laugh. Where do we go from here?
Well, Hey, what's that razor blade doing on the floor?
Where? Oh, that's mine.
What do you do with your old razor blades, Blackie? Just toss them on the rug?
This blade is a lot sharper than you are, pal, and a whole lot less rusty.
I suppose you're so sharp, you're going to tell me who killed this guy, huh?
Sure. Just give me time, Faraday, and I'll give you the somebody who made a dead body out of Joe Nelson.
Yes?
Are you Frank Nelson?
Yes.
Well, talkative, aren't you? I want to talk to you, and I want to get more than a yes out of you, too.
What do you want?
First, I want to close this door. Behind me, of course.
Oh, please, whoever you are, I don't want any trouble. I've had enough trouble already.
You mean your cousin's death is trouble to you?
Well,
Think how much trouble it was to him.
Are you a policeman?
No, I'm Boston Blackie.
My cousin's body was found in your apartment. I heard it. I heard it on the radio.
The radio was right, but what you gather from what you heard is wrong. I didn't kill him.
What?
In fact, I'm here to investigate his death.
You care who killed him? But you once sent my cousin to jail. You sent him.
Sure I did. When he was wrong. But he was all right after he got out, and I don't like to see this happen to anybody. Who killed him, you know?
The radio said you might have killed him. I heard it.
Do you think I did?
Oh, no, of course not. I wouldn't think of anything like that. Murder. Oh, please go away. I'm upset enough over my cousin's death. Please,
Funny, as I recall, that you weren't even speaking to him.
No, we weren't. We never really have, except to say hello, but not speaking to somebody and murder. That two different things.
Yes, one's fatal. Look, Nelson, don't fall apart from fright just because I pay you a social call and ask you a few simple questions. You are Joe Nelson's next of kin.
Yes, yes.
You don't know who killed your cousin or why,
Well, no, I don't know.
Okay, Nelson. I think maybe we'll meet again. So long.
Goodbye. How'd
I hand it to you, kid?
Huh? Who are you?
Just me.
Who are you? I never saw you before.
No, but your cousin saw me. Saw me just before I killed him.
You killed him?
Did a nice job of it, too, don't you think? Leaving his body in Blackie's apartment and all that?
Why did you do it?
Why did I kill your cousin, or why did I dump his body where I did?
Why did you kill him? What had he done to you? He
didn't do me a favor. Didn't let me use the back room of his pet shop for a little business I'd like to be in. Wouldn't sell the shop to me. Didn't want to cash in on his pet shop. So I cashed him in.
Where did you come from? What do you want with me?
Came in the back way. Was about to chin with you when I heard you talking to Blackie. Like the way you handle the guy. Think you and me will do all right together.
What do you mean?
I mean the pet shop's yours with Joe dead.
Well, yes, the pet shop.
You and me are going into business together. In the back room, mostly. Running a little game.
What?
Nobody would suspect we'd be running a game in a pet shop.
Oh, no, we're not. I don't want any part of that.
No?
No.
Well, maybe you want all of... That's only a sample of what happens to you if you don't do what I say. Gotta do what I say. Gotta do it. Or else.
Hello.
Hello. I want to speak to Boston Blackie, please.
Speaking.
Blackie, this is Frank Nelson.
Yes?
I'm in trouble. I found out who killed my cousin.
When you tell me, he'll be in trouble. Who is it?
I don't dare talk over the phone. Could you meet me here?
Sure, but where's here?
My home. Come right away. Quickly, will you?
Keep your jitters on, Frank, and keep that tip on tap till I get there.
Oh, come in, Blackie.
Hello, Frank. Did I get here soon enough to suit you?
I was afraid you wouldn't come at all.
What's the matter with you? Are you afraid of everything? Well, you said you knew who killed Joe. Now, who was...
Smacked Blackie good, didn't I, Frank? I think he got even a peek at me.
All right, I got him here so you could knock him out. Now are you through with me? Now will you leave me alone?
Partners now, that's us.
No, we're not.
Just beginning a wake together.
What do I have to do now? You hit him awful hard. You might have killed him.
Didn't I? Just knocked him out. But I'm going to finish the job.
Do you have to?
Yeah. You're going to help.
What are you going to do?
Well, something I haven't done to a guy for years.
Oh, dear.
Tie his hands, tie his feet, tie his hands and feet together. Then put him and a few weights in a gunny sack and toss him...
In the river, Bob, no...
Why not? Guy gets giddy in a beam when he wakes up in a sack at the bottom of the river.
Oh, tie him.
But not so lightheaded he floats. Well,
Yeah, what is it?
Well, what is it? I'll tell you what it is. You, Buster Evans.
Yeah?
I'm Michael's homicide department. I'm supposed to bring you to headquarters.
Me? What for?
For a little matter of murder.
You're crazy, Jack.
The records say you had a bust-up with Joe Nelson when both of you were in prison.
Sure, but that was 3 years ago.
I know. But Nelson has been murdered, and that was yesterday, so Inspector Faraday wants to see him.
Yeah?
Yeah, and he's rounding up everybody who might have had a motive to kill Nelson, and you're pretty high on the list.
Lady, did I ever tell you how wonderful I am? I'm going to take you out of a joint like this. You'll be singing in a Class A spot when I'm through with you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Listen, I
Sam
could...
Tobias.
That's right. Who are you?
Blaine, Homicide Department.
Shut up, you. He's got nothing on me. Well, what is it, Flatfoot?
You and Joe Nelson never got on, did you?
What about it?
He's dead, and Inspector Faraday wants to see you at headquarters. He wants to see everybody who didn't like Joe Nelson on account of Nelson's dead. Get your hat.
Okay, I'll be out in an hour. Honey.
Yeah?
I guess you could wait another hour till I fix up your career for you, can't you?
You shouldn't have made me come along, Bob. You shouldn't have.
Why not? Need you to help me dump Blackie's body overboard.
Well,
Plenty deep out where we are now. Blackie still sleeping, Frank?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think maybe I saw the sack move once.
Don't mean anything. Cut the motor, huh?
Bob, let's turn back. Blackie's still alive.
Cut the motor, I said.
Okay.
Blackie? Blackie? You awake?
Maybe he's dead. You hit him awful hard.
Got a hard head. Tell you something, Blackie. Just in case you're awake.
Oh, Bob, stop. If we got to do this, let's do it and get out of here. I'm scared.
A minute, Frank. Get this, Blackie.
What?
This is what happens to guys that know too much. We're out on the river. Mile out. Nice night. Nice night for a swim tied up like a roast turkey. Let's see how nice you can paddle.
Bob, please, let's get it over with.
Get it over with, huh? Okay. Pick him up.
Heavy.
Guess he's still out. That's a boy. 1, 2. Here he goes. 3.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Joe Nelson, pet shop owner and ex-convict, is found dead in Boston Blackie's apartment. Joe was killed by a man who wanted Joe's pet shop as a front for a gambling house and who tried to throw the blame on Blackie. Frank Nelson, Joe's weakling cousin, knows this, but is forced by fear to work with Bob. And with Frank's help, Bob knocks out Blackie, ties him up, puts him in a sack, and dumps him into the river. As we return to our story, it is several hours later, and Mary Wesley is in Inspector Faraday's office.
Inspector Faraday, you have to help me find Blackie.
It's his own fault if he got himself in a jam, Miss Wesley. He stuck his nose into this case.
Inspector, he didn't. He was forced into this. All he did was go to that pet shop with me and look at the Cocker Spaniel, and the next thing he knew, he was involved in a murder.
I know it, Miss Wesley. I know he couldn't avoid getting messed up in this, and I'm as worried as you are. I've had every suspect in the Nelson murder picked up and grilled. No luck. Everybody's got an alibi. Are you sure Blackie went to see Frank Nelson?
Well, he said he was going to, but he said he'd phone me in an hour.
Well, that was 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
I don't have to guess he's run into trouble. I know he has.
Well, then do something, Inspector Faraday.
You think I don't want to do something? But what? I don't know where he went. Maybe Frank Nelson led Blackie into a trap. The kind of trap that closes and stays closed.
Oh, Inspector, you don't think he's dead, do you?
They killed Joe Nelson. We can't do them any more harm for 2 murders than we can for 1.
Oh, but Inspector, will you just...
Anybody miss me?
Oh, Blackie! Oh, Blackie, darling.
Hey, wait, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't get so close until I can get into some dry clothes.
Blackie, you're soaking wet. Where've you been?
Not in a dry place, Faraday. I had Joe Nelson's killer at bay, so they dumped me into the river. And in a sack, too.
In a sack? Well, how'd you get out? A guy doesn't get put in a sack and tossed in the river and live to tell it.
No.
It was not only in a sack, but my hands and feet were tied together.
What an imagination the guy's got.
Oh, gee, how did you get out, Blackie?
Well, you know I'm loaded with trick gadgets, Mary.
Oh.
You've saved my life a dozen times.
Someday one of them won't work, and I'll be a happy man.
Inspector, please, you're the one that helped me get away this time.
Remind me to apologize to myself. How did I help you?
Remember the razor blade you saw on the rug in my apartment this morning?
Yeah?
Well, it had come from the heel of my shoe. It's a trick heel, hollowed out. In my apartment, the blade probably slipped out, so I slipped it back in. And then when I got dumped out of the boat into the river, I slipped it out of the heel, and that saved my life.
You cut your way out of that sack underwater with a razor blade?
It was tough, but not too tough, Mary. My hands were tied to my feet, but my fingers were free.
Yeah.
I slipped the heel of my shoe aside, got out the blade, cut the rope binding my hands and feet together, ripped open the sack, and swam to shore. Sorry I'm so late.
Oh, sorry you're late. Oh, Blackie, we thought you were dead.
Oh, when I swallowed those first few gulps of water, I thought I was too, Mary. Faraday, I know Joe Nelson's killer.
Yeah? Who is it?
Well, all I know about him is that his first name is Bob and that he's working with Frank Nelson, Joe's cousin.
Hooray! You want us to pick up every guy named Bob in the city?
No. In fact, I don't want you to do anything. You see, right now, I can't prove he's the guy who killed Joe and tried to kill me. But I still think that I can find him, and when I do, I'll make him talk.
Blackie, how are you going to do it? By forcing Joe's cousin to tell you where this Bob can be found?
Forcing him, Mary?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be quite possible, I think.
Oh?
No, he'd be too scared to tell me about Bob. He'd know Bob would kill him. No, Mary, it's got to be much cuter than that. And it also has to provide the proof I need.
Offhand, that sounds like a pretty tough order, Blackie.
Yeah, maybe. But haven't you heard, Inspector? I'm a pretty tough character.
Push the table a little closer to the wall, Frank.
Bob, I can't do anything more tonight. I got a feeling that
Not
something's...
enough time for feelings. Got to get this room ready for business.
I
Push
know.
your end of the table. That's got it.
I sent word around to the list that you gave me that we'd be open for business tomorrow night. But do you think that maybe
Hank,
we ought to
tomorrow
wait...
isn't too soon. Could open tonight. Room is ready. So are the guys who want to gamble, so are we. What how Blackie is. What how long he's been dead.
Do we have to talk about
Why
it?
not?
This makes...
What if he died quick like a smart guy or kicked up a fuss like a hero?
He was unconscious when we threw him overboard. I don't think he even knew what happened to him.
I think he did. Water usually wakes a guy up.
Well, that'd be
That's the fun
worse.
of sacking a guy and dumping him into the drink.
Yes.
Gives the guy a surprise, like a gag at a party.
Oh, can't we talk about something else?
It's all you'll be hearing about for months. What happened to Boston Blackie?
I wish you...
And nobody'll ever know.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Oh. Wouldn't talk if the cops put the heat on you, would you, Frank?
Oh, no, Bob. I won't know a thing. I won't know...
Wouldn't like it if you did.
Well, I won't talk, Bob. I'm as much in this thing as you are now.
Good thing you know that.
Well, but Bob, what if the cops do get to us? What if Blackie doesn't stay at the bottom and there's something about that sack that leads him to us? What
Nothing about the sack or anything that'll lead them to us. Funny thing, though. See what it said on that sack?
No, I didn't pay any attention. I didn't really...
Should seen what it said, Frank. Give you a laugh. Said contents perishable. Keep in cool, dry place.
3 ahead on the chair, Mary. I'm going to work, and you're going to watch.
Oh, seems to me that's all I've done tonight. Watch you come back from the dead and watch Frank Nelson's house just now to see that he got home.
He's home, and he's alone. That's all I care about. When I was supposed to be unconscious in that sack, I heard this character Bob talk. And I think I can imitate his voice.
Oh, now what good will that do? I imagine you're going to call Frank. But what can you say to him over the phone that will either lead you to Bob or give you the proof you say you need?
Wait and see, lady. Just wait and see. I could follow Frank and get him to lead me to Bob eventually, but this way is better. It's faster. Now, listen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've got Frank's home number written down here. Here it is. Indigo 1561. Watch me trick him into telling me where Bob can be reached. Listen.
Okay.
Hello?
Frank,
Yes?
gotta talk to you. Know who this is?
Oh, sure, Bob. I know. What's the matter? More trouble?
No. And there ain't gonna be any.
Oh, that's good.
First of all, throw my old phone number away.
Yeah, I was going to do that.
Not gonna work from my place anymore. Want me from now on? Call Hillside 3267. Got it?
Oh, wait a minute. I'll write it down. Here's your old number in my book.
What number did you have for me?
Macon 6784. Yeah, Macon 6784. That was
Cross it off and put the new one in. Hillside 3267. That's if you want me from now on.
Okay, Hillside
Now get this. Want you to meet me right away. Lincoln Park.
What?
Want to see you. Entrance to Lincoln Park.
At this hour, but Bob, you only left me a half hour ago. What's wrong? Is it Blackie?
You know we got rid of him like I did your cousin.
Yeah, sure, I know, but I can't imagine what the trouble is then. I can't...
Meet me and find out, that's all. Right away. Goodbye.
Well, Mary, how'd I do?
Oh, Blackie, you were wonderful. And you got Bob's phone number.
Well, that was one of the reasons for the call. Now I'm calling Bob, pretending to be Frank.
Oh, I get it.
And I'll get the two of them out at Lincoln Park. Lincoln 6784.
Yeah?
Bob, I'm really scared. You've got to meet me right away.
Scared?
Yeah.
What are you scared of?
Well,
Ghosts? That's all we got to worry about, Frank.
Well, you got to meet me right away. I got to talk to you.
Sit tight and shut up. Nobody knows I knocked up your cousin up, Blackie. What's eating you?
I'll tell you when I see you. Bob, either you meet me right away, I go to the police.
Oh, in that case, better meet you. Better meet you right away, too. Whereabouts?
Lincoln Park. Hurry, will you?
I'll be there. Don't you worry about that.
Well, Mary, that did it. Now to call Faraday and get him to Lincoln Park so we can link those two guys to murder.
That you, Frank?
Sure, it's me, Bob. Sure, you
By the
didn't
time
think...
you got here. Now, what's all this about being scared and going to the cops about me killing your cousin?
What are you talking about? I don't...
Can't say it to my face, can you?
What was...
Too yellow?
Huh?
Oh, kid, you're not going to any cops now or never.
Well,
In fact, you're not talking to anybody from now on.
No, Bob, no.
Didn't finish, huh? Well, this will.
I don't think so, Bob, but this will finish you.
Did you get him, Blackie? Did you?
One smack is all it took, Faraday. He's through. He's all yours.
Okay, I'll take care of him.
I want to see how bad Frank is hit. Frank.
Blackie, how did you get away?
Never mind about that now. Where did the bullet get you?
In the side. I don't think it's too serious.
I hope not. I wouldn't want to cheat the state out of the fun of putting you on trial.
Look, Blackie, look at the cute Cocker Spaniel in the window. Oh, I want him.
Now, you know what happened the last time we went dog shopping, Mary.
Well, I still didn't get the dog, and that's all I remember. And, Blackie, if I remembered anything else, I'd remember to make you promise me you'd never fool with Inspector Faraday's murder cases. Would you like that?
No.
No, I guess not.
Well, if your heart's set on having a Cocker Spaniel, let's go in the store and get him.
Oh, thanks. Come on in. Hey, Blackie. Doesn't seem to be anybody here.
Oh, don't tell me this is starting all over again. Hey, somebody.
Oh, Blackie, we're jinxed. There's something wrong here, too. Let's get out fast.
Oh, no, we're sticking. If there's something haywire, I want to find out what. Hey, anybody here? Anybody?
Did you want something, please?
Oh, mister, am I glad to see you.
What is I can do for you?
We'd like that black Cocker Spaniel in the window. What's his name?
The black one?
Uh-huh.
Well, his name's Blackie. What else would it be?
Oh, Blackie? Oh, well, now I just gotta have him.
He's very playful, miss. He likes nothing so much as chasing cats up a tree.
Oh, by all means, then, Mary. Let's have him. He'll remind you of me when I'm not around.
Well, he's much cuter. And besides, just because he chases things up a tree, why should that remind me of you?
Well, Mary, isn't that where I generally have Faraday?
Oh, Blackie.
Suspense.
In hotels, restaurants, and homes of distinction, wherever hospitality is a gracious art, the best serve Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, the famous name of Cresta Blanca is a symbol of good taste wherever distinguished people gather. When you serve superb Cresta Blanca California wines, you pay guests the truest compliment a host can offer. Distinguish your dinner table by serving Cresta Blanca Burgundy or Cresta Blanca Sauterne, yours to enjoy for gracious dining. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you Gloria Swanson as star in radio's outstanding theater of thrills,
Suspense.
Presented by Roma. That's Roma. Roma Wines for your everyday pleasure.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California bring you Gloria Swanson in Murder by the Book, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear for Suspense.
I must have been asleep. At first I thought it was one of those dreams. And then I realized the phone was really ringing. I seemed to remember. It had rung before and I hadn't answered it. But maybe it had been only this once, ringing a long time. Because just as I got there, it stopped. Hello? Hello? I suppose I'd had one of my spells. I never could remember very well just after them. But I know I'd been working or trying to. It was my latest, and I thought it would be my best. It was about a woman who kills her husband. But I'd had all kinds of trouble with the end. Everything was all right up until the explanation, how she did it. I knew, of course, but somehow I just couldn't write it. It wouldn't gel. It had been going on like that for some weeks. Then today, I must have had another spell. I'd been having them ever since the accident. Ever since Ned was drowned. They'd begin with headaches. It would get worse and worse, and I'd lie down. And when I'd wake up, I wouldn't remember for a while. Sometimes when I woke up, I wouldn't even be in the same place. Instead of lying on the couch or on my bed, I'd be sitting up in a chair or at my typewriter. Once I even found myself sitting in a car out in the garage. It was a strain of everything, of course. That's why I'd started going to Dr. Winter. And now it seemed as though my poor nerves were fated, one shock after another. Because now, Dr. Winter was dead. You see, he'd been murdered. Yes?
Emily?
Yes?
This is Harry Bailey. Where have you been?
Why, I've been right here, Harry.
Well, why don't you answer your phone? I've been trying to get you all afternoon.
Oh, I must have been asleep.
Oh. How's the book coming?
Oh, not very well, I'm afraid, Harry.
Still stale.
I guess so. I'm awfully sorry, Harry. I know I promised it to you weeks ago, but...
Forget it. Those things happen. Listen, Emily, I've got a great little proposition for you. It'll make you some money, it'll get your mind off the book for a while, and it'll be worth $1 million worth of publicity for us.
Oh, what's the catch?
Well, I was talking to young Hayes. He practically runs the old man's newspaper chain for him now, you know. And he wants you to cover the Winter case for the whole syndicate.
Oh...
Now, wait a minute, before you make any snap judgments. In all the time I've been your publisher, I've never given you a bump steer yet, have I?
But, Harry, I'm not a reporter.
That's just it. You write it from your point of view. The way it looks to the country's foremost woman detective story writer. The clues, the evidence, how it all fits together. Truth is stranger than fiction and so on. You see what I mean?
Well, I don't know. You see, I was a patient of his, Harry.
All right, all the better. Famous man murdered in small resort town. Just so happens famous woman mystery writer lived in same small town. Even was murdered man's patient. Knows everybody with their first names, and so forth and so on. Emily, this will put your name in headlines in every city in the country.
I know. That's the trouble. Oh, you see, well, what will Cora say?
Oh, Well, why? What's it to Cora?
Well, I'll grant you she may have had a slightly exaggerated idea of his importance, but after all, she was his man Friday for the past year. And now to have her own mother, stepmother anyway, writing it all up in the papers and making capital out of it.
Don't be silly, Emily. Somebody's got to write it, and you'll do it with sympathy and honesty and understanding. What's the greatest thing that could happen as far as getting a fair break in the papers is concerned? And it's a chance in a lifetime for you, Emily, no kidding.
Oh, I'd like to. As I say... All right, Harry, I'll do it.
Had a girl. Now, listen, I'll have Hayes draw up the contracts right away.
Anything you say, Harry.
Swell. I'll be in touch. Right now.
Good night, Harry.
Hello, Mother.
Hello, darling.
Who was that?
Harry Bailey. He wants me to cover the winter case for the Hayes Syndicate.
He what?
I told him I would.
Oh, Mother. Oh, Mother, how could you?
Why not, Cora?
Because it's bad enough that he's dead without dragging it through the papers all over again.
But it will be in the papers anyway, darling. And as Harry says, at least I can give it sympathy and understanding.
Sympathy and understanding.
Like Cora.
Please, Mother, please don't do it. Stay out of it. We'll only get more heartaches out of it, that's all.
Why, Cora? Why, you almost sound as though you were afraid. Are you afraid of anything?
Afraid? All right, then maybe I am. Maybe that's just what I am. Afraid.
I had never really understood Cora. She was Ned's child, not mine. I was only her stepmother. Not that we weren't the best of friends, but she'd always been a little strange. More like her mother, I imagine. And then the shock of losing Ned, and this on top of it. There were times when she seemed almost in a daze. It was hard to blame her. The next day, Harry phoned to say the contracts were all in order, and I was to report to Lieutenant Hahn of the Homicide Bureau, who would permit me to interview the girl they were holding for the murder, and in general act as my guide, philosopher, and friend. But upon appearing at his office, I found a gentleman with his hat on his head and his feet on his desk, who didn't bother to remove either, and merely stared at me.
Something?
I'm Emily Carlyle. I was told to report to you. You're Lieutenant Hahn?
Uh-huh.
I was told that you would sort of show me the ropes.
Mm-hmm.
I deduce from your attitude that you are not particularly pleased by the prospect.
I cannot tell a lie. You deduce right.
Well, isn't this nice? We're not going to get along.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Miss Carlyle, or is it Mrs.?
Miss. My married name is Wales. I was married to Ned Wales, you know.
Ah.
Suppose we clear the air a little, Lieutenant. I take it the barrier between us is the old one of professional versus amateur, dealer in fact versus dealer in fiction, and you disapprove of fiction?
No, I got nothing against detective stories or detective story writers. I even read them myself once in a while, for laughs.
Well, that is encouraging.
What?
To find that you can not only read, but laugh.
Okay.
Then just what is the difficulty, Lieutenant?
I don't like to see people tried in the newspapers.
I have no intention of trying this girl. What's her name?
Claire Ogilvy.
I have no intention of trying her. All I want to do is present the facts, tell the story.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess you want to see her, don't you?
Among other things, yes. Unless, of course, you have something better to do.
Oh, no. You're my assignment from now on. I'm in the doghouse.
Well, I can think of less appropriate places.
Okay.
Why?
This is a big case. National sensation, special prosecutors, hullabaloo in the papers, special feature writers like you.
Yes?
And I'm in a minority of one around here, so nobody likes me.
Stop being cryptic, Lieutenant. What are you driving at?
They got a big thing on their hands, and they want a conviction. I don't agree.
About what?
About the girl. You see, I think she's innocent.
That was interesting. The girl was even more interesting. She was about 25, a pretty girl, and she was lying on her bunk in the cell, staring up at the one dim light in the ceiling. She didn't even look around when I came in.
This is Miss Emily Carlyle, the writer, Claire. She wants to talk to you. I'll be back after a while, Miss Carlyle.
Go away. Leave me alone.
I can't, Clara. I have a job to do.
That makes you different, I suppose.
No, but I still have a job to do.
That's what they all say. They've got a job to do. On me.
Who's trying to do a job on you, Claire?
A lot of smart people who make their living at it, like you.
You mean that they're trying to say that you killed him and you didn't?
I loved him, you fool. Why would I kill him? Why would I kill him?
Why did you confess to killing him?
He was dead, wasn't he? What difference did it make? That's what they wanted me to say, so what difference did it make?
Then you didn't kill him.
All right. I killed him. That's what you want me to say, too. All right, I killed him.
I don't want you to say anything, dear. I just want to know what happened.
He was killed. Murdered. That's what happened.
They say you quarreled with him.
I dug my nails into him. I wanted to hurt him. There was blood on my dress, and so I burned it, and they found that. Then when I heard what had happened, I ran away, and they found me. Oh, they've got everything fixed just fine. They had a job to do, that's all, and they did it. And the sooner they get it over with, the better, and then everybody will be happy. Maybe even me.
Why did you quarrel with him?
Have you ever been in love with some man, and then one fine day you found out you were just the last of a long list of other women? Have you? Have you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I have.
Well, then you know why I quarreled with him.
Yes.
All right, then, and I'll tell you something else, too. I didn't kill him, but now I wish I had. Do you hear me? I wish I had!
I suppose she told you she killed him and you believed it.
First she said she had killed him, and then she said she hadn't.
You didn't answer the second part.
She indicated you have certain evidence.
Okay. Come in here. The DA's got the original sample, but pictures should give you a rough idea.
What's that?
Piece of a dress that was found under the bed. They matched it to the dress she burned, more or less.
What's that plaster thing?
Cast of tire marks. Did you read Dick Tracy?
Oh, I've used plaster casts of tire marks myself in my books. But, they look a little vague.
They are.
You know something, Lieutenant? I'm inclined to agree with you.
About what?
About the girl. I think she is innocent.
Oh, so you can write it from the whodunit angle, huh?
Less asperity, Lieutenant, if you please, and a little more attention to detail. By the way, why is everyone so anxious to believe this particular girl did it?
Because they think they can make it stick. Why look further? Because it's good for them. They make their reputations that way, just like your boss makes circulation.
Let's face it. You and I know what Dr. Winter was like. There must be a dozen girls in this town who have just as much reason for killing him as this one.
What I said.
As for the confession, she's obviously an hysteric. Any good alienist could break that down.
Oh, said that too?
And as for this stuff, I don't know much about tires, but this dress pattern is as common as a cotton handkerchief. There must be 50 of them within a mile of where we're standing right now.
Same goes for the tires. I've told them all that.
Then there must be something wrong with your methods, Lieutenant. Now, what do we deduce from all this?
I'll tell you what I deduce.
What?
There's a woman who's killed a man in this town. A murderess. A murderess that's still on the loose. For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Gloria Swanson in Murder by the Book. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented by Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting wines from the world's largest reserves of fine wines. Vacation time is in full swing, and that means more time for baseball, tennis, golf, fishing, gardening. Whatever form of recreation you choose, here's a delightful way to cool off and refresh yourself. Just serve a tall, cool Roma wine and soda. Half-filled glasses with robust Roma California Burgundy, delicate Roma Sauterne, or any Roma wine. Fill up with ice and soda, sweeten to taste, then sip and be surprised. You'll agree with everybody that refreshingly delicious Roma wine and soda really is a treat that beats the heat. Treat your family to Roma wine and soda tomorrow. Serve Roma wine and soda whenever guests drop in, and all summer long. And for better taste, be sure you use America's favorite wine, Roma wine. R-O-M-A, Roma wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our New York soundstage Gloria Swanson as Emily Carlyle in Murder by the Book, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
At first, I was quite excited about the whole thing, about covering a murder case, I mean. It was good for me. It took my mind off myself, the book I should have been finishing and couldn't. And poor Ned being drowned last summer. That had been more of a strain than even I realized. I knew that now. Not that I wasn't terribly fond of Ned, but we hadn't been as close as we once were. But it had been a shock. That's why I'd been going to Dr. Winter myself. He'd as much as told me that the spells I had were a direct result of what happened to Ned. Oh, it shows you how tiny and yet how strange our little world can be here. Here I was, writing up the case of Dr. Winter's murder for the newspapers. Of course, right away I discovered that the evidence against the girl they were holding was all circumstantial, and Lieutenant Hahn got me prints of the pictures. The piece from the dress they said she was wearing and the tire marks. And I went out to do a little checking of my own. First, I went to Gorman's department store. Actually, it's the only real store for women's things in town.
Well, Miss Carlyle, long time no see, eh? What can I do for you?
I was wondering if you could identify a dress for me. A certain dress?
A dress? Why, sure. What kind of a dress you have in mind?
No, I don't want to buy one. I just want to find out about one. A particular dress. This dress that this picture was taken of. That's only a piece of it, of course.
Oh, that.
Yes, you've sold quite a few of them, haven't you?
Say, I hear you're going to write up this winter case for the papers. That right, Miss Carlyle?
Why, yes, I am. As a matter of fact, this dress...
I know this dress, all right. We had them last spring, sold like hotcakes, 4 dozen of them.
Did you keep any record of who you sold them to? Could I get a list?
No. No complete record. Mostly cash sales, you know. Made up a partial list, that's all, a partial list.
Well, that's what I want. That's better than nothing.
Going into competition with the police department now, huh?
No, I'm trying to help them, Mr. Gorman. If you'll give me...
You better see them about that yourself, then. Lieutenant Hahn. Gave him the list 3 weeks ago. You better see him.
Oh, I didn't know he had one. He never told me.
Cops don't always tell everything they know, eh? You go see Lieutenant Hahn. He's the man you want to see, Lieutenant Hahn.
I felt a little silly. Why hadn't he told me? But then, of course, I had never asked him. My next stop was Morton's big service station on the corner of North and Main. They did practically all the tire business in town.
How do, Miss Carlyle? Fill it up?
Why, yes, I guess so. Oh, but I wanted to ask you something.
Sure, Miss Carlyle. What is it?
Well, you see this thing?
Hmm?
It's the imprint of an auto tire, and I wondered...
Oh, from the winter case, huh? The cops was already in here. I heard you was working on the case, Miss Carlyle.
In a way. And I was trying to find out about this tire, I mean...
Well, that tire, ma'am, that's a 616 Goodstone. It's pretty new, too. You can see from this middle tread here, you see. I don't see how anybody could prove much by this here.
Do you sell many of these? What did you call them?
616 Goodstone. Oh, yeah, plenty. That's what I mean. I don't see how you could prove much with that there tire. You find them on all kind of cars.
I know, but...
Look here, you got them on your own car, Miss Carlyle. Same kind, 616 Goodstone. Almost new, too. You see what I mean?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, plenty of them kind of tires around. Hey, you want that tank of gas now, Miss Carlyle?
No. No, thank you. Never mind. It's funny how you never notice things like tires if you're a woman anyway. Ned had always handled things like that, and then afterwards Cora had done it. Cora. And of course, as the boy had said, there were hundreds of tires like it. Hundreds. Cora wasn't home yet, and I wandered around the house and tried to think, but I didn't get very far. I was afraid one of my headaches was coming on. I decided to try and write my first article. But when I sat down at the typewriter, I remembered I hadn't put the cover over it the last time, and it was all dusty. I went to the broom closet and rummaged around in the basket we keep there for old rags. I just started to dust off the typewriter when I noticed it. The rag I held in my hand. It wasn't just an ordinary rag. It was a piece of a dress. And it wasn't just an ordinary dress. It had a cute little red and white print pattern. The kind of a dress the police said was worn by the woman who had murdered Dr. Winter. It was then I heard Cora coming in. Instinctively, I thrust the rag that was in my hand into the desk.
Mother, you home?
Oh, hello, darling. Been shopping?
Oh, just a few odds and ends. What have you been doing?
Oh, a little of this, a little of that. Cora, what about the car? Won't we be needing new tires pretty soon?
Well, no, I had new ones put on all around only a little while ago. You remember?
I'd forgotten. When was that?
Oh, 6 weeks ago, anyway.
Then it was before?
For what?
The murder.
Will you stop it? Do you have to go through with this thing, Mother?
I think it's better for me to write it than some stranger, don't you?
If you wish.
But it's so different from what happens in stories. For instance, I can't even remember what we were doing the night it happened. Can you?
We were home.
Are you sure?
Don't you remember?
Isn't it silly?
You had one of your headaches. I was in my room. You were in yours.
Then I was asleep all evening.
I suppose you were.
But you don't know. You weren't with me. What a pity.
I'll start supper.
Oh, Cora.
Yes?
Whatever happened to that old print dress? It was yours, I think.
What print dress?
You know, with a red and white flowered print. You did have one like that, didn't you?
I haven't seen it for quite a while.
But it couldn't have just disappeared.
The last time I saw it, you had it, and then I don't know what happened to it.
I had it?
Don't you remember?
No. Would this be it, Cora?
Oh. So this has all been a cross-examination, has it?
There were certain things I had to know, Cora.
Well, I won't stand for it, do you hear? You can do anything you like about yourself, but I won't let you drag me into it. I won't.
You were in love with him, too, weren't you, Cora?
Yes. Yes. Now are you satisfied? Yes, I was in love with him. I was in love with him.
When I woke up, the sun was shining, and I was lying on the bed in Cora's room, and Cora was gone. I made some coffee, and then I went down to see Lieutenant Hahn.
What's the matter, Miss Carlyle? You look sort of played out.
I had rather a restless night. I've been thinking about this thing, Lieutenant. I've been thinking about it a lot.
Been doing a little checking up, I hear.
Yes, Lieutenant. Why didn't you tell me you had that list about the dresses? Was it because you knew that someone in my house had bought one of those dresses?
You're speaking of your stepdaughter, Cora Wales.
Yes.
We did know it, of course, but we knew the same thing about a couple of dozen other women. It didn't make much difference.
Oh.
Got any new ideas?
Look, Lieutenant, I've been writing a new book, or trying to, about a murder. A woman who kills her husband. I didn't know how to finish it. But now, look, it's all sort of mixed up in my mind, but you know the old theory about a murderer will always return to the scene of the crime.
I don't get it.
I know. Put it this way. If someone killed because the person they killed knew something, they'd have to kill anyone else who knew that same thing now, wouldn't they?
You still going on the theory the Ogilvy girl's innocent?
I know she's innocent.
You know? That's pretty strong talk, Miss Carlyle.
Well, call it woman's intuition. Call it whatever you like. I just know that there's someone...
Look, Miss Carlyle, maybe I had you wrong yesterday. I can see you're not kidding about this thing. Not that I pretend to know what you're talking about, but if you've really got something, you better tell Papa.
No, I can't.
You say you think somebody's going to come back to the scene of the crime.
I don't know. I don't know what I think. I just know that...
Look, Miss Carlyle, I don't like it. You're upset and you're frightened.
No.
I want to help you.
No. I have to do this my own way.
Do what?
I don't know.
Well, I can't very well use a rubber hose to get it out of you. But I just want you to remember that whatever I do, it's part of my job.
What? What's part of your job?
To see that nobody else gets killed around here, including you.
I could feel feel the headache coming on as I left his office. I almost ran to my car. All I could think of was that I had to get home before it happened. But it was coming over me awfully fast, faster than it ever had before. The house was empty. I threw myself on the couch and pressed my hands over my eyes. The pain was horrible, horrible. And then suddenly I had the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was standing there, standing over me. Someone I couldn't see. Someone who was crushing my brain, squeezing my temples in a kind of terrible, invisible vice. Someone who was trying to kill me. I was having a dream. Another of those horrible dreams. I was dreaming that I'd gone upstairs to Cora's room and she was there packing her things. She didn't see me or hear me, and I crept into the room very softly. It seemed as though I had a heavy poker or something in my hand. I crept up very softly behind her. I raised the poker, and then she whirled around. She saw me. You knew it wasn't an accident, didn't you? You knew he didn't just drown. You knew I killed your father. I pushed him. And when I went to Dr. Winter, he found out, too. Something buried in my subconscious, he said. And he made me tell him. He told you all that, didn't he? So now I'm going to have to kill you, too, Cora. I'm going to have to kill you!
All right, Miss Carlyle, all right. You better come along now.
I hear the doctors keep talking about schizophrenia. That's a double personality, you know. They seem to think I did all those things without even knowing it. Drowning Ned. Trying to kill Cora. That's what the spells were, they say. The other personality. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. But I wish I could talk to Dr. Winter. I went to him first about the spells. He said he could cure me if I told him the truth. Only, of course, I can't talk to him now. He's dead. I killed him.
In just a moment, we will hear from Gloria Swanson, tonight's star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. Yes, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wines. That's because Roma wines taste better. Taste better because Roma selects and presses only the choicest California grapes. Then these natural juices are guided unhurriedly by Roma master vintners and winemaking resources unmatched in America to full taste richness. These Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before. And from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your pleasure. Treat your family and guests to the better taste of Roma California wines. For everyday use or for friendly entertaining, serve amber Roma sherry, ruby Roma port, or golden Roma muscatel. Roma adds so much to your pleasure, and yet now costs so little, that you'll want to keep a supply of better-tasting Roma wines on hand. Remember to ask for Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
This is Gloria Swanson. It was a great pleasure to appear on tonight's broadcast of Suspense. Next week, Suspense will originate from Hollywood, when Roma Wines will bring you Vincent Price. Good night.
Tonight's suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Vincent Price as star of Suspense, produced for Shenley by William Spear. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes?
Mr. Martin?
Yes?
There's a John Burns here to see you, Mr. Martin. He said you'd know who he was if I told you. Johnny Cash Burns?
Yes, Miss Arden. Johnny Burns. Send him right in.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martin? Mr. Burns, Mr. Johnny Burns.
That's right.
Come in. Sit down. Have a cigar, Mr. Burns.
No, thanks, chum. Don't smoke. Don't do anything but sell woolens. At a price. See what I mean?
Yes, of course. Now, are you really serious about the number of bolts that you can sell me?
Sure. Serious about the price, too. I didn't want to go into details over the phone. I like to do business man to man. See what I mean?
Yes, I do. This firm hasn't had imported woolens in any quantity for years. You could put us back in big business if you could deliver imported material.
Your firm can have a large quantity, Mr. Martin, for a corresponding amount of money. See what I mean?
How much?
It'll be $1 a yard less than you're paying for domestic woolens right now.
$1 a yard less than... Mr. Burns, are you a legitimate operator?
Do you want imported woolens, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Well, what do you care, what or who I am?
Well...
You want woolens? I'll get them. I'm going out of town, but I'll be back in a few days. And when I come back, you're back in business. See what I mean?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Johnny, I got my helicopter loaded to the blades. Are you ready to take off?
I will be in a minute, Sam. Want to make sure I got my copter loaded evenly. See what I mean?
Hey, be sure you get home with those woolens, Johnny. It's my money that paid for all this, you know.
It's my idea that put your money to use. And money without an idea isn't worth the room it takes up in a bank. I guess I'm loaded.
Johnny.
Yeah?
You know, we should have chartered a regular plane and flown this stuff into the country.
You crazy? The reason we're using copters is so we can drop down behind the woods on your farm and nobody will notice us. See what I mean?
I know, but a regular plane is so much faster.
If we used a regular plane, we'd go to jail much faster, too.
Yeah.
We'd be reported if we used a regular airport.
Yeah, that's right, Johnny.
Okay, I'm all set. How about you?
All set. When are you delivering the stuff to the Martin Company?
We'll cross the border just after sunset and land at your farm by dawn. Then I'll get in touch with Martin, and we'll be rich.
Great. Happy landings, Johnny.
Yeah, happy landings yourself, chum. Happy landings.
Are you sure you can't come to the party with me this evening, Blackie? I'm not going to like it without you.
Oh, Mary, I'd love to, but I can't. The police department is raising funds for the Underprivileged Children's League, and I promised Faraday I'd help out.
I know.
So I'll just walk you there if you don't mind.
Well, you're giving up the party for a good cause. I guess I shouldn't complain.
I'll try to join you later if I can get away in time. Otherwise, I'll call for you when the party's over.
Yeah.
Whose party is this, anyhow?
Johnny Burns. You know him, don't you?
Johnny Burns?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think I do.
Oh, you met him once or twice, I think. He's always, he always puts "see what I mean" at the end of his sentences. But he's really very nice. Don't you remember him?
Oh, yes, of course. We met him at the Bradfords one night. I remember. Rather nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Gives nice parties.
Well, he lives in the neighborhood of nice parties, I'll say that. Which house is his?
The third one down the street.
Oh, you've been here before.
Yes. He and his aunt gave a bridge party about a month ago.
London Bridge?
Oh, Blackie, your jokes are falling down.
Ouch. Well, here we are. I'll call for you when the party's over if I can't make it sooner. Call me if you need me. You can get me through Faraday's office. Have a good time. But not too good without me.
Oh, Blackie.
I'll pick you up and take you home around midnight.
I'll be waiting.
I'll be there.
Hello, Sam. on.
Johnny, what happened to you? You said you'd be here at 8:30 last night, and I hadn't been able to get in touch with you anyway.
Well, what's a day between friends, chum, huh?
It's 100 years if you're waiting for the kind of money I'm waiting for.
Didn't hurt you, did it?
It hurt me plenty. How did you make out with Martin and those Woolens?
He bought. See what I mean?
The whole lot?
Every bolt, every yard.
Cash?
Well, you're talking to Johnny Cash Burns, remember?
Well, I remember we're supposed to split the money now, so let's split, huh?
Let's split up, you mean, don't you, Sam?
What do you mean, split up?
Our partnership is over. See what I mean?
But why? There was plenty of profit in just this one trip, Johnny. We'll make a fortune after a few more.
No, I'm going to work alone now, Sam. You see, I just needed your money to get me started.
What?
Now that I am started, I'm rich and you're through.
All right, I'm through. Give me my half of the money we got from Martin, and I quit.
I'm keeping your half, too, Sam, because you're not going to need it. See what I mean?
Johnny, what are you doing with the gun?
That's what I mean. Right now, I'm just holding it, Sam. But don't worry, chum. I'll see that you get a good funeral. See what I mean?
If anyone has a nice funeral, it's going to be you, Johnny.
So where do you think you're going?
To the telephone to call the police.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Well, you're not me.
And you're not very smart. Well, what's the matter, Sam? Does it take more than one slug to drop you?
Well, that just hurt me, Johnny. All right, get out of here, and I won't ever tell who shot me.
You can call the police, write letters, send telegrams, send planes up to write it in the sky, but you'll never be able to prove I shot you.
No?
No. You won't be able to prove I was even here.
Oh, Johnny, you're a fool. You're a mad, crazy...
Oh, my. Guess you need one more slug, huh?
Oh, Johnny.
That did it. In fact, that does it. 3 slugs and you're out. And 3 steps and I'm out.
The phone. The phone.
Yes, Mr. Blaine?
Smith, get the police, quick.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Blaine?
I've been shot.
What?
Johnny Burns just shot me. Get the police in a hurry. I'm dying.
You killed him, didn't you, Burns?
You pumped 3 bullets into him.
Burns, you shot him down in cold blood. Stood there and let him have it.
You did it, didn't you, Burns? You did it. Fired 3 shots into him.
You killed him. We know you did.
Talk, Burns, talk. Talk, or you'll never get out of that chair.
You'll sit under that light till you dry up, Burns. Admit it, Burns. You killed him, didn't you?
You know, I have an idea you boys think I killed somebody.
Why,
Hold it, Danny. This guy's stubborn. He's not going to talk. Go out and see if Miss Wesley's here yet, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, Inspector Faraday, right away.
Miss Wesley will tell you I was with her when Sam Blaine was killed, Inspector.
That's a lie. Sam Blaine told his operator at 10:30 this evening that you were there in his apartment and had shot him. And when we got there, he was dead.
But was I there? No, I wasn't. See what I mean?
You weren't there then, but you were there at 10:30 when Blaine was shot. You were there and you shot him.
I was at home, playing host to Miss Mary Wesley at that hour. I didn't see Sam Blaine tonight. In fact, I haven't seen him in several days.
What was Miss Wesley doing at your house?
Visiting. I've known her for a long time. I know her friend, Boston Blackie, slightly. Met him once or twice. So what?
So this. I'm going to...
Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Sergeant?
Miss Wesley's here.
Good. Send her in.
Boston Blackie's with her, Inspector. Do you want him to wait outside?
I want him to, but I know he won't. So send him in, too.
Thanks for the invitation, Faraday. But why the sudden interest in Mary?
Maybe he sent for me because he knew you'd come along and he needs your help, Blackie.
Miss Wesley, you're around Blackie so much, you're beginning to talk like him.
Oh, is that bad?
No.
Seriously, Inspector Faraday, why do you... Oh, Mr. Burns.
I wondered when you'd notice me. We're seeing a lot of each other, aren't we, Mary?
Miss Wesley, you know this man?
Why, yes, he's Johnny Burns.
Baby, tell the man about tonight so we can all get out of here and go home, huh? See what I mean?
What do you mean about tonight?
This guy says you were with him in his home between the hours of 10 and 11 tonight.
Yeah, that's right, I was.
Mary, you weren't at Burns' place tonight. That was last night. When there was a party there, I was supposed to pick you up at midnight, remember?
Well, I was there tonight, too, Blackie.
Oh?
I left my compact last night and went back for it tonight. Mr. Burns was there and asked me to stay.
Yeah. And we had a nice quiet hour together. Didn't we, baby?
A very pleasant one, Johnny. Blackie, you were busy with the Police Athletic Club for Children again tonight, so don't scowl at me for finding something to do.
Well, Mary, you weren't at Burns' place tonight. I called your apartment house when I got through at the club, and the switchboard operator told me that you were at Burns' house, so I went there. But when I got there and rang the bell, no one answered.
What time was that, Blackie?
About 10:30.
But I was there, Blackie, until 11:15, in fact. And don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth.
Wait a minute. Faraday, why is it so important for you to know where Mary was tonight?
It's important for me to know where this man Burns was tonight, especially between the hours of 10 and 11. A man named Sam Blaine was murdered at 10:30 tonight. And I know this man Burns shot him.
Well, that's impossible, Inspector Faraday. He was with me at that time.
Sorry to disappoint you, Inspector, but I told you this would happen. See what I mean?
Quiet, Burns. Miss Wesley, do you swear you were with this man from 10 till 11 tonight?
I swear it, Inspector Faraday. In fact, he wasn't even out of my sight for a single minute.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Johnny Burns and Sam Blaine illegally fly imported woolens into this country by helicopter and sell the entire lot to George Martin. But instead of dividing the take with Blaine, Burns kills his partner. Blaine phoned about Burns after he was shot and even named his assailant. But the police can't prove Burns killed Blaine. At the time of the shooting, Burns claims he was in his own home with Boston Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley, and Mary insists he was. So Burns goes free. As we return to our story, Boston Blackie and Mary Wesley are in Blackie's apartment. The doorbell rings.
I'll get him, Mary.
All right.
Yes?
Boston Blackie?
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you.
Come in.
Thanks. My name's George Martin, Blackie. I'm a dealer in fabrics.
I take it that's not immaterial. And if you object to remarks like that, don't feed me straight lines.
Did you? For that, you ought to be sent to sleep without supper.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Martin, the young lady with a sense of humor is Mary Wesley.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Martin?
I hope you're not here to sell me any cloth, Mr. Martin.
No, Blackie. I want to tell you about a man named John Burns. Johnny Burns, he calls himself.
Johnny Burns. I'm trying to find out something about Johnny Burns. What do you know about him?
Well, he sold me some woolens a few days ago. Genuine imported woolens. And at a ridiculously low price. I thought everything was legitimate, but I'm worried now that I know he was involved in a murder.
You're worried?
Yes.
So am I. The police convinced he shot and killed Sam Blaine, but they can't prove it, and neither can I.
Blackie, I won't be involved in this because I bought the woolens from him, will I?
Well...
I think now that Burns brought them into this country illegitimately. And I know he was associated with Mr. Blaine because I picked up those woolens at Blaine's farm.
So Burns killed Blaine to avoid splitting profits. You'd better return those woolens, Martin.
Oh, I've already done so. I told Burns the stuff was damaged.
Blackie.
Yes?
Johnny Burns didn't kill Blaine. Burns was with me. And you know I wouldn't lie to you.
I don't say you're lying, Mary. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Martin.
Yes?
Something crazy is going on in here, and I'm too sane to figure it out.
Blackie, Johnny Burns was with me. And that's all there is to it.
There's much more to it, Mary. There's a trick to it somewhere, if I can only find it. Maybe you weren't at Burns' house. Ever think of that?
I happen to know where I was, Blackie. And at what time.
If you were there at 10:30, as you say, why didn't you answer the doorbell when it rang?
Because you didn't ring the bell at his house. I don't think you know where you were.
I know where I was last night. And I'll admit one thing. I certainly don't know where I am now. Mary, come on. What are you hiding?
Nothing, Blackie. Believe me, Johnny Burns and I were at his house. In fact, from 10 to 11, we were listening to the radio. The Balin Symphony Concert. He's a lover of good music. And it was his idea that we listened to this symphony last night.
Blackie, who are you calling, Blackie?
I've got an idea, Mr. Martin. Right now, I'm calling up Faraday, and then we're calling on Johnny Burns. Faraday, this is just the way it was when I came here for Mary last night. I rang the bell, no answer.
Well, let's not ring the doorbell anymore, Blackie. Let's use your peculiar genius with locks and just walk in, huh?
Why, Faraday, what a terrible thing for you to suggest.
Oh.
Turn your back. I want my genius with locks to stay peculiar to me.
All right.
But wait a minute, Faraday. We've rung the doorbell a dozen times. Nobody answers.
Nobody's home.
Yeah, Mr. Right. And no one was at home here between 10 and 11 last night when Sam Blaine was killed, either.
Well, if that's so, Miss Wesley was lying. She claims she was here, and Johnny Burns claims he was here.
But they weren't, either one of them.
Close your mouth and open the door.
Turn your back.
It's turned.
And the lock's turned.
Well, that was easy.
That was genius. Well, let's go in.
Go in and wait, you mean? According to you, there's nobody home.
It can't be. Not anybody who can hear, anyhow.
You mean hear bells, don't you?
You know what I mean. There's no one in this house.
Morning, gentlemen.
What? Oh, Johnny Burns, good morning.
So there was nobody at home, huh, Blackie?
What's this about a bell? What bell are you talking about?
Your doorbell, Burns.
Oh, that. I forgot to tell you it doesn't work. Hasn't worked in a week.
That explains how Mary could have been here last night and not hear the bell, but that's all it explains.
You want things explained, Blackie? Or so do I. I want an explanation for you busting in. Either that or you get out of here, both of you. I'm reading. See what I mean?
I'm going to do a little reading myself before this day is over. Your confession.
What are you going to use to get it? A rubber hose? I got nothing to confess. Oh. I see you're interested in books, Faraday. Would you like to borrow something from my library?
Not if all your books are like these. Examining the subconscious. Who'd want to read a book like that? The inside of the mind. That sounds worse.
Burns, where were you last night between 10 and 11?
Listening to the radio with your girlfriend. The symphony, chum. You should listen to it yourself sometime. Music is good for the soul.
As a matter of fact, I did hear the symphony last night on my car radio when I was driving back from the police athletic club.
Symphony music and a library full of screwy books about the mind. What are you, Burns? One of those intellectuals?
It's possible, Faraday. He's outsmarted us so far.
Annoying, isn't it, Blackie? Annoying to feel so sure of something and know that you'll never be able to prove it.
You know, there's something about you that makes me want to clip you, Burns.
Maybe because I'm not excited.
Well, maybe
you
it'll get you excited. One
well,
Blackie,
don't smack him.
let
No.
go of me, Faraday. I want to plant one of this guy.
No, Blackie, not now.
Maybe you better take your tough friend out of here, Faraday, before I have him arrested for annoying me.
No. Okay, Faraday, I won't clip him. Let me go.
All right, but behave yourself.
Behave yourself, Sonny, and find your way out of here fast. See what I mean?
I'll leave, Burns. But let me tell you something. I know a lot more about you than you think. George Martin came to see me about some imported woolens he bought from you.
George Martin. Never heard of the guy.
No?
No.
He told me he did business with you, and I believe him. And I'm going to do a little business with you. And, brother, I mean business. Hello, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, come on in. Well, is everything over but the shouting, or do we still have to whisper?
Yes.
Oh, I don't have to now.
Here's the evening paper. The girl at the desk downstairs said you hadn't picked yours up yet.
Oh, thanks. Oh, gosh, this is awful.
What is?
Well, didn't you read the headline? 100 people were killed in a chemical plant explosion last night.
That's not news. I heard it on the radio last night, and so did you.
I listened to the symphony with Johnny Burns last night. Remember?
Well, I was listening to the symphony, too, at the same time you were. And they broke in with a news flash about the explosion. Don't you remember?
I remember the symphony concert, and it wasn't broken into by anything.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Now I know what happened. While you were at Burns' house, he left for half an hour or maybe more.
But, Blackie, that's impossible.
I know. But I also know it was done and how it was done. I figure this way, Faraday. Martin told me he picked up his woolens from Burns at Blaine's farm.
Yeah?
Burns wasn't at his house. Maybe he's out here at the farm.
Well, here's the farm. What goes on now?
Look, Faraday. There goes Burns now, running out toward the barn.
What for? Is he in a hurry to milk the cows?
The barn door's open, Faraday. Ever see a cow with wings?
Hey, that's an airplane.
That's a helicopter, and I'll bet it's loaded with woolens. That's why Burns is scramming. Hey, Burns, where do you think you're going?
Don't run him down, Blackie.
Run him down. I'll knock him down. Burns, you're not going anywhere.
No, that's what you think.
Oh, yeah. Come here. Oh. Get up, Burns. Come on, get up. You're not hurt.
Good going, Blackie. I see this plane is loaded with woolens. The smuggled woolens you told me about. No wonder Burns tried to scram, huh?
Were you going somewhere with those woolens, Burns?
I was.
Well, you're going somewhere else now, Burns. Because I know why Mary could honestly believe she was with you while she was really at Blaine's apartment while you were there murdering him.
Are you really as clever as I think?
No, but I don't have to be. You see, you aren't as clever as you think either. Concentrate, Mary. Concentrate.
How can she concentrate, Blackie? She's almost asleep.
Then she's all set for what I want to do. Listen to what I tell you now, Mary.
How can she hear you? She's asleep.
Is she? We'll see. Mary, you left your compact in Inspector Faraday's office.
Blackie, what are you talking about? Her compact isn't
Quiet,
in my...
Faraday. Mary, your compact is in Faraday's office. In exactly 1 hour, you will go down and get it. In exactly 1 hour, you will go to Inspector Faraday's office and get your compact.
Now I've heard everything, Blackie. And Miss Wesley hasn't heard anything. I tell you, she's asleep.
We're going down to your office now, Inspector. In exactly 1 hour, you're going to think you're dreaming.
All right, Blackie, the hour's up. Where's Miss Wesley?
Well, she'll be here any minute, Faraday, and when she comes, I'll show you just how Johnny Burns could be in two places at once.
She's not going to show up at all. How could she? She was fast asleep when you told her to come down here for a compact. She didn't hear a word.
Hello there.
What were you saying, Faraday?
Nothing now that she's here. Hi, Miss Wesley.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt a conference, but I was under the impression I left my compact here. Anybody see it?
Nobody's seen your compact, Mary, but Inspector Faraday has just seen something else. He's seen how I hypnotized you.
You what?
I hypnotized you in my apartment, Mary. Just as Johnny Burns did in his apartment the night of the party.
Wait a minute. Miss Wesley wasn't hypnotized. She was asleep.
Faraday, hypnosis is an acknowledged science, and it includes post-hypnotic suggestion.
Whatever that is.
Well, listen, I'll try to explain it to you. After Burns hypnotized you the night of the party, Mary, he gave you a post-hypnotic suggestion to return there the following night to look for your compact. The compact he then proceeded to take out of your bag.
Well, I don't remember anything about being hypnotized by him, Blackie.
Of course not. But listen, Mary. Your subconscious mind made you come back to Burns' house the following night, made you come back there and fall asleep when he snapped his fingers or his lighter or said some key word that he had planted while you were under hypnosis. On your second visit to his place, the night of the murder, he put you under. Now, during hypnosis, you're completely unconscious of time. You were ordered to have no recollection of falling asleep or of being hypnotized the night before.
And I did all this?
You had to, Mary. The subconscious is very strong. Burns used hypnosis and you as a perfect alibi for his time while he was murdering Blaine.
Okay, I heard enough. I'm calling the detention room. It would have been easy for Burns to drive from his house to Blaine's and back in a half hour. And I'm convinced this is the way he tricked Miss Wesley.
Yes, Inspector?
Sergeant, get me Johnny Burns.
Yes, sir?
I'll be right in. And I'll have a confession in an hour.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Blackie, I'm so sorry. I honestly thought I was telling the truth when I said Johnny Burns was with me all the time.
I know you thought you were telling the truth, Mary. But let this be a lesson to you. Stay away from guys like Johnny Burns.
Why? He seemed like such a nice man.
Mary, if you were working for me, you know what I'd say about people like Johnny Burns?
No, what?
Play with Burns and you get fired.
In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense with John Garfield.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, hello, Mary. Where's Hap tonight? Anaheim, Azusa, or Cucamonga?
Oh, no, Mr. Wilcox. He's giving a speech at his club tonight, and he was scared to death, too. Didn't know what to talk about.
Well, why doesn't he talk about those bang-up, bonus-built Autolite stay-full batteries? Why, by Cornelius, he could talk a whole evening about them. For Autolite stay-full batteries have got something that practically eliminates a major cause of battery failure. You know what it is?
Why, sure, they have...
No. Now, please, don't steal my thunder, Mary. Autolite stay-full batteries have an extra-large liquid reserve, which means, in plain old Wilcox language, that Autolite stay-full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, by Cornelius, everybody ought to get an Autolite stay-full battery. They'd be enthralled, enthused, enthrilled.
Enthrilled? Oh, no, Mr. Wilcox, but shh, here comes suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. John Garfield in Anton Leader's production of Death Sentence, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's hard to tell where it first started. It was 6 months ago that I nabbed a killer, Maxie Dunn, and cashed in $15,000 in reward money. Sure, I knew that Maxie worked for Lou Cromwell, but the killing was a private affair, so I didn't think Lou would be upset. Right after I got the killer, I took a small job that meant going to Brazil. But the trouble started before then. By the time Maxie Dunn was arrested, the chips were down and the wheel was already spinning. Anyway, that's how Lou Cromwell would put it. Lou would know because he knows his gambling. He runs the gambling in this town, along with a lot of other things. I hadn't been back in town 10 minutes when I ran into Brad Cummings, local columnist, in front of the Regent Hotel.
Well, you're back in town. How are you, Tommy?
Hello, Brad. How's the column?
Oh, great. Don't even have to write it anymore. I'm reusing last year's stuff. Say, Tommy, I'm just going to a cocktail party in the hotel. Come along.
Whose party?
Lou Cromwell's.
Say, he'll be surprised to see me.
Oh, you'll love it, Tommy. Come on.
Okay, let's go to your party.
Oh, here's Tommy Cochran. Hiya, Tommy.
Hiya, Tommy. What do you say, fella? What do you know?
Well, it doesn't look like Lou's shown up yet.
Well, what's he celebrating?
Well, he hasn't said yet. Say, why'd you come back, Tommy?
Why shouldn't I? It's a nice town.
Sure, except when Lou Cromwell doesn't want it to be.
Meaning?
Oh, nothing much. I'm only a columnist, Tommy. And like I said, I'm using last year's news, so I'm still interested in Maxie Dunn.
Oh, it's a dull story, Brad. The cops couldn't find Maxie, so the widow of the guy he killed hired me. I dug up a tip on Maxie's hideout and brought him in. There happened to be a $15,000 reward, so I had myself a custom-built vacation. I guess I was just born lucky.
Lou may think you ought to die the same way.
I can take care of myself. Besides, why should Lou worry about it one way or the other?
Well, you have done some work for him.
Well, sure. I'm a private investigator. I work for anybody who'll pay me as long as the job's on the level. And those I did for Lou were, too.
You don't have to argue with me, Tommy. But I told you a year ago not to get mixed up with Lou. A man has to pick one side of the fence and stay there. He can't play on both sides.
I don't know, Brad. I've done pretty well at it.
Until now. But Maxie was Lou's right hand, so I don't think he liked it.
So he didn't like it. In the meantime, I'll...
Tommy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello there, Muggsy.
Tommy, Lou wants to see you.
Lou? Well, how did he know? Okay, never mind. Where is he?
Not here. He wants to see you across the street in his office.
Oh, well... Let's go. Back in a few minutes, Brad. Have a drink for me.
Sure, Tommy, sure. I'll drink to your health.
How are you, Lou?
Hello, Tommy. Nice to have you back with us.
Nice to be back, Lou. Seems to me you heard pretty fast about me being in town.
Well, you know how it is, Tommy. People drop in here and gossip, and I hear things. Sit down.
Thanks.
Cigarette?
Sure.
Have a nice vacation?
Good enough.
I guess you're just naturally lucky, Tommy. A long vacation and $15,000 to spend. Now me, I didn't get a vacation. I had to work pretty hard, and it cost plenty trying to save Maxie Dunn. And now it's very inconvenient finding someone to take his place.
Well, if you're offering me the job, I'm not interested.
I'm glad to see you haven't changed. But seriously, Tommy, you shouldn't have turned Maxie in.
Well, I'm sorry I inconvenienced you.
No, it's not only that. You know how it is in this racket. Either you keep rolling sevens and stay on top, or you're on the bottom. It don't look so good for me to let one of my boys take a rap.
Oh, he had it coming.
Possibly. Maxie was dumb to pull that personal job. But if I let you come in and grab off my boys, somebody will start thinking that Lou Cromwell is slipping.
Oh, I never thought of that, Lou. What's the pitch?
Well, let's see. Maxie goes to the gas chamber in 7 days. That's just how long you have to live, Tommy.
What? Lou, you're punchy.
Maybe. But you and Maxie are going out together.
Now, look.
You've got 7 days, Tommy. No more. You can take care of the job yourself then, or we'll handle it for you when the time's up. Play it your own way.
I could get the DA in my corner.
I don't think so, Tommy. You and I have just had a friendly talk. Nobody's made any threats. Besides, you won't win playing that way.
Maybe. And maybe there are other ways to play.
Not this time. You know, I like you, Tommy. Ordinarily, I'd even like to see you win. But once in a while, the house has to rake in a few chips to stay in business.
Yeah, but you better tell the house man to keep his foot off the brake. I'm playing to win, Lou.
I knew you would. That makes it more interesting. I get tired of playing with plain suckers. Well, I got a party across the street. Care to come along?
I've already been there. It's not much of a party.
It'll get better. I'll see you around, Tommy. Don't start brooding about the 7 days. Make the most of them. Oh, you need any money?
No, thanks. I'll make out all right.
Good. Go out and have some fun. It's a great life, Tommy, as long as it lasts.
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Garfield in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Mary, let me tell you about a most wonderful experience I had this afternoon.
Why, sure, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I drove my car into a nearby service station, and the attendant, new man, you see, he said, check your battery, mister? Well, by Cornelius, this is the chance I've been waiting for ever since my grandfather traded his horse for a Stanley steamer.
Dear.
Young man, I says, that gorgeous hunk of battery you're looking at is an Autolite Stay Full. Why, that Autolite Stay Full battery hasn't needed a drop of water for months. And I'll bet you a $40 fedora it doesn't need water now any more than a goldfish needs a raincoat.
Did he take your bet, Mr. Wilcox?
I should say not. Bub, he says to me, you can't trick me. I'm an Autolite dealer. Why, I'd rather bet a barrel of bucks on a three-legged horse than bet an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water. What's more, says he, that Autolite battery is built to last longer than batteries without Stay Full features. It's got oversized electrical capacity, plus fiberglass insulation, and it's one of over 400 automotive, aviation, and marine parts made by the Autolite people in their 26 nationwide plants. Chew on that a while, mister. He says to me, imagine the nerve of this guy, Mary, stealing my sales talk. Me, Harlow A for Autolite Wilcox.
Well, you just go feel sorry for yourself, Mr. Wilcox, while I listen to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. John Garfield as Tommy Cochran in Death Sentence, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
7 more days to live. I wouldn't admit it to Lou, maybe not even to myself, but it was almost that simple. Sure, I could go to the police, but I didn't have any proof that Lou was out to kill me. And I knew that sooner or later, no matter where I went, one of Lou's boys would catch up with me. As I rode down in the elevator, I kept remembering one of Lou's gang who turned state's evidence once and got off with 3 years. 10 days after the guy checked into the big house, he was knifed to death in the prison yard. And they never found out who did it. That's the way Lou operated. Patient, deadly. Well, there wasn't any point of making plans with a guy like that. I'd pretend to follow his advice about having a good time. All I could do was keep on my toes and watch for an opening.
Main floor, sir. This is as far as we go.
Hmm? Oh, thanks. It's about as far as I go, too. I didn't know just where I was going for the first stop. But sometimes it's better if you just play it off the cuff. I guess I was still thinking of the next spin of the wheel as I walked out of the building. I didn't even notice the taxi standing at the curb or the...
Hey, why don't you look where you're going?
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt your traveling case.
No, but I thought you were going to stumble right off the curb.
I guess I was thinking... Say...
What?
Yeah, beautiful.
Well...
I hope you'll live forever.
Thanks, I'll try to.
Yeah, if you find out how, let me know, will you? Where you going?
Huh? Well, now, really?
No, I mean the traveling case there.
Oh, to Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara, huh? Well, that's not a bad idea. Tell me something. If you had just 1 week, where would you go?
Well, I do have about a week, and I'm still going to Santa Barbara.
All right, honey. Thanks for the idea. Maybe I'll run into you again.
You must...
Hey, that guy bothering you?
Oh, hello, Muggsy. Look, will you be a darling and help me bring these bags up to Lou's office?
I threw a few things into a bag and headed for Santa Barbara. Seemed like a good place to wait for that opening. Lou would never think of me going to a pleasure resort so near. Anyway, 3 hours after I left Lou's office, I was on a plane bound for Frisco. That's right, San Francisco. When I got there, I rode around for an hour and a half in 3 different taxis, then caught another plane out for Salt Lake. From there, I swung back to Santa Barbara, checked in at the Swank Ocean Club Hotel. I was pretty sure I'd shaken anybody who may have been watching me. I could count on maybe 2 days before Lou's boys caught up with me, and by that time, I might have a plan. I wandered around on the beach a while, keeping my eyes open for the other reason I had picked Santa Barbara, and then, when I went inside, I saw her, sitting there at the bar. It was the same girl, and she was alone.
Well, I beg your
Hello there.
Oh, it's you. So you did come to Santa Barbara.
Well, you told me, remember?
I only suggested that...
Yeah, I know, I'm kidding. Mind if I join you?
Please do.
I'm Tommy Cochran.
Tommy Well, hello, Tommy. My name's Helen Ludlow.
Helen, huh? Maybe it's silly, but I was feeling like a kid in the wrong schoolhouse until I saw you sitting there. I know that sounds like the usual
No, I know what you mean. In fact, I felt the same way.
Good. So now we're both happy.
I guess we are. Are you here on vacation?
Not exactly. I retired yesterday. What about you?
I guess I retired, too, in a way.
I've seen you somewhere, Helen, but I just can't remember.
Probably in a show. I'm a dancer.
Sure, that's it. And Top of the Roof last fall.
Bad guess. That was my kid sister. She had a second lead in it. I'm strictly chorus.
Strictly chorus? Well, you need a new manager. How about having dinner with me tonight and we'll talk about your career?
Well, I don't know if All right.
Good. It's a date.
Look, Tommy, we met each other entirely by accident, but suddenly we're friends. I mean, really friends. At least, I feel that way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Go on, Helen.
But we don't know anything about each other, and that's the way it's got to be. I won't ask any questions, Tommy, and I can't answer any. If we keep it like that, then maybe everything will be all right.
Okay, it's a deal.
I don't even know why I feel this way.
Tell me if you find out.
After all, I'm not a kid 16 years old. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, I've known a couple of girls myself.
What are you doing this afternoon, Tommy? Would you like to go horseback riding?
Horse? Why, sure, why not? I've never been on a horse, though, but you can always pick me up.
Then it's a date.
Sure. How would you like a drink first?
That's a wonderful idea.
A drink to the present. No past, no future. So Helen and I rode horseback in the afternoon, had dinner together, and then danced until early morning. It was great, except that it's hard to be with a girl like that and not talk about the future. I wanted her in my future, only I didn't have any. Maybe she sensed it. I hadn't seen any of Lou's boys. I kept looking around trying to spot them, thinking maybe the guy next to me might even be the one. I kept trying to forget them, and it wasn't too hard with Helen around. She was someone I'd been looking for all my life. And now maybe I'd found her too late. Every minute had to count. and I was still waiting for an opening. I got up early the next morning. Helen and I were going riding before breakfast, and for once I wasn't thinking about Lou and his boys until I walked across the lobby of the hotel.
Hello, Tommy.
Huh?
How are you?
Ah. Hello, Lou.
Keeping awfully late hours, Tommy? Or else you're up early?
Maybe a little of both. What are you doing here, Lou?
Checking in. I just got off the plane. But don't let it bother you, Tommy. You still have 4 days left. By the way, what room are you in?
425.
Now, that's coincidence. They gave me 427. You can knock on the wall whenever you get lonesome.
I won't get that lonesome, Lou.
Well, you never know. Anyway, let's not talk shop. Why not enjoy ourselves? While we can.
All right, why not? They tell me it's fatal to worry. I didn't see him again that day. Helen and I took that ride, went swimming in the afternoon, and then drove down the beach for dinner. The next day was about the same, except we ended up at the hotel for dinner and dancing, of course. Funny, I'd never cared much about dancing before.
You know, you're very good at it, Tommy. Even terrific.
Dancing?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I used to be a gigolo.
Tommy, did you really?
Yeah, no, I'm kidding, Helen. I've been a lot of things, though.
Yes, so have I.
Anything besides wonderful?
Everything but that. Things have been rough sometimes.
It's that kind of a world. It may not look it in a place like this. Soft lights and white tablecloths, nice, clean people eating nice, clean food. But down underneath, it's still rough.
You can forget it, though, while the music keeps on playing.
Yeah. How long you planning to stay in Santa Barbara, Helen?
About a week. You?
A week? Why'd you come?
I can't tell you. And please don't ask me any questions, remember? Let's enjoy it while we can.
Yeah. Well, let's eat.
Oh, I wish it would last forever. I mean this week.
Maybe this is forever, honey. Here we are.
No, thanks, Tommy. What's this? You didn't order champagne, did you?
No, they must have made it. Oh.
I sent it over, Tommy. I thought you might like it.
Nice of you, Lou. Thanks.
Well, do I get to meet the lady, or are you starting to hold out on your old friends?
Helen, this is Luke Cromwell, Miss Ludlow.
How do you do?
You two make a lovely couple. You both seem to be having a lot of fun out there on the dance floor.
That's right, we were.
I'm glad to hear it. Have all the fun you can while you're here. Life's too short to waste any of it. Don't you think so, Tommy?
Well, 3 more days went by. I was still on my toes, but nothing had opened. I was like a fighter whose opponent wouldn't come out of his corner. I spent every minute with Helen. We weren't kidding ourselves any longer. We knew this was the biggest thing that ever happened to us. We'd both been kicked around a lot and made mistakes and played the game on a bluff, trying to get things we thought we wanted. And now we knew we had what we wanted. Only I knew how long it would keep. And there were times when I thought Helen guessed it. Maybe it was because she didn't ask any questions, as though she already knew the answers. Finally, it was nearly noon of my 6th day. I had a date for an early lunch with Helen, so I walked down the hall to her suite. I guess I was about 10 feet away when her door opened.
All right, honey. And we'll leave it that way. Just see that you deliver in 2 days.
Thanks, though. I'll try to. Tommy.
You haven't changed rooms, have you, Lou?
Tommy, it's all right. I knew Lou before I came here.
That's right, Tommy. Helen and I are old friends.
Oh? I thought I introduced you.
That was just a little idea of mine. I've got to run along now, Helen, unless Tommy has something he'd like to talk over.
No, Lou, just run along real fast.
Take it easy, Tommy. It may not make you live longer, but you'll be happier. See you around.
Would you like to come in, Tommy?
Thanks. All right, let's have it. How do you happen to know Lou Cromwell?
Oh, Tommy, doesn't everybody know Lou or know of him?
Yes, but you know him. How come?
Well, I was the dancer. I met him somewhere. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it is. Why didn't you tell me the other night when he sent us the wine?
He obviously didn't want me to, and I don't see how it mattered.
What did he mean before about you delivering in 2 days?
Tommy, Tommy, I can't tell. Why don't you leave it that way? I can't answer questions.
You've got to, Helen. You know how I feel about it, and I thought you felt the same way.
Oh, Tommy.
It's too late now for that no-question stuff. I don't have the time. You've got to answer.
Please, try to understand, Tommy. I came here in the first place because of Lou, because he forced me to.
What do you mean he forced you?
Because of my sister.
What are you talking about?
It's true, Tommy. She's just a crazy kid, and she got mixed up in something. Lou could make it tough for her if he wanted to. I mean, really tough.
Okay, so he forced you to come here. Why?
To do something I didn't want to do, but that I had to.
What?
I can't tell you, Tommy. I didn't want to. Believe me, I have to, and that's all.
All right. I believe you.
Oh, Tommy, I guess we're the kind of people who never win, no matter what.
Helen, I've done some pretty foolish things, been around a lot.
I know what you mean.
But it's never been like this. I've never been in love with anybody before like this.
Oh, that goes for me, too.
Will you do something for me? Something important?
Why, darling?
Marry me tonight.
Tommy,
Please, honey.
I don't know.
What do you say?
I never wanted anything so much. And I ought to have just one thing I want. We both ought to. All right, Tommy. Tonight.
We were married at 8 o'clock with a hotel musician playing Oh Promise Me on a pint-sized organ. And then Helen went to her suite to change for dinner. At least that's what she thought. But I had a different plan. I was going to make my own opening and take her along. Oh, I ordered the dinner, all right, and made a big noise about it in the dining room, and then I went straight to my room. A charter plane was already warmed up and waiting at the airfield, and I had a taxi at the rear door of the hotel. This was going to be a fast break, and I wasn't even taking any luggage, nothing, except Helen and me, and a .38 automatic strapped on under my coat. It was about a half hour later when I finally went down to Helen's suite to pick her up. She didn't answer, so I tried again. The door was unlocked. Helen? It's Tommy, Helen. She wasn't in the sitting room or the bedroom, so I finally opened the door to the bath. I looked around, but she wasn't in sight. Then just as I started to leave, she fell. She'd been propped up in the tub behind the shower curtain. But she fell out, hitting with a horrible limp sound. She was dead. Strangled. I stepped out and pulled the bathroom door shut, using my handkerchief to wipe off the knob without even thinking. I didn't feel anything, except maybe a numbness that still hurt. Lou had seen how I felt about her, so he'd done this, or had it done. I tried to brush the fog out of my eyes and think, but not about her lying in there, or what might have been. No, I wasn't even thinking about my 7 days. I had something else on my mind. Finally, I stepped out into the hall and started for Lou Cromwell's room. But I had only gone a few steps when I heard two guys coming, and they sounded like cops. I stepped into the hall linen closet and pulled the door shut.
Some guy calls up and says this dame was just been killed, and we'd find the killer still there. I don't know.
I got it then. Lou had not only killed Helen, he'd called the police and said I did it. It didn't take long to reach his room.
Oh, it's you, Tommy. I thought it was one of the boys.
No, it's me, Lou.
I'm a little surprised at this visit, Tommy. Where's your new bride?
Why'd you do it, Lou?
Oh, you've already been there then. I thought you'd stick around longer after you found things.
So the cops would get there?
Well, something like that, maybe.
You didn't have to do it that way, Lou. Not to her. Why'd you do it?
You mean you don't know? You should have gone back to that party with me last week.
Why?
Because then you'd have found out about my surprise, Tommy. I made the announcement that I was going to marry Helen Ludlow at the end of the week.
So that's what you were forcing her to do.
Oh, let's just say that I proposed and conditions were such that she accepted. When I got here, she wanted a couple of more days and I gave it to her. But today, she double-crossed me and married you. 2 double crosses. You can see the position that put me in, Tommy. It's bad for business.
Tell me, Lou, did she know about me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, she knew. I guess she thought the two of you could break the bank.
Sure, Lou, you had to do it. But you made some mistakes. You made one... Well, what's the gun for?
Oh, I just feel more comfortable holding it this way, Tommy. Don't let it bother you, though. Go on. What were my mistakes?
One of them was not thinking I'd come here to your room and find you alone. But the big one was when you killed Helen. You shouldn't have done that.
Well, now, Tommy, don't let it get you down. Maybe I can fix it.
It's too late now. We've all had our last chance. The way you'd put it, the bets are all down. And the wheel's starting to slow up.
Well. Maybe you can tell me what number it's stopping on, Tommy.
Sure, Lou. The house takes everything.
What?
It's already stopped on 00. Hello? Desk clerk? I'm a stranger in town. How do I find the chief of police?
Thank you, John Garfield, for a splendid performance. Mr. Garfield will return in just a moment.
Mr. Wilcox, you look all out of breath. Did suspense get you?
Me? Out of breath? Why, I only need 3 breaths a year in normal Wilcox use.
What?
I mean, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
My, I'm glad you got that straightened out.
Well, friends, here's something I'm really straightened out about. If you mean to make the most of your next battery buy, if you want to practically banish one cause of battery failure, then hie yourself down to your nearest Autolite dealer bright and early tomorrow morning and get your car a brand new Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, your friendly Autolite dealer will be downright delighted to put a wonderful, dependable Autolite Stay Full battery in your car. Don't delay. Get your ding-dong daisy of an Autolite Stay Full battery right away. And friends, remember, Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered spark plugs.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now, here again is Mr. John Garfield.
It's been a great pleasure to appear here tonight with this great cast of suspense actors. And I'm expecting almost as much pleasure next Thursday when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Ann Blythe and Edmund O'Brien in Muddy Track, another gripping study in...
Suspense.
John Garfield will soon be seen starred in the Roberts production Force of Evil, presented by Enterprise Studios and released through Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Tonight's suspense play was written by Lou Lusty and Les Crutchfield, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Rosalind Russell, Agnes Moorehead, and Ronald Colman. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Edmund O'Brien and Ann Blythe in Muddy Track.
The Autolite Suspense Show. Drive as if your life depends on it. It does. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Next, we present The Dick Powell Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want you to meet Richard Diamond. He's a private detective, and he doesn't like getting mixed up in murder any more than you do. But just relax for a half hour, and somebody will probably wind up pretty dead. It usually starts easy, like Wednesday morning when Diamond walked into his office.
Diamond?
That's right. Who let you in?
I gave the scrub woman $5. I have a business proposition for you, too.
I collect big bills.
Something like this?
He pulled out a $100 bill and walked over to me. I'm not a small man, but I got a nosebleed trying to see over the second button on his vest. He had a pair of shoulders that looked like O'Dwyer should lay a cornerstone for them. And the muscles under his coat made me think he was smuggling shot puts. Even if he lived across town, he was so tall if he fell down, he'd be halfway home.
My name is Collins. I'm R.J. Rollins' private secretary.
I bet you look silly on his lap. Sit down. I'm getting a stiff neck.
Certainly.
How tall are you, anyway?
7 feet 1 inch.
Doesn't that extra inch give you a complex?
I'm not here to discuss my physical qualifications.
Yeah. You say you work for a Mr. Rollins. Is that the Rollins?
Yes, he's a very wealthy man.
That's an understatement. If you jumped off his wallet, you'd break both legs.
He wants to retain you to find his brother, Martin.
He does, huh?
Would you mind coming along with me? Mr. Rollins would like to see you in person.
Tell me a little more about Rollins' brother.
I'd rather let Mr. Rollins do that himself.
And I'd rather hear some of it from you first. I don't want to see Rollins if I'm going to turn down the job.
Very well. Mr. Rollins' brother Martin was released from Sing Sing 5 days ago. Yesterday, he sent a letter threatening Mr. Rollins' life.
Oh, and your boss wants me to find his brother before he makes good the threat. Is that it?
That's it exactly.
Why doesn't he call the police? Show them the letter and get the protection he needs. It'll certainly be a lot cheaper than hiring me.
Mr. Rollins doesn't want any more bad publicity. There was enough of that when Martin was sent to prison.
And why did Martin get sent to prison?
He embezzled $100,000 from the company funds.
Did Rollins try to save him?
He was guilty. Mr. Rollins prosecuted him to the full extent of the law.
Was the money recovered?
Why, no, they never recovered a penny.
Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
You won't take the job?
Oh, now you've guessed.
But why? Mr. Rollins is prepared to pay you handsomely.
I don't doubt it, but it's too pat. Martin's killing mad because his brother sent him to prison. Rollins receives the threatening letter and won't call in the police, yet he wants Martin found. Why?
I told you. He doesn't want any more bad publicity.
So I take the job and maybe find Martin, then Rollins has a potential killer in the house. What's he going to do? Try and keep his mind off things by letting him shrink heads in the basement?
Remember, Mr. Diamond, they are still brothers.
So were Cain and Abel.
You mean you think Mr. Rollins intends to kill his brother, and that's why he wants you to find him?
Well, that's a little crude, but it's certainly a possibility.
That's utterly absurd.
Maybe so, but no one would blame him. You better get someone else to find Martin. Try Hearthstone of the Death Squad.
You're being ridiculous. Mr. Rollins is a highly respectable businessman. His reputation is spotless.
Then this looks like too good a time for him to start getting dirty. Goodbye, Mr. Collins. He got up and started to say something, but changed his mind. He turned and walked to the door, ducking his head as he went out. Someday he was going to forget to duck and take the whole wall along with him. Yeah?
Is a man named Collins in your office?
He was. He just left.
Did you take the job?
Wait a minute. Who is this?
If you didn't take the job, you're lucky. If you did, you better catch up on your insurance payments.
You think so, huh?
I think so. This is a family matter, so leave it that way or you're liable to get yourself killed.
Look, would the Sherlock and Me show if I deduced your name was Martin Rollins? Hello? Hello? Nuts. 5 minutes ago, when I brushed Collins out of my office with a quick no, I wouldn't have taken the job for a share in Manhattan Island. But when somebody starts threatening me, it's like telling a 5-year-old kid to stay away from the cookie jar. The quickest way to get me to do something is to tell me not to and try pushing me around. I looked up the Rollins address, and in 20 minutes my cab was pulling up in front of a big old English house that looked like the summer training camp for the U.S. Mint.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Tell Rollins I want to see him.
Well, come in. I'm happy you've changed your mind.
Just tell him I want to see him.
He's in the garden. This way, please.
We went through the big house and out through the glass doors into the garden. Rollins was sitting in a chair feeding the birds. He was reaching his late 50s with the sour look of a man who didn't want to.
As he threw the breadcrumbs out on the gravel walk, a big diamond on his little finger flashed in the afternoon sun.
Mr. Rollins.
Hey? Oh, yes, Collins, yes. Who's that with you?
The detective you sent for, Mr. Rollins.
Oh, yes, Clarence. Pull up that chair and sit down, young man.
Thanks.
Just feeding the little birds. Here, Birdie. Birdie! I've been doing it for some time.
Oh, swell.
What are you standing around for, Collins? I want to talk to this detective in private.
Yes, sir. If you need me, I'll be in the library.
Won't need you. Here. You feed the birds for a while. Makes you feel good.
Sure. Here, Birdie. Birdie?
That's fine. What's your name, young man?
Diamond. Hey, get a load of that little fella. He's grabbing enough crumbs to stuff a pheasant.
No, he's the greedy one. He always does that.
It reminds me of some people I know.
Yes. Well, Miss Diamond, I suppose Collins told you I wanted to see you.
Yeah, and I can't say I wanted the job at first.
So Collins tells me. What changed your mind?
A phone call. I think it was from your brother Martin. He told me to lay off.
You don't like being intimidated, huh? That's good. I think we'll get along, young man.
Have you got the letter he sent you?
Have it right here. Read it. I'll take over with the birds for a while.
Thanks. My dear brother, I spent 5 years hating you, but I learned to trade. I used it drawing blueprints for your shroud. Martin. Oh, this will never get the Pulitzer Prize.
Martin always did go in for the dramatic. Well, you think you can find him?
Was this the first you've heard from him since he went to prison?
Yes. I will admit the letter has me worried. Aside from the dramatic, Martin has always been a hothead. Since boyhood, he's envied my get-up-and-go. We never got along. And it was even too much for my mother. She died very young.
Probably overworked from knitting straitjackets.
Oh, don't be flippant, young man. Will you take the job?
$100 a day and all hospital expenses.
Fine. See Collins. He'll take care of the fee.
Now, tell me one more thing. Can you think of anyone who might know where your brother is?
Only one. And I'm not sure if she's even still in New York. She was going with Martin when he was caught. Only met her once, but I will say, if nothing else, my brother showed good taste. His name.
What was her name?
Oh, it was Carter, Virginia Carter. Lived someplace in the village, I think. Oh, but that was 5 years ago.
All right. Now, what about your secretary, Collins? Can you trust him?
Oh, Collins is above reproach. He's been with me for 15 years. Knows everything about me. Almost a member of the family.
Does he know anything more about Martin?
No more than I do. Now, young man, I'm getting tired. I want to finish feeding my birds. Good day, young man. Here, Birdie. Birdie.
I left the old man sitting with his friends. He'd have one good deed to take along with him anyway. I went back through the glass doors, and a butler showed me to the library, but the cupboard was bare. Collins wasn't around. Collins! Oh, Collins! My nerves started looking for some place to hide. The shot had come from the direction of the garden, and I went back there fast. Mr. Diamond!
Mr. Diamond, over here!
What happened?
It's Mr. Rollins. Martin just shot him.
I thought you were supposed to be in the library, Collins.
I went out the library doors and came around the other way. I had some papers I wanted Mr. Rollins to sign.
You said Martin did it?
Yes. As I rounded the corner of the house, I saw him standing behind that tree. I started to yell, but he fired and climbed over the wall. Mr. Rollins was dead when I reached him.
Let's call homicide. I put in a call to the 5th Precinct and an old friend, Lieutenant Levinson. We were on the force together before I got restless. When you had a killing on your hands, he was a good man to have around.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Hello, Otis. Let me talk to the lieutenant.
Well, Richard Diamond. What do you want the police to do for you now?
Get rid of one of their stupid sergeants. Now put Walt on, will you? I got a killing for him.
Why didn't you say so? Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, I got a present for you.
Hello, Rick. Who's dead this time?
Big time. Old man Rollins. Rollins Investments. Shot while he was sitting in his garden.
Got any ideas?
One, his brother Martin. Rollins' secretary says he saw him do the job.
Any motive?
Well, the old man sent Martin up on an embezzlement rap. Martin sent him a letter threatening to kill him. A letter.
What'd you say?
Oh, I'm an idiot. Get out here. The address is 650 East 87th.
Wait a minute, Rick.
I can't. Oh, I'm glad I'm not on the force anymore. You'd have to fire me for this mistake. I shoved Collins aside and went back out in the garden like Olympia with a hot foot. The old man was still smiling, and nothing was changed except there he was, and the letter from Martin was gone. I remembered what Rollins had said about a girl named Virginia Carter. I went back in the library, grabbed a phone book, and started looking up the Carters. only one Virginia in the village, so I made that my next stop. I told Collins not to touch anything and to wait for Lieutenant Levinson. I grabbed a cab and headed downtown. It was a long shot, but it could be the same girl who had known Martin. I found the address, and when she answered the door, I got the quickest scalding in my history. She was wearing something thin enough to make a silkworm hang himself.
Yeah?
Oh, I bet you have a hard time finding something to wear in July.
I'm cold-blooded. Now, what's on your mind?
That's the kind of question that made Adam a meat-eater.
I'm sorry, I haven't got any apples.
You fooled me.
Maybe if you stop panting long enough, you can tell me what you want.
I'd like to know about Martin Rollins.
Oh, that one. I haven't seen him in years.
Maybe you've got a picture of him.
I've got lots of pictures. Maybe there is one of Martin someplace.
Well, let's look through the whole stack. I've got lots of time.
Before I let you in, you better tell me your name. I don't want you to steal anything from me.
Baby, if anybody stole something from you, they'd get their fingers burned off at the elbows.
Mm-hmm. You can come in.
She opened the door and walked ahead of me like she'd just oiled her sacroiliac. She led me into the living room and sat down. The shades were drawn, and I had a hard time finding the couch.
Nice.
How did we look at the pictures with a magic lantern?
I thought maybe you'd like to relax for a minute.
Put something in a glass. I'll cool down.
I don't drink. I never keep the stuff around.
That doesn't leave you much of a field. What do you major in?
Cigarettes. Have one?
Yeah.
I haven't got a match.
Just hold on to it. It'll light up.
I think I'd better get the pictures. I'll be right back.
She got up and walked to a door. When she opened it, the sunlight framed her against the dark room. If Petty had been there, he'd have gone back to 5-minute sketches. In about 2 minutes, she came back with the pictures.
We can start with these. Martin isn't in this pile. I've got lots more. You're not in a hurry, are you?
No.
Good. This might run into overtime.
She sat close to me and handed me one picture at a time, describing each guy in the photographs. I've seen draft boards with smaller clienteles. Several times she stopped and looked at one of the pictures like Diamond Jim eyeing a 10-course meal, then passed the guy to me. It was like handling a fire sale for Dr. Kinsey. After 24 photographs, I started thinking she was the reason for the rise in the vitamin market, and I was just going to mention an old snapshot I had of myself when she thumped one of the collection with a polished fingernail.
Martin Rollins, here he is.
Well, he figured to show up sooner or later. How long ago was this taken?
I couldn't say exactly. I guess about 6 years.
You should keep a file.
I only keep pictures around to remember things.
How did you get along with Martin?
Oh, all right, I guess. He had money and he showed me a good time.
What else do you know about him?
He has a brother with a checking account at Fort Knox.
Any unusual habits?
Yes, but they wouldn't help you find him.
Yeah, well, look.
Oh, I remember something. He used to play the saxophone.
Hobby?
No, not exactly. He played around town with several of the small bands. He was a nut on jazz.
Did he make money at it?
I guess so.
Well, thanks, baby. I'll stop around again sometime and take a look at your parlor.
Well, it's been a nice, soft web.
Mind if I take Martin with me?
Not if you bring back a picture of yourself.
Maybe I'll just bring my camera. You can take her.
Good. That's why I keep the room so dark. I like to develop things.
I hated to leave, but my hair was already curly enough. She'd given me one lead. Martin was a musician of sort, and sometimes he made money at it. I started to cross the street to catch another cab and was halfway there when I heard the car. It was an old trick. You drive by fast, open your door, and if anyone is in the way, you winds up with a face full of automobiles. I picked myself up and thought about chasing him, but he was so far down the street I couldn't even get the license number. I grabbed a bug-eyed cabbie and had him take me to local 802 of the Musicians' Union. I went in, and a little short guy with a twitch looked up at me from behind a big desk.
Something I can do for you, Hops?
Oh, bad twitch.
Yeah. Too much bop.
Do you know Martin Rollins plays the sax?
Has he got a card?
He makes money.
Then if he ain't, you better have.
We'll see if he does. I'm an old friend. I'd like to get in touch with him.
But I don't know. We're not supposed to.
Maybe this badge will snap you out of it.
Oh, a cop. Hey, wait a minute. I'll see what I can find. Now look what you done. You got me twitching more than ever.
Between twitches, he found what I was looking for. Martin had just renewed his card. It didn't show a home address, but his mail was being sent to one of the swing joints on 52nd Street. I said thanks and left him in the middle of another twitch. I walked out on the sidewalk, looked at the long gray shadows stretching out from the tall buildings. One of them moved and ducked around a corner. I had a tail. I started to chase him, but a big crowd makes that tough. I slowed down for a minute, and suddenly I had a horrible thought. I had a date with a redhead, one Helen Asher, who got very unhappy if you stood her up. Yeah, at 7 o'clock, I was due at 975 Park Avenue. A warm fire, a figure with better lines than Shakespeare, and a $10 million rain check that I could cash any time I wanted to take a walk with her to the little church around the corner. I made a phone call.
Miss Asher's residence?
Hello, Francis. What's the gossip in the pantry?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, it's good to hear your voice.
Let me talk to Miss Asher. Let's see what she's got to say about it.
Right away, sir. She's just coming down the stairs. Miss Helen, it's for you.
Hi.
Hi. You're stood up.
Oh, Rick, not again.
Can't help it, baby. Got to do some catching before I get caught.
Just what are you trying to catch?
Man type, plays a saxophone, kills people.
Which one's the hobby?
I don't know. I'm going over to a swing joint on 52nd Street and find out.
Oh, Rick, take me with you. I'd like to listen to some music.
Sorry, Helen, baby, but this one's a little too risky.
Please, Rick. I'll stay out of the way.
I can't do it, honey. I'd like you around for later. There's liable to be some trouble.
There's liable to be some trouble if I don't see you.
Tell Francis to kick up the fire, and I'll be over later.
I want to go, too.
Bye, baby.
You're mean. Bye.
You want a table, Mac?
I'm looking for Martin Rollins. Is he here?
What does he do?
He plays the sax.
You'll have to ask one of the musicians, Mac. I don't pay no attention to the music. I'm tone deaf.
Thanks. Hey, can I bother you a minute?
No, but you can talk to me. Move in, you can lean on the piano.
Do you know Martin Rollins?
Yeah, sure, sideman. He blows here.
Which one is he?
He's off tonight. We got a phone call and took off.
Hello, Rick.
Helen. Oh, the Ashers are really slumming tonight. How did you find me in this joint?
You said music on 52nd Street. I went into 2 clubs before this one. Oh, hello. How are you?
Living.
Well, it's all right, honey. My man's not here.
Good. Let's listen to the music.
I still have to find him, baby.
Oh.
You gonna hog the piano, or do you want a table now? Don't leave. I like the chick style.
What?
Waiter, bring us a couple of scotch and sodas. We'll stay at the piano.
All right, but I'm not on my natural element.
Oh, on second thought, bring the lady a scotch and bring me a glass of milk.
Sure thing, Red Hot. Water chaser?
Yeah, and while you're at it, why don't you change your apron? Looks like you've been making chicken pies on it.
Hey, you sure got a crazy chick.
You mean me? I'm perfectly normal.
Wow, she's real square. Don't drag me, baby. Just let me dig.
Rick, what's he talking about?
Wait a minute, honey. Say, Bud, do you know where Rollins lives?
Oh, sure, Daddy. We had a ball there last night. You got a little pad on 12th Street.
Oh, here's 5. Come down and remember the address.
Come down. 69 East 12th Street. Don't put me on, Dad. Is your chick really a square she gives out?
I'm not a bit. I dig.
Crazy. Go.
Does that mean he's happy, Rick?
The best. Thanks, Dad.
Anytime.
Enjoy the music, baby.
Rick, where are you going?
You stay right here until I get back.
All right, but I don't know the language.
I went out fast, and 10 minutes later, I was standing in front of Brother Martin's front door. I tried my knuckles again and put my ear to the door. I didn't tag the sound at first, but it was a light scraping sound, like a rope over wood. I tried the door, and it was open. I had been right on both counts. It was a rope, and it was rubbing on wood. Brother Martin was making the sound effects, but he was doing it the hard way. He was on the other end of the rope, hanging by his neck. He was turning slowly, like a weather vane in a soft breeze. A chair was tipped over at his feet, so I picked it up and sat down to think. I started to get up when something in my stomach jumped up and kicked my mind into high gear. I looked up at the dead man, and what I saw threw the suicide theory right out of the window. Sitting in the chair, my head was just on a level with the shoe tops. If he had used the chair to stand on, he would have still needed the ladder just to tie the rope to the beam. I've seen a couple of guys who hanged themselves, but never one who jumped 4 feet in the air to do it. I shoved the chair under him just to make sure. He cleared it by a good foot. Right then I knew Collins was my man. It would take a man that size to give Martin that much altitude. But what was I going to do? Have Collins picked up? With that kind of evidence, it'll laugh me out of headquarters. I had to prove it. I had to do it fast. But how? I started to think of all the people who had been connected with the case, and the phone rang. I knew Martin would have trouble answering, so I helped him out. Hello.
Hello, Martin.
Well, he's tied up right now.
Who's this?
Well, happy Mother's Day to you, honey. Still collecting pictures?
Pictures?
Hello? Sometimes guys are lucky. You'd have to be a deaf mute to miss Virginia Carter's lovely tonsils. She was lying when she told me she didn't know where Martin lived. I don't like lying dames. Maybe she knew something about Collins, too. I knew how to find out.
Well, Mr. Diamond, did you bring your camera?
We'll play spin the bottle some other time. How did you know my name?
Why, you gave it to me this afternoon.
You're a bad liar, baby. Look out, I'm coming in.
Now, wait a minute. I'm expecting someone.
Well, if it's who I think it is, you better hide all the rope in the house. Now move it out of the way. You heard from Collins yet?
I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out of here.
Okay, baby, but Collins just killed Martin Rollins.
What?
Yes. He strangled him first, then stood on a chair and hung the body to a rafter.
How do you know Collins did it?
Because he forgot he's a foot taller than most guys. He gave Martin a boost, left him hanging too high.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, I think Collins knew I'd come to you. I think he promised you the moon if you fingered Martin Rollins. He wanted to get Martin, but he wanted someone else to do it for him. He knew old man Rollins would remember you and tell me.
You're crazy.
How much did Collins promise you?
He didn't promise me a thing.
You don't think he's going to let you go on breathing when he finds out the law's after him. You're the only hole in his story.
Wait a minute.
He just left Martin waiting for oxygen. He's probably on his way here right now.
He didn't say anything about killing Martin. I want to get out of this mess.
Now, that's better. Now, slow down and tell me everything you can.
Well, he met me about 3 months ago at a party. We started seeing each other. One day he told me he was in some kind of trouble and asked me to help. I said I would. He told me that he had been in a deal with Martin and that Martin had gone to prison for it.
So Martin had come back and wanted his share. Is that it?
Yeah. He promised me $50,000. No!
It all happened in the time it takes you to change your mind. He must have come in through the kitchen and started shooting. She went down like a diver with a Benz and died on her face. He was trying for me when I jumped to one side and knocked over the only light burning in the room. He came close, but the flash of his gun gave me his position, and I threw enough lead to start a pipeline. He stumbled back into the kitchen, but he was dragging it. I heard him drop, and I moved in after him. The moonlight slanted down through one of the windows and splashed out on the hard floor. He was lying in it, on his back, like he wanted to get that far anyway. Don't try again, Collins. I still feel like shooting.
Forget it. No reason to kill you now. The string ends with me.
Before you close your eyes, tell me something.
Make it quick.
Why didn't you go out and get Martin Rollins yourself? Why hire me to find him?
Didn't want anyone to know I was looking. You were the alibi. With Rollins dead and Martin a suicide, you'd swear Martin killed the old man.
Because Rollins showed me the letter. You forged it?
Yes. I shot Rollins, took the letter.
And then you planted that phony call to my office.
Yes.
You nearly got away with it. You just forgot how tall you were when you hanged Martin. I thought sure Martin was the one who was trying to run me down.
I'm a rotten driver. Oh.
How bad is it?
You must have been a good cop. Caught all three. Should be raining out. Too nice a night to die.
There's a warm breeze. Pushed all the clouds back. The night's all shiny.
Must be nice to look at, but keep standing up. You'll never see it from down here.
He died looking up, like he wanted a star to take with him. I don't think they gave it to him.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Otis, let me talk to Lieutenant Levinson.
Well, the shamus himself. What's the matter? You get lost trying to find the Empire State Building?
Look, put Walt on the line. You're not funny tonight.
Oh, Diver. Did somebody steal your badge?
You put Walt on the phone, and the next time I see you, I'll scatter your molars all over the 5th Precinct. Now get him.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm standing in the middle of a mortician's dream. Collins shot the girl, and I shot Collins. They're both pretty dead.
Okay, now calm down. We'll be right over.
Oh, I don't want to calm down. You'll find Martin hanging at 69 East 12th. If you want an explanation, you'll probably find me in the alcoholic ward at Bellevue.
Well, you want I should get you another glass of milk?
Just bring the bottle. Pour half of it out and fill the rest with rum.
Here's the pencil, Mac.
What's it for?
Name, address, and nearest relative. I'll be right back.
Well, you took your time.
Huh? Oh, Helen, why didn't you go home?
Oh, I couldn't cut out. I'm having a ball.
Huh?
Don't be square. Come on over to the piano and dig some music. You look dragged.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What's the dialogue?
Come on, Rick. What's the matter? Don't you dig?
Oh, you're grand.
Look what I found, Nicky.
Yeah. Move in, Pops. Say, she says you got a fine set of pipes.
She's got a tin ear.
Oh, no, Daddy. Oh, she comes out real fine.
See? Go on. Show him how you come on, Rick.
Oh, stop it.
Go on, go. Everybody's got some music stashed away somewhere. Make it.
Here's your milk.
Well, thanks. Some other time, Nicky. Right now, I go on with this.
Square.
Oh, honey, I don't know anything about bop.
Well, now, who said anything about Bob? Now, you take Rogers and Hart. The greatest, real crazy. Go on, Pops. This is the kind of music that makes you glad you got ears.
Please, Rick. For me?
Oh, okay, baby. It's too nice a night to worry about things. It seems we stood and talked like this before. We looked at each other in the same way then, but I can't remember where or when.
You dig?
Yeah, go on.
The clothes you're wearing are the clothes you wore. The smile you're smiling, you were smiling then, but I can't remember where or when.
Oh, the honest, I just wait.
Some things that happen for the first time seem to be happening again. And so it seems that we have met before and laughed before.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective, was previously heard over the National Broadcasting Company and has been re-released for you men and women overseas by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt,
presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
Well, thanks.
You've just solved the mystery. All we've got to do now is catch the killer.
Oh, but how do we do that, Nick?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
Now for the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In his small basement apartment, cluttered with chess books and chess sets, old Jeremy Hawthorne sits over a chessboard and listens absently while two hard-eyed men talk to him.
Will you listen to me, Hawthorne?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. He told you his name twice already, pal. This here's my boss, Mr. Monk. Oh, yes, Mr. Monk. I swear if you don't pay attention,
That'll do, Cruz.
Okay. Yes, bishop to queen, bishop... Oh, the only possible move. Unless, knight to rook 5.
Hawthorne, I got $1,000 for you.
What's that? Well, $1,000? What? That won't come up.
Look, you remember the old National Chess Club, the old marble mansion on East 20th?
Oh, yes, do I not? I'm the last surviving member. Ah, what great old days we had at the club. It's been closed now for, let me see.
For 40 years, and it's been falling to pieces all that time.
Yes, that's right. If it hadn't been for that terrible scandal, the club would still be...
Look, I'm not interested in the club or its scandals. I'm interested in you.
Oh, you're a chess player, Mr...
No, I'm the guy with $1,000. I'll pay it to you.
But, for what?
For your right title and interest in the club.
My dear sir, you're cheating yourself. There isn't anything in the club but old books and old furniture. Hardly worth $50, let alone...
Look, I'll pay you $1,000 for everything in the building. Everything that's your property as the last surviving member. All you have to do is sign this release.
Mr. Monk, this is ridiculous. The place is a liability.
Look, maybe so, Hawthorne. You just sign the paper and take this $1,000. I'll take the liability.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, I haven't asked you to marry me for over 2 weeks. How about
Oh, please, Scubby. Don't you ever get tired of hearing me say no?
it? Why, Patsy, Hey, Nick, stop the car, quick, Scubby, for the...
What's the matter?
I just remembered something.
A murder?
Oh, you yelled as though there were 10 murders.
With arson thrown in.
No, it's nothing like that. I just remembered old man Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Yeah, he lives right here. That basement apartment.
Scubby, who, what, and why is old man Hawthorne?
He's a guy I play chess with by mail.
Oh, now I've heard everything.
No kidding, Patsy. I'm up to my neck in a red-hot correspondence game with Hawthorne. And I just remembered I forgot to mail him my latest move.
Hey, get back in the car, chess champion. We're late for dinner already. I'll lend you a postcard.
Won't take a second, Nick. I'll be right back.
He'd probably fling open the door and howl, check.
And scare old man Hawthorne to death.
Patsy, did I ever tell you the story about the man who won a chess game because he couldn't talk cannibal?
Another Nick Carter special on the way.
It seems this man was captured by cannibals down in New Guinea. And while they were boiling the pot...
Hey, Nick, hey!
Oh, that's Scubby. What's the matter with him?
It doesn't sound as though he's making a chess move either.
Hey, Nick, you gotta come into Hawthorne's place right away. This is awful.
What's the matter, Scubby? You need advice on your next move?
I'll say I do. Hawthorne's dead.
Oh!
He's committed suicide.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Hawthorne's dead, all right.
He climbed up on a chair and hanged himself from one of the water pipes.
But why, Nick? Scubby says he didn't have a problem in the world.
Well, not outside of chess. Well, he just lived for his chess problems. The old guy was happy. He wouldn't...
Yes. That's what's bothering me.
What?
Look at this note Hawthorne apparently left here on the chess table. Neatly printed in ink. I'm 80 years old and I'm tired. Chess is a bore. There's nothing left.
Nick, why did you say Hawthorne apparently left the note?
Because the note is printed in ink.
So what? Hawthorne's got an ink stain on his forefinger.
True enough, Scubby. But tell me this. Where's the ink bottle?
The what?
The bottle of ink. And the pen Hawthorne used. Or the fountain pen. Or anything that'll write in ink.
Holy smoke, you're right.
I've been through this room thoroughly, and there isn't any ink. So how could Hawthorne write that note?
Well, maybe there's a pen in his pocket.
No. I've searched him. There's nothing on it but some small change and a handkerchief.
Then he didn't write that note.
No, Scubby, he positively did not. Some kind friend obligingly wrote that note for Hawthorne with his own pen, and then kindly helped Hawthorne commit suicide.
What? You mean that someone murdered him?
Go to the head of the class, Betsy.
Oh.
But he was harmless. Why would anyone want to kill a nice old man like that?
That, Scubby, is what I'd like to find out.
So would I. Where do we start?
Well, here's the picture as I see it now. Someone was here with Hawthorne just before he was murdered.
Uh-huh.
Someone who had the pen that Hawthorne used to write with.
Accounting for the ink stain on the finger.
Right.
But what did Hawthorne write?
Well, certainly not the suicide note. That was written for him after he was killed. Now, when this Hey, this is interesting.
What?
Here on the floor under Hawthorne's feet. It's a rhinestone medallion, see? With a letter M in the center.
A medallion with the letter M.
Recognize it, Scubby?
Sure I do. That's from the Club Monk.
The nightclub on the west side?
Yeah. There's a dancer there named Jenny Valentine. She does a solo tap dance and throws the souvenirs to the customers.
Oh, but what would an old chess player be doing in a nightclub catching souvenirs?
You mean, what would a nightclub dancer be doing in Hawthorne's rooms playing chess?
Nick, maybe that medallion's the key to this murder.
Could be, Scubby. Hey, look, you kids stand by and wait for Matty and the homicide squad.
Uh-huh. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going down to the Monk Club and try to catch a souvenir.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, we're sure to find happiness and
Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk.
Oh, hiya, Hopkins. Come on in.
Is it okay, Mr. Monk?
Is what okay?
Well, the money I owe you, the $5,000.
Oh, no.
But I told you how to get the queen. Didn't you believe me?
Yeah?
Well, did you see Hawthorne? Did you buy it from him?
Yeah. You owe the club $6,000 now.
What do you mean?
Now, listen, Sonny. You come here to the club and you drop $5,000. You can't pay, so you hand me a story about this bequest your uncle left to the chess club.
Well, it's true. I swear it. The club was closed before they had a chance to find out what he gave them. They never knew what they had. Mr. Monk, that queen is worth $20,000, maybe $30,000.
Okay.
Well, that was the deal. If I steered you into it, you'd cancel the money I owe you.
Listen, punk, the word was if.
Yes, but you said...
Now, look, I haven't got the queen yet. It cost me another $1,000 already. If I get it, you're clear. Get that through your head, Hopkins. I don't sucker so easy for fancy stories.
Well, sure, but after all, I want to...
Mom! Quit yelling, will you? Everybody in the club can hear you. You're making so much noise.
Oh, hiya, Jenny.
Hello, Hoppy.
Hello.
Oh, Hoppy. Don't you love me anymore?
No.
Now, that's a man for you. Chasing after me for 3 months solid. And all of a sudden, bump, the freeze. Don't be mad at me, Hoppy.
You played me for a sucker, Jenny. $5,000 worth of sucker.
Why, Hoppy?
Go ahead and grin. I'm going to the bar, and I hope I never see you again.
Darhead. Monk, baby.
Yeah?
Get the dope from Hawthorne?
Everything's okay, honey.
When do we get the Queen?
Tonight, baby. I'm going over with Cruz.
Are you gonna take care of it?
You just leave that to me, honey. From tomorrow on, it's just going to be you and me and 40 grand.
Oh, God, Monk.
Look, better go up to your dressing room now. Cruz may get ideas if he sees us. Huh?
Say it again. Say it again about you and me, Monk.
You and me and 40 grand.
Oh, honey. You say the sweetest things.
Oh, this dressing room smells like a perfume factory. Hope I don't asphyxiate before she's through with her dance. What?
Oh,
Miss Valentine?
yeah.
The doorman told me it'd be all right to wait in your dressing room.
Oh. And you, shall we say, an admirer?
Perhaps. In a way.
Oh. You're very good looking. You, like my dance?
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
And what are you hanging around my dressing room for?
Miss Valentine, I'm Nick Carter.
The detective?
That's right.
Now get out of here.
I'm not quite ready to leave yet, Miss Valentine. I'd like to ask you about this medallion.
Well, what about it?
Why'd you give it to Jeremy Hawthorne?
Jeremy, hey, look, I throw hundreds of those things around every night. But how should I know who catches them?
Of course, Miss Valentine, but you do know Hawthorne.
But I throw...
Don't deny it. You showed it on your face when I mentioned his name.
Get out of here.
I came up here to ask you what you know about a chess player who had the misfortune...
Janet Carter, I'll ask the questions around here.
Oh, hello, Monk. Do I also say hello to the 45 you're playing with?
Make one fancy play, Carter, and you can get intimate with a slug.
Don't you knock when you sneak into dressing rooms?
No. Besides, you and I are going to sneak right out.
Monk, I think
now, look, this is my play, Jenny. Let me take it.
Okay, but listen...
Get on your feet, Carter. We're going up to my office.
All right.
It's nice and soundproof up there. We can play just as rough as you want to. And if you want to play some parlor games, that's all right, too.
There's just one game I'm not in the mood for, Monk.
Oh, what's that?
Two men played with a gun or a rope. It's called murder.
So Nick was right in his guess that Hawthorne was known to both Jenny and Monk. We'll see where that leads him in just a moment when we hear what Monk has to tell him in his private soundproof office. Now, back to the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. At the point of a gun, Nick is ushered into Monk's soundproof office on the second floor of the Monk Club. Monk closes the door sharply and...
Sit down, Carter.
Thanks.
Now, listen. I had trouble with you before. I know you're a smart cookie, and I know you're dangerous. That's why I use a rod when you're around.
Put your cards on the table, Monk.
Carter, this is one deal that's on the level.
What deal?
The deal with Hawthorne.
Oh? Well, this is very interesting. Go ahead, Monk. Sing your song.
Well, a rich kid named Hopkins got in the red for me for $5,000. So he couldn't pay. And so his old man wouldn't hand over the dough. So Hopkins steers me into a deal to square it.
What deal?
You go in for history, any?
I've read a book or two.
Well, get a load of this. Back in the 1500s, there was this English queen, Elizabeth.
I've heard of her.
Well, now, there was a tournament held in Arana once, a kind of joust. Now, Elizabeth was impressed with the way a guy by the name of Sir Charles Blount fought. She was so impressed that she sent him a present the next day. A chess piece. It was a jeweled queen.
I think I've read the story.
Well, now, according to the books, Essex was so jealous of the gift, he ups and fights a duel with Blount, and afterwards, the chess queen disappeared.
So I've heard.
Now, Carter, that queen's worth a fortune, and I own it. All legal, all fair, all square.
How so?
Well, Hopkins' uncle uncovered it 50 years ago. He sent it to the National Chess Club as a bequest, along with some books and stuff.
Well?
But he died right after that. Then the club went bust before they knew what they owned. That jeweled queen is stored away somewhere in the club cellar.
And you own it?
I do. I bought it fair and square from the last living club member, old Jeremiah Hawthorne. I got the bill of sale of the club property signed by him this afternoon for $1,000.
So that's how he got the ink stain on his finger.
What?
Nothing.
Now, tonight I'm going down to the clubhouse and get what I own. All legal and above board, right?
Except for one little detail, Monk.
Name it.
Somebody murdered Hawthorne.
Well, Get out of here. It's a dirty double-crossing frame.
Hawthorne's been murdered, and he didn't have $1,000 on him.
I told you to get out. And if you know what's good for you, Carter, don't try to hang this rap on me.
I won't have to, Monk. I'll just help you hang it on yourself.
Your hat, Mr. Carter.
Thanks.
Don't you like the Monk Club, Mr. Carter?
Sure. Like it fine. But I don't like the people in it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carter. Come again soon.
Just a minute. What? Well, Mr. Alfred Cruz, isn't it? How are you, Alfred? Last time we met... Carter, what do you want with Jenny?
Take your hand off me, Alfred.
What was you doing in Jenny's dressing room?
Don't see why that's any of your business.
It sure is. She's going to be my wife.
Was that so? When?
In a couple of months. She's a beautiful kid. Everybody's chasing her. Like that kid Hopkins, even Monk. I don't want you around her, too.
I have no intentions of chasing her, Alfred. Now, will you please get out of my way?
You don't bluff me with fancy talk, Carter. I swear I'll break your neck if you go near her. If you want a sample...
You don't step aside, Alfred.
Yeah, see how you like this?
I really hate to do this, Alfred, but... When you get up again, I hope you'll have more sense.
Hey, Nick, come over to your car, quick.
What's the matter, Scubby?
I was coming down to meet you, and I saw your car just now, and we'll take a look inside.
Don't tell me you've discovered an... Good heavens! It's Jenny Valentine. Dead. What a mess. What a confounded mess. First Hawthorne, then Jenny Valentine.
Oh, stop pacing, Nick. You're making the office whirl around in circles.
Nick, I'm scared. Why'd you bring Jenny back in the car? Why haven't you reported her murder to Maddie?
I'm going to just as soon as I figure this out.
Oh, but Nick...
Maybe I was meant to find her and report it.
But she's still out in your car. If anybody finds her...
I know. Confound it. She was in the back seat with her neck twisted, strangled. It's as though she'd come to the car and was waiting to speak to me after I left the club.
Only the killer came along and spoke to her first.
Nick, you've got to do something.
I know I do. That's why I'm trying to think.
Well, my money's on Monk. He's our meat.
Maybe.
Oh, did Jenny tell you anything that could help?
No. Although she was friendly enough till she found out who I was.
This I already know.
How?
Oh, I know a clue when I see it. See that big smudge of powder and makeup she left on Nick's sleeve?
Powder and makeup on my... Patsy, you're magnificent. You've solved the case.
I've solved...
You've just told me who murdered Hawthorne and Jenny Valentine. Now all we've got to do is catch him.
But how?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
Hopkins guessed right, Cruz. And all through this old chess club. Stuff must be stored down in the cellar.
Okay, come on.
Look, Hawthorne said it's in a big packing case. It's stenciled Hopkins.
Yes, if the rats ain't ate the print off.
Well, rats can eat books, but they can't eat gold and diamonds.
You keep telling yourself.
No, take it easy. This is the bottom. Hey, flash around your light. Huh?
Hey, Monk.
Yeah?
Over there against the wall. See? On a case. It says Hopkins.
Okay, come on. It's falling to pieces. Come on, get it open.
Easy, Monk. Only take a second.
A blue velvet box. That's what the kid said. The size of a cigar box.
Keep your shirt on. I'll find it if it's here. There it is.
Okay. All right, hand it over.
What's your hurry? I'm as much interested in what's in here as you are.
Look, I got news for you, Cruz. You're not taking it out of here.
What?
I'm taking the Queen, Cruz, and I'm leaving you behind.
Oh, you dirty... Put away that rod.
Look, Jenny wants it that way, Cruz. It's too bad, pal. Give me the Queen.
Dirty double-crosser. You and Jenny ain't gonna cross me up. Walk out.
For the love of... Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, Cruz, look!
Monk and Cruz stand in the depths of the cellar, staring up at the head of the stairs in horror. We'll hear what happens next in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As Monk and Cruz stand transfixed in the cellar of the National Chess Club, Nick whispers to Patsy, who stands at the head of the stairs in a glowing green drape. And Patsy...
Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, look!
It's a dame. She's coming down the stairs.
Yes, she's coming down towards us.
Hey, wait a minute, Monk. She looks like...
Holy smokes, it's Jenny. Hey, for the love of mud, babe, what are you trying to do? Play the Phantom of the Opera?
That ain't Jenny.
Sure it is. I can see her face.
It can't be a fool.
Let go of my arm. Not dying like Jenny, you're crazy.
It can't be Jenny. Jenny's dead.
She's dead?
How do you know that, Cruz?
Carter.
How do you know Jenny's dead? Only the man who killed her could know that.
But if Jenny's dead, who's this?
My assistant, Patsy Bowen, made up to look like Jenny. This bad light, she was able to fool you, just as I planned.
Cruz. You killed Jenny.
Yeah, wise guy. You thought you was going to cross me up with her, huh? Make a sucker out of me like she made out of Hopkins. Well, I showed you, and I'll show you more.
Don't try it, Cruz. It's too late. Oh! Don't howl, Alfred. That shot just went through your arm. It'll heal by the time you're due to take 40,000 volts sitting down. That's right, Patsy. The old story of thieves falling out.
Huh? What do you mean, Nick?
Well, Cruz knew he was being double-crossed by Jenny and Monk, so he decided to return the favor and double-cross them.
Oh. Well, is that why he went back and killed Hawthorne after Monk made the deal?
Tried to frame Monk by dropping that medallion.
Mm-hmm.
Then to fix Jenny, he strangled her and left her in my car.
And in that way, he figured Monk would take the rap for Hawthorne's murder, and Jenny would be dead, and both would be out of his way.
Exactly.
Oh.
He'd collect the Jewel Queen and live happily ever after.
Golly. Nick, I still don't understand how I solved the case.
Why, Patsy, you did it when you saw that smudge of makeup on my arm.
Will you please explain?
I most certainly will explain. Patsy, the only person who could have touched me while I was in the Monk Club who had makeup on his hand was Cruz. Remember I told you how he knocked my arm?
Yeah, just before you hit him and knocked him down.
That's right. Well, he must have smudged my arm with makeup, which means he must have got it on his hands from Jenny's neck.
Well, I'll be darned.
So he had to be the man who strangled her.
Yeah, but what about the Jewel Queen?
The Jewel Queen goes to Monk. He bought it legally, so he's entitled to it.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, don't feel bad, Patsy. If you want one, I'll buy you a dozen tomorrow.
A dozen? At the price?
Mr. Monk is out $6,000, dear. The velvet box contained one very elaborate chess queen made of wood. Value, about $1.50.
Then it wasn't the real Jewel Queen?
No, Patsy, it wasn't. Queen Elizabeth's chess piece is still at large, somewhere in the wide, wide world.
Well, maybe Cruz will be able to ask Her Majesty where it is after he sits down on the hot seat.
Why, Patsy, that's not a nice thing to imply.
It isn't? Why not?
Well, I certainly hope good Queen Bess isn't in the same place Cruz is going to. Besides, by then it'll be too late to do him any good.
Well, Nick, it's time you told us something about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to bring us next week.
Right you are, Bob. It's a story which began with the theft of a priceless Egyptian relic from the art museum one night.
And during the robbery, the watchman was killed in a strange and mysterious way.
Yes, and it took a device which records earthquakes to catch the murderer.
Oh, hold on a minute, Nick. I don't get the connection between such a device and an Egyptian relic.
Oh, well, neither did the killer, Bob. Not until it was all over.
What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Exploded Alibi.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser.
Time. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, presents The Casebook of Gregory Hood, starring Elliot Lewis, with our guest star, Gail Storm. In just a moment, you'll hear tonight's story, Fifth Avenue, with Gail Storm as Nida Miles. Say, do you know who's the best judge of wine in all this world? Well, as far as you're concerned, you are. That's right. What other person can decide what kind of wine you're going to like? So here's my suggestion. Try Petri wine. You know, Petri wine is the one and only wine for thousands of people. But the only way you can be sure it's the wine for you is to try it. Once you've done that, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that Petri wine is the wine to suit your own particular taste. And the reason it's so good is because the Petri family took time to bring you good wine. Many generations of knowledge, skill, and experience go into the making of every bottle of Petri wine. Only the finest of luscious, big, sun-ripened California grapes are used. And Petri wine is always made in the Petri family's own honored tradition. So Petri wine is a wonderful buy, a real wine value. Why don't you try a bottle of Petri wine tomorrow? Those 5 letters on the label, P-E-T-R-I, are your assurance of good wine. Petri wine. Well, it's that time again. Time to join Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney Sanderson Taylor for another story from Greg's casebook. Greg and Sandy are in New York City on business for Greg's world-famous importing house. It's a bracingly cold night, but in spite of the cold, Greg has insisted that he and Sandy climb aboard a Fifth Avenue bus and settle down for a tourist's eye view of the famous thoroughfare. The bus is deserted except for a very beautiful young lady sitting across the aisle from them. Sandy is complaining bitterly about the draft.
This is the craziest thing we've done in the last 5 years, Greg. Could be in a nice warm cab where they keep the doors closed.
Oh, you've lost the spirit of adventure, Sandy.
Yeah.
We're going back to California tomorrow night. A little cold weather will do us good while we can get it. Improves the circulation, puts a sparkle in your eye. Hey,
What's the matter?
look there. That mansion. You recognize it?
That one?
Yeah.
Well, it does look familiar, Greg.
Familiar. We spent 2 of the happiest hours in our lives or thereabouts in that house, Sandy. Night before last.
Are you losing your mind? I've never been in that house. Night before last, Roy Del Ruth invited us to that screening, his latest picture.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the mansion that Aloysius T. McKeever spends his winters in. Remember?
Oh. Well, of course. And that picture, it happened on Fifth Avenue.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's that. Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Victor Moore in his hobo getup going through that hole in the fence. Oh, what a wonderful character. I don't know when I ever enjoyed a picture as much, Sandy. I'd like to see it again.
You'd like to? Boy, I'm going to. I'm going to take Mary to see it as soon as it opens in Berkeley. You know, Charlie Ruggles has always been a favorite of hers. Oh, wait till she sees him in this part. He was one of them.
Oh, the whole cast. I fell in love with Gail Storm. I've always been mad about Ann Harding. Everyone gave swell performances, especially the leading man, Don DeFore.
Yeah, he sure did. You know, it must be a lot of satisfaction to make a picture like that.
Yeah. Roy Del Ruth's made a lot of fine pictures, but this tops them all. Excuse me, allow me to pick your bag up for you. Oh, nothing much spilled out.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I don't want to seem inquisitive, but why are you carrying that gun?
Please, give me my bag.
Look, I'm not just being nosy, but if you're scared to death and carrying a gun, that's a bad combination for a little girl like you.
Give me my bag.
My name is Gregory Hood. If you're in trouble, I want to help you.
I'm not in any trouble. Give it here and please go away. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Miss Miles.
You know my name?
Yes, on this envelope in your bag. I'm very observant.
You might be sorry you noticed that. Now, please go away. I'm getting off the bus at the next stop.
You want me to get off with you? Bodyguard?
No. Now, go away, please. I don't want to talk with you.
Okay.
Well, you didn't make much of an impression on that young lady, did you, Greg?
Yeah, I'm afraid not. Something the matter with that girl, Sandy.
Ah, because she didn't throw her arms about you?
No, cynic. Because it's a little unusual for a girl as lovely as that, draped in that many $1,000s worth of mink, to be carrying a .32 automatic pistol in that full-grown alligator bag.
An automatic?
Yeah. And she's scared silly.
She's getting off, Greg.
I'm going to follow her, Sandy. I'm not going to get off at the same time she does. We'll jump off in the middle of the block, and we'll keep our eye on her.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Okay. Greg, that girl, she left a package on the seat there.
Oh, yeah. Well, give us an excuse for chasing her. I'll get it.
I'll take that package, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to return it to the young lady who left it here just a minute ago.
Give it here. Don't be a hero.
Look out, Greg. Just hang on to that gun arm, Sandy. Give me that gun.
I have to have that package. It belongs to me.
Grab him, Sandy. Yeah. Oh, stop him, Sandy.
Hey, wait until the bus stops. Get away. He got away, Greg.
Yeah, I lost my balance when he let go of the gun. Come on, Sandy. I don't want to lose that girl. Let's get off this bus.
What are you trying to do? Break your necks?
Now, jump, Sandy. Come on.
Hey, what's the matter with you two jumping off that moving bus? You crazy?
What happened to the man who jumped off just ahead of us?
He ran across the street against the light, the idiot. What's all this about? What's going on?
Oh, look, officer, nothing's going on. A young lady left a package on the bus. I jumped off to return it to her, that's all. She got off at the corner back there. Small girl, brunette, mink coat. You notice her?
You think I got nothing to do but watch who gets off the bus? She didn't jump. I didn't see her.
Thank you. Come on, Sandy. You see her?
No, I don't. Now she's gone, Greg.
Well, I know her name. Come on, let's go back to the Waldorf, try to locate her. This package she left behind must be pretty important. Oh, Sandy, there's no Night of Miles listed in the city directory or telephone book. I guess the only thing to do is buy an ad in a paper and advertise the fact that we have that package.
Yeah. What do you suppose is in it, Greg? What does it feel like?
Feels like a leather box, Sandy, because that's what it is. That's not much of a help. Take it down and ask the clerk to put it in the safe, will you?
Aren't you going to look and see what's in it?
Why, Sandy, surprised at you.
I'm the one who's surprised.
Hmm?
No, I'll take it down, Greg. Meet you in the lobby in a half an hour.
Yeah, I'll be ready by then. Quick shower and shave. Wish I could locate that Miles girl. I want to get this package back to her.
She was a very pretty girl, Greg.
Oh, well, that too. Be within a half hour, sir.
Okay, in the men's bar.
Right. Nida. Hello, operator. It's Gregory Hood in the tower. Yes. I want you to check all the Class A hotels for me. I have a friend named Nida Miles. Miss Nida Miles. I know she's in town, but I don't know where she's staying. Yep, that's right. M-I-L-E-S. And there's a $20 bill in it for you if you locate it for me. Well, you're welcome if you find it. Right, and thank you. Nida. Oh, darn it. Nida?
Just step back in that room, Mr. Hood. I don't want to have to use this gun.
Oh, no, not you again.
Sorry. I've been waiting to see you alone, Mr. Hood. I've been telling you ever since you grabbed that package this afternoon. You shouldn't have done that.
Why? It wasn't yours.
But the boss wanted it. The young lady wanted to have it. You aced your way in where you weren't wanted, Hood. Now, where is it?
I haven't got it.
Get it.
I can't right now.
That's too bad. Now, Mr. Hood, we're going to take a little trip. Boss wants to see you.
Look, you're out of a book. Go away. This is the Waldorf. You can't kidnap me out of here.
Don't go betting your life on that. There's a car waiting downstairs. Walk through the lobby and get in it. I'll go with you just to keep you from making any mistakes.
Well, this is ridiculous.
Isn't it? Come on, get moving. Don't take it too hard. You'll be in good company. We're entertaining a dame there called Nida out of the place.
What?
Yeah, she's waiting for you. If you don't arrive, it might kill her. So don't be tricky, Mr. Hood. Just keep moving. As soon as we get past this light here, Joe, twist it over to Lexington.
Right.
I want to put the blinders on Mr. Hood here.
You're going to blindfold me, huh?
Yeah. I hate the cover of those pretty blue eyes of yours.
Well, thank you.
There's not much semen in the real agent anyway. For the love of...
I didn't do anything to half-witted cab jockey behind me ram me.
Come on, the light's changing. Take out of here.
Lock bumper.
This is pretty embarrassing, isn't it?
Just keep your seat.
No, I think I'll get out and help unlock
you-
bumpers. You wouldn't want to do any shooting in all this traffic. So long, Clancy.
See you later, Lucky.
Hey, Greg! Greg!
Huh? Oh, Sandy.
What happened, Greg?
Where'd you come from?
Well, I saw you leaving the hotel with that fella.
Oh?
Looked to me like he was holding a gun on you. So I grabbed the cab and followed.
How come you always do the right thing? I was in a little trouble, Sandy.
Well, that's what I figured. So I gave my driver $20 to lock bumpers with the car you were in.
Oh,
see?
sheer genius. Now, let's get back to the hotel and get my suite changed. I want privacy when I take a look at what's in that confounded package. Now, that girl that left this package in the bus, Nida Miles.
Did the operator manage to find her registered at one of the hotels?
No, and please stop taking words out of my mouth. Alligator jewel case with a sterling silver coat of arms. Oh. Black pearl. Beautiful, Sandy. A fortune's worth of black pearls. The most beautiful strand I've ever seen. Now, what in the devil was that Miles babe carrying them around with her for on a bus?
Well, even I can answer that. She was making a rendezvous with somebody on the bus to pick them up after she left them on the seat.
Sandy, well, you're getting to be a great deducer. This strand of pearls must be well known. The manager of our branch here will probably be able to tell me who they belong to. That's the next move.
You think the pearls were stolen?
I don't know what to think, but we're in it. We might as well find out what it's all about. Tell you what, get on the phone. Mm-hmm. Who is it?
Mr. Hood?
No? Yes, who is it?
It's Miss Miles, Nida Miles.
Speak of the angels. Hello, Hey!
Get back into the room, Mr. Hood. Please don't make me use this gun.
Well, okay, but...
Back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, give me those pearls. And get into that closet, both of you. And don't try to get help for 5 minutes.
Well, you're welcome to the pearls. They're yours, I suppose.
Get in the closet.
forget about me and the necklace. If you don't, you're going to be killed.
Greg Hood and Sandy are riding on a Fifth Avenue bus in New York City when Greg notices that the young lady sitting opposite them has left a package on the seat. He picks up the package, intending to return it to her, when a large gentleman attempts to get the package away from him. Greg manages to hang on to the package, is kidnapped, rescued by Sandy, and returns to the Waldorf to see what it contains. He opens it, finds a priceless string of black pearls, is admiring them, when the girl from the bus comes in, gun in hand, locks Sandy and Greg in the closet of their room, and leaves with the warning to forget all about her and the pearls. Not Greg. Released from the closet, he goes to see the manager of the New York City branch of Hood and Company.
It was the most beautiful strand of pearls I've ever seen, Mac. Graduating from the size of a pea up to the size of as big around as a penny. They were in an alligator jewel case about 8 inches long by about 3 inches wide. There's a crest on the case, a coat of arms, 2 tigers rampant against a wreath, and a shield. Some Latin words I don't remember. Here, it looked like this. I'll try to draw it.
I know about the pearls, Gregory.
Oh?
I know the man who owned them. I've seen them many times. We restrung them for him several years ago.
Oh, who is it?
The gentleman who owns them is named Carruthers.
Huh?
Charles P. Carruthers. Has an apartment in Park Avenue. Fine gentleman, very old family. The pearls, as a matter of fact, have been in the family for several hundred years.
Had been. Look, Mac, could you call him and make a date for me to drop over to see him? Tell him I want to buy the pearls. Or if he won't sell them to me, at least I want to see him.
I'm sure I can arrange that, Mr. Hood. Just a moment.
Oh, fine.
Get me Charles P. Carruthers on the phone, please.
I hope you don't think this is just idle curiosity, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, indeed I don't, Mr. Hood. As a matter of fact, I'm quite flattered that a collector of your prominence would be so interested in my pearls.
I admire the tone of your phonograph, too.
Of course, there could be no question of my selling them. They've been in the family for hundreds of years.
Oh, I can understand that. I would like to see them, though. Black pearls just happen to be one of my hobbies. Hood and Company have sort of specialized in them for a couple of generations.
Yes, I know. I'll get them for you.
Oh, thank you.
I keep them here with me in this wall safe. I like to look at them sometimes, even when I'm here alone.
No?
I've had them out more than usual lately because of my approaching marriage.
Oh, I didn't know about that. You getting married soon?
Yes, in 2 weeks. To a very lovely girl. One who will wear these pearls as they should be worn, proudly. That's her picture there on the radio.
Beautiful. You're a lucky man, Mr. Carruthers.
Indeed I am, Mr. Hood. Here they are, the Carruthers pearls.
Yes. I see. They are everything I expected, Mr. Carruthers. I wonder if I could borrow them for a few hours. I know the request is a bit unusual, but I'm leaving for the coast in the morning, and I would like to have them photographed before I leave.
Well, Mr. Hood...
I'm writing a book on famous jewels, the ownership of them, their history. Wouldn't be complete without a mention and an illustration of your pearls.
Tomorrow morning, Mr. Hood.
Look, you know me. If you don't, you can establish that I am not an imposter by checking with the New York police and Mr. McIntosh, my local manager.
Well,
I have to have these pearls for just a few hours.
Greg.
Oh, quiet, Sandy. Mind your manners. I'm on the phone.
Now, how did you get that necklace back, Greg?
Well...
Party desk, Eileen Kilroy.
Hello, Kilroy. Greg Hood.
Now, what makes me so lucky? What do you want to know now?
Charles P. Carruthers of the Park Avenue Carruthers is engaged to marry a girl named Nida Miles.
Well, now, that's startling news. I had it in my column a month ago. What paper do you read anyway, Greg?
I love you, Kilroy, and we'll discuss that fact at great length later. Right now, I want to know where Miss Nida Miles lives.
Well, just a minute. I've got it right here in my file somewhere. somewhere. Hang on, Hanson.
Oh, flatterer.
What is it all about, Greg?
Well, Sandy, it's pretty involved. I can't explain the whole thing to you while I'm talking to somebody else. You should try to curb that urge to be inquisitive.
She lives in an apartment at 626 East 72nd Street.
Uh-huh.
Now, what else do you want to know?
What do you know about the background of the Miles female? Where'd she come from?
Well, there you have me, Greg. Why, what's up?
Well, if I tell anybody, I'll tell you first. There may not be anything to tell. You must have something on her background. Where did she meet and capture the wily Carruthers millions?
Well, she was singing in a nightclub when that happened.
Yeah?
The club, Managua.
Oh?
Old Charles P. saw her, loved her, asked her to marry him, and she said yes, being very much in her right mind.
Oh, I see. Managua. That's Dude Defoe's joint, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll take you to lunch tomorrow. Good night, sweetheart. Come on, Sandy. We're going to take a cab ride over to East 72nd Street. Clerk?
Yes?
What apartment is occupied by Miss Nida Miles?
Miss Miles just went out a minute ago. I'm surprised that she didn't pass you in the entrance.
Oh, thanks.
Well, where are we going now, Greg?
I don't know, but I expect to find out. Come on. Dorman?
Yes, sir?
Did Miss Miles just take a cab away from here a minute ago?
Yes, sir, she did.
Would $10 help you to remember where she asked the driver to take her?
No, let me see.
I have a very important message for her. I have to locate her right away. All right, Pirate. 20?
Oh, yes, sir. She asked to be driven to the Club Managua. Oh, thank you very much, sir.
That's okay. Is there any additional charge for whistling me up a cab?
No, sir.
I just hope we get there in time to do some good, Sandy.
Yes. Of course, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Club Managua on 52nd. Can you make it in 5 minutes for $1 a minute?
I can make it in 4 minutes for $2 a minute.
It's a deal. Get us there fast. Take a look inside, Sandy. Maybe she beat us here.
All right, Dick. I will.
Yeah.
There you are, driver.
Hello, Miss Miles. Fancy meeting you here. Come on.
Where are you taking
Well,
me?
let's just drop in this restaurant for a minute before we go to the Club Managua, shall we?
No, I have
Come
to...
on, or I'll call a policeman. I want to talk with you.
All right. I couldn't be in any more trouble anyway.
Here, let's take this corner booth. Get in there.
All right.
Now, we talk. I'll bring you up to date. You're engaged to marry a lot of money, the Carruthers millions. Somebody's blackmailing you. Who is it?
I can't tell you.
I'll tell you. It's Dude Defoe, isn't it? What's he got on you, youngster?
Why should I tell you?
Because I want to help you. What's he got? Letters? Pictures?
Yes, both. I have to get them back.
Oh, we'll get them back, all right. Let me see your purse.
No.
Yes. Give it here. Still got the black pearls. Gonna give him to Dude. He planned this whole thing, didn't he? It'd take a crook like him to plan anything as clever as this.
I had to do what he told me to. I had to. You can think whatever you like, but I'll be a good wife to Charles. He's good to me. He has respect for me. I'll make him happy.
Look me right in the eye and tell me that, baby.
All right. I'll be a good wife. I'll make him happy. I love him. He's good to me.
Okay. Come on, let's see Dude and give him those pearls, shall we? Uh-huh. This is his office, huh? All right, let me handle it.
Oh, hello, Nida.
Hello, Dude.
What'd you bring this guy with you for?
I'll answer that. I'm here to see that she gets a square deal. Where are the letters and pictures?
Where are the pearls?
Give them to me, Nida.
All right.
Thank you. Let's have your material now, hot shot.
There you are.
Look them over, Nida. See that they're all there.
All right.
You look familiar.
Huh? The name's Hood. Gregory Hood. I got news for you, dude. After we finish our little deal here tonight, if Miss Miles ever is bothered by you again, she gets in touch with me and you talk it over with the police. I stand pretty good with them, you know.
Yeah, I know. I've heard about you, Hood. How come you're mixing into this caper?
Dull evening.
Oh.
Just remember, next time you'll be dealing with me and not a scared little singer.
They're all here, Mr. Hood.
Okay. Here are your pearls, dude. Okay?
All buttoned up. That finishes it, Hood. Thanks, Nida.
You're not welcome. But you can have them this time. Tear those letters and stuff up, Nida. We're going to use them as a burnt offering to the god of matrimony. Right here in Dude's ashtray. Okay?
Well, Greg, now maybe you'll tell me why you gave those pearls to that blackmailer. I know sometimes I think you do.
Hold on, I'll make it simple. Jude Defoe knew about that black pearl necklace Charles P. Carruthers owned. He also had a fine stack of blackmail literature on the girl Carruthers was going to marry. So he had her get the pearls one day. He had a paste copy made up of the strand and a duplicate alligator case made.
Oh, I see. Good.
So, the next opportunity Nida had, she switched the phonies for the real pearls. She was supposed to leave the real ones in her seat on the bus where one of Dude's gorillas could pick them up. We interfered, and that started all of the, excitement.
Well, it's a little clearer now, but...
I'll take you all the way. I had in my pocket the phony pearls, which I borrowed from Carruthers, when I met Nida outside the Club Managua tonight. While we were in the restaurant, I switched them for the real pearls while Nida was looking into my eyes. Right now, I've got the real pearls in my pocket.
Huh?
Dude's got the phonies in his safe, and Nida has burned up all the evidence he had to blackmail her with. I return the real ones to Charles P. Carruthers in a few minutes, and everybody will live happily forever after. I hope. Yeah. I'd like to be there when Dude finds out he has his own pearls.
Well, my goodness, Greg. Well, as usual, everything has worked out all right, and you've managed to escape alive, but there's a law of averages, you know.
Hey, it's 11:30. I have to get these pearls back to the owner, and we have a date to meet Roy Del Ruth and Gail Storm at 21 at midnight. I want to tell them my story about it happened on Fifth Avenue. No, I don't think I will. They'd never believe it. Why does everything happen to me, Sandy?
Very interesting story, Greg. You do let beautiful women lead you into the most amazing adventures.
Oh, I'm easily led, Herb.
I should think you'd have been scared. After all, she was carrying a gun.
Oh, but that's it. I like my women with arms.
Ooh, I'll let that one go. And what's our story going to be about next week, Greg?
Well, Herb, next week I'm going to tell about an adventure Sandy and me and Ray Driscoll, the designer, had in San Francisco a few months ago. It concerns a good-for-nothing son-in-law, an irascible father-in-law, and $50,000 in a suitcase. We call it Ransomed. See you next week, Herb.
The Case Book of Gregory Hood is written by Ray Buffum. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Elliot Lewis plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. Gail Storm was heard as Nida Miles. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Case Book of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Herb Allen saying good night for the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.